Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
1. Sea of Life and Death Arrival in Meteor City. 1. Sea of Life and Death Arrival in Meteor City. My Teen Union, Republic of Haas, Horiko City, 31. November 1989. Oren, wake up now. An angry voice echoes through the room. Oren opens his eyes, staring at the person in front of him. He spots a middle-aged woman in her late 30s glaring at him, clearly annoyed, with visibly swollen bags under her eyes. Get up already. Your father and your brothers are already preparing for today's trip. You're 6 years old now. We gave you a few months after your birthday to get used to this life, but that grace period ends now. You need to learn how to fish. This is for your own future. Why can't I go to school? Looney is allowed to go. All my friends are going too. Oren snaps back. Oren, women have it way harder. We can't afford school for all of you kids. Your father is a great fisherman. He can teach you and your brothers a valuable skill that will set you up for life. Looney doesn't have that opportunity, and I want my only daughter to have a good life. Now stop crying, stop complaining, and get moving already. This is so unfair. Oren quickly gets down from the bunk bed and opens his tiny closet, pulling out one of the 3 sets of clothes he owns: just a pair of old pants, sewn together in multiple spots, and a slightly ripped shirt, all hand-me-downs from his older brothers. He doesn't own a pair of boots. According to his father, a fisherman simply doesn't need them. He washes up and stares into the small, broken mirror. His blue eyes look empty. His black hair is long and unkempt. He enters the kitchen and quickly devours a tiny piece of old, hard bread and a small bowl of lukewarm fish stew. Finally, he leaves the house and walks toward the sea. Looking back, he feels nothing but contempt and hatred for that house. Old, tiny, no privacy. I hate this so much. I hate this house, I hate that damn boat. The only thing I like about it is the ocean itself. I want to escape this hopeless life. Along the way to the sea, he sees a few of his former friends heading toward the nearby school. As he passes them, they snicker but say nothing. Fucking assholes. You're not better than me. I'll prove it to you one day. Oren reaches the coast of the small city, where hundreds of boats are anchored. He immediately spots their old, broken-down family-owned boat. His father and brothers are already on it, preparing various pieces of equipment. Oren. His father shouts. Hurry up and clean. If someone slips because you slacked off, I'll blame you. Yes, Oren mumbles. Father, the engine won't start. It's making weird noises. Laura, Oren's oldest brother, calls out, looking a bit worried. You should know by now. Just give it a damn kick and it works just fine. My buddy even replaced a few parts yesterday. This needs to fucking work. His father curses, making his way toward the engine while Oren lazily swipes the floor, cleaning blood and other grime from yesterday's trip off the boat's deck. 10 minutes later, Oren has cleared most of the dirt and sighs in relief, but suddenly hears a dull thumping sound. What's wrong? Is the engine really broken? Can we stay home? He quickly runs toward the engine, only to see his father violently kick it. To his shock, the engine actually starts, and his father laughs heartily. See, I told you. You'd better learn how to do it yourself next time. Many hours pass, and Oren is now carrying fishing equipment and various types of bait toward his 3 brothers, his shirt soaked with sweat under the blazing sun, which is slowly cooking his small body. Meanwhile, his father is sitting around, relaxing, wearing a pair of cheap-looking sunglasses. After delivering the gear, he walks over to their medium-sized supply barrel filled with fresh water. He pours himself a cup already warm from the heat and gulps it down instantly. Delicious. Suddenly, a loud explosion rings out, and his vision fades. The last thing he sees is the sky with the blazing sun as he's thrown into the water. Oren regains consciousness. His lungs are filled with seawater. He coughs violently, nearly throwing up from how much he swallowed. What happened? After a moment to recover, he desperately tries to swim toward the boat, but all he sees are scattered fragments of it. He grabs onto one of the larger pieces and pulls himself on top of it. Where is everyone? Laura, Numa, Darren, father. He screams. What now? I'm stuck. Are they dead? Around a day later, Oren is still lying on what's left of the fishing boat. Waves crash endlessly against it, drifting it into unknown waters. I'm so thirsty, please water. Please let it rain. Another 8 hours pass. Oren is hallucinating. The sun roasts his small body, leaving him unable to think clearly. I need water. Now. Unable to endure it any longer, Oren greedily drinks seawater only to instantly feel sick. He throws up, losing even more precious fluids. I feel lightheaded. Oren slowly slips into unconsciousness, his mind drifting far away. Will I die? At the brink of life and death, Oren feels his soul slowly leave his body. He sees the vague shape of a person in front of him, way larger than himself, an adult. Oren sees him vaguely opening his mouth, but hears nothing. The person looks disappointed, before slowly dissolving into some kind of energy, entering Oren's body, causing him to suddenly and violently get dragged back into his own body. His eyes snap open for just a second. His head pounds, and it feels like he's being shocked by powerful currents of electricity, but instead of energy, it's information flooding into his brain. Exhausted, he shuts his eyes again, trying to process what's happening. Name Jordan. No, I'm Oren. I'm 31 years old. No, I'm 6. Where am I? New York. No, I live in Horiko City. As his mind struggles to sort through this flood of memories, Oren suddenly feels something grab his legs. In front of him are a group of elderly people in white robes, wearing hoods and masks, their eyes, partially hidden, locked onto him with greedy hunger as if he's holding a fortune just waiting to be claimed. This one looks fine, washed up together with a broken boat. No damage, just a little worn out. Let's sell him to the elders. They've been asking for newcomers. This is a great find. One of them shouts with joy. I spotted him, and I'll take care of this deal. I'll share the reward, don't worry. Oren glances around and realizes the small chunk of boat he's on has drifted onto a beach littered with old shipwrecks and garbage. Strange-looking people watch him from a distance. Although confused about his situation, Oren suddenly feels a wave of confidence. New information now rests inside his mind, as if his consciousness has absorbed something more. They want me alive. Fine, I'll play their game. At least until I find a chance to escape. Water, please. Oren begs, his throat aching just from uttering the words. Fine, here you go, kid, the elderly man, claiming Oren, says, pulling out an old metallic bottle and slowly pouring the water into Oren's mouth. Oren drinks greedily until the bottle is empty. Despite the foul smell and muddy taste, it feels like heaven. His body, dry and exhausted, absorbs every drop of the impure water. Somehow, it's the most delicious thing he's ever tasted. Oren's whole body tingles in ecstasy, a feeling he has never felt before, all because of a little bit of muddy water. Where am I? Oren finally asks, desperate for information. You're home, little one. You belong to us now. And in return, this entire country belongs to you. Welcome to Meteor City, kid. Meteor City? I Hunter x Hunter. What is this? These memories. I know these things but only fragments. He starts following the scavengers, who carry huge backpacks stuffed with junk. Every step hurts without shoes, the trash beneath him cuts and stings his feet, small cuts opening up with every step, causing him to visibly struggle. One of the female scavengers watches him for a moment, then digs through her bag and tosses Oren a small pair of used shoes. Found these earlier. Looks like today's your lucky day. Take them, gift to you, child. Remember this, our bonds here are thinner than water, and yet thicker than blood. Thank you. Oren says, quickly putting on the shoes. They're a bit too large, but they almost fit, and it makes walking a lot easier. This place, I've heard of it. Outcasts, forgotten people surrounded by trash. How many of them exist? There should be 10 million. This is it. My new home. I feel nothing for my old life. Family? What's that supposed to mean to me? I'll forge my own destiny here. I've been given a gift and I'll use it. That's all I can promise. Goodbye, Jordan, let's do our best together as Oren. I remember something, we'll accept anything you leave here, but don't ever take anything away from us. That's one of the rules, right? What I need is strength. To survive and to become free. I need to learn then. As Oren becomes aware of his first goal, his body trembles. He doesn't fully understand the feeling, but deep inside, a desire begins to bloom, powerful, raw, and unrelenting. Kid, don't think we're doing you dirty, one of the scavengers says. We're taking you to an elder. He's a well-known swordsman. Specializes in katanas. He offered a reward for any young students between 4 and 8 years old. You look like a perfect match. If you obey him and train hard, you'll get food, and you'll learn how to fight. Sure, we're getting paid, but honestly, this isn't a bad deal for you. That sounds good. Is the elder strong? Oren asks, feigning childish curiosity. He's strong. And scary. Just listen to him, don't act up, or you'll be in real trouble. He's taking in a lot of students, but the dumb ones who refuse to obey him, let's just say they don't have peaceful endings. I wonder why he is looking for exactly 24 this time. Anyway, do your best. A strict elder looking for students, this is exactly what I need. If I obey, I'll not only get food, but... Oren gulps, licking his dry lips. Water and I'll learn swordsmanship. Katanas, just like Nobunaga. Wait, who is Nobunaga again? These memories, I need more time to sort them out. Climbing over mounds of trash, Oren finally spots a large, chaotic settlement in the distance. Trash piles, tents, shoddy houses, and worn-out buildings sprawl in every direction. Meteor City, thanks to its disorganized construction, seems endless, a nation of garbage with millions of people surviving despite, or maybe because of the trash around them. He passes by ramshackle homes built from debris, rusted metal, and rotting wood. Everyone around him wears long, dirty robes. Half of them are clearly scavengers, digging through heaps or dragging wagons of junk, while the rest look like workers or people offering various services or selling recycled things. They walk for more than an hour through the foul, disordered streets. Oren struggles to keep up, but endures in silence. Old Noga, you found a real treasure this time, huh? You'd better buy me a drink tonight. A woman suddenly says, approaching one of the elder scavengers. Her bony fingers wrap around his waist as she clutches his robes. Fuck off, you disgusting old hag. You make me sick and you're banned from the bar after what you did last time. Move it, or I'll tell the elder you're trying to steal his student. The scavenger who gave Oren the boot snarls. Filthy old bastard, I'll get you for this, she mutters, backing off and giving Oren one last greedy look before walking away. Eventually, they reach the center of town. The buildings here are larger and a bit cleaner, with much less trash around. This looks promising, indeed. Finally, they stop in front of a large mansion, with tall walls surrounding it, almost appearing like a prison. The elder scavenger knocks on the heavy wooden door. A man seemingly in his mid-60s opens it. He wears a crisp kimono and has a katana at his waist. Without saying a word to the scavengers, he locks eyes with Oren. Looks to be about 6 years old. Slightly underweight, but healthy. I see brightness in his eyes. Good. This one will do, he says, pulling out a few bills and tossing them to the scavengers. He then stares at Oren, ordering, follow me. Your training starts tomorrow. From now on, you are number 23. Do not disappoint me. 2. Number 23 the mysterious flower. 2. Number 23 the mysterious flower. Yes, master. Oren responds to his master's first order. I better play the part of the naive, obedient child. I have a feeling this man is special. Disappointing or even disobeying him could prove fatal. Good. You people's cram. Number 23, follow me inside. The elder says with a satisfied nod. Oren quickly follows him, not even glancing back at the scavengers who have outlived their usefulness, at least in his eyes. They walk into a large, traditional training hall. A group of children around his age look at him nervously. Oren can't help but notice a beautiful ornamental katana mounted on the wall. Its scabbard is white and glows in the sunlight reaching deep into the hall. Listen up, students. This is number 23, your fellow student. Training will begin soon. You, number 22, show number 23 the room where you sleep and explain the rules to him. Number 23, you may spend your time as you wish. I don't like repeating myself, so I'll teach nothing until the last student arrives, the elder declares before turning to leave. A boy of similar height steps forward, cautiously eyeing the elder. Just as the elder reaches the doorway, he stops and quickly turns around. Number 23, I'll collect you tonight for a special lesson. There's one more thing we must take care of before you can settle in. Yes, master, Oren replies. Hearing this, every student in the room lowers their gaze. Number 22 begins to shake, clutching his chest with his left hand. What's wrong with them? They all act weird. Nothing I can do for now. I'll just have to deal with it. Nice to meet you. Can you show me around and tell me more about this place? Oren asks the boy standing in front of him. Why yes, sure, follow me. I'll show you around the mansion, he says in a shaky voice. You can move around freely, but you're not allowed to leave. Meals are served at 6:30 a.m., 12 p.m., and 6 p.m. We are forced to sleep at 10 p.m. If you are not in your bed, master will punish you. A few elderly ladies take care of cooking and laundry. Our only task is to obey master. He proceeds to show Oren the sleeping quarters, dining room, bath, and a small outdoor area spacious enough for a wide range of physical activities. Oren's attention lingers on the large walls surrounding the entire property. How far along are you in your training? Oren asks, slightly worried about getting a late start. Master hasn't taught us anything. He just told us to stay quiet and not bother him until he's ready. We usually just talk among ourselves or play cards. A few kids managed to keep theirs. Number 22 responds. I like dancing, would you like to dank? What's this thing the master plans to do to me tonight? Oren asks, interrupting him, his concern growing, unwilling to engage in useless banter with this child. You'll feel pain. The master will mark you, number 22 says, pulling up his shirt to reveal the number 22 branded above his heart, along with a strange symbol below it. Oren doesn't recognize it at first, but something about it stirs a memory from the new thoughts in his head. Under the number, he spots a peculiar flower-like design, 22 distinct petals with 2 petal-shaped gaps. It resembles a chrysanthemum, but it's obviously incomplete. The master used slowly appearing ink. He said the last petals would show up in a few days. Are we not supposed to show this or talk about it? Sorry. Please keep it a secret, okay? Number 22 pleads, his face going pale. Of course, Oren replies with a smile, gently placing a hand on number 22's shoulder. I'm Oren. Let's be friends, okay? I'm Nero. Nice to meet you, but don't use my name. Master scolded someone for it, even beat him up for calling another student by their real name. Got it, Oren says, not wanting to stir any trouble. As Oren slowly settles into his new home, he lies down on his bed, an older sturdy bunk bed made for two. Though his feet still ache from the long walk, his thoughts remain restless. He reflects on the memories in his head, not fully intact, but he is aware of one thing, then. He seems to know a lot about it except how to awaken it. Unable to rest, his mind returns to the symbol on number 22's chest. Slowly appearing ink, that's clearly a lie. 22 students, yet master wants 24. 2 missing petals. I think I've fallen into a trap. I need to be careful not to show any suspicion. Maybe I should flee before I get pulled deeper into this. But if I offend an elder here in Meteor City, I won't be safe at all. I can't risk it. I'll deal with it. I think the answer to this riddle is Nen, but I don't know what master has planned. I'll have to take the risk and play along. Oren notices the other students trickling in, both boys and girls. Eventually, a female caretaker enters and turns off the lights in the room. Everyone quickly moves to their beds, preparing to sleep. Just as Oren closes his eyes, the door snaps open, startling a few children. Oren rises immediately and walks toward the door. His new master nods approvingly. Good. I appreciate obedient students. Follow me. They return to the now dark training hall, where only a single, oversized candle burns its flame blazing hot. It's at least 10 times larger than a normal candle. This thing, it must be using some kind of special oil or fuel. I will grant you your sign. You'll officially be my student. It'll hurt a little, but don't worry, this sign will protect you in the future. Now, remove your shirt. Understood, master, Oren replies, doing as told. Good, don't be afraid. I know how to handle a blade, the elder says as he lifts the ornamental katana from the wall, removing its white scabbard, revealing an almost completely dark blade. He places the pommel made of a strange, slightly different-looking black glowing metal into the flame. The shiny, black metal takes 5 full minutes until it glows red-hot. Without warning, the elder grabs Oren by the neck with his left hand. With his right, he swiftly pierces Oren's chest using the katana's tip, carefully etching a number into his skin. A sharp pain floods Oren's chest. Just as he begins to grit his teeth, the elder finishes the carving and flips the blade around, pressing the searing hot pommel directly onto Oren's chest right beneath the freshly carved number. So the same as 22. Damn, this hurts. Ugh. Oren can't stop himself from moaning in pain. Good, we're done. The last petal will appear in a few days. That part is special. I'll only say this once, but never speak to anyone about this. Do you understand? Yes. Oren groans, the pain still intense. Good. You may leave, the elder says, clearly satisfied. Oren quickly exits the hall and makes his way to the bathroom. Fortunately, the mansion, now apparently a training school, has working electricity. He turns on the light and walks to a small mirror. In the mirror, he sees the nearly identical chrysanthemum-shaped symbol. His wound is fresh, blood running down his chest. The only difference? His flower has 23 petals, missing just one. Above it, the number 23 is clearly marked. Just like with 22, the symbol and number are carved and burned into the left side of his chest, directly above his heart. Without hesitation, Oren hurries back to the sleeping quarters and shakes 22, who is sleeping under him, awake, forcefully dragging him toward the bathroom. 23. What are you doing? You're scaring me. He exclaims, terrified. In the bathroom, Oren lifts number 22's shirt and examines the mark on his chest. Though earlier it had shown only 22 petals, now it clearly matches his own 23 petals in total. I see. Nen has to be involved. It wasn't there earlier. I need more time to remember all those details. I know all about Nen, but I need time to analyze that knowledge. Sorry about that. I was just worried mine turned out weird. Please don't tell anyone. Yours looks cleaner, by the way, Oren says with a disarming smile. You're weird, Oren, right? Anyway, I'm going back to sleep, number 22 mutters, letting out a big yawn as he turns away. Oren follows shortly after, trying his best to fall asleep. The pain in his chest keeps him awake for nearly an hour before he finally dozes off. When he awakens the next day, the pain has dulled. Oren quickly gets dressed in the school's provided uniform, a simple but clean long-sleeve shirt, cotton pants, and a brand new pair of shoes. I actually like these clothes. The elder clearly doesn't lack money or resources. He joins number 22 and the other children in the living room for breakfast. Oren quickly clears his plate and even asks for seconds, which the elderly women serving the food silently oblige without question. After breakfast, the students split up. Some chat idly, while others sit down for a game of cards. I can't afford to laze around. If I'm right, things will get serious soon. I don't have much time. From that moment on, Oren devotes himself entirely to physical training, running laps in the yard using the outer wall as guidance, stretching, working through makeshift drills and training exercises he vaguely remembers, despite never having done them with this body. Even kids can train early on. I remember names. Killua, gone, they were already strong at my age. I have to give it my all, I am already slightly behind others. True to his resolve, Oren spends the next 12 days doing nothing but eating easily twice as much as the others and training as if his life depends on it. A few children attempt to befriend him, but his aloof responses and lack of enthusiasm drive most of them away. No time to play. Not with everything I'm slowly remembering. I need strength. I need to be ready. During his training sessions, Oren occasionally spots the elder pacing around, visibly irritated and worried. Can't find the last student, huh? Fine by me. I need all the time I can get. It's not even been 2 weeks, and I already feel stronger. I've put on a few kilos. I can run for 20 minutes without breaking down. This is working. The only problem, all my NEN tests failed. I know it's real but I can't awaken it through meditation or anything else. I guess I'll need proper instruction after all. 5 more days pass. Oren continues his routine in the yard, now lifting an old broom with plastic bottles filled with water tied to both ends his improvised barbell. As he trains, 22 suddenly dashes toward him, eyes wide with excitement. We've got a new student. Master brought someone in last night. I also heard a girl screaming. Anyway, he said we're all to meet in the training hall in 30 minutes. Our training starts now. Oren immediately halts his exercise and wipes the sweat from his brow. I need to be in good shape. Thanks for the heads up, he says, then lies down in a shaded area of the yard. Noticing that he is alone, he lifts his shirt and notices his mark displaying 24 petals, now obviously complete. He closes his eyes and focuses on calming his breath, slowly inhaling and exhaling. How did this mark change? I am still struggling with sorting that new information, but if it's a NEN ability, I should not be able to see it yet. Maybe it's a conjuration ability? That would explain the need for physical interaction and the visible mark. This is good. Conjuration is pretty far away from manipulation, so even if I'm being manipulated, there should be strict conditions attached to this ability. I think for now, I am in the clear. I've got time to figure this out. 20 minutes later, he's rested enough and makes his way to the training hall. There, he spots a small black-haired girl clutching her chest and sobbing softly in pain. Moments later, the elder enters, his eyes scanning the room. Finally, 24 students, he announces. Now, I suppose it's time to introduce myself. I am Elder Lider, your new master. I am searching for my successor. One of you will inherit not only my school, my property, and in time, my position, but you will also receive this. He slowly reaches for the katana mounted on the wall and presents it before them. He slowly removes the white scabbard, revealing its blade. Oren's eyes lock onto the blade, his expression turning greedy as he appreciates the weapon's beauty and presence. It appears to have been crafted using traditional methods, yet its design is more aggressive, sharper, rougher than any katana he's ever seen. It has sharp edges and looks very frightening and durable. Its blade is dark, almost completely black. I want this sword. 3. The start of the training, a prison called opportunity. 3. The start of the training, a prison called opportunity. Oren continues to stare at the magical-looking katana with interest. This sword, I can feel it's special somehow. He used the blade and pommel to create our marks. This feels like more than just a symbolic gesture. Elder Lider continues his speech. However, all of those precious rewards won't come for free. I'm not interested in weaklings. I want someone capable of representing my school and carrying on my legacy. Your training will last 6 years. Every 3 months, I will excuse one of you. But rest assured, even if I dismiss you from the training, I still have use for obedient assistants. I own several more training halls, and I expect each of you to serve for at least 10 years as repayment for your training. This is all you need to know. Listen to my commands, train, and I promise your future will be bright. Even if you only end up as an assistant, my successor will need capable subordinates to manage the other halls and pass on my style. Now, are there any questions? Speak now. I don't want to hear a word once training begins. The only thing I expect to hear from you is, yes, master. One student, a boy slightly older than Oren, raises his hand. Yes, number 6, what is it? Lider asks. I need to remember the numbers. I don't plan on interacting with my rivals, but if I want to win this game, I have to be aware of all the key players. How will you judge us? Will there be tests? Or will it be based on your impression? Number 6 asks. You don't need to know how I'll decide. What a foolish question. But I'll indulge you this once. You'll be judged on 4 aspects. First, your overall physical capabilities. Then your mental capabilities. On top of that, your ability to learn and master the sword techniques I'll teach you. Fall behind there, and even the strongest body won't be enough to inherit my school. But the most important aspect is your aura. You're not worthy of learning about it yet, but I'll teach you in the coming weeks and months. You're afraid of losing your chance, aren't you? Then train your body, your mind, the sword techniques I give you, and most of all, train your aura. Any more questions? Why do you call us numbers? Number 19, a tiny boy, blurts out. Because you're not worthy of having your names recognized. Once I decide on my successor, I'll ask them for their name. In fact, I might name this precious blade, forged just recently, after the one I'll choose, depending on your progress. Your name will carry the legacy of this school and the name of the blade you inherit. Trust me, this blade is a masterpiece. It was forged by a famous master, made from an ore so rare it's nearly impossible to find. It cost billions of jenny. You probably can't even count that high. Is that all? A few students raise their hands, but Lider ignores them. Good. Now I'll tell you about your training. Every morning at 7 a.m., we begin with physical training. I'll demonstrate the exercises once, then your caretakers will monitor you. I will check in regularly on your progress, so if you want to slack off, be my guest. I will find out about it, you can be sure about that. So breakfast is at 6:30, and physical training at 7. Sounds easy enough, but I guess for 6-year-olds like us, it's going to be tough. At 9 a.m., you'll attend 3 hours of regular schooling. I can't have a stupid successor who doesn't even have a basic education. I also expect you to study on your own. Every 3 months, you'll take a test and those results will help me make my decision. Then at 12:30, your training with me begins. I'll be teaching you lucky brats the secrets of my personal style. Expect a few hours of strict training under my direct guidance. I also expect you to train alone, however. I'm not here to hold your hand. I don't need useless idiots too dumb to realize they're training for their own good. After dinner, at 6:30 p.m., you will meditate for at least 2 hours. I'll explain more about that as we go. This will repeat every single day. However, I will grant you 1 free day each week. On Sundays, you can do as you wish. Since today is Sunday, your training begins tomorrow. Anyone who can't stick to this simple schedule will be eliminated first. You're excused now. Yes, master. Everyone yells in unison except for number 24, who is still sobbing a little, clearly in pain. This is surprisingly well structured. Daily physical training, schoolwork, sword practice, and then meditation. I bet that last part will eventually involve none. Honestly, it's almost too normal. Where is the catch? This is like winning the lottery. Oren decides not to train today. Instead, he heads to bed early. The next morning, nothing changes. As usual, he gets up at 6 a.m., quickly showers, gets dressed, eats breakfast at 6:30, and arrives at the yard just before the clock strikes 7. Right on time, Elder Leiter appears in the yard with 2 identical, overweight middle-aged men, both wearing black beanies. Leiter shouts, "Roll call. Start at number 1. One by one, the students shout their numbers, until finally, Oren yells, 23. But the numbers stop there. Number 24 hasn't shown up, clearly not used to this lifestyle. So, number 24 is absent. She will receive her punishment. We'll start. No, Leiter begins, but stops as 24 runs into the group. Sorry. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. She cries, her face pale, her voice trembling with panic. This is the first and last time I'll show mercy. I won't punish you since you're the newest student. But listen closely, these 2 are my servants, Buno and Banu. Yes, as you've obviously noticed, they're twins. Consider their orders the same as mine. They will be in charge of your fitness, and you'd better behave. These fat men are supposed to judge our fitness. I have to stay calm, even if they look silly. I can't afford to slip up. This isn't a joke. These 2 have real power over us. A few students snicker. The 2 middle-aged men laugh along with them, grinning as they pull off their beanies to reveal heads covered in scars. Without warning, they rush toward the snickering students and sweep their legs out from under them, sending 5 of them including number 22 crashing into the dirt. It's not your place to discipline my students, Buno, Banu. When I'm gone, do whatever you like, but don't ever disrespect me in front of them again, Leiter says coldly. As for those lying on the ground, Devi already disappointed me. I hope you learn to improve your foolish minds. Now, to begin, 10 laps around my mansion. If you stray from the outer wall, the lap doesn't count. Don't think you can deceive me. Anyone who takes longer than 30 minutes fails. Now move. He roars. Oren immediately sprints toward the tall wall and starts running his laps. Thanks to the running he's already done since arriving, he knows his limits and 10 laps are well within them. I'm glad I got some training in. As he runs, Oren notices 3 students keeping pace with him. To his surprise, one of them is number 24. The other 2 are unfamiliar. I guess I should at least try to be social. These are the capable ones. I need to keep an eye on them, or maybe eliminate them, if I want to make it through this. I'm number 23. You're already pretty well known, number 24. What about you 2? Oren asks as they run. One is a slightly older blonde boy, maybe 7 or 8, clearly the type bold enough to question his new master. The other is a tall girl, nearly a head taller than Oren. She's obviously one of the oldest in the group, at least 8 years old. I'm number 4, the boy says. 6, the girl replies curtly. 4, 6, and 24. I've got you in my sights. 4 and 6 are dangerous because they're older. I'll have to make up the difference with training and hopefully with Nen. You're not asking my real name? Number 24 asks, looking confused. Our real names are keepsakes, reminders of the past. They don't matter anymore, Oren says. Number 4 and number 6 nod silently in agreement, shocking number 24. Looks like 4 and 6 are used to this treatment. They are probably from Meteor City too. But 24. She seems almost too innocent. The group finishes their laps quickly, earning nods of approval from Leiter and the twins. Oren notices that one of the twins is jotting down their numbers and times. They are indeed paying attention. I need to suck it up and treat them with respect. I can't afford to make enemies. They also look fairly strong and competent, despite their weight. Some students fail the run, but Leiter doesn't even acknowledge them. He simply tells Buno and Buna not to go easy on them. What follows is similar to Oren's solo training. Leiter demonstrates a special stance, one that emphasizes stability. The children are ordered to mimic it and hold the position for 30 minutes. Everyone, including Oren, visibly struggles. There is not a single student who is not sweating and desperately struggling to continue. Many give up and are forced to run even more laps as punishment. Oren grits his teeth and holds the stance until the end, succeeding along with about half the group. He notices that number 4, number 6, and number 24 all manage to hold out as well. The final hour is filled with sit-ups, sprints, crawling, planks, and other physical exercises, some involving light weights. They are ordered to take them from a small shed nearby. This is hard, but 2 hours of this. Honestly, it's perfect. I want to grow strong. This is the bare minimum. By the end, nearly every student collapses to the ground. Leiter stares at them with contempt, but his gaze lingers on Oren, number 4, and number 6, each of whom still looks ready for more. Surprisingly, number 24 is unable to stay on her feet as well, despite her earlier performance. The day continues with schoolwork. Oren enters a classroom along with the other 23 students. An elderly lady with gray hair tied into 2 tight buns walks in. Oren, wanting to keep a low profile, takes the seat farthest from the door, all the way in the back. He quickly notices that each desk has a small drawer, just enough room for a few supplies. I am Mrs. Mu. You will follow my lessons. If you disrupt my class, I will send you outside, and that will make passing your tests nearly impossible. I will not repeat this. You'll get exactly 18 hours of schooling per week. That's enough to teach even the dumbest kid more than most children around these parts will ever learn in their entire lives. Some children would kill for the opportunity to be taught by me. You better be grateful. To Oren's surprise, she begins with simple reading and writing exercises, gently guiding the class so even those with little prior education can keep up. Oren struggles. Despite the massive amount of knowledge in his head, this particular writing system is unfamiliar to him. However, by the end of the lesson, he smiles, pleased with his progress. Mrs. Mu hands out a few worn textbooks and says, "You will stay in your assigned seats for as long as I will teach you. If there are too many seats, I'll remove a few, but that is not relevant for now. You're allowed to store your books in the desk drawers." Oren takes the book gratefully, finally having a way to keep studying and catch up. He notices that number 4 and number 6 also seem to be struggling, which gives him hope. Only number 24 looks bored, flipping through the pages absent-mindedly. Who would have thought I'd get to go to school again? I need to beat them, not just in the dojo or the yard, but here too. Honestly, I'm loving this life. A prison? Maybe. But it sure beats fishing and doing hard labor with no future. This is paradise. I'll shape my own destiny here. 4. Sword and breathing techniques. Oren and the other students quickly devour their lunch of rice, fish, and vegetables, accompanied by a soup Oren can't quite identify. Satisfied with the simple but decent and, more importantly, healthy meal, Oren finishes quickly and heads for seconds. The lunch lady, now used to his appetite, silently refills his bowl without a word. At 12:30, everyone gathers in the training hall. Elder Leiter stands at the center, with 24 Buken wooden training swords already laid out. Grab one. He barks. The students move fast, each grabbing a wooden sword. Your job is to observe my movements and copy them. Every day, we'll repeat these motions, and I'll gradually add more. This is as simple as it gets. I won't waste time teaching fools who can't even handle the basics. I'll correct you only if I consider you worthy. If you're hopeless, you'll need to prove your will to me. Watch me. Watch each other. Practice even if your hands and feet start to bleed. I like this guy, straight and to the point. No nonsense philosophy. Just the fundamentals, right from the start. I feel motivated already. I didn't think it would be possible, but could this elder actually be a very competent master? Leiter begins his instruction by demonstrating several techniques. He starts with a single stance, featuring a neutral middle guard. This is a neutral stance with a middle guard. I'll teach more advanced ones later, he says. He then shows a series of basic cuts, blocks, and footwork. Finally, he strings them together into a smooth sequence of movements. Oren smiles as he mimics them, repeating them a few times until they sink into muscle memory. This is child's play. Who can't do something this easy? Oren and the others follow along carefully. To his surprise, Leiter walks over and comments on his form. Tighten your stance. And loosen your grip a little. Yuri holding it too tightly. Yes, master. Oren replies immediately. I thought I was doing okay. I need to try harder. No getting smug, or I'll pay the price for my arrogance. Just knowing things doesn't give me talent. I have to make smart choices. Even without special gifts, if I always choose wisely, I can still win this contest and become his successor. He notices Leiter doesn't correct some of the other 7 when their movements are clearly wrong. I see, he doesn't even waste time on the hopeless ones. That's cold but effective. If he corrects you, you're at least worth his time. But those doing it all wrong, if they don't fix themselves, they'll build a broken foundation. And that'll cripple them later down their line. They're as good as eliminated already, if they don't learn quickly. 2 hours pass before Leiter announces, 5-minute rest. And if you aren't complete morons, you should realize I've already taught you enough for a basic spar. This is not a fight. You'll spar to master the correct movements. If you strike your opponent, I'll strike you, and believe me, it won't be worth it. Oren sees number 4 and number 6 already pairing up with each other, seemingly having developed some form of camaraderie. Shit. I don't want to deal with someone dragging me down. He looks around quickly for the next best option. No. 24. He approaches her decisively. Better her than someone useless. At least she can follow the movements properly. Want to team up? 24. He asks casually. She nods, apparently understanding the need for a competent partner. Okay. As they begin sparring, Oren notices her movements delicate, precise, and strangely graceful. But instead of admiring them, he grits his teeth. I can't underestimate her. I have to win this competition. They continue training in pairs until Lighter finally calls it off at 4 p.m. We'll meet again in the meditation chamber in the back of the school at 6:30 p.m. Don't be late, I'll lock the door. Still unsatisfied, Oren heads back to the classroom, grabs his book from the desk, and walks into the yard. He picks up a few of the lighter weights from the shed and rotates between exercises and reading his language textbook. Dinner comes quickly, and he devours it as usual, then gets seconds. At 6:30 p.m., Oren and the others enter the so-called meditation chamber. The room is nearly empty, lit only by a few dim candles scattered around. Lighter steps inside and locks the door behind them. What is said in this room stays here. If anyone leaks it, it may be the last thing you will ever say. The room falls dead silent. Some of the kids look genuinely frightened. Of course. Smart move. He can't risk anyone leaking Nene or even the preparatory training that leads to it. Even his sword technique is worthy of being stolen. This is it. My chance. This is the most important part. I can't mess up. I'll demonstrate a simple breathing exercise today. It will serve as your foundation, Lighter says. You'll observe in silence. Listen to my breathing. I'll exaggerate it at first to guide you. If you can't learn it with that help, you are hopeless. Sit around me in a circle and match my rhythm. If you disrupt anyone or annoy me. He doesn't even finish the sentence. The students quietly sit around him. Oren chooses a spot next to number 24 and another girl, assuming they'll at least stay quiet. And they don't smell like some of the street rats who are too dumb or lazy to wash properly. Oren closes his eyes and listens carefully. He counts the time between each breath, one inhale every 20 seconds. He tries to match the rhythm, focusing deeply as he breathes in and out. Oren gets pulled back out of his trance-like state as Lighter's face suddenly darkens, his voice turning angry. That's enough for today. Only 5 of you managed to fall into the correct rhythm. You'd better not sleep tonight. Practice until you get it right. If you can't even master breathing, you're worthless to me. Train like your life depends on it, because it does. Satisfied with today's result, Oren leaves the meditation chamber and sits down in a quiet corner of the yard, practicing the breathing exercise for a while longer. The air is crisp, and the gentle stillness helps him find his rhythm again. He stays there until just before 10 p.m. the unofficial curfew time before heading to their shared bedroom. As he lies down, Oren can't help but smile. This is the best. This is the perfect environment to learn. I don't know why, but I'm so incredibly excited. I don't know what games Elder Lighter has planned, but I'll take him for all he's got and become stronger. I will not fall for his schemes, and once he is no longer useful to me. The following days continue in nearly the same rhythm. Oren continues to exercise every morning, and Lighter steadily increases the difficulty day by day. Some students are already dreading each new sunrise, dragging their feet or groaning before they even start. He keeps studying in class, focusing on math, writing, reading, and several other subjects like basic biology and history. But Lighter's influence shows. The students are also taught specialized topics: proper dieting, how to take care of their bodies in different conditions, and even some first aid basics. Mrs. Mu doesn't follow any standard schedule. Instead, she drifts between subjects depending on her mood, sometimes switching mid-lesson. Lighter dutifully teaches new moves, stances, and techniques to the students, slowly expanding the combinations and forms they have to learn. He always makes sure to point out any mistakes from students he deems worthy of correction, ignoring the ones he considers hopeless. Oren continues sparring with 24, growing to appreciate her effort and precision. She is slower and weaker than me, but her technique is great and already feels mature. In fact, I don't think I am any better. Since we're not practicing real battles, but merely learning the movements, she is the best partner I could have asked for. During the evening meditations, Lighter steadily increases the complexity of the exercises. The once simple long breath now shifts into a carefully timed rhythm, exactly 7 minor breaths in staggered intervals, mixed with longer phases of deep breathing and short periods of breath holding. Oren notices that some students are hopelessly lost. They can't even grasp the foundation of what their master is trying to teach them. They fidget, miscount, or fall out of sync. A month passes, and Oren feels deeply satisfied with this new rhythm. He's getting stronger, smarter, and more skilled. And finally, he's beginning to develop a basic understanding of the breathing technique. One night, as the students sit in the large, dark meditation chamber, breathing in silence, Lighter claps his hands loudly, disrupting the flow. I'll have to provide more guidance. I didn't think you would be this incompetent. I have to teach you incompetent students one by one. At this rate, most of you won't even be able to learn what I want to teach you. 4, 6, 23, and 24. You 4, follow me. You are ready for the next step. I won't hold back anyone who is ready, just because the unskilled masses can't keep up. Starting tomorrow, I'll punish you for your mistakes. Tonight, do your best, as I'll be busy teaching those who are at least a little bit capable. Oren notices the other students staring at him and the 3 others who were praised by Elder Leiter. Some look at them with admiration, others glare with jealousy and hatred, but most have only a single emotion written on their faces, fear, as if they've already been left behind. In a quiet corner of the meditation hall, Leiter lowers his voice and begins. Why are we focusing on breathing? Even you must realize that it isn't directly useful for combat. First, these exercises train your mind and awareness. Use them when you need to think about important things, when focus becomes the difference between survival and failure. In battle, a single stupid decision can cost you your lives. However, the true reason behind them is what I'll demonstrate to you now. Suddenly, Oren feels an incredible presence erupt from Leiter. His skin tingles and his muscles instinctively tense up. He has activated Ren. That must be it. That pressure, it's completely different from anything I have felt before. Despite him acting friendly, my body is shivering. There is a secret more important than physical or mental ability. Even more important than my prized swordsmanship, Leiter continues. It's called Nen. In short, Nen allows you to control your life aura. Every human has aura, but very few can control it. I will explain it all to you in detail later. However, to learn this ability, it is important to open your aura nodes. This may take a few weeks, months, or even years. It depends entirely on your ability and talent. I'd say you 4 are very talented and could probably do it in a month. However, I expect you to do it within 2 weeks. How? He just said we might need a month. This is unreasonable. Unreasonable, huh? Leiter narrows his eyes, clearly amused by his students' expressions. You see, you have a certain advantage over others. The marks on your chests. I want you to really focus while performing the breathing technique we just practiced. While doing it, focus on your chest and imagine endless pores all over your body. Not hundreds, not thousands. Imagine an infinite amount. At the moment, they are all closed, blocking most of your aura. He pauses to let the information sink in. Then slowly try to force your inner strength outward. Imagine opening these pores like allowing water to escape from tiny holes. Imagine pressure pushing against your nodes, forcefully pushing your aura outside. Keep up your breathing technique, and focus on the left side of your chest. You should be able to learn it a little easier that way. If you manage to do it in under 2 weeks, I'll reward you. I see. This is good but bad at the same time. It means there is already Nen inside us, maybe only a small amount, but still. Maybe it's part of a conjuration technique. It could still be dangerous, however, as there is surely some amount of manipulation involved. Still, it can't be helped. I need to focus on getting stronger. As far as I know, Nen is always fair and equal. This shouldn't be deadly to me. There must be some rules or conditions tied to this mark. Don't stare at me. Begin. Leiter hisses, his voice sharp and cold. 5. Opening aura nodes and unleashing aura. Oren focuses on his breathing. He continues to imagine his pores, also called aura nodes, opening, keeping his attention fixed on his chest, trying to locate that first opening. He perks up as he hears Leiter speak. 24. You opened your first pores. The rest of you, listen. When you open your pores, do not panic even if aura leaks outside your body. With the same breathing technique, you can close your pores again. There is no reason to panic. Eventually, your body will get used to the process, and you'll be able to open and close them instinctively, like breathing. Once you get used to that feeling, your body will never forget it. For now, take small steps. If you mess up this training, it can cripple or kill you. Never strain yourself or risk losing control. 24. I need to try harder. It takes Oren almost an hour, but then he suddenly feels a warm sensation in his chest. Sweat drips down his face, and something foreign begins to flow out of him. As he sits there, stunned by the feeling, he hears Leiter's voice. That is enough for today, you can just con. He cuts himself off mid-sentence, his eyes narrowing. Looks like you also took the first step. 23. I can feel a tiny amount of aura. Close your pores again. Today's training is done. Oren nods silently, concentrating as he seals his aura nodes near his chest. Tired but satisfied, he rises. Number 4 and number 6 look slightly defeated, their eyes fixed on Oren and 24. Leiter shakes his head at the two of them. Stupid. This is not a race. I'm making my decision over 6 years. What I want to see is consistency and steady progress. We haven't even started the real training yet. Now go to sleep and don't continue your exercises. I won't be able to help you if you make a mistake. Oren walks back to his room, his steps light but filled with energy and enthusiasm. Once there, he sits on his bed and resumes meditating. 23. Can you help me? A voice calls from below. Ignoring it, Oren continues to focus, pushing to open more aura nodes. The progress is slow, almost painfully so, but it's progress, visible progress. Hours pass. Eventually, the aura nodes of the entire left side of his chest and even parts of his shoulder are open. When he opens his eyes again, he sees that the room is dark and everyone else is already asleep. He's completely lost track of time. This is so addicting, but I need to pace myself. I can't risk losing sleep and falling behind in other areas. Exhausted, but content, Oren closes his eyes and quickly falls asleep, still smiling. To Oren, it feels like he's only just drifted off when the door of their room creaks open and the staff wake them up. Still yawning, he gets ready quickly, unwilling to miss breakfast. As he sits down at the table, number 22 approaches and sits across from him, eyes narrowed in mild irritation. 23. You didn't respond to me yesterday. I need help. He says seriously, looking genuinely frustrated. Sure, how can I help you? Oren asks, his expression calm, almost concerned. This damn liability. I need to stay friendly with the others though, at least for now. It would hurt me to become a target. I need to avoid drawing too much attention to myself. I get most of the training. I think I'm one of the most talented students. I think you, master, and the others agree, he says with a smug smile. In your dreams. What a total fool. Why lie to yourself like that? Oren cuts in, right, but you're struggling with the breathing technique, yeah. Number 22 nods, suddenly looking embarrassed. No problem. I've got this secret. The only reason I managed to succeed this fast is because I used a special method. You know when Master demonstrated his technique? It was way too fast for me. So I wrote down each step and practiced the full process at half speed. Eventually, I improved enough to match the proper speed. You should try it. He suppresses a grin. Really, half speed? Number 22 exclaims. Sure, don't spread it around. Are you stupid? I told you in confidence, Oren hisses. I don't want the others to know I'm making this up. Sorry. Of course our secret. Thanks, 23. I owe you one. When I win and become the master's successor, I'll make you my second in command, number 22 says, clearly pleased with himself. This guy, what was his name again? Nero? His personality has completely flipped. Just a month ago he was meek and insecure. What madness filled his head? As far as I can tell, he's average at best. Maybe he's drunk on the small amount of power he has. Someone who's always been belittled, now trying to feel superior the moment he sees others struggle. What a foolish kid. Oren returns to his schedule, pushing himself to the limit, training, studying, and focusing on opening his remaining aura nodes whenever he finds a free moment. Even during easy class segments, during breaks, and sometimes deep into the night, Oren is always focusing on this one task. From time to time, he glances at number 24, seeing her do the same thing. It takes exactly 12 days of hard work and meditation for Oren to reach his goal. Finally, his aura nodes are open throughout his entire body. When he opens the nodes in his eyes, something changes. If he keeps them open, he can faintly see the aura around people. When he looks at Lighter, he sees a steady, dense aura surrounding him, an aura that doesn't flicker or fade, a constant presence. But as he focuses on his own chest, intending to observe the strange mark, he sees nothing. Strange, why can't I see any aura from my chest? Was I wrong? Maybe I need to use Gyo. But that ability isn't easy to master. I need to be patient. This contest will go on for years, I have time. During another meditation class led by Lighter, their master eyes both Oren and 24 with a faint smile. Both of them sit still, their aura now visibly gushing out from their bodies fully opened. You both finished on the same day. Impressive, Lighter says. Number 4 and number 6, I see you're finally making progress as well. He turns his attention back to Oren and 24. You two, go into that corner and continue to train. Try to control your aura. Open your nodes, but don't let your aura leak away. Try to make it surround your body. I'll join you in a little while. Some of the others have finally grasped the basics of the breathing technique. They'll now begin the process you've just completed. Oren and number 24 silently move to an empty corner of the dim meditation room and sit down. They focus on their aura, doing their best to keep it contained. I already know this is called 10. I need to practice it as much as I can. 30 minutes pass before Lighter joins them. He sits in front of them and observes quietly. A thin, but stable, layer of aura surrounds both of them. You've both learned it, as expected. 24, you're a prodigy, probably the most skilled Nen student I've ever taught. 23, you're just a step behind her, but your insight surprises me. Your physical strength and combat potential are far greater than hers, and your sword technique is nearly on par. You're both geniuses. Whether one of you, or maybe number 4 or 6, becomes my successor, you will have a bright future if you continue to study hard. Thank you, Master, they both respond. The technique you've just learned is called 10. It means to envelop or shroud. You open your aura nodes but keep your aura from escaping, forming a thin layer around your body. It's purely defensive. It protects you from weak Nen-based attacks and even provides basic protection against physical blows. More than that, it slows aging and prevents your body from leaking energy over time. That constant loss, no matter how small, adds up. Your goal now is to maintain 10 for as long as possible. Eventually, you should be able to use it in your sleep. That takes dedication and practice, but it should be your aim. If you reach that point, you have mastered 10. I feel you are ready for the next step, as your 10 seems good enough for now. Don't slack off, though. It should be Zetsu. I like this speed. I didn't think it would be this easy. The mark definitely accelerated things, but still. I want you to also begin studying another technique, Zetsu. It means to suppress or nullify your aura. This might sound obvious, but to use it, you have to fully close all your aura nodes. Every human leaks a bit of aura, even when not consciously using nen. Your nodes are always at least a tiny bit open, and that's why a constant trickle of aura escapes your body. He pauses for emphasis. This is also why ten slows aging, because it stops that leak. Now, with Zetsu, your goal is to close every node completely. This is harder than you might think. Some rare geniuses master it naturally without knowing anything about Nenophan hunters or people who need to hide their presence, like thieves or assassins. I'd call these people true geniuses, at least in a way they are. You too aren't among them, but you're talented enough to learn it within a few days, enough for me to acknowledge a basic mastery of Zetsu, at least. To completely get rid of your aura, you need to train for many years. However, you need to be aware that shutting off your aura means you won't be able to see others' aura anymore. By now, your eyes should be open, you can perceive aura clearly. If you close those nodes, that ability vanishes. But Zetsu has other benefits. It allows your body to recover energy faster, and it makes you harder to detect. Your presence fades. You'll feel lighter, quieter, almost invisible. Also, to make up for your inability to see aura, you are more receptive in feeling it. If you really concentrate with Zetsu, you can feel if someone with a strong aura approaches. Lighter's tone grows more serious. But never fight while using Zetsu. Without any aura to protect you, your body becomes completely exposed. Against nen attacks, it's suicide. Even against regular blows, you'll be weaker than a normal person. You'll have no defense at all. Yes, Master, both Oren and number 24 reply. Good. You may leave. And as for your reward. Lighter reaches into his robe and pulls out 2 small keys. Private rooms, on the upper floor of the school. You may use them however you like. Perfect. That's what I wanted. I can train in peace. Thank you, Master, Oren says with a grin. 24 simply nods, her expression unreadable, uncertain whether to view the reward with excitement or caution. Smiling, Oren gathers his belongings, his few books and class materials, and his change of clothes. He climbs the stairs and starts checking doors until he finds his room at the very back of the floor. Carrying everything inside, he sets them down and looks around. The room is old and dusty, clearly unused for a long time. Oren grabs a broom and begins to clean. It doesn't take long to get it into decent shape. The room contains a table, a wooden stool, and a bed large enough for an adult and a few other pieces of furniture, more than enough to store his meager possessions. It's not luxurious in any way, but it's more than enough for his needs. Oren, satisfied with his new room, sits on the bed and begins to practice ten, keeping his aura tight around him while thinking about everything. I wonder why there are so many empty rooms in this large school. Aside from us 24 students, there is no one else around. Why are all of Master's other students at his other training halls? Couldn't a few of his senior students help us with our training? He uses outsiders like Buno and Bunuwai. Well, Master does leave the school occasionally, but he teaches us quite often. These other training halls, I am interested in them. Well, I need to get stronger. Once I master Zetsu, I can try sneaking out to gather information, especially now that I have some privacy. Eventually, Oren stands up, locks the door to his room, and lies down in bed satisfied with his progress. Before sleeping, he begins his Zetsu practice anew. I can't stop, this is so addicting. I also remember using Zetsu keeps all the aura inside my body. It will reduce my need for sleep. That gives me more time for training. I need power, I want power. I will earn that sword. Oren continues to train until deep in the night, his smile growing larger and larger, almost taking on a hint of madness. 6. Progress and goodbyes. Oren wakes up, his body aching to move. Despite having only slept for a few hours, he feels well rested, thanks to the use of Zetsu, which, surprisingly, is almost as effective as sleep in relieving his fatigue. When he joins his fellow students at breakfast, he immediately notices the stares. Everyone is eyeing him and number 24 clearly aware of their special treatment, some jealous. I might as well join 24. Becoming a complete outsider might not be smart. Good morning. How's your progress? Oren asks as he takes a seat beside her. Not bad, I ended up practicing almost the entire night. Despite that, I don't feel tired. I think Zetsu is more useful than I initially thought, 24 replies, visibly pleased. So she's also a nen addict like me, I understand her very well. Why would anyone slack off when something this magical is within reach? You'd have to be insane. It's like turning your back on a once-in-a-lifetime gift. Oren continues his training with the same discipline. His physical condition keeps improving rapidly. His sparring matches with 24 grow more intense and complex, both winning and losing an equal number of spars. Meanwhile, both his ten and Zetsu steadily advance. It takes nearly 2 months before Oren starts feeling dissatisfied with his progress. He notices that number 4 and number 6 have also managed to learn ten and Zetsu. Master isn't teaching us anymore. Is he waiting for the others to catch up? Should I try learning Ren on my own? But it took Zushi a long time to learn Ren even with help. Maybe it's too early for 6-year-olds to learn about it. I shouldn't be dissatisfied. I still have plenty to work on. Sword techniques, physical training, schoolwork theory all important. But nen is everything. I need to be patient. Exactly 3 months after their training began, their master surprises everyone by entering the dining hall during breakfast. He walks up behind a small, sickly-looking girl. No. 20. Number 20, he says, you have failed to even grasp the basics of meditation. Your body is still not capable of running 10 laps properly. You will be excused tonight after meditation. However, since I'm satisfied with your attitude, I plan to assign you as administrative staff for my work as an elder. You'll transfer to another school, where you may continue studying the sword if you wish, but your primary focus will be work. To Oren's surprise, number 20 smiles. Thank you. I dislike fighting, training, and swords. If I can learn a normal job, I'll be satisfied. Good, Leiter replies. I don't want weak workers either, so make sure you don't slack off completely. You can rest until tonight. I'll teach you one final meditation technique as a parting gift. It's focused on general mental development. It should prove useful. Then, turning to the rest of the students, he announces, say your goodbyes to number 20 before tonight's meditation. The day goes by quickly. Oren continues Leiter's daily training regimen, sparring with number 24 and practicing ten and zetsu with precision and focus. He now sits alongside 24, 4, and 6 during sessions. A few of the others are beginning to open their aura nodes, but none have yet succeeded in unlocking all of them. Despite being unable to progress himself, the gap between the 4 top students and the rest is slowly becoming more obvious to Oren. To Oren's surprise, Leiter approaches their group with a slight grin rarely seen on his normally stern face. You've all been very patient these past months. I expected you brats to complain, especially since I stopped teaching you new techniques, but instead, you've used your time well. I can read your auras. I see genuine progress and I am satisfied with your progress. To keep you motivated, I'll say this, in a few more months, I will teach the next step to whoever I deem ready. But slack off with your ten and zetsu, and you'll have to wait even longer. If any of you try experimenting on your own, I'll stop teaching you altogether. Don't disobey me. I know best how to guide your training. Yes, master, they respond in unison. Not bad. I can wait a few more months. It's not like I'm wasting time. My ten and zetsu are improving steadily. Building a solid foundation isn't a waste, it's necessary. I need to spend at least 8 hours a day training with 10, pushing myself until I can't keep it up anymore. Then use zetsu to recover my aura. The rest 16 hours are for sleep, training, study, and short breaks. I can't maintain 10 and zetsu constantly yet. Eventually, it overwhelms my body and mind. But I'll get there. I'll reach the point where I can keep it up the entire day. Even if it takes years, I'll do it. Finally, Leiter walks back to the center of the room. That's all for now. Head off to bed. I'll see number 20 off. Most of you will end up like her anyway. I need useful workers. Your futures look very bright, he says with a smile. Somehow, that smile scares me. Well, I should mind my own business. As Oren and the others leave the meditation room, Elder Leiter walks into one of the back rooms of the mansion with number 20. I'm interested, but I won't spy on them. That would be suicidal. I need more tools if I want to learn Master's secrets. Still, I'm curious about that technique he mentioned. Oren returns to his private room and trains late into the night, finally collapsing into bed and falling into deep sleep. The next morning, before heading to breakfast, Oren steps into the bathroom and lifts his shirt to look at the mark on the left side of his chest. Looks the same. I expected something to change. Maybe I'm just being too suspicious. Time slowly passes. Oren continues to train hard, pushing himself daily, while Master Leiter remains the same, watchful and consistent, but withholds any further progression in their Nen training. Though he observes their progress closely, he makes no move to teach them anything new. Should I risk it and try to learn Ren by myself? But Master Leiter might notice the change in my aura. I can't risk it. I need to be patient. Another 3 months go by before another student is dismissed, just like number 20. Oren notices nothing unusual about the departure either. However, the very next day during meditation practice, Master Leiter calls Oren, number 4, number 6, and number 24, summoning them to the main hall, the large training space where they practice their sword techniques daily. The rest of the students remain behind in the meditation room. You have done well, Leiter begins, standing in front of them. I deem all of you ready for the next step. Did he wait this long just so number 4 and number 6 could catch up? I feel slightly mistreated. Well, not like I can change anything. Maybe Master wants to put more pressure on me and number 24. I think he's trying to create a rivalry, turn this into a 4-way competition. He probably thinks that will push us further. Now observe me closely. What I will show you is the next step in Nen mastery. This technique is called Ren. It is more advanced than Ten and Zetsu, and it is the foundation of Nen combat. Ren means to refine and enhance your aura. Through Ren, you force your body to generate a much larger amount of aura than you normally would during Ten. Then you project it outward like a controlled explosion. He pauses for a moment before continuing. This outward projection surrounds your body with a much denser field of aura, increasing both your durability and your physical strength. If you strike a non-Nen user while using Ren, the result will almost always be fatal. That's why I forbid you from using it without my express permission. Now watch carefully. Elder Leiter breathes calmly. A moment later, his aura flares outward, violently flooding the room. His once serene and quiet presence turns overwhelming. His entire body radiates energy and danger. Oren's body instinctively tenses up. Every part of him tells him to move away, but he holds his ground, eyes wide with awe. I can feel the strength of his aura just by standing here. Even while using 10, he feels like a terrifying opponent. I wouldn't survive a single strike. Whatever master is planning, one thing is certain: his nen mastery and sword skills are real. Liger repeats the process several times, deactivating Ren and then flaring it back up again, giving them ample opportunity to observe how he manipulates his aura. That should give you a clear idea of your next goal, he says at last. From now on, you are forbidden from entering the meditation chamber and training with the others. You will train here. Also, you are forbidden from speaking of this technique to anyone. Understood? Yes, master, they all respond, barely able to hide their excitement. I'll observe your progress again in 3 months. Let's make it interesting. Anyone who manages to master Ren to a certain degree by then will earn a reward, something to put them ahead of the others, Liger adds with a familiar, scheming grin, before leaving the hall. I know he's toying with Us, but I want that reward regardless. Oren leaves the hall, walking outside and into a quiet corner of the yard. I don't want them watching me. I need to focus. He sits down, steadies his breath, and begins the routine calmly, using 10 to form a layer of aura around himself. Then, concentrating, he visualizes his aura bursting outward, an eruption of power, his aura getting violently pushed out of his body. For a brief moment, his aura spikes. A noticeably larger amount is generated, pulsing outward before his body wavers, and the output collapses. His aura quickly returns to the steady flow of 10. I did it. Only for a few seconds, but that was Ren. The rest is just practice. 2 hours later, soaked in sweat, Oren stumbles into the bathroom. His body is aching, and his aura feels completely depleted. He uses Zetsu to recover as fast as possible. Standing under the cold shower, the water runs over him as he trembles, not just from exhaustion, but from something else too. Ren, this is everything I needed. Once I master it, only a few things remain. My Hatsu and the advanced techniques. I already know about them. I even know the training methods. The only thing I lacked was access to Nen. But now I'm officially allowed to learn Ren. I can use my knowledge freely. I'm done relying on others. Master still has plenty to teach, but from here on out, everything depends on me. Still unsteady, but filled with excitement, Oren drags himself to bed and falls asleep almost instantly. 7. A weird cocktail and Liger's decision. 7. A weird cocktail and Liger's decision. Oren sits at the breakfast table, thinking through his current priorities. I have 3 months. Master told us that if he acknowledges our results, we'll receive another reward. He expects us to focus on Ren. However, I have many options, but it all comes down to Ren as well. To learn advanced techniques like Gyo, In, Ko, Ryu, Ken, and En, I need to master Ren first. It makes no sense to start working on advanced techniques without fully mastering Ren. It's still one of the 4 major principles, the foundation of Nen. However, I can probably study Shu. I'll be maintaining my 10 practice anyway while training Ren. Also, once I'm able to properly use Ren, I need to find out my Nen affinity. That's extremely important. Suddenly, number 24 speaks up, pulling Oren out of his thoughts. You seem to be in deep thought, struggling with Master's task. It's only been a day, and yeah, of course I'm still struggling, but I can already see the path forward. I'll get there eventually, Oren replies confidently. Number 24 looks slightly panicked, not expecting such an open answer. They both continue eating without saying anything else. Oren continues training as much as he can, devoting most of his effort to mastering Ren. Because of the immense aura consumption, Oren decides to work on Ren multiple times each day, but only for short periods, leaving him with enough energy to focus on his other classes. During class, while practicing 10, Oren also begins training Shu in secret. He comes up with his own set of exercises. First, he focuses his aura on his pen, doing his best to prevent any leakage, just maintaining his aura around the pen. Later, he wraps a small piece of paper in his aura and tries to use it to pierce and slice through a thick stack of old notes he no longer has any use for. He also trains with his Bakken, trying to reinforce it using Shu. Regardless of what type of Nen user I am, basic enhancement techniques will be valuable to me. Shu is strongest when performed by enhancers, but as a swordsman, I'd be an idiot not to study it. It's probably one of my most important advanced skills and one of the easiest to train. After all, it's just an advanced use of 10. That means I can train both 10 and Shu at the same time. Time passes. Oren settles deeper into his solitary lifestyle. Ever since moving into his private room, he rarely interacts with the other students, only occasionally talking with number 4, number 6, and number 24. Eventually, after nearly 2.5 months, he reaches a small breakthrough. He can maintain Ren for a solid 10 minutes. His aura is still not very powerful, but it's stable. On a Sunday exactly 8 days before the 3-month mark, and before another student is expected to be dismissed, Oren enters his room, holding a wooden cup filled with water. He places it on his desk and stands in front of it. From his pocket, he pulls out a small leaf plucked from one of the few trees in the yard and places it into the cup, where it's floating. Nervously and with growing curiosity, he stares at the water, preparing for his affinity test. This is exciting water divination. Let's begin. He activates Ren, placing his hands just above the cup. Slowly, he begins to notice a subtle reaction, tiny drops of water trickling down the outside of the cup. It isn't much, but the water level inside has risen slightly and begins to overflow. I'm an enhancer, that's kind of boring, but I'll take it. Enhancers are balanced in offense and defense. They can straight up beat most other types in a fair fight, as long as no specialized Hatsu is involved. Still, it's weird. I always thought I would be a transmuter or a conjurer. And these memories, they don't feel like they belong to an enhancer either. Anyway, let's continue. Smiling, Oren places a small cleaning rag beneath the cup and continues. More water trickles out as he maintains Ren, pouring more and more aura into the water. After about 10 minutes, he's panting, his body covered in sweat. The rag beneath the cup is now fully soaked. Grinning, Oren picks up the cup and takes a deep sip. What? This is water. But it's slightly sweet? No, am I imagining things? He takes another sip, not immediately swallowing this time, but slowly letting his tongue taste the water. No, I'm not wrong. It's sweet. It tastes like the mint tea we occasionally get to drink. Refreshing and light, but how? I'm an enhancer. I need to check for other changes. Still confused, Oren examines the cup carefully. The water is clear, no sign of any foreign substance or impurities, ruling out conjuration. The leaf isn't moving, so he's not a manipulator either. There's no unusual reaction, no phenomenon that would point to specialization. He lifts the cup toward the window, letting sunlight hit it directly. It's slightly blue. The color definitely changed. Just a little. Like the tasty, it's barely noticeable, but it's there. Could it be? I never thought about it before, but I was close to death. The day those foreign memories entered my mind, I felt like a different person. Confident, calculating, stronger. Could it be? Maybe I was originally a transmuter, and the memories came from someone who was an emitter? Could these be remnants of two separate souls? The combination would indeed end up as an enhancer, but there is something of both left. In any case, I don't think it makes that much of a difference, not right now. But I'll need to run more tests to be sure. This could be a unique opportunity for me. For now, I should act and train like an enhancer. But if I'm right, I might be able to integrate both transmutation and emission into my Hatsu. In fact, I have to. Using water divination is a great exercise for Hatsu training that usually only trains the type in question. If the water shows traces of both emission and transmutation, ignoring those affinities would be a waste. Still, if my enhancement affinity is weakened because I'm sharing it with another soul, that could be a problem. Either way, I can't let anyone know. Ever. My life depends on it. Even more motivated than before, Oren throws himself into his training. The day before the next 3-month evaluation, when, as always, one student is expected to be dismissed, he decides to rest. He practices Zetsu, aiming to be in perfect condition for Master Lighter's appraisal tomorrow. Suddenly, loud screams echo through the walls of his room. It's past curfew, what's going on? Oren rushes downstairs and finds the other students gathered in the lobby. He spots number 22 and approaches him. What happened? Someone ran. Apparently, it was number 13. Everyone else is present, 22 says with a smug grin. Also, that guy did nothing but stuff his face all day. With that fat belly, he won't get far, trust me. How was he detected? Oren asks, intrigued that a student actually dared to escape. I don't know. The master suddenly started screaming, and then he and Buno and Bunna just rushed outside. He looked very pissed. How did they even notice someone was missing in the first place? Anyway, I want to see how this ends. I can train my Zetsu in the meantime. 90 minutes pass. Oren, sitting in his room practicing Zetsu, his senses sharpened, hears another commotion downstairs. He quickly rushes down again. Master Lighter returns, carrying a beaten and bruised Boino. 13. The boy is covered in cuts, his mouth bleeding, and he's missing a tooth. Looks like he got a real beating. But why bring him back only to dismiss him tomorrow? Uninterested in the rest of the drama, Oren quietly returns to his room, lying down in his bed. The next morning, during breakfast, Elder Lighter storms into the dining hall, still visibly irritated. As you saw with number 13, running away has consequences. He'll spend the next few weeks in his bed, only receiving dry, stale bread and water. Let that be a lesson to the rest of you. Don't run away. I will catch you, and next time, the punishment will make this one look like a joke. He pauses, then scans the room, eyeing his students, before his gaze lingers on a boy. Now, on to business. Number 18, you are excused from training. I'm sure you expected this. According to Buno and Bunu, you barely tried during physical sessions. Old Mu told me you intentionally failed your last exam. I have no use for students like that. You'll work for me for the next 10 years. Consider yourself lucky. But if you want to stay under my wing, you better change that attitude. Wait, he's not dismissing number 13, even after trying to escape. Why? He punished him, he was so angry that he even beat him up. Why would he let him stay? Number 18 didn't try anymore, but he doesn't seem much weaker than 13. Why did Master make this decision? He's clearly still angry. Wouldn't it be simpler to make an example out of the runner and send him away? Later that day, after sword practice, Elder Lighter approaches Oren, number 4, number 6, and number 24, who are quietly seated in the training hall. I'm in a bad mood, he begins. I'll inspect each of you. But before that, has anyone experimented with their new abilities? I'll find out either way, but I'm giving you a single chance to confess. I have an idea this might backfire, but if it works, I'll be safe and make myself look like an obedient coward. Oren fidgets, making it obvious. Lighter immediately locks eyes with him. Number 23, what is it? This is unlike you. Speak. Master, I think I accidentally discovered a hidden technique, Oren stammers. I didn't mean to. What did you discover? Lighter asks sharply, a hint of worry visible on his face. I used 10 while training with my sword, and at one point, I focused so hard, my aura started wrapping around the weapon. I only noticed it recently. Lighter's expression softens, then he laughs. You fool. That's nothing to worry about. I'm a fair teacher, as I hope you've realized by now. What you discovered is a natural extension of Tensum, call it Shu. It means to enshroud an object with your aura. I expected you to figure it out eventually. It's actually part of my core teachings. I was intending to teach you that technique in a few years. No harm in addressing it early. He continues, Shu strengthens any object you're holding. In your case, it makes your Bokken more durable. Continue practicing it. And as a reward for your honesty, I'll teach you a different exercise involving Shu in a few months once your Ren improves a little more. Lighter scans the others. Does anyone else have something to say? As you've seen, instead of getting punished, I rewarded number 23 for his honesty. No one else speaks up, silence lingers in the room. Fine, then show me your Ren. Don't go all out, just maintain a steady output. I want to see how stable your aura is. Oren activates Ren, holding back slightly. After glancing at the other's aura, he adjusts his output to match or maybe even slightly exceed their level. I don't want the master to think my aura output is lower. Number 4 and number 6 begin to falter quickly. Their aura becomes unstable, and within 3 to 4 minutes, both are forced to stop. Number 24 holds on longer, but collapses after 8 minutes. I'm near my limit, too. Lighter watches Oren closely, noting the gradual weakening of his aura. Eventually, the elder raises his hand. Enough. The strength of your Ren is acceptable, but you must maintain it longer. I expect you to last at least 10 minutes. You had 3 full months of training, after all. Number 23, you barely passed. The rest of you need to improve. Number 24, you were close, but you still fell short by 2 full minutes. Oren lets out a quiet breath, satisfied with the result. Lighter turns to him, approval visible on his face. Number 23, your reward is this. You may request teachings from Buno and Bunu. They don't specialize in swordsmanship like me, but in martial arts. By now, you should have realized that they're quite strong, despite their weird looks. This is your chance to learn something I can't personally teach you. Don't waste this opportunity. He adds, while I usually discourage learning too many things at once, a bit of martial arts knowledge might serve you well in the long run. Not bad. I'm curious to see what they can teach me. 8 Assassins Training and a Black Flower. 8 Assassins Training and a Black Flower. Oren, excited by his master's reward, completely ignores the matter of number 18's dismissal and number 13's lucky break, choosing to focus solely on his training. The following day during physical training, after finishing his laps early, he respectfully approaches Buno and Bunu, intending to ask him about his price, promised by his master. Instructor Buno, Instructor Bunu, I've finished my laps, Oren says politely. Both men grin, and Buno is the first to speak. Oh, and why are you coming to us instead of continuing with your usual exercises? Oren looks slightly confused. So master didn't tell them? Or maybe he did and they're just playing around. They do look awfully smug. I hope this reward isn't some empty promise. If I complain now, I'll just look like a snitch and they'll just make my life difficult if I dare to complain. I have to play this carefully. Brother, stop teasing the poor boy, Bunu says, clearly amused by Oren's reaction. Fine, Buno continues. Number 23, you re one of the best in physical training. Only a little behind number 4 and number 6. But when we account for age, you're not behind at all. You're also the front runner in Nen. And from what I've heard, your swordsmanship is right behind your sparring partner, who's just a step ahead. Based on these results, I'd say you've got at least a 50% chance of winning this silly little contest. Thank you for your compliment. I'll do my best to raise that percentage until I become master's successor, Oren responds respectfully. Heh, now this might get interesting, Buno replies. Look, number 23, we don't like teaching people who won't spread our techniques to students of their own. But when I look at you I feel like taking a gamble. My younger brother and I both studied a martial art often used by assassins. It has no official name, each practitioner adds their own twist. Coincidentally, we ended up developing different specialties. I focus on strikes, muscle control, blocks, and some throwing techniques, Buno continues, raising his thick, hairy hand. But what I truly specialize in is this. His hand begins to twist unnaturally, the fingers bending and reshaping until they resemble sharp daggers. In moments, his once normal-looking hand transforms into a deadly-looking claw. This technique is favored by assassins. I focus on the claw, but I can also help you with modifying other joints in your arm. With it, you're never truly unarmed. Of course, it's not something taught in popular, official schools. It's a forbidden technique. Its purpose is simple: to kill, cripple, or maim your opponent. Incredible, Oren murmurs, genuinely astonished. Bunu steps forward. I focus more on speed and leg techniques. I also know a bit of grappling, nothing fancy to demonstrate, but I can teach you how to move silently, without making a sound or being noticed. Combine that with Zetsu, and you'll become a real shadow. Both of them, their techniques are incredible, but more importantly they're clearly skilled assassins. Now the question, number 23, who do you choose as your teacher? Bunu asks with a grin. I can't choose. Please teach me both. I respect your techniques equally, Oren replies immediately. How about these? If you can keep up and meet our expectations, we'll both teach you, Bunu suggests. But slack off, and we quit. Do you agree? I agree, Oren says without hesitation. They might use that as an excuse to cut my training short, but it's worth the risk. Hee, good, Bunu laughs with a wicked grin. You can drop your useless basic training starting tomorrow. We'll give you a custom plan. You'll have a very enjoyable time ahead. I am so jealous. Oren continues training for the day, excited about what's to come, though he remains slightly wary of their sudden shift in behavior. He also notices the subtle expressions of shock and jealousy from number 4, number 6, and even number 24. Number 24 may be talented, but her slightly weaker and underdeveloped body is her weakness. For a strong aura, you need a strong body. She may be a genius in swordsmanship and nen, but physically, she's clearly lacking. Looks like I really am slightly ahead of the others. I can't afford to slack off. I need to widen my lead to win this contest. The next morning, Oren is surprised when Bunu and Bunu invite him to the small storage shed behind the training yard after giving instructions to the other students. In the center of the shed now stands a bizarre chair constructed entirely of steel. It looks insanely heavy and unnervingly durable. Once inside, Bunu issues a command in a cheerful tone. Sit in the chair. We'll tie your arms to the rest so you can't move or struggle. Without hesitation, Oren obeys. He sits down and places his hands flat on the armrests, ready for whatever Bunu has prepared. You're going to struggle. You'll scream. You'll hate me with everything you've got. You might even want to kill me. This is your last chance to back out. Once you give me your consent, there's no turning back. You'll enter hell. Go ahead, instructor. Oren shouts. Good, Bunu says, handing him a round piece of bamboo. Bite down on this. It'll help. You're nearly 7, it's a bit late, so this will hurt more than usual. But if you can endure it, you'll gain a very interesting ability. Don't worry about class or exercises today, you're excused. Oren bites down on the bamboo. Bunu walks over to a metal case, opening it to reveal an array of knives, scalpels, hammers, and chisels, along with medicinal supplies. He gives Oren a handful of pills and injects a syringe into both of his hands, numbing them, before disinfecting his arms from top to bottom. What follows are 3 hours of torturous procedures. Bunu opens up Oren's hands, cutting into muscles, shifting bones, and breaking them at specific angles. Despite the drugs, Oren feels every strike, every incision, and every stabbing motion Bunu inflicts. Desperately biting down on the piece of bamboo, Oren truly feels as though he has descended into hell. At least I'll be resistant to torture after this. After nearly 3 hours, Bunu finally finishes his procedure. Oren's hands are bloody, swollen, and trembling. Bunu wraps them tightly in thick bandages. Your master knows about our training. You'll have to stop sword training for a while, but if you use Zetsu, you'll recover much faster than you'd think, Bunu says calmly. He unties Oren, who is ready to collapse on the spot. No, you don't, young one, Bunu says with a wicked grin. Now it's time for my training. Your hands might be a little damaged, but your feet work just fine, don't they? I need to endure this. Yes, Instructor Bunu. Oren replies, suppressing his pain. Incredible, Bunu mutters under his breath, Bunu looking equally impressed. What follows is a brutal series of leg-focused exercises. Within just 30 minutes, Oren already feels like he can't keep going, but he pushes himself anyway. From holding difficult stances, to walking along razor-thin surfaces, to balancing on a single toe, Bunu pushes his limits. Oren continues for nearly 2 hours before finally collapsing, the pain from his hands only making things worse. Returning to his room, Oren forces himself to train Ren until his aura is fully depleted. Only then does he switch to Zetsu and allow himself to rest. At 6 p.m., he enters the canteen, suddenly realizing that with his hands in this condition, eating will be difficult along with everything else. To his surprise, the old lunch lady seems already informed of his situation. Without a word, she offers him a stack of sandwiches, neatly prepared for easy handling. Gratefully, Oren accepts them with his forearms and returns to his room. The following month proves difficult. Aside from the challenges to his daily life, making him feel like a cripple, someone with a disability, he skips physical training involving his hands entirely, attends class without taking any notes, and avoids sword practice altogether, much to number 24's displeasure, as she's left to train alone. Oren continues his training with Bunu, while Bunu doesn't let up on his own regimen. In fact, he often interferes with Oren's healing, readjusting bones or forcing movement just as his hands and arms begin to recover. Another month passes. Oren's hands and arms are now scarred, but mostly healed. That's when the next stage of training begins, techniques that focus entirely on hand control and power. Oren starts using his hands for tasks normally reserved for tools. Even his fingers and his nails are involved. He strikes bricks. He lifts heavy things with a single finger. He splits thin bamboo with his fingertips, causing them to break and get injured again. He practices breaking objects that most wouldn't even touch. Many times, he injures himself again. But each time, Buno simply treats his injurious resetting bones, redressing wounds and orders him to continue. If you thought the pain was over, you're wrong. This is still considered light training, your bones haven't fully developed yet. Trust me, it'll get worse. If you want to truly learn my technique, you have to endure it, Buno tells him. Despite the lingering pain in his hands, Oren eventually returns to sword training after 2 months of absence and resumes sparring with number 24. To his surprise, he wins their first match decisively. He doesn't win by luck either, and the match itself is not even close. His movements now honed through grueling leg training are sharper, faster, more precise. His footwork and balance have improved so much that he can close the distance on her with ease. He even manages to disrupt her stance while blocking, throwing her off balance completely. Number 24 looks as shocked as himself as she realizes their growing difference in fighting abilities. Oren smiles, clearly more than satisfied. I thought I'd fall behind, but no. I've gained an edge instead. 1 month later, another student leaves the school, and with that, Oren completes his first full year under Elder Lider's tutelage. His daily Nen training now consists of 2 focused sessions of Ren, regular Hatsu practice using water divination, and constant exercises in Ten, Zetsu, and Shu. 3 months later, Elder Lider fulfills his promise. One morning, he brings in a delivery massive piles of rocks, carried by several scavengers from outside the school. Oren surveys them. Some are small enough to hold in one hand. Others are nearly as large as he is. Without saying a word, Lider picks up a stone, channels his aura into it, and smashes it against another rock. He repeats the motion several times, demonstrating nothing else. Then he hands one of the stones to Oren. The first month, you'll get to do this by yourself. After that, you'll have to share these precious stones, Lider says with dry sarcasm, before walking off without explanation. This is a classic enhancement training method. Not bad. I will include this in my training. For now, I will do this daily. I can focus on transmutation and emission later. Another 3 months pass. By now, 6 students have been expelled in total. One evening, Oren stands in his room and focuses his aura into his eyes. His vision sharpens. He sees every tiny detail around him, cracks in the floor, faint marks on the furniture, even small flies outside his window. Finally, he turns to face the small mirror in his room. He lifts his shirt and stares at the mark on the left side of his chest. Holding his breath, Oren watches closely. He can see the aura now clearly. The once faint mark glows with a distinct, dark energy. 6 of the 24 marks are now colored with an eerie, black aura. 6. 9. What do I need? Developing a Hatsu. Oren stares at the left side of his chest as if in a trance, of course using Gyo. The 6 dark petals look ominous, each one a shadow that reminds him of death itself. The skin-colored flower turning into one of pure darkness. 6 students who quit, 6 dark petals. The dismissed students, are they alive? Is this just a ritual or a test? They don't have to be dead, do they? But this color, this dark hue, it reminds me of something bad. Like death. I need to find out more when I have the chance. At least I'm still one of the top students, so I'll be safe for a long time. That gives me time to grow stronger and investigate. Feeling the pressure build, Oren quietly reflects on his past decisions. I've been too soft. I've been enjoying this playing around, treating it like a game. No, this is serious. I need to hurry. 6 years and a year and a half is already gone. I need to plan my next steps carefully. I need to learn the other advanced Nen techniques. Maybe I should focus on, and it'll allow me to detect what's happening throughout this mansion, maybe even beyond it. If I fail at that, I'll need an alternative, some kind of plan. And I've been focusing too much on enhancement. From now on, I'll switch to a 3-day rotation: mission, enhancement, transmutation. Thankfully, emission doesn't require any special equipment. The first step is simply separating my aura and projecting it. Transmutation is similar, it just requires control over my aura to change its properties. I can train both in my room. These exercises are simple, but they're a start. I'll do them now. I'll also keep up water divination, and I need to think about my ability. My Hatsu. Several days later, Oren returns to his room. He looks down at his hands bloody, scarred, and at his swollen toes, making every step painful. Recovery takes too long, I'll need to pause Buno's and Bunna's training again. It's annoying. If only I could heal myself. Healing enhancement. Maybe I could, yes. This is it. But I want to include transmutation too. Maybe even emission, that way I could use it on others. Using Zetsu, Oren remains in bed for hours, silently turning over ideas in his mind until finally, a grin spreads across his face. A flash of determination lights up his eyes. This is it. Half a year passes. Each day, Oren continues working on Ren, Ten, and Zetsu. Despite his dedication, the only advanced techniques he's managed to grasp so far are Shu, Gyo, and Ko. Shu strengthens objects by cloaking them in aura. Gyo enhances his vision by concentrating aura into the eyes, allowing him to see aura hidden by Yin, while Ko allows him to focus all his aura into a single body part similar to Gyo, but more extreme, cutting off aura flow to the rest of his body and raising both its power and risk. Ken, the defensive technique used to maintain a high level of aura over the whole body, by combining Ten and Ren, remains unstable and unusable. Ryu, a technique based on Gyo, that allows a fighter to dynamically shift aura distribution in battle, is still too slow and awkward to be effective. I need my Ryu to instantly shift my aura. I need to train this even more. It's hard without a partner, but I'll manage regardless. Oren also has not yet learned how to use In, which would enable him to hide his aura, nor succeeded in performing En, which would create a large sphere around him, allowing him to be aware of anything within it. Still, he's getting closer. He's already managed to expand and shift his aura in preparation. Despite this, Oren smiles. Overall, he isn't disappointed in his progress. His Ren, Ten, and Zetsu continue to improve. His aura capacity increases every day. His swordsmanship improves steadily, slowly resembling that of his master. The assassination techniques he's learning from Buno and Bunu are progressing steadily. Most importantly, his enhancement, emission, and transmutation exercises are bearing fruit. For emission, Oren practices separating a small ball of aura and launching it at his wall. Over time, he's able to knock over small objects and even control the path of the aura slightly, introducing a tiny bit of manipulation into the exercise. According to someone named Biscuit, a name that lingers in my memories, every Nen user should train all types, even if they're unsuitable. I don't have proof, but I believe that even a little training in manipulation and conjuration will help eventually. I just haven't figured out good training exercises for them yet. What I'm doing now is probably 95% emission and maybe 5% manipulation at best. Meanwhile, he can now form numbers with his aura quickly and precisely, using transmutation to shape it into figures and symbols. At times, he even creates a small blade from his fingertip, a thin, sharp projection of aura. One night, Oren uses Gyo and stares at his chest in the mirror, noticing more and more dark petals. The flower turns more ominous each time a student leaves the mansion. Like a clock, is this a countdown to my death? I have to learn the truth. It's been 2 years since I started learning Nen. By now, some of the people I remember, characters I somehow remember without having met them, had already achieved amazing things. I want to progress even faster, but I need to be patient. I'm still too young to make drastic moves. Oren continues to train relentlessly. Eventually, he succeeds in creating a small dome of aura around him. It's just a little over 2 meters in radius, but it still counts as fulfilling the minimal conditions. He has officially formed En. To his surprise, Bunu calls him out into the yard one night. "What have I taught you during our training?" he asks. Oren doesn't hesitate. Movement techniques, stances, balance, rhythmic exercises, different types of kicks, knee strikes, body shifting and more. Shadow step, the ability to move without making any sound, is the culmination of your teachings. I haven't perfected it, but I think I've made solid progress. Shadow step is an excellent foundation, but it's still a technique I would call ordinary. What matters more is that it's a prerequisite. Among assassins, there's a technique known across the world, even in Meteor City. It's rare, but not unknown. When people see it, they recognize it immediately. Bunu's voice grows quieter, but sharper. If you can learn this technique, it marks you as someone rooted in the underworld. A true assassin. Even among killers, it commands respect. This technique is more than just a tool, it's proof. Proof that you are walking a solitary and dangerous path. If you want to continue learning from me, you will have to master it. Bunu begins to move in a circle around Oren, his steps steady and rhythmic. Suddenly, Oren sees Bunu blur, his body splitting, multiplying. For a brief moment, Oren sees more than a dozen visible after images and instinctively rubs his eyes in disbelief. This is rhythm echo. Bunu stops directly in front of him, only to vanish again, reappearing behind Oren, his hand resting casually on his shoulder. This technique is called rhythm echo. It's far more difficult to master than shadow step. Still, are you ready to give it a try? Bunu asks. Yes, instructor. Oren responds without hesitation. From now on, I expect you to practice every night. I'll join you when I feel like it. If you can't master it within a year, you fail and you should walk away from this path. 1 year, so exactly 3 years since I first came here. I have 1 year. I'll do it. Of course, his training with Buno continues as well. His hands and arms are now capable of performing truly strange but deadly movements. Despite his small frame, Oren can already replicate a weak version of Buno's claw technique by manipulating the muscles in his arms and hands. By enhancing the technique with aura, his clawed fingers can now rip through wood and bamboo as if they were paper. Good. You're ready to move on to stone. But don't you dare cheat by using aura. You can train that aspect as well, but it won't help you. This technique can be learned without Nen. If you use Nen, the exercise becomes meaningless. Behind the shed, I've prepared a beautiful boulder just for you. It took 20 scavengers to put it on a truck and transport it here. Have fun tearing your hands apart, Buno says with an almost mocking grin. Really? Oren looks uncertain. He can't even imagine using his bare hands to tear apart a massive rock. This isn't about striking it, cracking it, or slowly wearing it down. It's about literally ripping it apart with his fingers. You understand, right? This path takes decades to master. You train, you injure yourself, you recover, and then you do it all over again. The progress is slow. Wounds and damage build up over time, and eventually, your body breaks down. It's not about how fast you learn, it's about whether your body can endure the process. Most people stop once they've reached a certain point of mastery. They stop, then turn to Nen to carry them the rest of the way. The risk of crippling yourself permanently just for a slight boost in strength? Not worth it for most. But you, number 23, you're strong. You're talented. You won't reach the level of a Zaldik, but among the filth in this city, you're at least a half-precious stone. Useful and rare, you stand out among the worthless rubble. Zaldik. Oren asks, the name surfacing in his mind familiar, but distant. A legendary assassin family. Their techniques, their methods, their very existence is the stuff of myth. Ordinary people can't replicate their skill. At first, I thought it was all about secrets, but the truth is, their talent is terrifying. Combined with their lineage, they've become one of the most feared assassin families in the world. Maybe the most fearful one. I once tried to learn from Zeno Zaldik, back when I was young. He looked me in the eye and told me he wasn't interested in teaching mediocre people. I was furious. I went crazy, taking on harder and harder jobs, pushing myself until one day I heard a rumor. Apparently, being called mediocre by Zeno means he acknowledges you to some degree. It's rare. Incredibly rare. People were actually afraid of me because Zeno Zaldik had called me mediocre. Can you believe that? That day, I realized those people live in another world. I accepted my limits. That story is really quite unbelievable, Oren says quietly. Number 23, I don't believe you're a super genius like a Zaldik, but from what I've seen, you are more than capable of surpassing me. Give it everything you've got. Yes, instructor. Oren answers with conviction, walking toward the stone. I'm sorry, my precious hands, but I have to do this. Oren begins striking the massive boulder. He continues for 30 agonizing minutes. When he's done, his hands are shredded and shaking. Buno silently bandages them with a proud look in his eyes, before sending Oren off to continue his remaining exercises for the day. That night, as the day ends, Oren stares at his wounded hands, his expression complicated, a mix of exhaustion, determination, and unease. It's been over 2 years since I arrived here, and every single day has been devoted to Nen. I've reached a point where I'm ready. I will stake my entire future on this decision. I will develop my first Hatsu. Oren sits cross-legged on his bed. His aura flows calmly, quietly, like a still lake. I need something that fits me. Something that comes naturally, something I truly desire. It needs to reflect who I am. Water, that's what comes to mind. Water nearly killed me, but it also gave me life. The muddy water I drank after the accident, it felt like heaven. That's it. That's me. I want an ability that starts weak, carries no real risk, but has near limitless growth potential. I know that's greedy. To increase its strength, I'll include a limitation carrying the ultimate price as punishment should I break my oath. Okay, this is it. I swear I will bind myself to the element of water. I will only use water-related Hatsu, basic and advanced Nen techniques, and general applications. Should I break this oath, I'm willing to pay any price. I stake my life on this oath. Oren reaches for a large bowl of water. He places his hands into it, letting the cool liquid run along his arms. He closes his eyes, recalling that moment of pure survival of being reborn through the very substance that nearly ended him. Let's do this, he whispers, voice low but firm. 10. Azure Restoration and Limitless Waters. Oren concentrates his aura on his hands, drawing on his transmutation training, the way he shaped and molded his aura into different shapes before. He begins to sweat, desperately trying to mimic the feeling and motion of water. Nothing happens. I'm not giving up. I expected it to fail. I will do this until I succeed. Starting that night, he shifts his focus entirely to transmutation, setting aside enhancement and emission for now, changing his routine to revolve solely around the creation of his Hatsu. 3 months pass. Night after night, Oren trains alone. Then, finally it happens. His aura changes. The neutral glow that once surrounded his body begins to flow on his hands, where he's concentrating. It ripples like liquid, resembling the graceful movement of water. This is it. I've succeeded in transmuting my aura into something that behaves like water. This is only the beginning, but this will be the foundation of my entire Nen path. I will train this for years if I have to. At the same time, my aura has matured a little. I can't turn back now. Over the following months, Oren continues his training with Buno and Bunu, while also keeping up with his sword exercises under Elder Lighter's guidance. Their sword training now involves real sparring with actual katanas. Blunt ones, but still dangerous if misused. The matches are intense and easily turn chaotic. Injuries are commonplace as everyone wants to show off in front of their master. Despite his average size, Oren holds his own. His movements, his precise use of aura, and the sheer volume and quality of it allow him to dominate the monthly contests Elder Lighter demands they participate in. Students like number 4 and number 6 may be physically stronger, but Oren's superior aura, his control over his blade, and overall speed keep him one step ahead. His only slight weak spot remains the academic classes taught by Mrs. Wu. Though he manages to obtain acceptable grades, several students have clearly abandoned the competition in combat and are now focusing entirely on academics, leaving students like Oren, number 4, number 6, and number 24 as the only ones still in the running for succession. Finally, 2 years and 9 months after arriving at the school, Oren stands in the yard at night, Bunu watching him closely. Oren walks in a circle, his steps slow and rhythmic. Within seconds, his body begins to blur. Soon, half a dozen after-images appear, faint, imperfect, but unmistakably visible. 6 copies, not as many as Bunu, and nothing impressive but enough to count as a success. Not bad, number 23. 6 images in 9 months, at your age, you're not even 9. I'd say you've got the makings of a true assassin. And this is just a side discipline. I know your main focus is still the sword, but you've managed to follow both my path and my brother's. You're slowly turning into something monstrous, number 23. He hasn't seen anything yet. Once I complete my Hatsu, I'll gain access to the kind of power only true geniuses wield. My Hatsu will change everything. 3 more months pass. Oren sits quietly in his room. His entire aura now flows like serene water, gently rippling and swirling around his body, no longer just in appearance, but in sensation and behavior as well. He focuses his aura on his hands. They are bloodied, bruised, bones fractured, muscles torn. As the cool aura wraps around them, Oren's eyes widen. A deep relief washes over him. He can feel his body healing. His aura is consumed rapidly, but in return, the pain fades. The water-shaped aura suddenly glows bright azure. As the glow fades, he looks down. His hands are still injured but far less than before. These injuries would have taken a week to heal using Zetsu alone. Now they'll be gone in just a few days even without further treatment. I've succeeded. The azure Hewitt confirms it. This Hatsu allows me to restore my body to perfect condition, given enough treatment. This is my first Hatsu, a blend of transmutation and enhancement. And if needed, I can also emit it to affect others, even at a distance. Looking at the color, azure restoration feels like the perfect name. It combines my 3 strongest affinities, and with it, I can train without fear. This ability will turn me into a true genius. But Oren doesn't stop there. In the days that follow, he learns to activate and deactivate the azure state at will. For now, he puts the healing aspect aside and focuses on another variation, strengthening the water itself. Enhancing the body to heal and enhancing the water to strengthen it, both are different paths built from the same foundations. Transmutation and enhancement. The same Nen types, but radically different goals. Azure restoration is purely for healing. It transforms my aura into a mystical water that drastically speeds up recovery. Its only limit is my aura reserves, my skill, and my training. One day, I'll be able to bring someone back from the brink of death as long as they're still breathing. This second Hatsu, I'll call it Limitless Waters. Because its applications truly are without limit. I'll keep it strictly within transmutation, enhancement, and emission. I won't include manipulation. It'd be convenient to control emitted aura however I want, but that would weaken the overall strength of the Hatsu. I can't afford that. My main Hatsu techniques should stay focused, efficient, and only rely on my strongest affinities. I can still come up with other support abilities later to build upon my foundation. For now, I need to make the water as powerful as possible and avoid weakening it by getting greedy with too many categories being involved. I need perfect control over it, allowing me to use the water aura as a shield, or as a means of attack by emitting highly pressurized aura water bullets. This involves using emission by separating the aura itself and using it to propel the water forward. I can even try to combine this Hatsu with Shu to enhance my blade. The power of water is limitless. Pressurized water can cut through anything, even steel or diamonds. During training, Oren throws himself against his perceived limits. He ruthlessly slams his claw-like hands into stone, tearing chunks from it, staining the rock with blood as his bones crack again and again. Number 23. What do you think you're doing? Bunu shouts, rushing toward him. That's impressive, sure, but you're tearing your hands apart for nothing. You're not there yet. It takes time to strengthen your hands. You can't train like this, not unless you're using your aura to protect yourself. I'll be careful, instructor. I think this was still within my limits. These injuries should heal quickly, Oren replies. I'm not your mother, Bunu says, shaking his head. Take my warning, or ignore it. It's your pain either way, and you'll be the one paying the price. You'd be jealous if you knew. You yourself said this technique depends on the body of its user, as it sooner or later won't be able to take the damage. The solution is simple, then with unlimited healing, I and this technique have no limits. I'll take it further than anyone else ever has, even farther than those supposedly genius Zaldiks. Oren's reckless approach shows even in Bunu's training. He performs movements that push his body beyond its natural limits, positions that strain joints, stretch muscles unnaturally, and apply pressure the human frame simply isn't designed to handle. But after healing his wounds using azure restoration, the impossible movements slowly become more natural. Every night he returns with bruises and sprains. Every morning, he's healed and more flexible. The changes are minor, but day after day, Oren takes a tiny step forward. During sword training, his reckless streak continues. He barely avoids some of his opponent's strikes, and he often gets hit or even stabbed. The blades aren't sharp, but they still hurt, leaving bruises, swelling, and sometimes even internal injuries, as aura is involved. Auron still wins most matches decisively, though he often pays the price with serious injuries sustained while testing new movements or tactics. Number 23, I appreciate what you're doing, but you're being too reckless. Elder Lighter remarks after watching one of Auron's matches. I know this is training, but my sword style is fundamentally balanced. There's no need for these all-or-nothing gambles. Focus on stability and defense. These are strengths that suit you well. Wrong. I need to train hard. I can get injured and I'll just heal it. Now during spars, it's the time to try out these approaches, while the risks are still negligible. If I don't push my limits now, I might never get the chance to. Every night, Auron activates Azure Restoration and restores his battered body to peak condition. Of course, he still acts injured during the day, limping, wincing, all in order to avoid suspicion. When Elder Lighter leaves the mansion for errands or business, Auron takes the opportunity to train Limitless Waters to its fullest. By now, he can manipulate his water-shaped aura into a wide variety of forms. He can form a claw from it, combining it with Buno's assassination techniques, specifically his claw technique. He can wrap the aura around his sword, extending the blade's reach to catch enemies off guard or emit it in a sudden strike to deliver a devastating ranged surprise strike. More than that, he can use it to create a defensive cloak of spinning water or expand it into a larger rotating barrier around his entire body. He hasn't found a way to properly test the durability of the barrier, but it feels very powerful to him. His emission-based attacks, mostly consisting of water bullets he can either spit out of his mouth, fire from his hands, or a ranged water cut he can unleash with his blade, dealing terrifying damage capable of even damaging the huge rocks in the yard. Only if the target is too far away do his attacks significantly decline in intensity. Auron also experiments with large-scale water constructs, but they consume far too much aura to be viable in combat. Finally, nearly 4 years after his arrival, Auron feels incredibly satisfied with his progress. He's developed a unique Nen style 2 Hatsu with almost limitless growth potential, focused on his strongest Nen types. Right now, he can only use them for brief periods, but their potential is overwhelming. He's also mastered all the advanced Nen techniques. Instill at a basic level lets him launch invisible water bullets, a deadly and nearly undetectable attack. He continues to train daily. The only thing I lack is experience. I can't use these techniques openly in sparring. I have to hold back now. Without Limitless Waters, I feel restricted, as I have to use my normal aura. This is something I hate doing, but I have no other choice. These matches feel pointless. And even with me being this restricted, I still win them easily. I've finally surpassed number 4 and number 6, even physically. My body can endure more. I train more. I recover faster. Tomorrow, another student will be dismissed. I'm finally ready to take a risk. Exactly 4 years after his arrival at the mansion, the now 10-year-old Auron sits at the breakfast table, just like every morning. Around him, the remaining students quietly eye one another, each wondering who will be forced to say their goodbyes tonight. Only Auron, number 4, number 6, and number 24 carry themselves with genuine confidence. A few others, like number 22, put on a show of strength and self-assurance, but Auron can only shake his head in disgust. I've spent the last month observing every remaining student, especially the weaker ones. I need to understand master selection criteria. For potential targets stand out likely candidates for elimination. If I'm wrong and he doesn't choose one of these 4, then I'll admit it's all random and give up on trying to predict his whims. The only student I consider unquestionably safe aside from number 4, number 6, number 24, and Michelfi's that red-headed boy, number 3. He's a little younger than me, which meant he started off very weak, but in terms of raw talent, he's at least equal to number 4 and number 6, maybe even slightly ahead. He's already caught up in nearly every area. Give him 4 more years, and he'll surpass them both. From a talent standpoint, he's undeniably promising. That narrows it down to 4 others. Number 1, she's as stupid as a rock. She still can't handle tasks or keep up with lessons we were given years ago. But physically, she's solid. Despite her lack of intelligence, she's not that far behind the top group in terms of aura and physical strength. Her swordsmanship is clumsy and lacking any real finesse, but she compensates with brute force and raw effort. Number 22, by far the weakest in physical strength, and also quite dim-witted, though not to the level of number 1. That said, after I fed him a fake hint, he somehow managed to show surprising aptitude in Nen. This idiot is still thankful to me, completely unaware I made it up. Number 2, probably the oldest student. She's no slouch, as he's even defeated number 4 and number 6 during some of Master's spars, and I've had trouble against her myself. She's among the best in swordsmanship and physical prowess, and I remember her outperforming me in academics, too. Her flaw: her aura is pitifully weak. I believe she has the lowest aura pool of all of us. She was one of the last to open her aura nodes, and whatever strength she has now is purely the result of relentless hard work. Then there's number 7, the smart brute. He's competent in almost every area except swordsmanship. It's like he's wielding a club. No talent, no refinement, just raw, aimless swings. Master will definitely choose one of them. Each has a clear flaw. Once he makes his decision, I'll know exactly what criteria decides who gets dismissed. Elder Leiter enters the hall. With a rare trace of regret, he stops behind number 2, the eldest and perhaps the most hard-working student of them all. Number 2, it pains me to say it, but you'll be leaving tonight. I recognize your strengths. You are smart, strong, and an undeniably talented swordswoman. You will be assigned to help train new students in one of my other halls. Regretfully, you lack what is necessary to inherit my school. I'm sorry. Number 2 remains composed as he speaks, her expression stoic. But the moment Elder Leiter leaves the room, she breaks down into sobs, hiding her face behind her hand as she flees the hall. It's aura. That's the deciding factor. Master only cares about aura. Everything else is meaningless to him. Sword talent, strength, even intelligence. That's why he spared number 13 after his escape attempt. His aura was strong enough to be useful. I need to act tonight. I have to leave this mansion. My preparations should be sufficient. 11. The ultimate challenge. As night falls and the students begin their independent practice, Leiter calls number 2 into one of the backrooms, offering her his final teachings before her departure, just like he did for all the other students before her. I only know that during this time, he won't notice my escape. He will be busy with whatever he is doing. However, I only have a few hours left to find out the truth. Wearing a self-made mask crafted from a few thin cloth layers, Oren slips out of the lavish manor into the heart of Meteor City, exiting through his window and leaping over the medium-sized wall. A joke for someone with his level of nin mastery. It's time to forge my own path. I've been here for 4 years, and I've never once left the mansion. It's kind of funny, but I need to act fast and follow my plan to the letter. I've spent months prying information out of Buno and Bunu, slowly, carefully, because I couldn't risk raising suspicion. Oren quickly leaves the more or less empty district, similar-sized mansions all around him, quickly rushing towards the center of the huge, chaotic city. Oren first passes by several small shops and stalls, makeshift market stands lined with people selling all kinds of trash, obviously picked up from the vast amounts other countries are dumping nearby. He quickly makes his way to one of the more larger and polished ones. Using Zetsu, he quietly slips around the small wooden counter from the side, and without a sound, aided by shadow steps, hides himself at the back of the stall behind several large items stacked for sale. He waits patiently until a sale is made, and finally locks eyes on the merchant. He watches closely as the merchant stashes the money from his sale into a small safe box beneath the counter, hidden from the front and sides. Using Gyo, Oren even manages to see the combination of the lock. As the merchant turns to address another customer, Oren strikes, slipping in, grabbing the box, and vanishing into a nearby alley. He opens it swiftly with the combination he just saw, pulling out a stack of assorted bills, counting them until he reaches exactly 130,000 jenny. Not bad. That should more than suffice. With the cash in hand, he heads toward a particular large building marked by a small spire on its roof. Thanks to the size of the building, Oren can see it, despite being quite the distance away from it. I asked Buno and Bunu about this place. From what I've learned, if you pay, they'll do anything for you and provide you with anything you need. However, if you mess with their business, you'll quietly disappear. It's a kind of mercenary service and information broker combined. Standing before the imposing structure, Oren turns left, entering a nearby sleazy-looking pub with a broken neon sign buzzing overhead. Inside, he finds a stairway, descends it, and knocks on a sturdy metal door at the bottom. Yes. A voice calls from behind it. Transaction. Oren replies calmly and the door opens, revealing a tall, fat man, easily 5 or 6 times as heavy as Oren. Ignoring the guard, Oren enters confidently. Inside is a strangely shaped room, segmented into 2 by thick walls. 3 counters are built into these partitions, each with a small glass window that can be opened for interaction. Only one counter seems occupied. The vague silhouette of a man sits behind the one on the far left. Without hesitation, Oren approaches and sits down. The only part of the man visible is the lower half of his face, his neck, and a thick beard. How can I help you? Information about Elder Leiter. Everything that's known. Do you need to investigate, or is it already available? It should be a fairly basic request, Oren says. Sure, I can tell you most things. It's an elder, after all, this isn't a unique request. 200,000 jenny for everything, the man replies calmly. Please, stop scamming me. I'll give you 100,000 for everything. Even that's too much, Oren counters. 180,000, the man says, looking a bit sheepish, clearly interested in earning as much as he can. Oren grabs his entire stack of bills, 130,000 jenny, and places his hand through the small window, gripping the money tightly between his fingers. It's all I have. Take it if you must, but if that's still not enough, I'll try my luck elsewhere, Oren says, firm and unwavering. Fine, young one. I'll indulge you, but make it quick in return. What do you want to know? The man asks, reaching for the money. Oren sighs. I told you everything, he says, loosening his grip, allowing the man to take it away. Hee, okay, no problem, I'll give you the basic rundown. The man commonly known as Elder Leiter is a hunter named Gano Tsukimagame. His parents were from Japan, but for reasons unknown, they ended up in Meteor City, where the elder was born. I don't know the full details, the man begins, already shocking Oren. He's 68 years old, a famous elder in Meteor City for over a decade, with a reputation for his significant combat strength and experience. However, he was heavily injured at some point, disappearing from the public eye for nearly a decade, before returning and claiming his position. Now, he runs a private school from his mansion, where he teaches his inherited sword style to children. He started with 24 students, though from what I've heard, only about a third remain. He specializes in katanas, a weapon common in Japan, and also used by many elite swordsmen around the world. I don't have that much time, ask what you want to know, the man urges Oren, seemingly in a hurry. How many students outside of his mansion does he control? How many other training halls does he run? Also, what happened to the students he dismissed? Oren asks without hesitation. None. He does not have any known student or any other training hall, school, or business. He took on a lot of students in the past, however, it looks like things ended badly. I am not aware of any students he is still in contact with, including the recent ones, who I know absolutely nothing about. They all seemingly vanished, the man answers flatly. Are they dead? Does he have strong backing within Meteor City? How is his reputation among the other elders? Oren follows up, this time a little more cautiously. He has no backing, the man responds, shrugging. Apparently he hired a few simple workers to help him with the more mundane tasks, like taking care of his mansion. However, he also hired 2 rather skilled ex-assassins. Their names will cost you 100,000 jenny more, if you are interested. Anyway, aside from those 2, he has no real support. His reputation amongst other elders and the general public is incredibly bad. His position is very unstable. Elders usually don't care too much about internal politics, they just like to waste their time and argue over pointless things, but Leiter has a surprisingly negative reputation. At least I personally know about multiple elders who have declared their disgust towards him. However, I can't tell you the reasons. I've never managed to find them out. Do the other elders know about his shady practices? This is good if he is that hated and has no backing if I get rid of him. What else can I ask? His Nen ability? Oren finally asks, his voice tense. I don't know, the man replies, looking around the room for a second. You're also being pretty reckless, talking about these things so openly. Tell you what, I'll tell you a secret if you leave soon. I'm quite busy. Sure, Oren replies, nodding in agreement. Not like I have much else to talk to him about, and I need to hurry back anyway. While I don't know his ability, I can tell you he is a conjurer, the man says with a grin. An elder, who is now dead, said these words publicly before his demise. He was apparently laughing crazily, because he considered it his final act of revenge. Interesting. Fine, here is my last question, Oren says quickly. I heard Leiter is rich. How else can he afford all these people to work for him, those 2 ex-assassins, and even his mansion? I also heard he bought an expensive blade. Just tell me more about his financials and the blade. A famous blade. The man mutters. I'm not aware of it. But now that you mention it, Leiter was rumored to be extremely rich. However, his current financial situation is very dire. I even heard he's in some sort of debt and he's moving some personal possessions around to obtain money. With his level of strength, it shouldn't be hard to obtain some money, but it looks like he refuses to leave his mansion. Did he spend everything on that blade? Interesting, he might be a conjurer, but he doesn't create things by himself. Is this mark his Hatsu? I know a lot more now, this was worth it. I need to hurry back. Thank you, I'll see you soon, Oren says, standing up. Hee, bye kid. If you're looking for a job, I might have some contacts interested in a little man freak like you. Dirty and bloody work, but it pays well. Just a small hint, if you want to appear weak, using such a strong display of Zetsu will tell whoever you're hiding from exactly what you're trying to hide. You should perform a shoddy Zetsu, one that still leaks some aura, or just return to a default state with slightly open pores if you want to appear weak, he explains with a smirk. Normally, I would charge for this stuff, but consider it my gift to you. Thank you, Oren mutters as he walks away, realizing his obvious mistake. As soon as he leaves the building, Oren rushes back to the mansion. He jumps over the wall again and climbs back into his room through the window, which he left slightly open. He listens closely, but doesn't hear any noise. Carefully, he walks down to the ground floor, heading into the kitchen, which is close to the room Elder Leiter uses for his final teaching, which he provides to his dismissed students. He quietly activates N, which by now extends up to a range of 5 meters, barely enough to cover most of the small room. He senses the layout of it. The room is tiny, barely allowing for movement. Then, finally, he detects his master and number 2. His master is standing above her, his aura strong, while number 2's aura is gone. She lies dead on the floor, a sword pierced into her heart. Oren also vaguely detects some kind of weird circle drawn around the body. To his surprise, it contains a weak amount of aura. Immediately, he deactivates N and turns around, unwilling to take any more risks. Oren swiftly leaves the kitchen and returns to his room, his body tense and his mind racing with all the information he obtained. I've got all the pieces I need. So this is his sending off. Huh. You're in for a little surprise, Master. You probably think we are merely pawns, ready to be sacrificed. A single mastermind and 24 unwitting players, all playing a game without even knowing they are players in it. However, the board just shifted, as I've finally realized the rules of this little game. You won't like the last move, as your game will end on a very sour note. As Auron sits down on his bed, his aura grows terrifyingly calm and cold. He tries to suppress his rage but his eyes gleam with hatred. He then displays a cruel smile. Things will certainly get interesting. I will take it all from you. 12. Illogical ability surpassing logic. 12. Illogical ability surpassing logic. The morning after number 2 got dismissed, Elder Lighter visits his remaining 8 students again during breakfast. Auron finishes his meal, which, for some reason, is a lot simpler than usual. Just rice, eggs, soup, and vegetables. Lighter stands in front of them, looking solemn as he begins to speak. Good morning, students. Though I haven't shown it much, I'm quite proud to have you as my students. Each one of you is special in your own way and vital to my goals. Sadly, I have some bad news. Buno and Bunu will be leaving us immediately. I'm no longer employing them. They might still be around today to collect their equipment, so if you want to say goodbye, today's your chance. As a replacement for their training, I want you to keep up your basic physical strength exercises. By now you should know them. I'll make sure you don't slack off, but those will do just fine for now. I want you to concentrate even more on your Nen training. Focus on your Ren. I've heard some of you have been talking behind my back, trying to experiment. Let me make it clear, it's not time yet. Once I've chosen my successor, I'll teach all of you about another aspect of Nen. Learning this part too early is dangerous, it might kill you. If you experiment now, you risk ending up crippled, unable to use aura. This specialized training requires a certain age and experience, unlike Ren. Be patient for 2 more years, and you'll appreciate my advice. In return, I'll personally train those of you who listen and reach a certain level of Ren. But if you slack off, I won't teach you. Also, Mrs. Mu will reduce her classes to just Saturdays. However, you'll spend almost the entire day with her to make up for the lost sessions. Use your newfound free time to practice Ren, Ten, and Zetsu. You can also work on that special technique to cloak your blade in aura. It's essential for swordsmen, but don't overdo it. That's all. I have elder duties over the next few days, so I'll be leaving the school at random times. If anyone dares to escape or slack off, you will all be punished whether you're innocent or not. You'd better make sure no one abuses my trust, as I'll hold you all equally responsible. He really is broke. He can't afford his staff. Buno and Bunu, 2 ex-assassins and Nen experts, were probably paid monthly or yearly. He can't afford them anymore. Even Mrs. Mu only teaches once a week now. Then there is this food no longer featuring a lot of meat. Elder duties, more like side jobs. He's probably out there trying to earn money. The opportunities in Meteor City must be limited, and he can't risk taking missions too far away. Honestly, this is almost comical watching him struggle like this. As soon as Elder Lighter leaves, number 24 walks over to Auron. Number 23, can we talk? What does she want? Fine, what is it? Auron responds curtly. Follow me, please, she says, leading him to the yard. You know, I worry about the other students. Nobody visited us, even though some promised to bring us gifts from the outside. I know they're busy, but still, I'm worried. Also, I think Master Lighter isn't telling us the whole truth. I asked him so many questions and he doesn't answer. I've even discovered some applications of Nen on my OW. Stop. You might be someone who doesn't believe in or trust the Master, but I do. I'll pretend this conversation never happened, but don't ever talk to me about these things again. I trust Master with my life. Auron loudly says, walking away. Sorry. She lowers her gaze, looking confused and embarrassed. There's no need to entertain dead people. I don't wish to kill her, and I have no grudges, but I can't afford to care about anyone but myself. I need to stay ahead in total aura capacity and aura strength. The difference must be substantial, so there's no mistake about who's leading when it comes to aura. She is my competitor. Well, aren't you a model student? Such respect for your master, a voice echoes quietly in Auron's ears. He must be proud, another, clearly sarcastic, voice adds. Auron smiles and enters the small shed, the source of the voices. You're still here, instructors? Auron asks with a smile. From today onwards, we're no longer your instructors since we're no longer getting paid, Buno says with a grin. Not like you need our help anymore. You've soaked up everything we could teach you, Bunu adds. Thank you for everything. I'll keep up the training and push myself even harder. Will you? You'll focus on your Ren, won't you? Information brokers are great at getting intel, but they can't be trusted. They'll sell you out in a heartbeat. Not that it was a surprise to us. You slowly nudged us to talk, asking question after question, starting months ago, Buno says, his tone suddenly serious. Auron stays cool, though a flicker of panic rises within him. You know, we had a contract that would have forced us to report that to Lighter immediately. Fortunately, that contract is no longer valid. Too bad, Bunu says, grinning. Buno also lets out a laugh. You must have figured out the kind of game your master is playing, As much as we dislike him, we can't interfere. That's almost all we can offer you now. I didn't expect you to, Auron replies, keeping his voice calm. I'll see you both again in 2 years. I still need some guidance. I need experience. I need contacts. I'm not there yet. I like your confidence, boy, Bunu says, grabbing a large, rugged-looking bag and tossing it toward Oren with a single, effortless motion. What is this? Poisons, Bunu says flatly, as if that explains everything. And along with them, you'll find detailed instructions, Bunu adds. How to consume them with the least chance of dying or, destroying a few essential organs along the way. He chuckles, but there's a sharp edge to his tone. While we're not exactly specialists in poison, if you keep up with this program and force yourself to endure it, you'll gradually build up resistance. Maybe even immunity. This will protect you from a wide range of drugs and toxins. Thank you, Oren says, his expression thoughtful as he accepts the bag. I actually like the idea. This could be useful. But, can I even use them properly? Wouldn't Azure Restoration just cancel it all out, when I use it? Worried about your Hatsu? Bunu asks, a sly smirk tugging at his lips. Oren doesn't answer. He keeps silent, swallowing his unease. He's sharper than I thought. You take me for a fool? Bunu asks, grabbing Oren's hands suddenly and firmly. His grip is rough, and his eyes are intense. I've trained these hands, molded them over years, and now the scars are gone. Every single one. My job was to focus entirely on them. I know when something doesn't add up. Never would I have expected you to develop a Hatsu like that. It's completely contrary to everything your master and we taught you. I'm genuinely curious. How did you manage to come up with something like this in this kind of environment? Tell me, number 23. They already know so much. They could destroy me easily if they wanted to. I might as well tell them. Azure Restoration. I can rapidly heal all kinds of wounds, both internal and external. I can also emit this ability to affect others, although it works best when someone is within the range of my aura, Oren explains, meeting their eyes steadily. How exactly does it function? Bunu asks, narrowing his gaze. Does it just enhance your body's own healing, or does it actually repair, or more accurately restore the body? I don't know for certain, Oren admits. But the concept behind it is that it restores the body to its ideal state. The ultimate, unblemished version of itself. I've seen it regrow fingernails in seconds. It's wiped out scars, created fresh skin, and even regrown actual flesh after cuts. It's more than healing. I think it's restoration in the truest sense. Show me, Bunu says suddenly, extending his weathered, heavily scarred hands toward Oren. I've never used this ability on someone else before. Oren closes his eyes briefly, then activates Azure Restoration. His aura brightens, flaring into a luminous, vivid azure hue. It wraps around his arms and hands, swirling gently. He steps forward, holding his palms near Bunu's hands. The aura stretches out, flowing over Bunu's skin in soft, rotating motions, then begins to slowly seep into him. Bunu closes his eyes. His expression relaxes. Once around half of Oren's aura is depleted, he slows the flow, then stops it completely. He looks down at Bunu's hands. Every single scar except for one large one, faint and barely visible, has vanished. The skin is smooth, nearly pristine, almost looking like it belongs to someone else. This ability of yours, it's completely abnormal. It doesn't just enhance the body's natural healing, it restores it, like you said. My injuries, they were chronic. Lingering damage that my body hasn't been able to recover from for years. And yet now they're completely gone, Bunu says, staring at his hands, slowly turning them over. This shouldn't be possible. What you've done goes against everything Nen is supposed to be limited by. My body was damaged beyond natural repair, but your ability didn't care. It didn't heal my recreated parts of my body. That's not healing, not in the usual sense. At least part of your Hatsu is beyond explanation. Restoration, huh? I can feel it. Some of the injuries I've carried for decades are just gone. And the rest? The injuries you didn't fully fix are also way lighter now. He looks back up at Oren, eyes hard now. This ability is incredible. And that's exactly why you need to be careful. Don't go around showing it to anyone. I'm serious, this kind of power will get you killed. You're talking about the potential to recover from any wound, any injury. People would do anything to get their hands on someone like you. You don't know how rare this is. How did you do this? I didn't overthink my ability, it just came to me, Oren replies, a bit unsure of himself. I went with what felt right. I just developed my Hatsus based on instinct. One's meant for combat, the other for endurance, training, healing. Are you a specialist, number 23? Bunu asks suddenly. A question like that, I might as well use this moment to get everything I can out of them. I'm not sure, Oren answers honestly. I learned about water divination through a certain method I can't share. But when I tried it, the water overflowed. That was the main reaction. But there were also faint secondary effects, a small shift in color, and a slight change in taste. Then that confirms it. You're a specialist, Bunu says without hesitation. Oren shakes his head. No, I'm not. I know what I felt during training, especially during those enhancer drills like stone smashing. I've always performed best when the exercise is focused on enhancement. I've studied the basics. Specialists usually struggle with enhancement, the most theory supposed to be weakest in that category. That's just not me. You're thinking too narrowly, Bunu replies. You might be a specialist whose ability makes you seem like an enhancer, Simeon whose Hatsu allows for unnatural compatibility with enhancement, emission, and even transmutation. That's not unheard of. Water divination only has 6 results. When someone triggers multiple effects at once, that counts as a specialist result. It might not change how you train or fight, but from a classification standpoint, that's what a specialist is. Someone whose aura can't be categorized. He takes a breath and adds, Nen is deep, complicated. There are many things unknown about it, even to experts. Some of it borders on the mythical. Your Hatsu doesn't follow standard rules. It's something else entirely. You can try to explain it logically, but it'll never fit into a neat box. And that, more than anything, is what makes you a true specialist. Really? I am a specialist. Whatever, classifications are useless to me. I'll keep up my training and slowly learn more about my abilities as I go along. 13. The truth revealed Lider's intentions. 13. The truth revealed Lider's intentions. I can only repeat my advice, Buno says, his tone sharp and serious. Never reveal this Hatsu to anyone, not until you've earned some prestige and real experience. Your ability is rare enough to get you captured and turned into a slave, replacing doctors altogether. Rich, powerful individuals with incurable diseases would do anything to save themselves and prolong their lives. I can't even see where the limits of your ability lie. If you survive your master's test, we'll meet again in 2 years. We'll talk more, and I expect you to fully restore my hands as a gesture of thanks. Consider survival your final test. Sure, Oren replies with a grin. This little experiment proved useful, Bunu adds, stepping forward. Some of Buno's old wounds were healed, but it still seems like your ability relies heavily on the target's own body. It's a strange fusion, part practical and ordinary, part completely illogical. That being said, it opens a path for you to train your poison resistance even more efficiently. Use double the dosage we noted. When you can't take it anymore, use your ability to recover. Then raise the amount slowly. We've packed enough for years of training, and who knows, maybe you'll find other uses for the rest, he says with a chuckle. Buno grins as well. You'll be able to advance a lot faster that way. Just keep in mind it takes a long time to build up immunity. Most people are extremely vulnerable to these poisons. That includes certain elders, he adds with a smirk. The poison, yes. I can use that for my plan. But I'll need to achieve full immunity, or at least a strong enough resistance, before I can use it freely. We'll come back exactly 2 years from now, Buno says. And hopefully, by then, your master will be out of the picture. We won't step in directly, Bunu continues, but if you handle the situation on your own, I can guarantee you protection from the elders. That's the reason we'll stay hands off. Now, tell us your name. We'll remember it. No need, Oren replies calmly. I'll tell you in 2 years. There's no point in remembering the name of someone living on borrowed time. They both laugh as they turn to leave. Good luck then, kid. Oren smiles quietly. He walks out of the shed after them, scanning the area. By sheer coincidence, he sees Buno dropping a stack of bills, which he quickly picks up. Thank you. That will be useful. He spots number 4 and number 6 off in the distance, going through their training drills as they approach Buno and Bunu to say their goodbyes. With no one else around, Oren takes the opportunity. He moves quickly and silently, slipping into the manor. Inside his room, he lifts a loose wooden floor tile under his bed. Inside the hidden compartment, a few chocolate bars and snacks are stashed, leftovers from special occasions. He carefully places the poison bag into a far corner, pressing it deep so it can't be seen easily. Then, he fits a wooden piece in front to cover it completely, while leaving the snacks clearly visible. Oren's days begin to shift quickly. The mansion grows emptier with each passing day, as more and more employees and servants disappear. With Buno and Bunu gone, the 8 remaining students are left mostly on their own. Deciding to trust his instructors, Oren dutifully ingests the various poisons, using exactly double the dosage written down in the notebook. He forces himself to endure it, relying on Azure restoration only when the pain becomes truly unbearable. Even the evenings are agonizing, and Oren appears visibly worn out, exhaustion clear on his face. During breakfast, number 4, now a fairly tall boy with some visible muscle, loudly remarks, "This is depressing. Feels like a ghost house." Even number 23 looks sick and exhausted. "Shut up and eat," number 6, his female training partner, responds, before adding, "But yeah, I agree. This place feels really empty. The atmosphere is just weird. I should speak up. Otherwise I'll seem like a complete outsider. Master really caught us off guard, huh? I actually agree with you, number 4. I'm tired too. Feels like most of my efforts have been for nothing. All that physical training suddenly means nothing, and now I'm behind in other things that I should have focused on. Honestly, I think the contest is completely even from this point forward. Everyone knows the rules by now, and we've all adjusted our training accordingly," Oren says. "Huh, what do you mean?" number 23. Number 22 asks, clearly confused. Number 1 and number 3 also glance at Oren, their expression surprised. Number 7 chimes in next. "You guys really haven't figured it out. Pathetic," he says. Number 23's right. Ever since the condition was revealed, everyone stopped caring about anything except run training. Master seems to dismiss whoever is the weakest in terms of aura. Hey, I almost feel bad for you, number 23. All that effort with the instructors, all that insane boulder training, what a waste. I won't deny what you're saying, Oren replies, keeping calm. But all your studying seems pretty useless now too, doesn't it? Number 7 clicks his tongue in annoyance. Yeah, I guess only dumbass like number 22 actually benefited from the reveal. What do you mean? Fuck you. Number 22 yells, his face red with anger. Number 24 finally speaks. Might as well lay it out for everyone. What number 23 and number 7 are suggesting is that number 2 was one of the most talented among us except for one thing, aura. So now everyone assumes physical strength, test scores, even swordsmanship, are all secondary. What really matters is Nen. Are you serious? Number 1 and number 22 shout in unison. Number 22 suddenly grins. Ha, guess I've already won, then. Just don't try anything desperate. Master will punish you. Oren remains calm, suppressing the urge to smile or even move his lips. The others, however, are clearly angry and frustrated. Number 22 is one of the weakest students in almost everything except Nen, where his talent is undeniable. While everyone glares at number 22 with barely restrained hatred, Oren quietly slips out of the dining hall. No time to waste, good thing that idiot pulled all the attention to himself. I need to avoid pointless conflicts with the others. If we end up fighting, it's only to my disadvantage. Even if I win and seriously injure someone, I'll be punished. Worst case I die. If they figure out what I already know, everything could fall apart. Best to play it safe. I'll act like I'm just barely ahead. I decided not to escape with my life, but to play this game and win. Sacrifices are necessary. I'm clearly leading in aura. Number 22 and number 24 might try to close the gap, but if I stay consistent, they won't catch up. I need to keep training. Swordsmanship, physical strength, advanced Nen techniques, both of my Hatsus, and the basics theory all equally important. There's no need to specialize. I can skip Saturday class to train aura instead, and I'll still stay ahead of number 4, number 6, number 1, and number 22 in terms of studying. At this point, only number 24 and number 7 are ahead of me. Despite his daily suffering, Oren continues his poison regimen, pushing himself to the very edge every single night. After just 9 months, even after taking 5 times the initially recommended dose, he feels barely any effect. He's achieved a reliable immunity to every poison his instructors provide, at least to a functional degree, without consuming huge amounts. Just as Oren expected, number 1, number 7, and number 3, who is too young to compete fairly, are eliminated next. With each departure, Oren's anxiety grows. His remaining time is growing shorter and shorter. Only 5 students remain, number 4, number 6, number 22, number 24, and Oren himself. Elder Lighter's appearances become more and more infrequent. Oren rarely sees him, and when he does, the man looks exhausted, stressed, and clearly unwell. Oren has the growing sense that Lighter has lost interest in the experiment altogether, a fact that worries him deeply. Despite having the largest aura reserves and the strongest Ren, he fears being overlooked or chosen by mistake. Yet the most unsettling discovery is that Lighter now carries his sword with him constantly, never letting it out of his sight for even a moment. What's wrong with him? I'm starting to worry. His behavior is strange. Taking advantage of Lighter's absence, Oren activates his N and quietly begins searching the rooms once occupied by the now dismissed servants, hoping to find any spare keys left behind. Oren searches through a small room near the lobby, and inside, barely hidden, a set of spare keys. Jackpot. He quickly grabs them, then moves toward his master's private quarters. After checking the hallway, confirming he is alone, he easily manages to make it inside. Closing the door behind him, he flicks on the light and begins his search. Activating his N, he scans the room. There's nothing immediately suspicious, no strange presence, no hidden traps, just silence and dust. He continues searching with his hands, sifting through shelves of old books. Some of them contain bizarre rituals, and several bear strange symbols Oren recognizes as being connected to Nen. To his frustration, the writing is in an unfamiliar script, can't understand a word of it. Those seem rare and expensive, I need to remember about them, but they don't help me in my current situation. Finally, he comes across a small notebook resting on the elder's desk. As he flips through it, Oren's eyes widen in shock. It's a diary. His master's diary. He starts skimming through the entries at random. October 1986. More than 3 years before this all began. Project Ion, 3rd cycle. Day 180. 4 subjects remaining. The sword is not showing any visible signs of change. Noticing a slight increase in residual aura. What? Project Ion, 3rd cycle. Day 270. Last subject sacrificed today. Sword shows a visible increase in aura, but absolutely no trace of absorbed life force. The project ended in total failure. I need to change my approach, as more data doesn't reveal new findings. His breath speeds up. Quickly, he skips forward to the most recent pages. Project Ion, 4th cycle. Day 1. I've finally managed to find the last student. Every student is between 4 and 8 years old and will be trained to the best of my ability. Using the old scripture, I've found a Nen symbol closely tied to sacrifice. It's a lost symbol, effect unknown, but I have no choice. I don't know where this scripture originated, but I'm fairly sure it came from the outside. I have to gamble. This opportunity is simply too tempting. The gathered students aren't particularly gifted looking, nor do they seem hopeless, just 24 ordinary children. Thanks to the sale of my previous work, funds appear sufficient, even after crafting the unfinished blade I've named Eternity. I didn't hold back on materials. Most ore used in the blade's forging doesn't even have a name. Using a special mark, embedded directly above the heart of each victim through eternity itself, and a ritual candle, I've marked all the students with my new Hatsu, I gained by abandoning my old one as payment. I've also marked myself, establishing a direct connection to me. Each of the 24 petals of the chrysanthemum represents a student, their individual sacrifice intended to let the flower on my own chest bloom inside me. Once all students have been sacrificed to eternity, I hope to absorb their life force and restore my youth. Sword training, along with raising their vitality and life force, will be the focus of this project. I need to raise their compatibility with me, I need to create my ideal young self. I see, so that's what this is all about. That's his goal. He's failed 3 times already and we're the 4th cycle. What did he mean by outside? Outside this world, the Dark Continent. Oren continues reading, now captivated. Elder Lighter has documented all of their training. Project Ion, 4th cycle. Year 3. A few students show remarkable talent. Number 4 and number 6 are rare cases. If they weren't destined to be sacrifices, they could become powerful Nen users. Number 23 and number 24 appear to be on another level, entirely true rarities. Perhaps 1 in a million talents. It's almost unnatural how many gifted students I've found this time. I fear the other elders may have secretly helped. Might looks like my experiments have drawn their attention. If I fail, it will reflect solely on me and my methods. Some of these brats remind me of those arrogant, sniveling idiots who now call themselves the Phantom Troop. Disgusting spiders. In any case, I hope that with this level of talent, they'll be able to fuel eternity properly. Buno and Bunna can't be trusted. They keep demanding more money. At this rate, the funds might run out sooner than expected. I have to think about my future steps carefully. Oren turns the page straight into a more troubling entry. No way. 14. Countdown till the end. Project Ion, 4th cycle. Year 4. Eternity shows no sign of containing life force, nor any hint of a Nen ability. While it seems to grow stronger with each sacrifice, aside from an increase in aura, the blade still displays no special effect, no distinct ability, and retains no trace of the victim's life energy. The other elders are losing patience. I had promised to share my findings, but several are no longer willing to overlook the project. The disappearances of my former students have not gone unnoticed. Too many people have been going in and out of the mansion. Rumors are spreading. Real pressure is building. After their forced inspection of eternity, most elders seem to have lost faith in this cycle entirely. I now need to spend more money on bribes just to keep things running. It's likely this cycle is already doomed. Still, I will continue the experiment in hopes of at least producing a powerful and unique blade. I also require the sacrifices to expand their aura further, to provide more data for future tests. The more aura gets fed to the blade, the more changes may appear. Eternity, even unfinished, could earn me a fortune if sold to collectors. That would allow me one final attempt. My health is deteriorating faster than expected. I rely heavily on medication. My heart condition is worsening. Even focusing all my time on Ten and Zetsu, I estimate I have 5 years at most. For the next cycle, I'll drastically increase the number of sacrifices and reduce the interval between each to just 1 week. I will have to leave Meteor City. I'll need to recruit a private army and abduct multiple villages worth of children. NGL appears to be a promising location. Its isolation means the locals are unlikely to report anything to outside authorities. I can't share this plan with anyone, inside or outside of Meteor City. Looks like Lighter is finished. He will lose everything inside Meteor City. He's desperately holding on, and this was 9 months ago. Oren spots a few more mundane entries, quickly reading through them, and then stumbles across an entry that is seemingly brand new. Project Ion, 4th cycle. Year 4, Month 9. Only 5 students remain. The elders are draining more and more of my resources. I must urgently find work to keep up appearances. Once Eternity is complete, I will sell it immediately, probably at an auction in York New, or through the Mafia, and finally leave this cursed city behind. The remaining students are all gifted. Even number 22, who is without a doubt a complete idiot, has an unusually high aptitude for Nen, superior even to number 4 and number 6. Number 24 seems to be a genius, though her aura reserves are only slightly above number 22. Then there is number 23, who is obedient, calm, and rational, clearly the winner of the contest. The perfect student, almost too perfect. He won't slack off. He won't falter. He won't disobey. I wish I could take him with me. He could be useful. There's no longer any need to pretend this contest matters, as the outcome is obvious. Since I must maximize profit, the sacrifice order will be number 4, then number 6, followed by number 22, number 24, and finally number 23 to complete the ritual. Eternity may have failed in function, but perhaps, after all these unexpectedly talented offerings whose potential I have severely underestimated, this project can still yield results. At the very least, it may provide the insight I need to move forward. Eternity may yet surprise me. This is a lot to take in. At least I am already the winner of the contest, over a year before its conclusion. If the others knew, they'd get desperate. Oren reads many older entries, but finds nothing that can help him with his current situation. He then remembers the medication mentioned in the diary. Eventually, he finds a large supply of pills, enough for years. Examining them, he notices the capsules can be opened. Inspiration strikes quickly. I'll leave you a special present, Master. Without a doubt, you more than deserve it. Activating N to ensure he's alone, Oren leaves the office and heads to the now abandoned infirmary. He grabs as many different medications as he can carry and returns to Elder Lider's study. Opening one of the pills, he inspects the medicine inside the capsule. He compares it with the contents of the various medicines taken from the infirmary until he finds one that looks identical. This one is against constipation. Well, who cares? As long as it doesn't smell and look similar, that is good enough. Oren then carefully opens each capsule, one by one, extracting around 2/3 of Lider's medication and replacing it with the one he took from the infirmary. The pills on the bottom of each can he replaces fully with other medicines, despite the risk of detection. This process takes Oren many hours, slightly worrying him. Finally, once the last pill is tampered with, Oren, after making sure the office looks exactly as it did when he first entered, returns the medication with a smile and quietly leaves. As Oren resumes his training, a strange sense of nostalgia creeps in. A faint desire to spare the other students rushes through his mind, but he quickly pushes it away. Like a machine, Oren continues training as if his life depends on it. He puts particular focus on Ryu, which is difficult to master, but he still manages steady progress, despite training alone. His aura now shifts more fluidly and reacts way faster than before. At the same time, his overall aura is skyrocketing. Thanks to his affinity, which seems to follow that of an enhancer, with natural leanings toward emission and transmutation, his aura is very powerful and very effective at strengthening his body. His reserves grow larger every day, satisfying the goals Oren set for himself. Whenever Lider leaves the mansion, judging his master's mood every time Oren slips out as well, purchasing small gadgets and various electronic parts, always returning after a few hours to reduce risks. He also makes frequent visits to the small chamber where Lider silently sacrifices his students, carefully preparing the room to create a few spots to conceal certain objects without being noticed. The months drag on, and Oren's feelings slowly evolve into a heavy mix of anxiety and depression. The euphoria and thrill of learning Nen, mastering swordsmanship, and growing stronger is long gone, replaced by fear and the constant fight for survival. During number 4's dismissal, Oren sees frustration in his eyes but also acceptance. 3 months later, number 6 leaves. She looks hollow, broken by the absence of her training partner. She almost seems relieved to go. Her last expression reminds Oren of a girl ready to sleep after desperately staying awake for days. Another 3 months pass, and number 22 departs while screaming curses and begging the elder for another chance. You'll have a bright future, trust your master. This is not the end, Lider comments gently, though his face looks like it's aged a full year since their last meeting. One more to go, number 24, I am sorry. Exactly 5 years and 9 months after their training began, Lider enters the now abandoned, dusty breakfast hall, where Oren and number 24 sit silently, chewing on dry sandwiches. This is the last time I'll have to make this painful decision, Lider says, his voice low. Number 24, you'll sadly have to leave tonight. You'll be number 23's assistant in the future. Don't feel disappointed, I'll be teaching you personally after I've passed on most of my secrets to number 23. That's what I'll be doing over the next 3 months. The day drags by. Oren trains like always, nothing that's happened surprises him anymore. His eyes seem empty but hide a rage that's been slowly building up over the last months, ready to be unleashed on his target. Not yet. Later, number 24 approaches him. Master called me. I asked for a few minutes to say goodbye. You know, despite us sparring almost every day for 6 years, I feel like we don't know each other at all. True, Oren replies. That's all you have to say? She asks, her eyes solemn as they drift from him to the city skyline beyond the windows and the outer wall of Lider's mansion. Yes, he answers firmly. You might want to take this opportunity to leave. That way, you won't be dragged into this, she says finally, her expression somewhere between determined and unhinged. Oren responds, desperately acting, what are you talking about? Just accept your loss. We'll meet again in 3 months. I don't know what twisted thoughts you're harboring, but they'll only drive you mad. Maybe you're right. I'll find out soon enough, she murmurs, clutching her blunt katana tightly as she walks away with her head held high. Using Zetsu, Oren follows her. I need to see how Master actually sacrifices her. Every other time, they walked in and froze up immediately. Maybe it's the circle, I need to take the risk. Master looks distracted, tired, and with his focus locked on number 24 she's clearly suspicious, even prepared for the worst. She seems ready to fight. I should be able to observe safely, I need more information or I'll be sharing the fate of all the others. Positioned just outside the small room at the far end of the mansion, Oren activates N, the usual bubble appearing around him, now covering an area of 13 m. Inside, number 24 is sitting before Elder Lighter, listening intently as he speaks. She's still moving. I can see her hands fidgeting. She's nervous but not paralyzed. Her movements are slowing down, her tension fading. Has she calmed down? What's going on? Now she's completely still, calm, silent. There seems to be something wrong. She was ready to fight. Is she being manipulated or? Suddenly, number 24 collapses onto the floor. Why did she collapse? The circle, a Nen technique, maybe sleeping gas. I need to investigate this room again. Without hesitation, Lighter plunges the black, unfinished sacrificial katana, Eternity, through her heart. Her body is placed precisely within the circle. At least she didn't suffer. Number 24, we didn't truly know each other, but I respected you. I'll promise you this, your killer will soon end up in your exact position. You can take your revenge inside the blade. Shortly after completing the ritual, Lighter slips out of the mansion, a large bag in hand, clearly trying to remain unseen. Oren rushes into the sacrificial chamber. The air reeks of blood and something else. Sniffing, he catches a faint draft above. He grabs a chair, climbs up, and finds a small mobile fan hidden in the ceiling, quietly dispersing a thin gas into the room. He silently returns the chair to its place and heads back to his quarters. Oh, Master, so you had the same idea as me. This really is poetic. The next day, Elder Lighter appears before Oren visibly strained, his condition clearly worsening. My student, my health is declining faster than I expected. Soon, you'll inherit my school. Are you going to teach me more about Nen now, Master? Oren asks, a satisfied grin forming on his lips. No, I'll spend these last 3 months teaching you the core of my swordsmanship. After that, we'll go to the training hall with the others, and with a few of my most senior students will teach you the deeper secrets of Nen. Hehe, teach me, Master. It will be to your own demise. He then stares into Oren's eyes. What is your name, child? My name? I guess I can tell him. He won't be able to tell it to anyone soon enough. Oren. 15. Legacy and Future. To Oren's surprise, his master does exactly what he declared to number 24. Lighter teaches Oren almost daily, even showing him an old notebook he seems to have inherited. It contains various drawings and symbols, seemingly originating from Japan. Lighter translates and explains the meanings to Oren, mentioning that he must keep this a secret and is permitted only to teach the core aspects to his eventual student and successor. Thanks to Lighter's hands-on approach and personal sparring sessions, Oren's swordsmanship rapidly progresses. Lighter even instructs Oren on how to shift his aura, never mentioning the name Ryu, thus forcing Oren to conceal his prior experience with the technique. He quickly learns Ryu, and after just a month, Lighter witnesses Oren's true skill, visibly shocked. I'm having fun. This is exactly what was missing. Lighter's amazement continues to grow as Oren almost perfects Ryu in just 3 months, this time benefiting from his master's genuine guidance, who seemingly forgets what he plans to do. On the night before the 6-year mark, Lighter offers praise as he observes Oren performing all his stances, techniques, and secrets in one long practice session. Incredible, Oren. You've perfectly mastered my swordsmanship and the hidden techniques, and your aura shifting is exceptionally advanced. Tomorrow you'll inherit the sword, my school, and position. You are indeed worthy. Sleep early tonight. At exactly 6 p.m. tomorrow evening, we'll leave this school, you as my successor and new master of my school. Yes, Master, Oren says with a smile. At exactly midnight, Oren enters the sacrificial room and places a series of small devices outfitted with timers and filled with various liquids in the small openings he prepared earlier. He stands in front of the door leading to his master's room and thinks silently, unable to speak aloud. Good night, Master. I've prepared my thanks for you. Eating as much as he can during breakfast, Oren wakes up and lazes around the entire day, practicing ten and zetsu, which doesn't tire him out in the slightest, in fact, instead pushing his body to peak condition. A few hours before the meeting, he sharpens his blunt practice katana, just to make sure he has another card to play should things go awry. At precisely 6 p.m., he enters the small chamber alongside his master. Lighter enters first and gestures toward the floor, where Oren sees a red circle surrounded by strange symbols. Please sit down, my student, Lighter says with a smile. Of course, Master. Though I only plan to spend 5 minutes with you, that's when my timer and your life will end. Using a tiny bit of Azure Restoration combined with Oren ensures the sleeping gas has no effect on him at all. Oren suppresses a grin as his master shows no reaction at all. Still, Oren pretends otherwise, slightly closing his eyelids from time to time, before acting like he is trying to pay more attention. Now, Oren, before I can formally declare you my successor, there is still something I must tell you. It's about my family and my style of swordsmanship. Lighter begins telling Oren about his parents and their teachings. Barely listening, Oren acts sleepy, rubbing his eyes, trying hard to suppress his smile. Finally, as he counts down internally 293, 294, 295, 296 acting as if he's about to fall asleep, he whispers softly toward his master. Master, how about a little rest? How about you rest for eternity? Oren screams as numerous small containers explode, quickly filling the room with poisonous gas. Oren immediately draws his crudely sharpened katana and activates Limitless Waters, risking everything by focusing his entire aura onto his blade, using Ko, and striking at his master. Lighter, caught off guard, desperately attempts to block the attack with Eternity, only for his blade to be knocked back, slicing into the wall of the cramped room, getting stuck. As Oren retracts his blade, its relatively small size a huge advantage in this tiny room, and strikes again at a diagonal angle. Lighter backs away, but the range of Oren's katana suddenly extends, Limitless Waters lengthening the blade and cutting off Lighter's left arm in one swift motion. Refusing to grant him any respite or opportunity to counter or use a Nen ability of his own, Oren, using his mastery over emission, spits out 3 water bullets, hidden within, from his mouth, each piercing into Lighter's chest, whose eyes nearly bulge out of their sockets. His shock immense. Every bullet hits Lighter hard, with his illness and the poison preventing any reaction. Showing no mercy, Oren attacks again, stabbing his blade deep into his master's stomach. He immediately transforms his left hand into a claw, viciously stabbing it into Lighter's shoulder, then grabbing his remaining right arm, and throwing him violently over his head, slamming his body directly into the circle. "Now, master, it's time for the 24th sacrifice," Oren whispers as he rips Eternity out of the wall, which it is still embedded in, tossing aside his training katana. You knew. I curse you. You destroyed my life's war, Lighter whispers weakly. "Shut up, you worthless imbecile. You'll die as punishment for your desperate attempts at longevity. You know what? My Hatsu allows me to restore any body to peak condition. If you'd been an honorable master and treated me well, I would have healed you for free, granting you at least 3 or 4 more decades of life," Oren says with an amused voice. "What? You Lee?" Lighter gasps, but before he can utter another word, Oren pierces his heart with Eternity, blood slowly trickling onto the ground. To Oren's surprise, Eternity suddenly radiates an enormous amount of aura. Using Gyo and glancing at the left side of his chest, Oren notices the 24th and final petal slowly turning black. Fully blackened, his flower suddenly blooms. The flower shifts its shape slightly, like growing to maturity, expanding slightly. The sword suddenly floats in midair before generating a violent surge of aura, then magically, as if controlled by someone, thrusts forward, piercing straight into Oren's heart. What? No, this wasn't how I. Oren suddenly jolts awake. He glances around frantically. Lighter's corpse is still sprawled on the floor, the room reeking of poisons and chemicals. He desperately searches for the sword, before remembering what happened and clutching his chest. How much time has passed? To his astonishment, the left side of his chest appears perfectly normal, with no visible injury. Activating Gyo, he clearly sees the now fully bloomed pitch-black flower still etched there, along with his number 23. Focusing his aura on his chest, he senses a faint presence, and suddenly, the sword manifests. Eternity's hilt gradually emerges from within the flower. Grabbing the hilt, Oren pulls out the remaining length of the blade. Inspecting it, he breaks into laughter. The blade is perfectly ordinary. The only change Oren notices is that the blade is now completely black, containing a significant amount of residual aura, yet devoid of any special effect or discernible ability. However, the instant he thinks of dismissing it, the blade immediately vanishes. Testing the thought again, Eternity reappears in his hand, even with its snowy white sheath, which he quickly removes. Interesting, so I can summon and dismiss it at will. I guess that's a useful ability. But was it worth sacrificing 23 promising young lives and 1 pathetic elder? Oren stares at the blade, his expression twisting slightly, unable to complete the thought. Maybe. He steps onto his dead master's body, his shoe pressing into Lighter's still shocked-looking face as he exits the small room. With slow steps, he traverses the mansion, his mind flooded with hundreds, thousands of memories. Endless training. Suddenly, in Oren's mind, 23 figures appear beside him as he stands in the vast, empty training hall, each young child swinging their bakken, brimming with hope. He sees an empty spot within their chaotic formation and takes his place among them, drawing Eternity, mimicking their clumsy movements with a nostalgic smile. "I won't forget you, everyone, and at least whatever small part of you is left, I'll take with me," he says, raising Eternity high. "I'll carry you with me to the very ends of the world. Number 22, Nero, right? I'll teach you how to reach your goals without crying like a child. Number 4 and number 6, you'll always stay together, I promise. Number 24, you can watch and get to know me more. I'll make you proud." He then throws his sword into the air, making it disappear with just a thought, feeling its presence in his heart, the sword from earlier, just a conjuration, an image of the real sword. Oren finally exits the mansion, boldly stepping out of the main entrance, noting the complete darkness outside. Waiting there, he spots Bunu, and several elderly people, accompanied by other seemingly important men and multiple armed guards. They stare at Oren, visibly shocked, while Bunu and Bunu step forward. "Took your sweet time, huh? We expected you yesterday. It's already past midnight." "Sorry, I had to say goodbye to the rest," Oren replies mysteriously, revealing just a hint of a grin. One of the elderly people appears visibly delighted and starts laughing soon. Several others share his sentiment, leaving Oren confused about their relationships and the overall situation. I guess nobody will bother explaining things to me, they all look down on me. I'll accept this kind of bullshit for now, but they'll regret their arrogance soon enough, much like my dear master probably did. As if communicating telepathically, everyone departs except Bunu, and a single woman who looks to be in her late 50s. You'll handle the cleanup. As the youngest elder, you'd better not complain, the elder who laughed just moments ago says in a satisfied tone as he walks away. The woman gazes apologetically at Oren and says, I'm sorry, could you tell me your name? I only know your former number. My name is Oren, he calmly replies. Feel free to refer to me as number 23 if you can't remember. It's just as much my name as the one my parents forced upon me. I am Elder Nibbana first, let me apologize. The inaction of us elders regarding your situation has been unprecedented, even by our standards. I'd like to explain a few things to you, the young elder says with a serious expression. Of course, Oren replies. Follow me, please. I've prepared a clean place for you to stay, at least temporarily, she says in a friendly tone. Just a second, Oren interjects, then gestures toward Bunu and Bunu, pulling them aside. Inside the mansion are extremely valuable books about Nin, specifically rituals. Master even mentioned some materials on a topic that I think you'll find particularly interesting. This knowledge has to be incredibly rare and valuable. I don't want them getting lost, as the elders will undoubtedly seize them if we give them the chance. They might be worth a fortune, and due to my circumstances, I might need them myself. Could one of you retrieve them? We'll split the profit once we sell everything we don't need. Be sure to grab Master's diary, it contains useful information about the elders. If you can look for his inherited sword manual as well. The rest of the mansion is worthless, I suggest burning it all down. Hee, you're quite shrewd, Master, Oren, Bunu says with a smile. Bunu nods at them. Leave it to me. We'll meet later at our place. Don't even think about staying anywhere recommended by the elders. Bunu and Oren swiftly return to Elder Nibbana, following her into a nearby mansion much smaller than Lider's, yet considerably more welcoming, especially compared to Lider's mansion, which now resembles a haunted house due to years of severe neglect. Time to plan my exit. I made it. 16. Plans for the future. Oren enters Elder Nibbana's mansion along with Bunu and is caught off guard by the sight in front of him. Several small children are running around, clearly playing around, having fun, with a few caretakers even joining in. As Oren takes a seat on a large couch, the young elder quickly gathers the nearby children, gently urging them to give the adults some privacy. What a hypocrite. She tries to rescue these kids, yet she allowed Lider's experiments to continue, trying to make up for a massive failure by playing caretaker to a few orphans. Pathetic. She's the worst kind of politician, weak, useless, and worst of all, ineffective. Sorry about that. The kids are too young to understand what's going on, she says with a calm tone. No problem, Elder, Oren replies, holding back the urge to voice his true thoughts. Oren, what you went through, it must have been traumatizing. I can't begin to imagine how you feel. I want to talk to you about two things. First, I'd like to invite you to stay here, in my mansion. I can offer you a room, personal lessons, and more importantly, a sanctuary where you won't be harmed, she says, eyes full of pity and regret. That's extremely kind, Elder, but I'll be joining my instructors. There's still much I need to learn, and I trust them with my life. I hope that's acceptable to you, Oren replies, throwing a smirk toward Bunu, seated beside him. I don't think that's a wise decision. Bunu activates Ren, staring coldly at the elder, his expression turning nearly hostile. I accept your decision, Oren. But even if they're your instructors, they're assassins. That's hardly the right environment for someone your age, even in Meteor City. Still, after all you've been through, I can't bring myself to lecture you or them. What Elder Lider did was unforgivable, and I couldn't stop it. I suppose we owe you at least that much, she says. What's the second topic? Oren asks. I don't want to waste my time with this hypocrite. Your affiliation with Meteor City, she says in a calm voice. Don't worry about that. I actually like this place and plan to stay loyal to it. Still, I want to be free. I intend to leave fairly soon, but this is my home and I hope it stays that way. This will be a place I can return to, I hope, Oren replies with a smile. I can't renounce this place or make enemies out of them. I just need to leave quietly, with no grudges involved. They'll quickly forget I even exist. Elder Nibbana's face visibly lights up. Really? That's wonderful. Trust me, this community might seem harsh, but we do care about each other. I'm trying to change things, slowly, but it's not easy. This woman. Oren locks eyes with her. Since you admit I was mistreated, may I ask for a small favor? Could you officially designate either Bunu or Bunu as my guardian? I need a guardian and papers. I plan to take the next hunter exam. I know people from Meteor City officially don't exist, but I still need some form of ID to enter. Oren, becoming a hunter is incredibly dangerous. You're far too young. No, he's not, Bunu interrupts, clearly losing patience. He survived a battle with Lider. He's 12. There's no reason to stop him. He's qualified and more than strong enough to become a hunter. You owe it to him to make me his guardian. The elder shakes her head in clear defiance. I can't. You're not suitably a known international criminal. Your list of crimes is endless. You're wanted in several countries. How can I? Buno sighs, then name my brother. He's done worse things, but he got away with most of them. He'll do just fine. I suppose I could fine. I hope this shows you we're on your side, Oren. I'll arrange for the documents, they'll even be real. With enough money, that's never an issue. We've got more than a few secret connections to several countries. In fact, we're hoping that one day, you'll help us gain recognition from more of them, she says, giving him a pleading look. I won't forget my home. I'll make sure to send some money back once I start earning money, Oren promises. Just a symbolic gesture. These greedy leeches aren't getting anything more than that. Perfect. There's just one issue left, that sword. The elders want you to hand it over immediately. They are claiming it is their possession as Lider's experiments were funded by them. Too late. Lider's Nen ritual backfired. It's permanently fused with me now, nobody can claim it, Oren states, his voice getting a little louder. I'll kill every single person who wants to steal eternity from me. I'll accept that answer. But can you prove it? The others poured a lot into Lider's research. They'll be furious, and my word won't be enough to convince them. Oren looks at Buno, who nods reluctantly, all the confirmation Oren needs. Can you swear to keep this information to yourself? Oren asks, his voice low and steady as he stares into Elder Nibana's eyes. Yes, she replies firmly. Oren lifts his shirt, revealing the mark on his chest. It bloomed on me. Only the 25th person who completely dyes the flower back can ever use the sword. If I die, the sword will simply disappear forever, as nobody else who has participated in Lider's sick exam is alive. Eternity is my inheritance, and I can't and won't give it away. If you want to forcefully lay claim to it, I'll defend it with my life. Oren then stares into Nibana's eyes, her gaze quickly meeting his own before looking away in shame. Elder Nibana lowers her gaze, still staring at Oren's chest. Her eyes glow faintly for a moment before she sighs. I understand. That will suffice. I won't pry into what happened inside that mansion. It's in the past now anyway. Most of the elders have learned their lesson. Lider's experiments never even came close to the results they hoped for. I think they'd rather pretend they never supported him in the first place. She sighs again, but then forces a smile. So, just stay inside this mansion for a while. I'll inform the other elders. You're free now, Oren. You don't need to worry anymore. Thank you for the invitation, but my instructors will house me until I'm ready to leave, Oren responds, not even considering her invitation for a second. Nibana, visibly disappointed, responds softly, okay, if you ever need anything, my door's always open. I'll deliver your papers soon, along with some basic ways to contact us. Even if you leave, I expect at least one letter every year. Thank you, Elder. I'll remember to write you, Oren says, standing up with Buno as they head toward the exit. The moment Oren steps outside the mansion, his expression shifts into one of anger. What a disgusting hypocrite, he mutters, spitting onto the ground in front of the building. Hee, you're sharp. It's good that you can see through people like her, Buno replies. They talk big, but when it counts, they do nothing for the vast majority of people. She's the kind of shallow and pathetic person who feels fulfilled by just taking care of a few orphans while thousands of others die every day. Oren laughs. She thinks you aren't fit to be a guardian, instructor. Elders who sacrifice children are fine, but your crimes are too much. What a joke. It's almost frightening how they think, Buno says. She actually believes the nonsense she says. They arrive at a slightly rundown basement apartment, but Oren's first impression shifts the moment they step inside. The place is clean, organized, and easily large enough to house 5 people comfortably. Banu is already inside, reading a book. A large stack of books, scrolls, and even paintings sits in front of him. How is it, brother? Buno asks. Incredible. These texts are as rare and expensive as our little Oren claimed. I'd estimate a few billion to the right buyer. I want copies for myself. These are incredibly useful. I don't even understand 5% of it, and I can already tell that the sheer amount of knowledge they contain will be priceless for the right buyer. Brother, if you don't understand them, how do you know they're so amazing? Buno asks, raising an eyebrow. I just know. This is the biggest rainfall in a long time. Oren, you promised us half, right? We're not refusing it, we need the money. That's the only reason we ever worked for Elder Lider, Banu explains. Did he pay that well? Oren wonders aloud. To be honest, I have a sharp memory. I remember bits of my childhood hunters and fighters in Heaven's Arena earning a fortune. Heh, no wonder you act so mature, Buno says. Most kids don't even start learning until they're 4 or 5. They don't remember much before that. Looks like you got a few years head start. Banu chimes in, we can't become hunters, it's complicated. Heaven's Arena isn't an option either, we need to stay hidden. What do you need that much money for anyway? Oren asks, genuinely curious. We founded our own country, together with some comrades. It began as a sect for assassins, but now we have a few thousand people building a community. It's not officially recognized, but we have the strength and independence of a de facto city. If you're interested, consider yourself invited either as a visitor or even a future citizen. It's completely up to you, Banu explains calmly. I am not sure, but I don't see why I wouldn't be interested. You have high positions, right? I am always interested in learning, so consider me a citizen, and half of the value of Lider's possessions my first donation, Oren replies. If there are similarly skilled people, I am more than interested. I want to learn more combat techniques, and if I can find people whom I can trust, then this couldn't be better. What are your plans, anyway, Oren? You told the elder you want to leave, Buno inquires curiously. I want to become a hunter, build a reputation, and make as much money as I can. I'm interested in weapons. Are there more like this out there? He asks, conjuring eternity, which appears in his hand. I've never seen a weapon even close to that one, Bunu replies. It's like a full nun ability, allowing you to conjure it whenever you want without much cost, and with just a thought. The aura surrounding it is also incredibly powerful. Buno thinks for a moment. I have seen other special weapons, though. So it's not like there's nothing out there. If you look carefully, you'll find precious things out there. For example, every skilled assassin knows about Ben's knives. Why don't you build your own collection? By the way, our little sanctuary is on the Yorbian continent, south of Yorbia. It's not that far away from York New City, it's at a great location. A student of a deceased friend is a master with knives. If you are interested, why don't you visit and learn for a while? That's a great idea, Oren says. Once I get my license, earn some money, and find a few knives, I'll visit. Those knives were on my list in the first place. I want to grow stronger not just in swordsmanship. I want to learn from different schools, collect more weapons, and experience the world, Oren says, his voice firm with resolve. I can understand your mindset, but I don't understand one thing yet, your motivation, Bunu states. Why do you seek strength in the first place? There's a place I want to visit, Oren answers, wearing a mysterious smile. It'll take a lifetime of training and preparation, but I want to go there. Always thankful for reviews, comments, favorites, and suggestions. Thank you for reading. I would be super grateful if you could rate and, if possible, leave a review for this story. That would really help me out. If you are interested, then please support me on Patreon. www.patreon.com/frwriter. 10+ early chapters are available right now. Thank you so much for reading. 17. Setting off. Stuck at York New. Oren spends the most interesting week of his life in his instructor's comfortable home. He trains daily, focusing on mastering eternity. He's figured out most of the sword's abilities. He can conjure it in under a second, and make it vanish in half that time. Besides being incredibly sturdy and able to turn invisible, the sword's main strength lies in its perfect compatibility with Oren's aura, especially limitless waters. Shu becomes devastatingly effective if Oren focuses his entire aura into the blade. He can cleave through anything, even thick steel. He's even tried damaging the sword, but it's impossible. After all, it isn't a real blade, it's just a projection of eternity. The original still pierced into his chest, lodged inside his heart. This sword is incredible. It might not have flashy abilities, but it fits my style perfectly. I can use this for the rest of my life. Is post-mortem then involved? I swear my aura feels like it is getting amplified if I focus it into the sword. This sword, it's tempting, but I can't rely on it too much. It should stay as my trump card. Oren also uses Azure Restoration to heal the remainder of Buno's injuries on his hands. It takes nearly the whole week to completely eliminate the lingering damage or heal them, or more accurately, to restore them to their original condition. I swear, in all my 45 years, my hands have never felt this good. This is incredible. Buno exclaims, transforming both of his hands into monstrous-looking claws. It also takes nearly a full week for Bunu to finish analyzing all the books and material they recovered from Lider's mansion. Brother, Oren, listen. I don't think we should sell this material outright. Here's what I propose: we make copies and sell only a limited number. We'll carefully select what information we share. We need to be cautious. This treasure should go straight home. No one will attack us, for Aitor City is strong. Oren, while my brother and I are leaders of our people, there are several others as strong as us. Even the most powerful Nen users would think twice before trying anything. We'll handle the materials, and we split any profit 50-50. But officially, you remain the owner of Lider's research material. I agree. I don't even have the contacts to sell something like this in the first place, so if you two are handling that, I'm more than fine with it, Oren replies, satisfied. I think I can trust them at this point. It's pretty clear they want to recruit me too, and since I'm basically alone and don't want to be tied to Meteor City, I might as well go along with it for now. What is your country, or sect, whatever it is called? Oren asks, realizing he's never heard the name. Bunu takes a deep breath before answering. We call ourselves the Hollow Blade. Our community is hidden within a mountain range. Part of the city is actually carved into the rock itself. It's just south of the Yorbian border, in a narrow mountain pass. We've lobbied to ensure that neither Yorbia nor the small republic beneath it claims our valley as their territory. So even though we're not internationally recognized, we function as an independent city-state. Interesting. Anyway, it's early December, exactly 6 years since I arrived here. If I want to make this year's hunter exam, I need to register soon, right? Oren asks. Buno sighs. We haven't told you yet, but this might not be a great year to apply. We talked to a few contacts, and apparently, the location of the 283rd Hunter exam is easy to find this year. But there are rumors. Someone truly vile and twisted is in charge of it. We don't have details, but there's a good chance the exam won't be combat-focused. That could make you fail without ever getting a real chance. I'm sorry, Oranayuri strong and smart, but you still lack knowledge and real-world experience. It's fine. Oran shrugs. Even if I fail, it's not like I'll die. In that case, take this, Bunu says, handing him a heavy, beetle-shaped phone. It's a beetle phone. Clunky and heavy, but it works anywhere in the world. You'll need it, especially if you become a hunter. Every member of Hollow Blade has one. Our community doesn't have normal phone infrastructure, Bunu explains. Thanks. Oran says, recognizing the device from his inherited memories. A day later, Elder Nibbana personally visits Oran and hands him his ID. To his complete surprise, the name on it reads, Oran Nilam. That's my name, my actual name, Oran stammers. The Republic of Hass is one of the countries we work closely with. Didn't take long to get you a real ID, in fact, not just any IDO-year-old one. Do you want information about your family? She asks, her eyes sparkling with interest. I have no family. I only have this city and my instructors, Oran responds coldly. You won't get to me through them. That was a nice try, but I simply do not care about my past. I see, Nibbana replies, her expression unreadable. She then explains a few ways Oran can contact them via phone, PC, or mail before quietly taking her leave. As soon as the door closes behind her, Oran releases his Ren, his aura surging chaotically. This bitch, she thinks she can blackmail me. Not a chance. I'm really starting to despise these elders. Once I have enough power, I'll. A few days later, Oran is ready to set off. He carries a brand new backpack packed with non-perishable food, spare clothes, water bottles, essentials, 10 million jenny in cash, and his new phone. We'll send you a message. You applied for the exam, right? We already got a lead, Buno says. This year's exam will be held in the Federation of Okuman of the V5 countries. It's the greatest nation in the world, if we are only talking about size. We've got a few contacts who may be able to help you once you arrive there. We'll contact you once we get some tips from our acquaintances there. Like we said, this year's exam will be different, Bunu adds. I'll talk to you soon then, Oran replies with a smile. Finally. I can't wait to get out of here. I'm sick of Meteor City. Sick of the damn My Teen Union as well. I just want to leave. As soon as we make some copies of Lider's books and sell them, we'll wire your share of the profit. But the 10 million should last you a while, Bunu says. Thank you, instructors. If you ever need me or my ability, call me. Just make sure you keep my circumstances and everything about me secret, Oran says, his tone serious. Heh, don't be silly, kid. You can trust us, Buno replies. Oran waves them goodbye and begins his journey north, planning to reach the next large city on foot. 10 hours of trekking? No problem. Not even enough to call it training. Even with a heavy backpack, Oran feels light. For the first time since arriving in Meteor City, he has nothing to do and a whole month of free time. Training Ten and Zetsu as he goes, Oran quickly reaches a small city, then hops on a bus to a larger one with an airport. From there, he books a flight to York New City. Whenever he has downtime, Oran trains, maintaining Ten, practicing Zetsu, applying Shu to random objects, and using N at least twice a day. His range now extends to an impressive 18 meters. Upon arriving in York New City, he tries to book the next flight to Okamonli to learn that due to political turmoil and overbooked flights, the earliest flight he can get on is in 10 days. 10 days, great. Guess I'm stuck here. This city is massive, what should I do? Just stay in my room and train? No, I need to think. It's been a while since I received those memories. York New auction. No, not yet. What else? Markets. The bull market. He checks into a mid-range hotel for the night and leaves his backpack in the room. None of the contents are particularly valuable, so he can risk leaving them in his room. The next morning, he heads straight to the legendary bull market. The bull market is a mix of auction, garage sale, and flea market. You spot an item, write your name and a bid on a small tag, and if no one outbids you by closing time, it's yours. If there's already a bid, you can write a higher one. Of course, the inventory is constantly changing, but I bet most stuff takes a while to sell. I'll spend the next few days combing through everything. Maybe I'll find something special. Armor, equipment, trinkets, weapons, anything useful. Of course I'll obtain everything that has an aura as well. I can simply resell it after getting it appraised. As soon as Oran enters the market, he's overwhelmed by the crowd. It isn't just a few hundred people, thousands swarm the streets. Small wooden stands line the roads, with some people simply sitting on blankets, their wares chaotically spread out before them. Activating Gyo, Oran begins searching for anything that shows even a trace of aura, a huge indicator of value. 30 minutes in, he suddenly feels a tug on his pants. Smiling knowingly, he turns and punches the culprit straight in the face. The would-be thief, boy probably just a few years older than Oran, hits the ground hard, blood gushing from his nose. The crowd doesn't even flinch. A few nearby voices mutter dismissively. Another street rat. Filthy thief. Nice hit. Serves him right. Let 'em all die. Oren sees more than just a thief. He sees potential. Without hesitation, he grabs the boy and drags him into a nearby alleyway, yanking him away from the crowd. Your attempt to pickpocket me is going to cost you, Oren says with a calculating smile, startling the bleeding thief. 18. Adopting a rat. Playing by different rules. Please spare me, the thief pleads, his face full of terror. Oren's strength and decisiveness far beyond anything he could have ever imagined. Are you part of a gang? Oren asks coldly, staring at the thief. No, I'm just an orphan. Please forgive me. I have siblings who rely on me. He begs. I don't care about you or your sad backstory, Oren says flatly. Gathering Aura into his hand, he presses it against the stone wall of the alley and releases it in a violent burst. The wall cracks and shatters around the impact point, leaving the thief even more terrified. Oren flares his ren, his aura wild and overwhelming, causing the thief to tremble, his body beginning to shake uncontrollably, tears running down his face. That should be enough. This power, do you want it for yourself? Oren asks, smiling, his tone shifting to a gentler one. Yes. The thief stammers, eyes wide with confusion, hope, and a hint of greed. Oren smirks. I might teach you. For now, I have a task for you and I'll even pay you. He hands the boy 300,000 Jenny, who stares down at the bills in stunned silence. Let's get you a proper phone, Oren says. After picking out a random phone model, they head back to Oren's hotel room, where Oren forces the boy to shower immediately. Lending him a set of spare clothes, he commands him to listen. Your name? Oren asks. Aaron, the thief replies obediently. Sit down, Aaron. I didn't notice your presence earlier when you tried to pickpocket me. Try to get into that same mindset again. Close your eyes and imagine erasing your presence, just like you did before. Oren observes carefully as Aaron's presence noticeably fades. Almost a passable version of Zetsu. He must have picked it up unconsciously from pickpocketing. This boy's got some talent and he clearly needs money. I won't always be here in York New. I need helpers. I also want to try something. If he betrays me, so be it. I've got nothing to lose but time, and I've got plenty of that right now. Do you know why you caught my interest? Oren asks. Aaron shakes his head. No, you've got potential. What you just used is called Zetsu. It's one of the basic techniques of something powerful called Nen. It's a power that opens the doors to abilities people would describe as magical. I'm going to awaken that power in you. It could be lethal, but that's a risk you'll have to accept. With your talent, you should be fine. Keep your eyes closed and relax. I'll awaken your aura now. Every human has AUDIOBOOK, just learned how to suppress it naturally. For now, just get used to the feeling of your aura nodes opening. Oren activates Azure Restoration, not to heal, but to gently open Aaron's aura nodes. As he pours more and more aura into Aaron's body, he feels Aaron's own aura beginning to stir, then gently gush out of his aura nodes. Oren immediately stops his Hatsu, carefully inspecting the boy in front of him. All of Aaron's aura nodes are now open, his aura flowing gently, with no visible injuries or side effects. That easily, he didn't even notice. My Azure Restoration is basically a guaranteed method to awaken, and the only danger now is if he can't close his nodes again. If not, he'll burn through his aura and die. I could quickly create an army of Nen users, another thing I can't let others find out. Your aura nodes are now open. Try to keep your aura from leaking out. Imagine it surrounding your body, like an invisible cloak. It takes Aaron nearly 30 minutes to manage a shaky version of 10, his aura not calm, but unstable. Maybe I was wrong, his Nen potential isn't that great. He barely managed it. Another few minutes and he would have run out of aura. Though, to be fair, he could have also used his primitive version of Zetsu to stop the leak. This was more of a test anyway to see where he stands. Good. Now use Zetsu again, Oren orders. Aaron obeys, and after a moment, the pressure on him lifts. Not bad, he'll be useful. I'll teach him the basics, and maybe Gyo. If he performs well, I might teach him more. That'll be his reward. Alright, that's enough for now. You need to control your aura nodes to stay mostly closed, like before your awakening. That way, you can relax. However, I expect you to train 10 and Zetsu daily. I'm staying here for 10 more days. I'll teach you the basics of Nen. I expect you to study and improve on your own, strictly adhering to my guidance, Oren says. Master, you're without a doubt someone special. This ability, this power, I didn't even know something like it existed. I have to ask, why did you teach me this? What's your goal? Aaron asks, eyeing Oren carefully. I need someone to do a job for me. Aura is a requirement. Let's head back to the market, I'll show you. The two make their way back toward the bull market, chatting as they walk. Oren quickly informs him about a few basic aura concepts, focusing on the concept of Gyo. I'm going to use Gyo to search for items. That's what I wanted to do earlier until your little robbery attempt interrupted me. With Gyo active and Aaron trailing him, Oren resumes walking through the sprawling bull market. After 20 minutes of searching, he finds his first interesting item, an old painting of a tree. He notices a few people have already placed bids on it. The highest is 11,000 Jenny, not a small amount for a dusty painting. Not like I'm playing by your rules. Switching to Zetsu, Oren simply picks up the painting and walks away. The seller doesn't even notice anything is wrong. Let's see what else I can help myself to. This is like a treasure hunt. I guess it's fun to look for rarities. As the market begins to close, Aaron leads Oren to a shop that specializes in antiques and second-hand goods. Oren sells the painting, along with an old candlestick and what appears to be an ordinary vase. All three items contain a few traces of aura, lingering around the entire item, or parts of it. He receives a total of 450,000 jenny, leaving Aaron completely stunned. Do you get it? This is what I expect you to do, Oren asks. I think so, I just need to train enough to use Gyo. It's really that simple, find items with aura and then sell them. You want me to work for you, right? Will I get a share of the profits? Aaron asks cautiously. You can keep all the profit for yourself. I'm only interested in weapons, equipment, gear, books, and antiques. I want you to send me pictures of anything that might catch my eye. If I'm not interested, sell it and keep the profit. If I want it, it's not like I'll confiscate it either. I'll buy it from you and I'll pay you fairly. If you do a good job, I'll even teach you more about Nen. Sound fair? Yes. Please trust me, I won't disappoint you. Master, if you're interested in weapons, I also know a guy who sells really old ones. People call them trash, but I know that he gets visited by a few collectors, so maybe he has what you are looking for. He always gets new stuff, but barely sells anything. It's hard to find rarities, but perhaps with Gyo, you have a shot. I used to steal near his shop when tourists walked across. Is it part of the bull market? Oren asks. No, it's just a regular shop. It should still be open. Aaron responds quickly. Worth a try. Show me the way. Oren orders. Aaron leads Oren to the rumored shop. As soon as they enter, Oren is hit by the sight of piles of metal junk everywhere, rusty old metal objects, swords, axes, clubs, armor, knives, pots, cutlery, and an assortment of random tools. It's just trash, but the sheer volume is a good sign. Most people wouldn't bother digging through it. Oren activates Gyo and begins carefully sifting through the mess. He glances at the owner, who sits behind the counter, clearly bored, checking his watch and clearly ready to close for the day. Suddenly, Oren pauses. He spots an old knife and despite his foggy memories, he's certain it's a genuine Ben's knife. The knife has a jagged, menacing design with a long, curved blade featuring sharp notches and an aggressive hook near the tip. Its handle appears twisted and oddly colored, seamlessly blending into the chaotic form of the blade. The overall look is brutal and dark. Why is nobody interested in it? It looks fairly dangerous. Awesome design. This is art, this is a real treasure. I can't believe I found something like this in this junk shop. Activating Gyo confirms its dagger is faintly but consistently cloaked in aura. The aura is seemingly endless, never running out. Looks like my luck's holding strong today. This is it, a knife permanently infused with aura. This is definitely something special. My old master must have rubbed off on me. I really do have a thing for weapons. But one isn't enough. I want to collect them all. I also want to test this knife in battle. Since I am an enhancer, I could do crazy things with limitless waters, I'm sure of it. He places the knife back on the shelf, pretending to keep browsing. Then, with the owner's view blocked, he quietly slips the knife into his pants. Grabbing two ridiculous-looking knives with skulls embedded in the blades, he walks to the counter and asks, "How much for these two?" 1,500 jenny each. "If you take both, I'll give them to you for 2,500, the owner replies, obviously surprised that the boy in front of him is actually buying something. Oren pretends to hesitate, then hands over the 2,500 jenny and takes the knives. He leaves quickly, with the owner smiling behind him, glad to have made a sale. The man follows them to the door to close the shop for the day. As soon as they turn a corner, Oren tosses the useless knives over a nearby fence and pulls out the Ben's knife again. He holds it up beneath a street lamp, the blade catching the light. Beautiful. This is what I'm looking for, Aaron. If you can bring me a knife like this, I'm willing to pay you a couple million. I'll teach you Gyo, a surefire way to identify them. But here's the thing, if the item has no aura, I'm not interested. Even the finest collectible is just trash to me if it doesn't have aura, Oren explains. He channels limitless waters, applied via a simple shoe into the knife, and holds it close to Aaron. The boy immediately starts to shake, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He sees the terrifying blue aura cloaking the knife and instantly realizes that he has no way of resisting even a single attack. If you ever betray the trust I've placed in you, Oren says, his voice calm but commanding. I hope it doesn't come to that. He then slashes the knife against a nearby wall, a large, deep scar appearing on it, the knife cutting through it like butter. Aaron stares at the damaged wall and nods quickly, then steadies himself. He responds seriously, I won't disappoint you. Until now, I've never had a chance, never had a real opportunity to change my life. You gave that to me. I'll never betray you. Oren spends the next 10 days teaching Aaron, focusing only on the basics and how to use Gyo. He explains other techniques but forbids Aaron from experimenting with them, promising to teach him more if he produces results and masters the basics. Aaron, of course, isn't able to learn Ren, a requirement for Gyo, in just 10 days, but Oren teaches him how to focus all of his aura into his eyes using just 10. With that, Aaron is finally able to see the faint trace of aura surrounding the Ben's knife. This is good enough for now. At least you can get started this way. You can train slowly and carefully until you learn Ren and Gyo. If you can see Aura, that's all I need for now. During his 10 days in Yorknew, Oren earns another 4 million jenny, ending up with exactly 13 million more than he had at the start of his journey, making him smile with satisfaction. Finally, it's time for his long-distance flight to the Federation of Okima. Before leaving, he says his goodbyes to Aaron, making sure that he delivers regular updates on his activities. 19. Nen Addict Oren arriving in the Federation of Okima. 19. Nen Addict Oren arriving in the Federation of Okima. Oren sits in his private room on the airship. He has successfully managed to sneak his Ben's knife on board with him, despite the strict security checks. With the help of Zetsu and his well-trained Shadow Step, he easily bypassed security before boarding the airship. He is traveling straight to the Federation of Okima, using the only real vehicle suitable for such a journey. A blimp-like aircraft, made specifically for long-distance flights. While comparatively slow, it will still reach the Federation in a few days, thus giving Oren more than enough time to find his bearings once he arrives. This flight leads directly to the capital city. According to this year's information, every participant needs to arrive there before January 7th. Buno and Bunna mentioned something about a special exam, where combat skills might not be all that relevant. I hope they're wrong about that. Apparently, every year's exam is vastly different, with new examiners and new tasks, so I can't really prepare. I have some vague memories about running a marathon, hunting animals, descending a tower filled with traps, some kind of survival scenario, and finally, a one-on-one tournament-style task. That all sounds pretty interesting. I'd be more than fine with those tasks. Oren, of course, does not waste his time on the blimp. He practices the entire day. Oren does not slack on the basics, training his Ten, Zetsu, and Ren every single day. He also works on his fundamentals by specifically focusing on emission and transmutation exercises. Oren has come up with multiple games. For example, shooting a few tiny drops of aura against a wall, trying to slam them with enough force to cause dents in the wall, which, of course, does not happen. However, Oren loves the small but distinct impact these tiny aura droplets cause. Another way he trains is by shaping his aura into various forms, mimicking animals, and even writing words with his aura. Thankfully, he can simply use water divination whenever he wants to train his enhancement affinity. Oren decides to train all three affinities because his Hatsus depend on them. For now, he chooses to ignore manipulation and conjuration, with the sole exception of conjuring eternity, getting used to the feeling of conjuring it in the blink of an eye. While not exactly proficient, he is certainly improving in every single regard. Oren also decides to work on his advanced Nen skills. Shu, Gyo, Ko, Ryu, Ken, In, and En. Partly because of its usefulness, but also because Oren loves to see tangible results from his training. Oren practices En every single day. His former 18-meter range increases by a few centimeters each day. Of course, he practices Azure Restoration and Limitless Waters as well. Because of his pure greed when it comes to Nen, Oren spends 20 hours a day practicing Nen. Only during the 4 hours when he sleeps does he not use at least some technique. In all other situations, Oren keeps up either Ten or Zetsu. Around a week later, Oren arrives in the Federation of Okima. He steps onto the deck of the blimp and looks down at the capital named Concordus below him. It's a wide, sprawling city that stretches as far as the eye can reach. However, Oren immediately notices that there isn't a single skyscraper or large building around, which surprises him. I somehow remember from the otherworldly memories I received that some cities apparently forbid the construction of certain buildings in order to stay true to their cultural heritage. Could this be one of those cases? The city is huge, so having a few skyscrapers would normally make sense. The first thing he decides to do after exiting the blimp is explore the capital. Right next to the airport, he spots a small hut selling tickets for a bus tour of the capital. With no concrete goal in mind, Oren buys himself a ticket. He sits down at the end of the half-filled bus, and a fairly bland-looking woman in her mid-20s, dressed in a uniform, enters the bus. Welcome, dear visitors, to the wonderful Federation of Okima. I am the beautiful, smart, and funny Mina. I'll be your tour guide today. As you all know, our beautiful federation is made up of exactly 19 independent states, which are all mostly self-governing but share a central government. Our beautiful capital, Concordus, symbolizes this fantastic union. We respect the individuality of our states, but for political and practical reasons, we have united into one proud nation. On this tour, I'll have the pleasure of introducing you to our beautiful architecture, along with funny and interesting tidbits about the history of Concordus. I don't really care about all those things. I know I should, but I'm just being honest. Maybe this tour was a mistake after all. The tour continues, and Oren gets bombarded with one boring fact after another. At one point, he resumes his Nen training, using N, and trying his best to memorize all the details of a specific car that passes by them within the span of 1 second. Finally, after 3 hours, the tour ends, and the tour guide takes off her small, cute hat, aggressively asking for donations. Ignoring her, Oren exits the bus only to stop and wonder what exactly he should do in this huge, foreign city. He shamelessly returns to the woman, waits for the other guests to leave, and pulls out a few hundred jenny coins, throwing them into her hat. Thank you for the tour, sister. I really enjoyed it. Oren blatantly lies, trying his best to act cute. Thank you. You're such a cute kid, you can come again any time, she says with a grin. I'm staying here for a while. Can you recommend me a decent, centrally located hotel? It doesn't need to be luxurious, but I also don't want to end up in some cheap hotel. Sure, that reminds me. It may not be of interest to you, but a week ago I was called into a meeting. If anyone asks me about a hotel, I'm obligated to say, hunters beware, the Triangle Park Hotel is a well-respected and treasured hotel. Surely you remember the park from the tour? And now I remember I wasn't supposed to mention the meeting. Please keep it to yourself, okay, kid? Do this for your big sister, alright? She pleads. Sure, Oren says. This is kinda suspicious, but it sounds like a clue. Is this a trap? Now I have to check into that hotel. Despite not paying close attention during the tour, Oren does remember the park in question. However, he doesn't recall any particularly interesting backstory about it. It's a park shaped like a triangle, located right in the middle of the capital, with roads forming the boundaries like fences. Apparently, there is a large arena inside it, used for concerts. It's around 30 minutes away. I'll just go there. Thank you. Oren says, leaving with his backpack slung over one shoulder. On the way to the hotel, Oren picks up a fresh stack of clothes, deciding to throw out his old ones, as he's been wearing them for quite a few days now. He also stocks up on a large variety of snacks, fruits, sports drinks rich in electrolytes, vitamin pills, and protein bars. I want to make sure I have some non-perishable food ready. I shouldn't neglect my diet. Nen is directly connected to the body, and if my body is malnourished, my aura will definitely suffer for it. Thankfully, the Triangle Park Hotel positioned precisely at the tip of Triangle Park still has enough available rooms, and Oren books a single suite for himself. After checking in and taking a moment to look down at the triangular park from the window of his third-floor suite, he calls Bruno, who answers almost immediately. What is it, boy? We haven't made a sale yet, so if you're calling about money, you'll have to wait a bit longer. It's not about that, instructor. I just arrived in the Federation. It's still December. Have you heard anything? I don't think anything's been released publicly except the general location, which is exactly here in the capital, Oren replies. Not yet. You'll have to wait a little longer. I should be able to dig up something a few days before the exam starts. Just enjoy life and have fun in the meantime, Bruno responds, sounding completely casual. Sure, I'll talk to you later then, Oren says before hanging up. With 2 full weeks remaining before the start of the exam, Oren spends his days following a rhythm similar to the one he had aboard the airship. The only change is that he now visits the medium-sized hotel gym for at least 3 hours every single day. Aside from continuing his extensive Nen training program, he also explores various flea markets and antique stores scattered throughout the capital. These flea markets and antique shops might not be able to rival the ones in Yorknew, but I guess they're certainly worth a look. The local flea markets do not operate on an auction system, and Oren is able to purchase items directly instead of placing bids. Using the same strategy as before, Oren activates Gyo in search of hidden treasures. Not poor enough to risk getting exposed for mere pocket change, he simply buys anything of interest he stumbles upon. He manages to find a few noteworthy items and flips them at a profit, earning over 2 million jenny in less than 2 weeks. Oren always checks out different antique stores, carefully browsing their inventory, but he doesn't come across anything that truly captures his interest. Finally, on January 5th, he steps into another antique store, planning to sell an old wooden vase that contains a faint trace of aura. He quickly sells the vase for 100,000 jenny, raking in a small profit of about 95,000. But just as he's about to leave, something catches his eye: a small showcase filled with knives. With a smirk, he notices the absurd prices. They range from 50,000 jenny to as much as 900,000. Then, finally, he spots one knife priced at a completely ridiculous 10 million jenny. As he takes a closer look, he realizes the knife is split in the middle, forming 2 thin blades that connect about 3/4 down the blade's length. 10 million? Is this a scam? Well, the knife certainly looks interesting. Actually, it looks more like a dagger. If you stab someone with it, they'll get hit by 2 blades at once, thanks to that strange shape. It's also pretty sharp. I can see that with my own eyes. Let me take a closer look. He activates Gyo and immediately notices a distinct aura surrounding the blade. I need to get it at any cost. 20. Oren's growing collection. The start of the exam. 20. Oren's growing collection. The start of the exam. Oren carefully examines the showcase with the knife. It's heavily reinforced. The glass is extremely thick, and there are 2 separate locks securing it, clearly to prevent theft. One of the employees, noticing Oren's growing interest, approaches him. It's an old man, probably in his late 60s, who gives Oren a gentle smile. Interesting knife, isn't it, boy? Young folks like you always seem drawn to these things, but I'd recommend staying far away from this. Onite's got a rather sinister story behind it. Hee, you just say that to make me even more interested, old man. You're quite the schemer. I just sold something expensive to your store, which will definitely bring in a nice profit, so why don't you entertain me a little? Hee, let me tell you the story, then. There once was a famous blacksmith named Benny DeLon, but as it turned out, he was also a sick, twisted serial killer. He murdered 288 people, and after each kill, he forged a new knife, each one inspired by the victim and the method he used to kill them. These knives are known as Ben's knives. No way. The old man then confidently unlocks the showcase and pulls out the knife. If you look closely, this one is numbered 241. It's considered one of his more mediocre works, but personally, I really like this one. Carefully studying the man, Oren notices that his aura is extremely calm and serene. Far too composed and beautiful to belong to someone untrained. A NAN user. I can't afford to do anything stupid 2 days before the exam. There are bound to be hunters in this city. Getting branded a thief now would be a disaster. At worst, the man has a hatsu that prevents the theft of items, or somehow manages to affect me in other ways. Oren then makes a decision. He pulls out his own Ben's knife and quickly shows it to the man, reading out the number. 223. Unbelievable, kid, you're a collector, huh? The man responds, clearly surprised. Not yet, I only have one, but I'm certainly interested in starting a collection. Can you let me take a look? You can inspect mine in exchange, Oren suggests with a smile. Sure, lad, the elderly man replies, his eyes gleaming with curiosity as he examines Oren's knife. As Oren studies the Ben's knife with the number 241, his desire begins to grow even stronger. I need to have it, I don't know why, but these knives fascinate me. I'll buy this knife, but 10 million is a little expensive. I thought they were only worth 5 million, so 10 seems like a steep price. Oren says, boy, these are priceless treasures. 5 million? That's the lowest number I've ever heard. Sorry, but I think 10 million is already severely undervalued. You probably don't know, but these are forged in a way that can't be replicated. They are individual masterpieces. It's just a rumor, but it says that Benny DeLon managed to capture the very soul of his victims in those knives. However, I've been encouraged to sell this one, it's just gathering dust here. How about 9.5 million as thanks for showing me your own? Oren haggles a bit more and eventually manages to buy the knife for 9 million, leaving him with only 6 million left. Boy, one word before you leave. These knives carry a trace of pure evil. The story I told you isn't just a tale, it's the truth. Don't use them lightly. Oren grins, a trace of evil. I'd call it a trace of life, or like you said, a trace of a soul. You have a very grim outlook on things, old man. Evil lies in the eye of the beholder. The man nods, seemingly agreeing with Oren. Satisfied, Oren returns to his hotel room. As he sits down on his bed, he holds his 2 Ben's knives, one in each hand, using shoe and smiles in satisfaction as his aura courses through them, empowering them. After the exam, I'll ask the instructors if they know someone who can teach me some real knife or dagger skills. There's bound to be someone in Hollow Blade who has some skills. I'll just have to pay that person. I may like these knives, but my technique, the bits taught by Buno and Bunyu, aren't nearly enough to wield them skillfully. These knives deserve more. With this new toy in his possession, Oren sleeps soundly, his expression peaceful and satisfied. When Oren wakes up, he immediately takes a shower and begins his daily Ren training to increase his aura reserves. By now, he can maintain Ren for 3.5 hours soft course, only while remaining still and not using any hatsu. After 2 hours of maintaining Ren, he hears his phone vibrate and notices a message from Bunu. Maintaining his Ren, he reads it. There will be an announcement in a few hours. It will instruct you to gather at Triangle Park on January 7th at 10 a.m. It's the triangle-shaped park in the center of Concordis. Be careful. I think the park will be blocked, and you'll need a special visitor ticket. I haven't figured out how to get one yet, but you'd better check out that park now. Of course, if you're confident, you can try sneaking in, but you never know what kind of examiner is in charge of the exam. At worst, there might be checks, and anyone breaking the rules could be disqualified immediately. Some hunters despise deception and value rules. Sneaking in seems too easy, so I recommend finding the correct solution to your problem. Oren immediately stops training and heads down to the hotel lobby. At the reception desk, he approaches the receptionist with an innocent smile. Excuse me, sir, I'd really love to visit the park tomorrow, but I've been told it'll be closed. Do you have any suggestions on how I might still be able to go? Hee hee, young boy, aren't you a cheeky one? That hint wasn't supposed to drop for a few more hours. Got some insider info, do you? Are you the son of some high-ranking hunter? Well, not that it matters to me. Here you go, little hunter. The receptionist says, handing him a ticket that reads, Triangle Park entry ticket valid on January 7th. Oren feels something is off with the ticket and uses Gyo, spotting the logo of the Hunter Association, written with aura. This luck is almost too scary. Yesterday, the knife. Today, the ticket. Even the tour guide I met when I first arrived was a jackpot. I really hope I haven't already used up all my luck. Oren spends the rest of the day checking out the area around the park. He confirms that the park is, in fact, closed today just as Bunu and the receptionist predicted. Later, he, with probably all the other candidates, receives a message on his phone, and a public note appears on the official Hunter website for those without phones or who haven't registered their number. The message says the same thing Bunu told him, only a bit more vague. Despite the park being completely blocked off, Oren doesn't notice anything unusual or interesting from the outside. Choosing not to take any risks, especially not with seasoned hunters around, he refrains from sneaking in now. Instead, he conducts some quick research on the park itself. According to his findings, the park contains a massive arena used for concerts and musicals, with a capacity of up to 50,000 people. Definitely large enough for the hunter exam. Deciding he's done enough for the day, Oren stocks up on fresh clothes and supplies one final time, then returns to his hotel room. He trains right up until midnight and then stops, deciding to sleep for 8 full hours without any non-activity, making sure his body is in perfect condition for the next day. Shortly after falling asleep, he's disturbed by sounds outside: sirens, police cars, ambulances, and a swarm of public service vehicles arriving all around the park. I need to calm down. The exam starts at 10. I have to ignore all this noise and get some sleep in. Returning to bed, Oren forces himself back to sleep and wakes up at exactly 8 a.m., just as he planned, well rested and in excellent condition. Outside, the scene resembles a high-level government event. The park is surrounded by thousands of police officers and various agents. Oren quickly showers, gets dressed, and prepares himself. He also pays the hotel to extend his stay for another week, just in case. Returning to his room, he looks out the window and sees something even more intense. Thousands of public servants and police officers are struggling to hold back crowds of people trying to force their way into the park. It's like a damn fortress. They're blocking everyone who tries to enter. Finally, at 9 a.m., Oren leaves the hotel and approaches the park. He walks to the nearest entrance and finds it blocked not by police, but by a group of men in black suits. In front of them, dozens of people lie unconscious on the ground. The surrounding crowd watches cautiously, unwilling to get involved or try to enter forcefully. Are those hunters, examiners? Charging in through the main entrance with brute force looks like a terrible idea. They all know Nen and can easily stop any candidate. Anyway, I should be able to enter without any issue. Well, only one way to find out. 21. Making a friend. As he approaches the entrance, he's stopped by one of the men. Excuse me, sir, this park is closed today. Calmly, Oren replies, I have a ticket, and presents it without hesitation. The man waits a second before intently staring at the ticket. Using Gyo, your name, sir? The man asks, his tone softening a little. Oren Nilam. Oren responds casually. Welcome, candidate. Please proceed to the arena, the man says with a smirk, pulling out a white badge with the number 123 while jotting something down in his notebook. Thank you, Oren replies, taking the badge and slipping it into his pants pocket, choosing not to display it openly. Suddenly, the crowd behind him erupts. Unfair. This is biased. They got bribed, filthy cheaters. Fuck you. Damn losers. What use is insulting me or the examiners? They deserve to fail. Ignoring the commotion behind him, Oren enters and takes a moment to scan the park and notices a few more presumed candidates entering right behind him. They clearly share his goal of taking the exam, and they also enter without any resistance or struggle. Oren does his best to recall any prominent characters from his fragmented memories, regardless of how harmless they may seem. If this is about fighting, I won't lose. Not if most of the candidates don't know about Nen. But there's a big chance I'll struggle if the tasks are different. Still, I'll do my best. Oren then catches sight of a few candidates scaling the side wall and slipping into the park on their own. They look strong, definitely not your average civilian, and they've apparently managed to get through the tight security, even with the sea of police officers outside. So blatant. They're not even hiding. Surely they'll get stopped later. Or is this enough to qualify? Making it past a bunch of normal police officers? Surely not. Oren continues toward the arena at the park center, but nothing exciting happens. No one gets stopped. No one is chased. Once inside, the officers completely ignore the candidates. Wait a second, they didn't receive a badge, so I'm guessing they won't be recognized as candidates. This is going to be interesting. He walks on and eventually arrives at the large arena situated in the heart of Triangle Park. As he steps toward the entrance, another man in a suit stops him, and another candidate who happens to arrive at the same time. I assume you two aren't just a couple of unlucky men who randomly decided to visit this park, huh? I'll need your names to hand over your badges. If you haven't registered for the exam, you can't participate. The other candidate answers first. Mili Nutra. The suited man quickly checks a thick list, more like a small book, makes a note, and then hands him a black badge. Mili takes it without saying a word and confidently walks inside. Oren smiles faintly and waits until the man's attention shifts to him. Then he silently pulls out his white badge from his pocket, flashing it briefly. The man in the suit nods and smiles, noting down Oren's number, 123, and gestures for him to enter. Inside, Oren sees hundreds of candidates. There are no seats, no stages, the arena is completely cleared out. But it's not just an empty hall. Arranged neatly are multiple small fighting stages. Oren counts exactly 16 small fighting rings, just slightly elevated wooden rings set in a tidy 4x4 formation. Yes, exactly how I like it. His mood lifts as he begins to count the candidates. Around 300 have arrived so far, but the number keeps rising every minute. Over the next hour, that number multiplies more than fivefold, leaving Oren absolutely stunned. So many candidates, this isn't good. Finally, at exactly 10 a.m., the arena doors slam shut. Multiple men in suits walk in, some station themselves in front of the doors, while most move toward the center of the arena. Oren notices that each small fighting stage is manned by at least one of the suited men, each of whom takes up a silent position inside the arena rings. Then the door opens once more and a single man walks in. Oren recognizes him immediately. The man wears a white and black outfit, a pair of pants, a jacket, and a hat adorned with two horn-like decorations. Every piece of his clothing is patterned with a distinctive black and white motif, closely resembling a cow's hide. Myzystem Nana, the crime hunter, one of the Zodiacs. The man confidently walks toward the center stage, then raises his voice and calls out, "Welcome, everyone. Congratulations on making it to this year's hunter exam. I am Myzystem Nana, a 2-star crime hunter. It appears that exactly 1,711 candidates have found their way to this year's venue." His tone suddenly hardens. "I like people who obey the law and follow the rules. I hate those who cause unnecessary chaos and go against the established order. Don't you think this year's exam was a little too easy to find? As some of you might know, we usually pre-screen heavily so that the number of candidates remains manageable. But this year, the only task before the actual exam was to enter this park. We had security personnel stationed outside to prevent people from forcefully entering from the sides, but let's be honest, that shouldn't even qualify as a challenge for a hunter." Myzystem's gaze sharpens, and his voice turns steely. "According to information provided by my co-examiners, we have 215 people who entered the intended and lawful way. Anyone with a white badge, please gather in that corner over there. Congratulations on making it to this year's exam." He points to an isolated area of the arena, taped off and separated from the rest of the arena. A few examiners, wearing the typical black suits, guide everyone, including Oren, into the taped-off area, while Myzystem continues his announcement. "Now, all you others, in my opinion, you're a bunch of filthy, no-good burglars. You deserve to fail, because people like you are exactly the kind of hunters the association does not need. However, I'll give you a chance. Where your badges know if they aren't visible in the next 10 seconds, I'll disqualify you immediately. Since we have 215 people who reached the exam the correct way, I'll allow a maximum of 185 of you to move forward, to make it a nice, even number." He pauses briefly before continuing with a grim edge in his voice. "I'll give you exactly 3 hours to challenge each other in duels. The loser hands over all their badges to the winner. After time's up, the 185 people with the most badges will proceed. If there's a tie at the cutoff, everyone with that number fails. So don't try to play it safe." His voice rises slightly. "Each fight lasts 1 minute. If there isn't a winner within that time, both participants lose all their badges. Anyone who uses force outside the ring gets disqualified on the spot. Not happy with these restrictive rules? Then follow the official rules next time. Now have fun." Certainly harsh, he really does like punishing criminals. Out of the remaining 1,496 candidates, only 185 can pass. Probably way fewer, especially if anyone who ties gets disqualified too. Oren watches from a distance as the crowd begins to erupt into chaotic battles. Everyone is challenging each other, desperate to collect more badges. He notices multiple people being disqualified by using force outside the rings or trying to force someone to duel them. Some get caught by Myzystem himself, others by his men. The multiple disqualifications finally restore order, and the other candidates with the black badges challenge each other in an orderly fashion. Oren scans the crowd carefully and finally spots someone he recognizes among the people with the black badges. A small, fat man with brown hair, thick eyebrows, and an unkempt beard is chatting with another participant who looks naive and easily fooled. "Tanpa. I somehow remember that guy. He's a damn cockroach participating solely to sabotage others. A dark, twisted individual. Looks like he already started with his scheme. If I get the chance, I'll end his career for good." Oren shifts his focus away from the criminal group and walks around inspecting the other participants. After walking through the entire sectioned-off area of the large arena, he spots 2 more familiar faces. "I know this guy with the weird curled-up sideburns, but I don't remember his name. I think he's an emitter who can conjure 11 balloon and beasts that follow simple commands." Oren evaluates him carefully with Gyo, but sees nothing suspicious. Probably not a Nen user yet, or he's good at hiding it, which I doubt. This method isn't reliable, but I believe a skilled Nen user always carries a distinct, calm, and powerful aura around them. Someone at that level wouldn't bother faking a weak aura just to blend in with uninitiated folks. This can only mean he does not know Nen yet. Then he sees someone whose name he actually remembers. A man with a well-built stature, with short, dark hair. Gorinu. Oren activates Gyo again, this time, noticing a strong and stable aura radiating from him. Another emitter and a Nen beast user. Gorinu definitely knows Nen. Looks like he's the strongest participant here. I'll definitely have to watch out for him. I can safely ignore the others, at least when it comes to raw combat. Overall, this is great. To Oren's surprise, Gorinu notices him too. With a calm smile, he gestures for Oren to follow. Oren steps over. "Nice 10, boy. I've been a bit disturbed by the other candidates. This exam is going to be a joke, at this rate, Gorinu says with a confident smirk. I agree, if it's just about combat. But will it really be that simple? My Zystem is a crime hunter. This part isn't even part of the exam. He's just using a barbaric method to punish the criminals who broke the entry rules. Call me Oren, he says, extending his hand. I'm Gorinu. Nice to meet you. So, what kind of hunter are you aiming to become? Since you already know about Nen, I assume you don't simply need a Nen master, right? Not so sure. I want to use the power and protection of the association to conduct my business. I guess I'm interested in becoming a treasure hunter. I'm specifically focused on weapons but also rare martial arts techniques. Not exactly sure how you'd classify that. If you ever come across a rare weapon or item that has an independent aura source, contact me. I'll buy it at a fair price, and I'll owe you one. Oren hands him a plain business card he prepared ahead of the exam. The card simply has his name and an email address, no phone number. Gorinu takes the card and offers one in return, his including the same info, plus a phone number. A weapons hunter, huh? Interesting. I'll keep your offer in mind. I wonder how someone your age got so interested in weapons. As for me, I'm going to be a jackpot hunter for now, anyway. I don't really have a specific focus. I might also go for blacklist or temp hunter, they seem easy and rewarding enough. Honestly, those three appeal to me too. It feels silly to tie yourself to one path. I'll just do whatever I feel like. Aren't hunters supposed to be free? Oren replies with a smirk. Exactly. Why chain yourself to a field when you're curious about many things? I like your mindset, Oren. Can I be honest? I was hoping to make a small deal with you. Heh, I was planning to offer you one too. How about you go first? Oren says, casual but still eyeing Gorinu intensely. Gorinu grins. Simple. If possible, let's avoid fighting each other. From what I can tell, it'd be stupid for us to clash with each other. There are easier targets out there, and I'm not here for glory, I just want the license. You're young, but I feel like I'd be taking a real risk confronting you. Despite your age, your aura seems unusually developed. I'm a little bit freaked out, to be totally honest. I won't cower in fear in front of you, but I simply don't like taking unnecessary risks. How about going one step further? Oren replies, eyes narrowing slightly. Let's team up. I've got issues with certain knowledge gaps, but when it comes to pure force or strategy, I can crush anyone here. Including you, my friend, he adds with a confident, arrogant expression. Gorinu stares at him, visibly taken aback. But then he bursts into laughter. Haha, looks like I dodged a bullet, then. Deal. Glad to be working with you, Oren. This exam's looking promising already. How about we enjoy the show? We've got time to kill. Oren nods in agreement, and together they watch the rest of the chaotic matches unfold. 22. The first task. Meteor City Manners. Oren and Gorinu watch the fights unfold, both of them smirking at the chaos erupting before their very eyes. All around them, candidates are shouting, clashing, and flailing about in increasingly desperate battles. These rules make no sense. This really is just a punishment. My Zystem is stricter than I thought. It's like he's actually punishing criminals, not testing candidates for the hunter exam. If you show your strength, others will avoid fighting you. But if you hold back too much, the time limit might get you disqualified. This is a tricky task, Oren comments, arms crossed. True. But if you beat the stronger fighters, you can take multiple badges in one go, Gorinu notes. In any case, this is a lot deeper than people think. This is more about picking the right strategy than just fighting. Acting, making yourself appear weak, observing others, all of it matters if you want to pass. The harsh rule automatic disqualification if no winner is declared within a minute causes an endless wave of complaints from frustrated participants. My Zystem and his helpers are forced to personally drag out those who refuse to accept the outcome of the battles. Others, too scared to fight at all, simply hold back, hoping that enough people will drop out or get disqualified that they can slide through with 0 or maybe just 1 win. After a few more grueling hours and much to Oren's surprise, exactly 185 people remain. Most of them look completely drained, mentally and physically. Good luck with the first real task. They already look like they're ready to give up. Among the survivors, Oren spots someone he didn't expect to see. Tanpa. Looks like that guy actually made it. The examiners in black suits move swiftly, escorting every failed participant out of the arena. To those who passed the punishment for their illegal entry, they hand over new white badges, officially recognizing them as full candidates who made it to this year's hunter examination. Finally, My Zystem calls the 215 remaining participants over. His demeanor is calmer now, his presence more composed. He begins to speak, addressing the 400 candidates, his voice confident, and perhaps even slightly impressed. It looks like we can finally begin the exam. Looking at all of you now, I can already see some of the qualities that define a successful hunter. Those who entered through the correct method have proven their preparedness and quickly understood my intentions. As for the others, you've at least demonstrated willpower. Along with that willpower, you've also shown some degree of strength, strategy, and intelligence. For now, I'm satisfied with the results. I deem every single one of you a candidate worthy of this exam. He pauses, scanning the crowd before continuing. Now, traditionally, the first exam is meant to test physical endurance. I've heard of examiners conducting brutal free-for-alls. I've heard of marathons across deadly terrain where candidates drop dead along the way. But thankfully, as this year's first examiner, I am given the freedom to test what I deem most important. And while my exam might involve some physical movement, what I care about is your mind, your intelligence, your ability to make rational decisions under pressure, and most of all, your character. As a crime hunter, I value candidates who can take a few tiny clues and uncover the truth. This exam will test your mental acuity. I don't expect many of you to pass, but those who do are more than worthy of the title hunter, at least in my opinion. What kind of task has he prepared? This is the first test. What is this guy saying? I'd hoped for exactly those kinds of tasks he described. Each of you will receive 8 pre-selected random cards. Every card will contain a hint. Each hint leads to a specific location somewhere in the city where I've hidden a golden card. Your task is simple: find and bring back just 1 golden card. If you're feeling bold, bring me more. Not that you're getting any reward, but you're certainly reducing the number of participants that way. I don't care how you approach this exam, but let me warn you. His smile disappears. His tone is getting more serious. You only have 4 hours. If you're even a minute late when you return, I'll fail you. His eyes narrow as he delivers one more final rule. And let me be clear, if you're caught using violence against another candidate, you will be immediately disqualified. Everything else is allowed, but physical contact of any kind will result in your instant removal from the exam. I have a number of helpers stationed throughout the city, and public surveillance feeds allow me to observe your every move. Don't test me. So I can't rob people, at least not directly. Is pickpocketing allowed? Before you receive your hint cards, let me give you one final piece of advice. Only 200 people can pass this exam. If you don't understand what that means, you might as well give up now. Good luck. He gestures to the side as several assistants begin to step forward. Now, my assistants will distribute the cards. Once everyone has them, you'll be allowed to open the packaging of the cards. When that's done, the doors to the outside will be opened. If you cause a ruckus before that, I'll disqualify you immediately. Why only 200 people? These cards, they're probably not unique. 8 cards for 400 people means 3,200 cards in total. If only 200 can pass, that means there are 16 identical sets out there. So I've got 15 other rivals going after the same card. If I choose an easy hint, I'll need to move fast. My system really enjoys detective work and mind games. Are you confident, Gorinu? Oren asks, glancing sideways. This isn't my strong suit, honestly. I'll try to come up with something, Gorinu replies, looking mildly annoyed. What about you? Of course I'm not confident. I told you knowledge is my weak point. But I've got an idea. If I get 2 golden cards, I'll call you. Actually, let me call you now so you have my number. Don't spread it. And if you get 2 cards, call me. I might want to buy one off you. Oren says, already pulling out his phone to dial. He calls Gorinu and hangs up immediately. I got you. Likewise, Gorinu nods. I'll stay in contact. In an orderly line, each participant approaches a long row of desks and is handed a bundle of hint cards, wrapped in a cheap black plastic layer. Oren receives his own stack. They're the size of regular playing cards. Finally, my system speaks, his voice booming across the arena. I declare the first task starts now. With his signal, the examiners swing open the doors, and the entire crowd bursts out of the arena. Once outside, Oren steps aside, activating Zetsu as he inspects his 8 cards. The first card is filled with complex mathematical formulas. Oren immediately rubs his head in frustration. This one is no good. You can give me a few years, and I probably wouldn't figure it out without help. Another is covered with various geometric shapes: triangles, circles, squares, and stranger ones in combinations. What is this even supposed to mean? Do I have to overlay them to reveal a map? I don't get it. No, this is hopeless. He flips through the rest: riddles involving physics, geometry, optics, cryptography, and obscure facts from the history of the Federation of Okima. No way in hell I can solve any of these. Okay, you expected this. Time to follow the plan. I'll approach this exam like someone from Meteor City would. Staying completely hidden with Zetsu, Oren begins tailing a few candidates, specifically, ones who wear confident smiles. Eventually, he settles on a young man dressed in an expensive-looking suit. Using Shadow Step, Oren begins stalking him at a steady pace. Despite the urgency of the task, the man isn't even jogging. He strolls forward, exuding nothing but quiet confidence. He is quite tall, well above average, has blonde hair, and an average stature. He has blue eyes and seems to be in his early 20s. That guy seems like a jackpot. What an arrogant man. He is so confident, acts like he already passed the first exam. The man exits Triangle Park, and to Oren's surprise, simply raises a hand and a limousine pulls up to collect him. Not a problem. There's a speed limit in the capital I can safely keep up. Still using Zetsu, Oren follows the limousine from the rooftops. It's easy enough. Capital traffic slows the car every few blocks. Traffic lights and congestion work in his favor. He shadows the car for 30 straight minutes, slowly beginning to worry. This guy, what if his card was already taken? Maybe following him was a mistake. Still, if it fails, I can still call Gorinu. If that fails, I'll have to rob someone on the way back to the park. It's risky, but if that's my only option. 5 minutes later, the limousine finally pulls up beside an old bridge clearly aged, built over a narrow river separating the city center from the more rundown suburbs of Concordas. Keeping his distance, Oren follows the man along with 2 sharply dressed bodyguards towards one of the bridge's large support pillars standing at the riverbank, the bridge towering above them. "See, gentlemen, this is how a genius like me solves these pathetic riddles," the man boasts arrogantly. "I barely had to look at it crack the code in a minute. Didn't even break a sweat." The card basically screamed, "Old Toyson Bridge pillar. Look at our price, it's stuck on that pillar around 10 meters above ground. Go climb it and get my prize for me. Don't want to dirty my new suit. Now is my chance." Oren makes his move. Quietly dashing past them, he channels his aura into his feet and leaps high, easily clearing the height required to reach his prize. In one skillful movement, he grabs the golden card mid-air, then slides down the pillar and lands safely on the ground. Walking casually, Oren walks straight past the stunned man, who stammers, "Why you? How dare you? Do you even know who I?" Without a word, Oren activates Ren and vanishes in a blur, sprinting away at twice the speed of the limousine he had followed, disappearing from their sight in under 10 seconds. Sitting atop the bridge, using Zetsu, Oren watches as the rich young man, now visibly panicked, scrambles back into his limousine, followed by his bodyguards. Now what should I do? Should I head back? Or should I? 23. Oren the Menace making a deal. 23. Oren the Menace making a deal. As Oren watches the limousine pull away, his mouth curls into a twisted smile. He then rushes after it. I have some time left. He keeps up with the car, using Zetsu, maintaining a large distance of at least 10 car lengths. The vehicle's driving changes drastically. It begins to overspeed, running red lights and blatantly ignoring traffic laws, at one point even turning into a ghost car, barreling the wrong way down one-way streets, and swerving onto sidewalks to dodge incoming vehicles, forcing pedestrians to leap out of the way. Getting a little nervous, aren't you? This driving is crazy. 20 minutes later, the car finally skids to a stop in front of a large statue. Oren darts around the vehicle and approaches the statue from behind. With a quick use of N, he scans the area and confirms there's no card here. Fuck. You damn incompetent asshole, drove too slow. I told you to speed up. It's your fault. A voice screams from the other side. Using Zetsu again, Oren peeks around the statue. He sees the same young man viciously punching and kicking the bodyguard who'd been driving. The other bodyguards ball their fists, visibly angry, but they hold back. Get back in the car. If I fail this exam, you're all fired. We have enough time for one more location. The man roars, storming back to the limousine. His guards follow behind him. Oren resumes the chase, still keeping his distance. As the limousine speeds off again with even more erratic driving, Oren smirks when it's abruptly pulled over by a police car. The young man exits, barely containing his fury, and hands the officer a thick stack of cash while whispering something into his ear. To Oren's surprise, the officer simply issues a ticket, then waves the car onward without so much as a warning him about the reckless driving. Rich, and influential. Should I just leave him alone? Looks like he's not going to make it anyway. I only have around 90 minutes left. Maybe let's stick around a little longer. Oren tails the limo for another 15 minutes before it pulls up in front of an old building, something that looks like a church, old but still dignified and obviously kept in good shape. This guy, he's smart. Has he actually solved 3 of those impossible riddles? Gotta respect that level of deduction. Oren slips inside after them, only to see the man and his guards encountering another candidate. Both men lock eyes and without hesitation, they sprint into the church. Quickly following, Oren activates Gyo, enhancing his vision to the maximum. He spots the golden card stuck high on a massive mural on the side of the church. The painting shows an apple tree and a nun harvesting its fruit. The card is way too high on the mural to reach from the ground, though some shallow grooves in the wall might allow an athletic person to climb up. Damn, I'm too far away. Without warning, Oren activates Limitless Waters, forming a dense, high-pressure water ball and launching it with force at the mural. The water ball reaches the mural and explodes, the impact jolting the golden card into the air. Oren channels his aura into his feet again, then leaps, snatching the card mid-air with fluid precision. Damn. The other candidate curses, immediately turning and rushing out of the church. The rich man, meanwhile, collapses to his knees. Me, fail, you. You stole both cards from me. I'll get you. Oren smiles coldly. You're willing to break the rules, even after seeing what I can do. I don't know what trick you used, but I have a guess. It's part of why I want to become a hunter in the first place. Fine. Fuck off, you young rat. You beat me, the man mutters, defeated. His bodyguards stand nearby, one of them visibly smirking, though he quickly wipes the expression off his face. He is taking it better than I thought. Oren leaves the church but pauses just outside to check his phone. 40 minutes left. Plenty of time to return to Triangle Park. He decides to call Gorinu. Oren, what is it? Gorinu answers. I've got 2 cards, do you need one? Oren asks. No, I got one. Barely managed to snatch it from someone else with my, well, doesn't matter, Gorinu replies. Probably used his nen beasts to steal it. Looks like he had the same idea as me. Now, what do I do? Oren thinks for a second and then walks back inside the church. The rich young man is still there, sulking, pounding the floor in frustration. Excuse me, sir. I feel a little guilty. I don't want to be that kind of person. I actually don't need this second card. I was going to get it for a teammate, but turns out he doesn't need it anymore. This might sound a little weird, but, do you want to buy it? What? Boy, you're overdoing it. You stole the master's card and now you want to sell it back to him. One of the bodyguards growls. I'll buy it. How about 20 million? The young man shouts, hope flickering back into his eyes. 200, Oren counters, his voice cool and direct. I am in a position of absolute power. There is no reason to accept a lowball offer. Are you serious? He barks, grinding his teeth. Look, time is running out. I don't want to take advantage of you. So here's an offer you can't refuse. 100 million, or you pay the full 200 and I'll offer you my friendship and support, not only during this exam but also beyond. Then, without warning, Oren activates Ren, stepping forward and releasing his full aura in a wave. Every person in the church begins to shiver. Their expressions twist in panic and confusion. I see now. There are people like you, trained from a young age by a master. You're no human. You're a monster. Fine, I'll pay the 200 million. Oren casually hands him the card with a smile, glad to be doing business with you. But I didn't pay you yet. The man stammers in disbelief. Let's drive back and get to know each other a little. How about that? Oren replies with a grin. Sure, I am Conrad. Conrad Chester. Oren, my second name's fake, so I don't think I need to mention it, he replies, casually extending his hand. They quickly get into the limousine, and it speeds off toward the park. While still ignoring most traffic rules, the driver is now driving much more reasonably, compared to before. Asking for Oren's banking information, he immediately transfers the sum into it using his phone. Oren, remembering the bank account Banu had set up for him back in Meteor City, checks his phone. Moments later, a message pops up confirming a deposit of 200 million Jenny. Nice. They exchange contact information shortly after. Thank you. I suppose for the rest of the exam, if I'm able, you can consider me your bodyguard, Oren says, satisfied with how things turned out. I need more contacts. And it's not smart to offend this rich guy, quite the opposite. He could be very useful. He's wealthy, has connections, and resources. More importantly, if there are more tasks involving knowledge, I can count on him. This is a good deal for me. I might be uneducated, but I'm smart enough to see how this benefits me immensely. There are no real downsides. Tell me that ability you used. The card moved by itself, like something exploded near it, flinging it aside. Conrad says, eyes lit with curiosity and greed. This is a secret. It's not something allowed to be shared with the general public. If you try to spread it, you'll be hunted, and you can probably guess by whom. While many people are aware of it, as long as you don't openly explain it or teach it to a large number of people, it's tolerated. The name of this power is Nen. It's the ability to control your life energy. Nen, Conrad echoes, his expression changing. Oren briefly explains the fundamentals, careful not to share any specific techniques or training methods. Then he adds, you called me a monster. And you're not wrong. Since childhood, my life has revolved around Nen getting stronger, withstanding harsh training. That's the only reason I've reached this level at my age. I can also tell you this, only one other candidate here is a Nen user. So if this exam ever turns into combat or physical tasks, I could take down everyone here even if it's 100 versus 1. A single Nen user can crush normal humans like insects. Teach me. Conrad says immediately. I can pay. You sure? If you pass the exam, the association will assign someone to teach you for free. Since you already paid me, I don't want to take advantage of you. Best not to deceive him. I need to build up some trust. Seems useful. How strong are you? More importantly, how knowledgeable are you when it comes to Nen? Conrad asks, his gaze sharp. I'd say, slightly stronger than your average hunter. But as for knowledge, way beyond average. I inherited the full teachings of a master-level Nen user, Oren says, stating the truth. Interesting, let's talk more after the exam. I guess this isn't the worst day of my life after all. You're an interesting kid, Oren, Conrad admits, visibly impressed, his mood visibly improving by the second. They arrive at Triangle Park with 15 minutes to spare. Oren and Conrad exit the limousine and head toward the arena. On the way, they spot a commotion, 2 examiners breaking up a brawl. Tanpa, you damn cheat. I'll get you for that. A candidate on the ground screams as an examiner restrains him. Heh, whatever do you mean? Just get lost, loser. Tanpa sneers with an all-too-familiar grin. Oren leans toward Conrad. Stay away from that guy. He looks like a lowlife, and he is, but he's also skilled. He enjoys watching others fail. I see. With a face like that, you don't need to tell me twice. Just looking at him disgusts me. Heh, I can't deny that. Once inside the arena, the two rejoin Gorinu. The arena looks, surprisingly empty. Too empty. Wait, I thought 200 people could pass. Not even half, not maybe 50. Made a new friend? Gorinu asks, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, complicated story. Gorinu, this is Conrad, Oren says. Gorinu's the other, special person I told you about. I see, nice to meet you, Conrad replies, shaking his hand. No offense, but you smell like money, Gorinu jokes. Very true, and I'll gladly use it. I'm always looking for competent men. If you need a job after the exam, contact me, Conrad offers. Looking mildly surprised, Gorinu chuckles. Well, I'll certainly consider it. Finally, my Zeistem appears, stepping onto the center stage. I declare the first exam over. Anyone with a golden card approach me now. One by one, the candidates line up and hand over their cards. After collecting them all, my Zeistem's voice echoes through the arena. The first exam is over. 58 candidates pass. No way. So the riddles really were too hard. What a miserable exam, no wonder there are years when no candidate passes. This is looking quite grim already. 24. The second task, a rude entrance. 24. The second task, a rude entrance. My Zeistem smiles at the remaining candidates. More people than expected made it. Congratulations. Before the next examiner arrives and your second task begins, I'd like to talk to you about hunters. You might ask yourselves, what is a hunter? Is it merely someone who follows the hunter bylaws? If you don't know them yet, you'll become familiar with them soon enough, assuming you pass this exam. The remaining candidates stare blankly at him, many shrugging. You probably want the license for practical things. Free access to most public services, permission to travel freely, maybe you're even aiming for the license to kill, which this license does grant under certain conditions. Most people nod at that. This license opens a world you couldn't even imagine. That's why these exams are so rigorous and strict. Although it seems there are already a few of you who understand what I'm talking about. Your motivations interest me. If you pass, I'd like to know you better. He briefly glances at Oren and Gorinu, their eyes meeting for just a second. For me, however, this license represents my personal aspirations. Now this part is very important to me. I strictly agree with our honorable chairman Netero in pre-serve. Suddenly, a loud sound interrupts him, as the arena ceiling begins to shift. The massive panels above open slowly, revealing the sky. Oren narrows his eyes. What is this? From above, an airship with the Hunter Association's logo hovers into view. Around 100 pigeons begin flying into the arena, and to Oren's disbelief, they're carrying a woman. Held aloft by a thick rope, the woman descends like a bizarre human balloon cluster, calmly floating through the air. The pigeons flap and flutter, guiding her down slowly. The candidates stand frozen, unable to believe what they're seeing. The woman lands gracefully next to my Zeistem, smiling brightly as she unhooks herself from the rope. She wears tall boots, miniature shorts, and a bra adorned with bright feathers. The rest of her attire consists of feathered bracers, a pair of miniature wings on her back, and a tail feather-like accessory that sways as she moves. Why are you staring at me like that, Ox? She teases him, eyes twinkling. Could it be I interrupted your tedious, pointless drivel? Talking about preserving the noble legacy of your fellow hunters? Boring. Predictable. Stupid. Cluck. My Zeistem mutters, clearly seething. Well, I guess she ruined his speech. I already forgot what he was saying. I vaguely remember that these two are part of different zodiac factions. They are probably on bad terms. Well, this rude chicken has interrupted my speech. I wish you well, candidates, my Zeistem says dryly, his voice filled with restrained frustration, beginning to walk away. Hee, looks like my Zeistem was going soft on you. Cluck exclaims, eyes gleaming with mischief. So many people dropped out, and you look like such a dumb bunch. Wasn't the first task supposed to test intelligence? These riddles must have been a joke. How pathetic. Shut up. One tall candidate shouts. You couldn't even solve a single riddle, I'd bet on it. What's this stupid girl doing here? Is this a joke? Examiner. What's going on? Don't walk away. My Zeistem sighs, clearly done with this. This is your second examiner. I'll excuse myself now, he says, speeding up and walking out of the arena. Cluck's expression turns savage as she steps toward the loud candidate. Did you just insult me, you stupid worm? Do you know what happens to worms when they meet a chicken? Shut up. I want to be a hunter. I don't have time for this clown show. He yells. Cluck yells right back. You shut up. Stupid. Ugly. Annoying. Rude candidate. That was your last warning. Or what? Huh. He smirks, stepping right up to her, putting his finger on her forehead. Or, this. She says sweetly, before unleashing a kick with freakish speed. The impact sends the man flying in an arc across the arena. He crashes to the ground seconds later, groaning in pain. Disqualified. He attacked an examiner. 57 candidates left. Maybe this exam will end real soon. She cackles, beaming with pride. How was this idiot smart enough to pass the first exam? He's too dumb to just shut up. It's always best to ignore loudmouths like that. Just let them talk and ignore them. Cluck turns to the rest of the group. Now listen. It's my turn to test you. Don't expect the same treatment from me as you got from that boring old ox and his clique of rule-hugging conservatives. If people like them get their way, nothing will ever change. Luckily, I got a spot as an examiner this year, so it's time for something different. Not something boring and proper. She spins dramatically, pointing to the exit. Follow me outside. I'll take you to the second task's location. You can relax for a bit on the way there. I vaguely remember her personality being a little different, maybe because of the age difference. The examiners in black suits open the arena gates again. Cluck struts confidently through the crowd. Then, she suddenly stops. Right in front of Oren, Gorinu, and Conrad. Conrad offers her a polite smile. Her face instantly distorts into visible disgust. She turns to Gorinu, eyeing him like a suspicious rodent. You remind me of a certain monkey. What's with those sideburns and eyebrows? Weird, ugly, stupid. Gorinu slumps, retreating half a step. And then, she locks eyes with Oren. I have never seen such a serene aura. You're also quite pleasing to the eyes, she whispers. Let's talk after the exam. She adds with a sly grin, then turns and walks out of the arena. Following her lead, the candidates now spot the Hunter Association airship parked just beyond the arena. It has landed in the open clearing, its massive silhouette casting a long shadow over the group. This is indeed impressive. I guess the association can afford the best ships. The remaining 57 candidates, accompanied by Cluck and the assistant examiners, board the ship. Oren, Conrad, and Gorinu find a few empty seats and settle in. Tired, Oren? I still can't believe you followed my car for that long. Don't your feet hurt? Conrad asks, raising an eyebrow. No, not really. I've been trained, Conrad. A little jog like that is nothing to me. Anyway, the next exam will probably suit me better, Oren responds with a smile. I think so too, Gorinu adds. That woman doesn't strike me as someone who'd throw riddles at us. Do you know anything about her? Oren shakes his head. I only know she's a botanical hunter. What that means exactly, I'm not sure. She likes plants, hunts them, researches them maybe. How do you know that, Oren? Gorinu asks, visibly surprised. Conrad laughs. Oh come on, I'm glad someone knows. If you aim to become a hunter, you should at least know about the zodiacs. They're 12 hunters personally recognized by Chairman Netero. He entrusts them with major tasks. Each represents a zodiac sign. My Zystem is part of the moderate faction, close to the chairman, and represents the ox. Cluck is part of the more aggressive, hawkish faction. She pushes for change, and judging by her outfit, it's clear she represents the chicken. This seems a little silly to me. They even dress like their sign. Anything else I should know? Gorinu asks, still trying to wrap his head around it. Yes, they do, some even alter their bodies, Conrad confirms. There's also a third faction, the liberal one. They're mostly apolitical and don't care much for internal conflicts. They're mostly focused on their own fields of study. According to my research, 2 members are also considered independent. If we're lucky, maybe each faction is hosting just 1 exam. That would explain why so many candidates were cut already, meaning only 2 phases are left. You might be onto something, Oren comments. My instructors told me that most exams usually have 5 or 6 tasks. But based on how many people were eliminated, it would make sense if this one only has a few. The airship slowly takes off. Oren notes through the windows that the city is gonna TVE already left civilization behind. He grabs something to eat and drink from one of the vending machines on board, then heads to a quiet corner. Sitting cross-legged, he tries to get some rest. To his surprise, sleep comes easily. When he wakes, he feels refreshed, his body relaxed and in surprisingly good condition considering the situation, a minor miracle. He walks up to a window and gazes down. An immense forest stretches out beneath the ship. The trees look ancient, untouched, and wild. No sign of civilization in any direction. He dials Buno. The call connects instantly. What's going on, little Oren? What's the status? Oren gives him a quick rundown, and Buno can't help but laugh. Sounds like Cluck, alright. I've heard that patience and restraint aren't in her vocabulary. Just play along. Kiss her ass. Once the exam's over, you can ignore her. Do you know anything about the upcoming tasks? Oren inquires. No, sorry, little one. I had some intel on the first phase. Because of the number of candidates, it's almost impossible to keep something that big from leaking. But phase 2? That's completely up to the examiner. I can only tell you that Cluck is a botanical hunter, and you just told me you're flying over a massive forest, right? I mean, you can put 2 and 2 together. Either way, this kind of terrain works in your favor, so good luck. And Oren's most important advice I can give you, you're young. Don't take this too seriously. Have fun. Enjoy the exam. Thanks, instructor, Oren says, ending the call. Enjoy it, huh? No, I want to pass it. Heading back to Conrad and Gorinu, Oren pauses for a moment. I guess I made at least 2 friends. That alone might already be worth something, maybe almost as much as the 200 million I earned. What kind of hunter do you want to be, Conrad? Gorinu asks. Conrad rubs his hands and displays a greedy expression. I need the license for business. With a license, you can get access to almost any kind of information for a price, of course. That'll be extremely useful. My father's company is based in the Mimbo Republic, but we're expanding into the United States of Saherta. York New is just too big to ignore. And with what Oren told me about Nen, I can't wait to get my hands on it. The possibilities are endless. Business negotiations will never be the same. He then laughs, almost sounding like a cheap movie villain. Don't go too far, or I might have to hunt you down myself, Gorinu jokes. Hee, I'll bribe you. Or I'll hire Oren to protect me. Name your price, Oren, he laughs, clearly not serious. Oren, however, opens his backpack and pulls out 2 knives, Ben's knife 223 and 241. I collect these, Conrad, you as well, Gorinu. Once the exam is over I need your help. Think you can help me? I'll pay you. It feels a little silly to pay you with your own money, Conrad, but I'd be very grateful, Oren says. These knives look sinister, Gorinu mutters, picking one up and inspecting it carefully. I see they have aura. Definitely masterworks, he adds, his voice more serious now. Ben's knives, right? Conrad chimes in. Actually, the son of one of my father's business partners has at least one of them, maybe more. He showed it off at a party once, told us the story of Benny DeLon, the serial killer. That was quite a few years ago, but I can ask him. And I've got other channels too. If you offer enough money, this isn't impossible. I'm willing to pay above market value. I expect to earn a lot soon, so it shouldn't be a problem, Oren replies. Got it, I'll help you, Conrad says, his expression brightening, smelling a business deal. He wants me to owe him, who cares? All he really wants is my knowledge anyway. I don't lose anything by sharing it. If I stumble across one of those, I'll remember you, too, Oren, Gorinu adds with a nod. Thanks, I'm great. Good morning, weaklings. Slept well? Not like I care. Cluck's voice suddenly blares through the intercom, playful and mocking. We're about to reach our target in 10 minutes. You better get ready. Anyone still asleep or who doesn't exit the ship in time automatically fails. 25. The illusion of Hellbell, encountering a calamity. Deadly water. As Cluck's shrill voice echoes through the airship, Conrad clenches his jaw, visibly irritated. I'm really starting to hate that nasty chicken, he mutters. Though honestly, if I ever get desperate enough, I'd cook her for lunch. She also looks decent enough, bet once I strip off that ridiculous feather costume and she's standing bare in front of me, her entire attitude would cha. Conrad, consider Oren's age. Gorinu cuts in, interrupting his rant. Oren merely shrugs. Let's just get ready. You can daydream about your lunch date after this phase is over. He takes another look out the window. The endless canopy still stretches as far as the eye can see, but after a few more minutes of flight, an open field finally comes into view. Nestled deep in the forest is what appears to be a tribal village. Wooden buildings, worn-down huts, and various tents dot the area in loose clusters. Oren carefully inspects the layout of the village from up above. Once the airship lands, the candidates disembark in a hurry. No one dares to take it slow after Cluck's earlier tantrum and her violent disqualification of the disqualified contestant. Oren surveys the area. It's clearly a remote tribal settlement, untouched by technology. Just as he starts to take it all in, he spots one odd isolated metallic structure, boxy and out of place, resembling a modern house. A research facility? Cluck strides to the front and speaks loudly, arms spread wide. This is a tribal village. The locals don't speak our language. Translated, the village's name would be something like Forest's Blessing, though honestly, I'm not totally sure, and I don't care enough to find out. She crosses her arms and continues with growing enthusiasm. What I do care about is what this forest hides. This is the 4th largest forest in the world, and I've sunk a chunk of my personal fortune into exploring it. The plant life here is almost entirely undocumented. A few years ago, I brought back a strange herb. It was revered by the locals and had insane properties, reducing inflammation faster than anything we've ever seen. It's a miracle herb. These people also call it a miracle. It's merely superstition, but the results and effects of this herb are very real. The plant in question is now dubbed copperleaf. Named by me, because guess what, it's copper-colored and shaped like a single, oversized leaf. A few candidates snicker, clearly amused by the uninspired name, but the laughter dies the moment Cluck throws them a piercing glare. I need more samples, she says, her voice getting serious. We're trying to recreate it, study it. This could be the foundation for the next medical revolution. A proper wonder drug, based on this herb, could save millions of people every year. She pauses to let the weight of her statement sink in. Your task is simple. Bring me 1 copperleaf. Just 1. Do that, and you pass. You have 24 hours. The sooner you deliver it, the better your standing. It will affect the next phase. Before you leave, I'll show you what it looks like. And let me give you a warning, this forest is lethal. Massive bears, wolves, and boars. Deadly insects, venomous snakes, fungi with airborne spores that melt your lungs, thorns that'll poison you. I could keep going for hours, but I don't have time, and neither do you. If you don't return in time, maybe I'll send someone to fetch what's left of you, maybe I won't. I expect a fair number of you to fail, and some of you might even die, while only a handful will succeed. That's the point of the exam. Don't like it? Quit now. Anyone who brings me a copperleaf also earns my respect, and I don't give that lightly. She signals an assistant, who quickly moves around handing out small laminated pictures. Oren receives one and studies it closely. It's just like she described, one large, copper-colored leaf, sprouting directly from the ground. If it's really that rare and valuable, maybe I can find a few extras and sell them later. Why should I give them to her? He turns to Gorinu and Conrad. Same deal as before. Of course, Gorinu replies with a confident nod. What deal? Conrad asks, looking between them. If any of us finds extras, Gorinu explains, we call each other. The price, either money or a favor. I'm in. Conrad nods quickly. Oren and Gorinu exchange a quick glance and nod as well. Understood, Oren says. Cluck grins devilishly. Ready or not doesn't matter to me. Your time starts now, 24 hours from this moment. If you're about to die, do try to hold. Oni might send help once the task is over. Start. Despite her shout, no one charges recklessly into the woods. Everyone hesitates. The forest is massive and far more intimidating up close. Towering trees loom over the clearing, their canopies blotting out the sun, their trunks as wide as small buildings. At least I've got two advantages. I'm resistant to most poisons, and I've got a hatsu that can heal any wound. However, that doesn't mean I should take it easy. Even with Nen, rushing in blind would be idiotic. I need a strategy. From the airship, I noticed the northern edge of the village was barricaded more heavily, clearly not their usual exit. The southern side was almost open, that must be their common route. If I want the best chance of finding untouched plants, I need to head somewhere they rarely go. So north it is. Without another word, Oren begins jogging toward the edge of the village, ignoring the stares from the tribal residents. He scales the wooden wall with ease and disappears into the forest. 24 hours I can't maintain, and the entire time, it would drain me in less than an hour. I'll activate it once I'm deeper inside the forest. I don't have a compass either, so I've got to rely on memory and visual cues. Best to move in a straight line and mark the trees every minute or so. That way, I can find my way back, or at least not get hopelessly lost. He proceeds carefully, scanning the terrain as he walks. Every few dozen steps, he uses his Ben's knife, specifically 223, to scratch a mark into a tree. The knife cuts through it like butter, especially when imbued with shu. He avoids tall grasses, skips patches of undergrowth, and does his best to avoid any suspicious terrain. I doubt they're watching us all directly, but they can still find us in this forest and rescue us. Must be something in the tags, probably sensors. I vaguely recall something like this from a future exam. My memory's hazy, but better safe than sorry. No holding back any longer. Oren conjures eternity, the blade forming without even the slightest strain on his aura. This is so convenient. The blade is almost like its own entity. It's not my ability at all, it's a separate being. He uses it to clear a path through the underbrush, effortlessly slicing through vines, tall grass, and low-hanging branches. Suddenly, a wolf bursts out of the trees, charging straight at him. Oren remains still, calm, waiting for it to close the distance. With a single, fluid motion, he swings eternity, cleaving the wolf cleanly in two. Wolves rarely hunt alone. Where are the others? His eyes sweep the surroundings, but nothing stirs in the forest. No movement. No sound beyond the rustle of leaves. He waits a moment longer before moving on. After about 30 minutes of weaving through thick foliage, he figures he's deep enough into the forest to begin his real search. He activates N, letting his aura stretch outward in a wide dome. He pictures the copper leaf from his memory, focusing solely on its shape and its size, ignoring its distinct metallic hue, as that is something his N can't detect. I need to sense for anything even vaguely resembling my mental image of it. I need to carefully sense everything around me. Anything that enters my N, I have to inspect with my senses. Slowly, he moves forward, his aura covering hundreds of unfamiliar plants. He closes his eyes and focuses intently. 10 minutes in, a strange shape disrupts his N. A thick, thorny wall blocks the path ahead. Without hesitation, Oren strikes it with eternity, cutting it down the center. But the moment it snaps, a pressurized spray of liquid shoots toward him. He ducks instinctively, the stream missing his face by inches. He crouches, narrows his eyes, and sniffs the air. Poison, definitely. I've taken enough of it over the past year to recognize this smell instantly. And this is potent. It could be useful later. Pulling out a metallic water bottle, Oren gulps down the contents and quickly fills it with the oozing substance. He shakes the bottle, carefully inspecting it for any leaks, testing its resilience. Not acidic, good. He closes the lid of the bottle and stashes it away in his backpack. The thorn wall had clearly been acting as a natural barrier. Whatever is behind it was not accessible by most animals, might be worth taking a closer look. He pushes forward, and soon senses several plants in the distance that fit the description of the copperleaf. As he approaches, he notices more of those same thorn-covered vines forming a partial enclosure around the herbs. Slipping past them carefully, Oren's eyes light up. Yes, that must be copper leaves. Exactly 5 of them, undisturbed and glowing faintly in the filtered forest light. The copper-colored leaves look like priceless treasures. Oren suddenly stops. At the edge of his N range, a shape slithers silently across the ground. A snake, and a large one at that. Wait, snake. No, calm down, not a hellbell. Just a large snake, right? Still, why is it here? With herbs this rare, is it using the herbs as bait? More importantly, we're in the Federation. Could it be? No, I shouldn't always expect the worst. Why would a calamity appear in this forest? Carefully inspect it. He focuses his aura, examining the creature in detail. One tail. No large lump. Silly. Being careful is important, but being too careful is something I must avoid. This is cowardice. Keeping eternity ready, Oren takes a step forward. To his shock, the snake launches at him suddenly, its speed unnatural. He drops his N and immediately activates Ren, then applies Shu to his blade. He strikes but the snake twists mid-air and dodges, slithering behind him with extremely unnatural movements, shocking Oren. They lock eyes. And just like that his thoughts cloud over. Rage bubbles up, boiling through his chest. His hands twitch. His aura spirals wildly, overflowing with killing intent. His vision warps. Everything feels wrong. What is this? I want to kill. Desperate, Oren triggers Azure Restoration. His aura changes into a soothing azure blue, flowing like water, cradling him softly. Slowly, his mind calms down. Breathing heavily, he averts his gaze from the snake. With his sanity restored, he slashes out with eternity and limitless waters, launching a water slash toward the creature. The snake tries to evade but the slash is too fast and catches part of its tail and severs it. It had dodged the first strike and now it's reacting to aura. It can see or sense none. How? Not wasting another second, Oren unleashes 3 more water slashes, this time all hidden with the best he can use, rendering them almost invisible, even to Nen users. The snake, despite Oren's apparently senses something and moves again, trying to desperately dodge but this time it's too late. One of the 3 blades strikes true, cutting off the snake's head cleanly. Still trembling slightly, Oren exhales, the tension leaving his body. He kneels and begins harvesting the herbs carefully, making sure to pull each plant out with its roots intact. He then glances at the snake's corpse cut into 3 segments, its blood soaking into the earth. A snake guarding rare herbs with the ability to see Nen and disrupt my mind. That hatred, was it deliberate? Some kind of mental interference? It wasn't just rage. It was malicious. Manipulative. Could a Hellbell breed with native species? Is this a hybrid? A lower species? Hellbell blood mixing with something local? Oren stares longer than he should, his eyes filled with greed. It's risky, but I can't just leave it here. He pulls out a large, plastic bag from his backpack and wraps the snake's remains carefully inside. Using strong grasses growing around him as makeshift ties, he tightly seals it shut and stuffs it into his backpack. Then he turns and starts making his way back fast, but cautiously. His N active for his entire journey back. It takes less than 30 minutes to retrace his path and exit the forest. He scales the village wall and stumbles back into the village. He drops N, his aura nearly fully drained. Made it. What was that just now? Less than 2 hours in the forest, but it feels like I've endured a week of non-stop battle. That snake, those herbs, I need to make a decision. How do I approach this? 26. Lethal branching out. 26. Lethal branching out. Oren walks deeper into the village, many of the villagers staring at him, some with curiosity, others with open hostility. I guess I should call the others. Might as well earn another fortune while I'm at it. With that 200 million, my savings of around 10 million, and the incoming money from Buno and Bunu, I'm already in a pretty good spot. He takes out his beetle phone and dials Gorina's number. It doesn't connect. Ah, I forgot. He tries Conrad next, but that call doesn't go through either. I guess these idiots don't have a phone like my beetle, which works almost anywhere in the world. Since we're in the middle of nowhere, I obviously can't call them, at least not when they're deep in this forsaken forest. Walking on, Oren separates a single copperleaf from the rest. He picks the smallest plant and hides the other 4 in a separate bag, which he buries deep in his backpack. This place is hell. That snake. It wasn't anything like the real Hellbell, but that stare, it got to me. A direct hit on my mental state like that. Without Azure Restoration, I don't think the association even knows about that snake yet. What's the smartest move here? Should I report my encounter to Cluck? No, I'd have to lie, otherwise she might find out about my Hatsu. For now, I'll keep it to myself. He reaches the out-of-place metal structure and knocks, then steps inside. The moment he enters, he hears music, a whimsical, slightly mischievous flute tune. Despite the strange atmosphere, he enjoys it for a few seconds before moving on. A flute? Not bad. Nice recording. Inside, researchers sit at computers, while a few others work in what looks like a miniature science lab. This building is way too small. He glances around and heads into a smaller side room. It has a few couches and a small kitchen, clearly a break room of some sort. The sound is getting louder. He notices Cluck sitting on one of the couches, a glass of juice in front of her, playing a wooden flute. As soon as she sees Oren, she stops playing. Oh, it's you. Don't tell me you gave up. That would really disappoint me, she says, wearing a confused expression. Oren silently hands her the copperleaf, causing her expression to change instantly. Wow, you're fast. I didn't expect that, although, you went north, didn't you, boy? That's the one direction we haven't even remotely explored yet. Even the villagers avoid it. Judging by your condition, you had to go all out. Care to share what you ran into? What do I do? Let me try to sound honest and reveal just a little to her. Wolves, tons of them. A whole mix of predators, dangerous insects, plants, mushrooms. Let's just say, without Nen, I wouldn't have made it. There were also thorns with incredibly potent poison. In fact, I brought a bit back. Let's just say, if I were a regular candidate without any Nen knowledge, I'd be dead by now, Oren says calmly. Really? Nen is indeed a lifesaver in terrain like this, no doubt. I'm surprised you're already this capable in using it. Well then, how about you let your big sister and senior hunter have a sample of that poison? I'm interested, Cluck says, getting up and heading toward the lab area. Oren follows and pulls out a bottle, filled to the brim with poison. I need most of it for myself, but feel free to take a small sample, Oren says. That'll be enough, Cluck replies happily, as she fills 3 test tubes with it. She took more than a sample. Well, whatever. I still have enough poison to kill thousands of people. I only plan to use it to build resistance anyway, once I find the time. Could you give me a few more suitable containers? I don't think my current method of storing the poison is ideal. You there, did you hear that? Get him a few proper containers. Make sure they're durable enough. Cluck calls out to a few curious researchers who've gathered nearby. They quickly do as told and hand Oren a large, scientific-looking metal container, filled with his poison, which he puts into his backpack. Meanwhile, Cluck examines the poison, opening one of the test tubes and giving it a sniff. This is interesting indeed. I'll have my people work on it. Also, your copperleaf is acceptable actually, it's slightly larger than average. You pass, boy. In fact, you're the first to pass and the third person to return. 2 candidates came back already, one of them has since died. There are so many different plants and poisonous animals around, we couldn't save him. Well, this exam is the complete opposite of my systems. Needless death, high risk, and a disturbingly warm attitude towards death and danger. But what really interests me is that the copperleaf is larger than average. I gave her the smallest one of mine. That one even looked like it wasn't even fully grown, compared to the others. Looks like I did the right thing. Hey, I really want to study that poison you brought me. It matches the description of a plant I warned you candidates about, but this one is far more potent. You're free to move around, but don't leave the village. Stay here or return to the airship, it's up to you. I'll talk to you later, she says. Oren returns to the airship, sitting down outside on the large front deck. From there, he has a perfect view of the village, ideal for watching anyone who comes back. He uses Zetsu, allowing his body to quickly regain any lost vitality. He also ingests a tiny amount of poison. He feels pain in his stomach, but can tolerate it. Finally, an hour later, the pain is gone, and Oren uses Azure Restoration to heal his body. He then smiles as he remembers something he hasn't felt in a while. I've grown a little tougher. This poison will allow my resistance to improve. Over the next 10 hours, about 20 candidates return. All of them look exhausted, hurt, and most carry expressions of defeat. Cluck, no longer inside the research facility, is now outside, curiously watching the returning candidates. Oren notices 2 of the examined standing out despite being in rough shape. They look triumphant, satisfied. He watches them walk up to Cluck and hand her a copper-colored plant. An hour later, Gorinu shows up, looking to be in relatively decent condition, and does the same, handing over a copperleaf of his own. Time passes, and including the 2 he recognizes, only 32 out of the original 57 candidates have returned. At least one of them died after making it back. Conrad is still missing, which makes Oren uneasy. Not good. I thought I found someone who could actually help me. Oren steps off the ship and walks over to Cluck, guessing that the time is up. She loudly announces, the second task is over. 6 candidates have passed. The remaining crowd of examines immediately erupts in frustration and disbelief. This exam is hell. How is this fair? You throw us into a deadly forest and expect us to find a tiny, specific herb. I agree, this is complete nonsense. You want us to fail, don't you? Look around. How many people died because of your ridiculous task? Cluck yawns, completely unmoved. Stupid. Incompetent. Pathetic. You candidates are failures. Maybe get some proper training and try again in a decade. Frustrated but resigned, the crowd disperses, leaving behind only 6 people, Oren, Gorinu, and 4 others. Oren quickly sizes up the remaining candidates. They look competent. Their clothing, body language, and expressions all give it away. They're trained, prepared, and experienced. These 4 are strong, not that it matters much. But I still need to ask. Excuse me, examiner, Oren says. A colleague of mine is still inside the forest. Is there anything you can do? Well, you might have missed it, but a few of my assistants already went in. We'll wait a few more hours, then we're taking off towards the next phase of the exam, Cluck replies. 2 hours later, Oren straightens up as he spots Conrad weak and wounded being carried by one of the suited staff. He's conscious, but clearly in bad shape. Alongside him, a few more candidates emerge, pushing the count up to 37. At least one more has died since making it out, so the number of survivors is merely 35. More than a third of the candidates died and only 6 out of 57 actually passed. Isn't this exam way too extreme? And this was just the second task. These zodiacs are terrible examiners. Even my system ran a stupid test that only suited a specific kind of hunter, while Cluck literally risked our lives just to study this cursed forest. They might be zodiacs and the most accomplished hunters, but in my opinion they are terrible examiners. Back on the ship, Oren sits with Gorinu and Conrad, who now looks a bit better. You guys should really buy a decent phone. I recommend the Beetle, Oren whispers. I tried to call you. Why did you risk it all, Conrad? You almost died. Conrad sighs. Once I got too far in, I got lost despite all the precautions I took. I've got no excuse. This exam was just too much for me. Maybe I'm not cut out to be a hunter. He now looks visibly defeated. Gorinu speaks up. No, I wouldn't say so. This specific exam is just extremely difficult, honestly, unreasonably so. The first task was already insane, but this one, pure evil. You should try again next year and hope for examiners who aren't out of their minds. Oren, after this exam teach me Nen. If I learn it, I'll have a real chance next year. To be honest, aside from a few benefits, I'm not even sure I need to pass. Meeting you might be good enough, Conrad says, his eyes twitching slightly. This guy, despite being smart, he looks scarred for life. I can feel it's had enough for now. He's traumatized. That arrogant, haughty attitude is completely gone. Did he really think he was going to die? Honestly, without Nen, that forest is a death trap. Let's talk business, Conrad. I've got an offer for you, Oren says with a smile. What do you mean? Conrad asks, a flicker of interest returning to his face. Oren smiles casually, and then sobers down, his face turning serious. I'll become rich, but I can't have this guy betray me. I need to get my point across properly. 27. The third phase unexpected task. 27. The third phase unexpected task. Oren begins to talk to Conrad with a serious expression. What kind of companies does your family own? Are you interested in Cluck's research? According to her, these copper leaves help treat inflammation. I don't know much about medicine, but I know inflammation is tied to a ton of issues. A general cure could really change things. Even if it just becomes a slightly more effective drug than what's already on the market, we could still make a fortune. My father's empire is massive. He owns hundreds of companies, big and small. There isn't really an industry he hasn't touched. I remember at least a few hospitals and 2 pharmaceutical firms, but why do you ask? We can't just wait, you mean? Oren smiles. Yes. I've got more copper leaves. Conrad's expression shifts, greed mixed with regret. I'm such an idiot, I shouldn't have even gone into that forest. If I'd just waited outside, I could have passed easily anyway. Yes, I am in. Once we're back, give them to me. I'll have them delivered to one of my father's companies right away. If we can get any kind of product out before Cluck does even just a small improvement, he could bring in a fortune. Oren hands them over with a grin. Gorinu stares at him, mouth opening as if to speak, but he decides against it, closing it again. Conrad smiles gratefully, his frustration over the failed exam already fading. Conrad, my friend, Oren says. There's something you should know about me. Ever heard of the Zaldiks? Yes, but you're not one of them. I know every member. My father's even hired them before. True, I'm no Zaldik. But my instructors are on a similar level. I'm part of a large organization. You don't need to know more, I trust you, Conrad. But if you ever take advantage of me, Oren's smile widens. His cheerful expression stays, but he lets his aura flash just for a moment. I understand, Oren. I'll make sure you get more than your fair share. Trust me, Conrad says, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple. Good. That's all I wanted to say. No need to overthink it, right? Oren replies. Conrad nods eagerly. The airship continues its flight, and Oren decides to rest, thoughts drifting toward the upcoming third task. After sleeping for a solid 6 hours, Oren gets up and rejoins the others, who seem to have rested a bit as well. The airship takes roughly the same amount of time on the return trip as it did on the trip to the forest. As he gazes out the window, seeing the suburbs of Concordis, something suddenly clicks. Wait a minute. We're heading back to Concordis. What's going on here? Oren notes. Gorinu perks up too. You're right, that's certainly an interesting decision. Well, Conrad begins, your next examiner will either be the snake, the tiger, or the horse based on my calculations. Those 3 are part of the liberal faction. Since we've already dealt with dangerous plants and beasts, I'd say Gel, the poison hunter, is out. That leaves Saksho and Kanze. Sako's a problem hunter and also a detective. His style seems to overlap with my Zystems, so my guess is you'll have to deal with the tiger, Kanze. Oren rubs his head, trying to remember some details, but his memories are too fragmented. It's been too long, and though he took notes a few years after arriving in Meteor City, he didn't focus much on specific individuals, only important events and opportunities. I think I remember that guy is stupid. I think he's a treasure hunter, so in a way, he seeks the same things I do. Still, I refuse to be compared to someone like him, Oren mutters. You're right, Oren. He's very simple-minded and uneducated. However, you need to be careful. He's short-tempered, impulsive, and loves to argue about stupid things, at least according to my information. Try to please him, even if you feel like insulting him. It'll just be for a short while. Thanks, Conrad, Oren says, genuinely grateful. Yeah, Conrad, I owe you one too, Gorinu adds. Don't worry about it. What about the other 4 remaining candidates? They're strong and talented, Gorinu replies calmly. They're all male and look to be in their 30s or 40s, clearly veterans, but nothing to worry about. They're all uninitiated, after all. Oren shakes his head. The real problem is that we don't know what kind of exam Kanzei will give us. It'll probably be simple, but it might not involve combat. Maybe he sends us on a treasure hunt or something. These things can come down to luck. Still, Cluck said I earned some kind of advantage. You finished 4th, Gorinu, right? So you might be slightly disadvantaged later on, he analyzes. We'll know soon enough. Looks like we'll be arriving in a few minutes, Gorinu replies. I wish you both luck. I'll be staying in Concordus for a few more days, Conrad says. Oren hands over the 4 copper leaves to Conrad with a meaningful look. Conrad accepts them, his hand slightly trembling, clearly remembering Oren's earlier warning. Surprisingly, the airship doesn't land near the arena, but instead touches down in front of a medium-sized building a bit removed from the city's core. Oren notices the Hunter Association logo on the front. Is this an association branch? Maybe for the entire Federation? Dear remaining candidates, you 6 have earned a bit of my respect. I wish you the best of luck in the next phase of the exam. Given the examiner, you'll definitely need it. As for the rest of you losers, get off now before I kick you out myself. Cluck's voice blares from the airship speakers. I hate that chicken, Conrad mutters. The failed candidates trickle out, some confused about how they'll get back, others just resigned, disappearing quietly. Conrad waves goodbye to Oren and Gorinu, who follow Cluck and the remaining 4 candidates into the building. Inside, a few staff members line up in the lobby and begin to clap. Stop it. Or they might think the exam is already over. They're not even halfway done. Are you serious? What do you mean? There are only 6 people left. They follow Cluck into a large, empty hall. Aside from a small stage at the front, the room is completely bare. Is this some kind of event hall? A man stands on the stage. He's not very tall, shorter than anyone else except Oren. He has yellow and black, tiger mane-shaped hair, and what appears to be a tail attached to it. He's wearing a yellow baseball uniform with his actual name, Kanzei, printed on the back. Oren sighs as he looks at the man, his face getting serious. I have a bad feeling about this, Gorinu mumbles, looking slightly confused. Cluck. What is this? Where are all the candidates? This is the 3rd phase. Why are there only 6 people left? Kanzei screams. Deal with it, stupid tiger. See you later if you pass, Cluck retorts, waving at the candidates before exiting the hall. This is kinda surprising. I am Kanzei's world-famous treasure hunter. Why are there so few of you left? Tell me. He shouts, pointing at Gorinu. Gorinu looks a bit puzzled, but then explains the first 2 exams, keeping the details brief. I see the first exam sounds unfair indeed. What do silly riddles have to do with being a hunter? And finding a herb? That's like finding treasure. Sure, it takes time and luck, so I can appreciate it, but it's hardly suitable for an exam. Exams should be based on skills. I have to say me 2 fellow Zodiacs clearly failed as examiners. You 6 are lucky I'm in charge now. I won't make you go through any more stupid, unnecessary exams. I've come up with the perfect exam based on logic and truth. My exam will test the most important qualification. Kanzei says, with a smug tone, looking proud. You there. He suddenly barks, pointing at the oldest remaining candidate. You look like you've got some years behind you, so I bet you're experienced. What's the most important thing for a hunter? Ambition. The candidate replies, looking confused. I suppose that's a decent answer, but I was hoping you'd say strength. Without strength, you can't do anything. Strength is the foundation of a good hunter, and that's what I'll be testing. I even asked Cluck to rank you, so my perfect exam will be even more fair. Now listen. The top-ranked candidate will go against the last-ranked one, and so on. The task is a one-on-one battle. Yes. Looks like his stupidity and simple-mindedness saved me. I like you. Gorinu says with a grin. Nice exam. This one actually makes sense, Oren adds, also smiling. Ha ha ha. Kanzei laughs. I see you candidates appreciate a thoughtful and fitting challenge. Now, I don't want any accidents, no killing your opponent. If I decide a fight's over, I'll stop it. You can also surrender if you're clearly outmatched. And no weapons. If you use any, you're out. Real men fight with their own claws. You mean fist, stupid tiger. Although, I'm a busy guy, so let's not waste time. Let's see you there. Tell me the rankings. Kanzei yells at one of the suited assistants who are silently standing close to the door of the room. I didn't even notice them. They're using Zetsu well. Probably hunters. Do they get paid for helping out with the exam? Kanzei exchanges a few quiet words with the assistant, then turns back toward the group. The first fight is between number 123 Oren Nilam and number 199 Zyril Nata. Oren steps forward, causing Kanzei to frown and point at him. You're Zyril. Oren shakes his head, and the older veteran steps up. I'm Zyril, he announces. This is confusing. You all look like strong men. Why is this child the highest-ranked candidate? Kanzei stares at Oren suspiciously, then suddenly grins knowingly. I see candidate 123 Oren. It's best if you don't use that. You know. Oren smiles. Time for some tests. This guy seems fairly strong, maybe stronger than me if I don't use Nen. Let's see how far Bruno and Bunna's techniques can take me against real opponents. You said claws were fine, right, Examiner Kanzei? Oren asks with a grin. Yeah, go for it. You two line up. Oren faces his opponent. 3, 2, 1 start. Kanzei yells in a cheerful voice. As soon as Kanzei gives the signal, Oren leaps back a bit. He starts to move in complete silence, sinking his steps into a smooth rhythm. Zyril carefully looks at Oren, not moving at all. As he gains speed and continues, 10 visible illusions of Oren suddenly appear around him. His opponent now looks stunned and confused. What the hell? One candidate shouts. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Another gasps. Even Kanzei looks impressed, his arms now crossed. The illusions slowly approach the veteran, who tries to stay calm. He abruptly spins around and strikes at an image behind him only for it to vanish. Now, Oren forms a claw with his right hand and slashes across the man's back, then sweeps his legs. The man screams in pain and loses balance, crashing to the floor. Oren jumps on him, driving his knee into the man's gut. He lands a clean strike against Zyril's face with his left hand and presses his claw-like right hand to the man's throat. The veteran yells and struggles, but, stop, this fight is over. Kanzei shouts. Old man, quit it already. He went easy on you. The veteran, finally realizing his situation, exhales and stops resisting. Oren gets up. I learned something. What I need is more fights. I need experience desperately. Candidate 123, you passed the third phase. Kanzei declares. 28. The fourth animal unorthodox approach. 28. The fourth animal unorthodox approach. With his win over the veteran, Oren steps back satisfied for now, but still not truly content. I need more fights. This fight felt a bit awkward. What if he had seen through my first feint? I need stronger opponents. I want to experiment more. Oren watches the next match, this time between two veterans. The fight turns out to be surprisingly dull, both fighters overly cautious and defensive. It takes 5 full minutes before one of them finally lands a decent blow, allowing him to tackle his opponent to the ground. The other's head hits the floor hard, prompting Kanzei to end the match before any serious injuries occur. Finally, it's Gorina's turn. You there, eyebrow guy. Same rules I gave the kid apply to you, got it? Kanzei calls out. Gorinu shakes his head. I'll try to avoid it, but I'm not promising anything. Huh, you dare talk back to me? Kanzei snaps. Gorinu sighs, clearly annoyed and not in the mood to deal with Kanzei's temper. After a brief pause, he relents. Fine. Despite his reluctant agreement, Gorinu defeats his opponent in mere seconds. He steps into range with precision, unleashing a quick barrage of punches. When the opponent finally swings back, Gorinu knocks the incoming fist aside and delivers a powerful kick straight to the chest, sending him flying. The opponent faints without realizing what hit him. See, worked out just fine. Why were you so stubborn earlier? You're dumb. Kanzei says smugly. This guy, I hate people like him. Thankfully, this joke of an exam is already over. Ahem. Number 133, number 97, number 175, you passed the third phase of this year's Hunter exam. Kanzei announces. Number 175, still looking roughed up, turns to him. Wait, third phase? Isn't this the end? There are only 3 of us left. Kanzei shakes his head. Are you stupid? Cheadle told us exams usually have 5 or 6 phases, so we shouldn't deviate from the previous exams. That endless meeting about this stupid exam was such a bore. The old man even called it an E-rank mission. It's so annoying. Anyway, you're not done yet. We split things up fairly. 3 zodiacs each belonging to a different faction took a portion of the exam. Then we annoyed the 2 most unwilling ones and forced them to join too, so it's fair for us. So, you've got 2 more exams to go. Follow me, I'll take you to your next examiner. Not good. I hope there are no more duels. Kanzei marches out of the hall, followed closely by Oren, Gorinu, and candidate number 175. This exam took 15 minutes. I can't really complain, but still, this is definitely surprising. Kanzei leads them back toward the building's entrance, stopping before an elevator. They ride it to the top, the 7th floor. Upon exiting, they reach a large office at the far end of the corridor. Kanzei grumbles, you go in. I don't even want to see that guy. Oren glances at the plaque on the door, Mira Novalis, head of the Okama branch. He exchanges a look with Gorinu, who then glances at candidate number 175. The man shrugs and enters the office first. Inside, the room is neat and professional, looking surprisingly normal. Despite the name on the door, the person waiting inside isn't a woman but a smiling man. He has medium length, dark blonde hair and sharp brown eyes. He wears a fine green suit speckled with purple dots, clearly expensive. Paristan, I don't remember much, but I need to be cautious around this guy. Welcome, candidates. Congratulations on making it this far. You know, I respect my fellow hunters and fellow zodiacs, but I can't help but shake my head when I think about how this exam's been handled. I saw around 200 highly skilled individuals at the start of this exam, people who could have made fine hunters. Instead of nurturing and investing in that prestigious batch, my fellow zodiacs have ruthlessly eliminated them. In Cluck's case, even sacrificed them. I'm disgusted. I am truly ashamed. I am so powerless. He looks like he's about to cry, then straightens up and continues, my name is Paris Tunhill. My goal is to become the next vice chairman of the Hunter Association, and in time the chairman. I hope that once I attain that position, I can finally enact the much-needed changes this organization deserves. I hope that talented people like you clearly suited to become hunters will support me in this effort. But for now, since we're still mid-exam, I'll be acting as your next examiner. He's not vice chairman yet. I don't remember all the details. Now, as for my task, Paris Tun begins. I'd like to introduce you to an interesting career path and I'll base my exam around it. Have you ever heard of temp hunters? They make up the largest group within the Hunter Association. Nearly a third of all hunters work as temp hunters. I see some of you already know what I'm talking about. He pauses, smiling, then continues, still, let me explain. Temp hunters receive jobs directly from the association, with guaranteed pay based on difficulty and risk. The association, in turn, gets these jobs from governments around the world. Not only is your pay guaranteed, but you also contribute to society in a meaningful way. Most of my selfish colleagues don't understand that. Some of the worst offenders even look down on temp hunters, can you believe it? I hope you realize that this is indeed a very noble and rewarding job. Now, for your task, gentlemen, the association has received a contract to provide additional security for an important festival celebrating Union Day. Union Day, which happens to be tomorrow, commemorates the unification of all Federation states. Sadly, there are still groups mostly separatists who oppose the Federation of Okima and like to cause mischief. While there haven't been major incidents recently, the risk of terrorism or attacks remains. You three will join a team of temp hunters under my leadership to help with security. I'll assign each of you to a different post. You'll be evaluated by me and my team. Any questions? The room stays silent. Sounds normal enough. Doesn't seem difficult at all. Does he have information about? Number 123, Oren, right? You look very serious. You've got something on your mind, don't you? Go ahead, ask away. I welcome questions. Be honest. Oren responds calmly, understood, examiner. Temp hunters do sound interesting, and it's a career I might consider. I'd certainly like to try it if I pass the exam. What I don't understand is why the association was hired for basic security. Have there been any specific threats? I doubt temp hunters come cheap even for governments with large budgets. Paris Tun bursts into laughter, his grin widening. Haha, so young, yet already asking the right questions. You're talented, aren't you? I'm delighted you're interested in becoming a temp hunter. But to answer your question, I am afraid I have to disappoint you. The association was hired mostly as a deterrent. This is the 5th year in a row we've taken this job, and nothing major has ever happened. I can almost guarantee there won't be any major incidents. At most, you might have to deal with a small riot or protest. We want to see how you handle that. I understand. Thank you, Oren replies. Really? Then what's his true aim? I doubt he'd waste our time without a reason. Now, please relax. We'll meet in the lobby at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Don't be late. And once again, congratulations for making it this far. Paris Tun says, warmly encouraging the 3 candidates. As Oren, Gorinu, and candidate number 175 leave the office, Gorinu mutters, what a nice guy. True, Oren replies, deciding to just go along with it. Later, Oren and Gorinu head out to grab a bite and call Conrad, meeting up at a nearby restaurant. It's a mid-sized place, neither too fancy, nor cheap. Why such a basic restaurant? Conrad complains, unimpressed. This is perfect for me, Oren says, scanning the menu the waitress hands him. Gorinu nods, seemingly unbothered. So your next task is to play temp hunter for a day and protect some festival? I barely know anything about it. It's not even a major event, Conrad says. There has to be more to it, Gorinu replies. I can't believe we're just playing bodyguard. Like Oren said, no government hires hunters just for fun. And since this is part of the exam, something unique must be going on. I disagree, Oren says. I think it'll be an automatic pass as long as we don't go rogue or randomly attack people. Paris Tun seems to be recruiting. I think he's trying to take complete control of the temp hunter division and the association in general. He needs broad support for that to happen. Since temp hunters make up such a large portion of the association, that would give him serious influence. This is his way of showing us that working with him has benefits. You could be right, Oren, Conrad nods thoughtfully. Gorinu brightens up. After these last 3 exams, I think we deserve an easy one. Hopefully, that's exactly what this is. We'll see, Oren replies, his eyes gleaming as he watches the waitress bring over a massive tray of meat. The 3 enjoy their evening, and Oren and Gorinu return to the association branch, and sleep peacefully, trying to be as rested as possible for the upcoming job. The next morning, well-rested, Oren, Gorinu, and candidate number 175 wait in the lobby, arriving well before 8 a.m. Exactly at 8 a.m., Paris Tun enters the lobby, accompanied by a few hunters. The 4th phase of this year's exam is starting now. 29, a powerful ally. Staring at the temp hunters assembled in front of him, Oren doesn't recognize a single face. Then he hears a sickly sweet voice call out, candidate number 123, you're with me. Without paying attention to the others, Oren quickly follows the speaker. As he approaches, he gets a better look. It's an elderly woman, likely in her 60s. She's quite petite, with graying brown hair and a height about equal to his own, roughly 1.5 meters. Oren eyes her carefully and nods. She's a NEN user. No reason to underestimate her. You're a nice boy, aren't you? Follow me. We're in charge of protecting the various embassies. My name is Ingrid, she tells him. Oren. Nice to meet you, Oren replies politely. They get into a car, and Ingrid briefly outlines their assignment. Watch for suspicious individuals. If it's not an emergency, tell me first. I'll be sticking close, so there won't be any need to act on your own. But if you see a weapon or a fight, react immediately. You're authorized to use deadly force in emergencies. Still, try to hold back if it's not serious. We don't want any scandals. From my years of experience, a stern talking is more than enough, with a tiny little dash of aura, to shock them. Understood, Oren says. She's using them to scare them. I guess that works. The next 8 hours feel like a boring, unimportant chore. They do nothing but patrol a fixed route near the embassies, walking in circles. A few protesters appear, but with only a few thousand and hundreds of police officers on duty, there's no need for them to intervene. The day ends peacefully. Ingrid drives Oren back to the branch. A pleasure working with you. I hope you pass. She says warmly. What just happened? Where was the task? Was my instinct right? This was way too easy. How can Pariston justify this as part of the Hunter exam? Welcome back. Pariston greets Oren in the lobby. I heard nothing bad happened, which means you did your job perfectly. Come, the others just returned as well. They enter the elevator. Pariston smiles at Oren, who returns the expression, unsure of how to respond. Back in his office, Pariston claps his hands. Congratulations to all 3 of you for passing the 4th task. And aside from that, allow me to give you this. He takes out 3 envelopes and hands one to each of them. Please, open them. He says cheerfully. Oren opens his and sees a neat stack of bills inside. A quick count reveals 300,000 jenny. Pariston explains, his smile now stretching almost unnaturally wide. This is your Paya's trial temp hunters. You earned it. I hope you not only learned something today, but that you've also developed an interest in this line of work. Here's my card. I hope you'll reach out if you pass the final exam. We're constantly flooded with requests and in desperate need of new hunters. He hands out his business cards, which Oren accepts and slips into his pocket. The most blatant recruitment attempt I've ever seen. Not that I care. As long as I pass, it's fine. And doing the occasional job for him might not be a bad idea. He's probably the most connected person in the entire association. The final exam begins now. Unfortunately, I have bad news. The last examiner is a real oddball. In my opinion, he's the least suited of all the previous examiners. Depending on how he conducts his test, I might object and intervene. In any case, I wish you the best of luck. Forgive me for not escorting you. I've still got a mountain of work. The day is just starting for me. Please go to the lobby. The receptionist will guide you, Pariston says. Oren looks him in the eyes one last time. Pariston appears concerned, even worried. Then Oren turns and leaves with the others. That guy, he gives me the creeps. If I didn't know any better, I'd probably be fooled. He's definitely charismatic and a fantastic actor. Back in the lobby, the receptionist, a young woman in her early 20s, greets them with a bright smile and a clap. Congratulations. You've passed the 4th exam. Also, I hear 2 of you are rookies. That's incredible. I'll be guiding you to your final examiner. The 3 candidates follow her. You 2 are really rookies. You're monsters, candidate number 175 mutters, eyes full of disbelief. This exam's about luck, too, Oren replies. With how random these tasks are, I could have easily failed if things had gone down a little differently. No need to brag. Eventually, they reach a room tucked away at the back. As they step inside, they immediately recognize what kind of place it is. A library, huh? Good luck, the receptionist says before quickly stepping out. Come in, a man's voice calls from within the room. They follow the voice and soon find him not especially tall, but with a youthful appearance. His black hair is messy, tied back with a headband that makes it spike like straw. His beard is just as unkempt. He wears plain, casual clothing and doesn't seem particularly interested in them. It's really him. After Pariston, I considered the possibility, but still. This is surprising. Jing freaks. You 3 are the last ones. Figures. Pariston was as soft and blatant as ever, Jing says, sounding unimpressed. I suppose it's fine, Thawfit balances out the earlier phases. I'm Jing freaks, and I guess you could call me your final examiner. Frankly, the only thing I'll be testing is your attitude toward becoming a hunter. After that, I'll evaluate your performance throughout the exam and decide if you pass. Let's start with you, candidate number 97, Jing adds, motioning him into a side room. Gorinu complies and follows him in. 5 minutes later, Gorinu returns, wearing a confused expression. Your turn, he says to candidate number 175, who shrugs and walks toward the side room without comment. I know it's probably pointless to ask, but I'm still curious, Oren says. He asked a few general questions. Nothing important. I'm still confused, Gorinu responds. Exactly 2 minutes later, candidate number 175 emerges, looking equally baffled. He nods at Oren. What is going on? Oren steps into the room. Inside is a simple setup, 1 table, 2 chairs. Jing is already seated and gestures for Oren to sit. So you're the last one, huh? Oren, from the Mighty Union Republic of Hass. Not exactly the nicest place to grow up, is it? 12 years old, and already quite proficient in Nen. Clearly, you qualify to be a hunter. My question's simple, why do you want to become one? My goals wouldn't change even if I didn't decide to become a hunter, Oren replies calmly. But the license connects me with other hunters, offers huge benefits, and makes things easier. Any particular goal? I collect weapons and other rare items. As long as they're created by true geniuses, they qualify, Oren says, placing his 2 Ben's knives on the table. Jing raises an eyebrow. Nice work. A little dark, but definitely interesting. To afford them and make more connections, I need money, and hunters certainly have an easier time with that. I also want to learn more combat techniques. I plan to study various weapons and martial arts for decades. Being a hunter makes it easier to find people qualified to teach me. Lastly, I guess a hunter is the kind of person who can make it outside. Jing perks up. Outside where? This small lake, Oren replies with a meaningful grin. You know the truth about the world. I was about to wrap this up, but now you've caught my interest. Mind telling me how you know? My master had connections and even some wisdom from the outside. I can't ask him for more details since I killed him a few months ago, but I found notes he left behind. If you want to know more, the other elders in Meteor City might be able to help. So you're from Meteor City, and your ID is fake? Good enough to get past our background checks. Impressive. Oren smiles, then briefly explains his situation. A real survivor, huh? I'm impressed. And honest too. I like that. You can go. You'll get confirmation of your pass shortly. The staff just need a few hours to issue your license, Jing says. May I ask something? Oren asks. Sure. I owe you one, Jing replies. Interested in one of the calamities? Jing's expression tightens. Before he can respond, Oren continues. I encountered a snake during the 2nd exam. I almost died. He pulls the snake's corpse from his backpack. Federation snake. At first, I thought it was a coincidence, but then, when I fought it, I nearly lost my mind. I'm telling you this in confidence. Anyone would have died. That snake nearly made me lose control in a frenzy of rage and hatred. It could see Nen. It was unnaturally fast and incredibly dangerous for its size. You might not believe me, but it's true. Jing opens the bag. Despite the smell, he doesn't flinch. He inspects the corpse carefully as if he had stumbled across a priceless treasure. I'm gonna butcher it real quick, alright? He says, grabbing one of the Ben's knives. No. 241. He expertly skins the snake, like an expert, surprising Oren. There's a small black lump here, wasn't visible from the outside. And this bone growth is definitely suggesting a second tail. I can also still smell the corrupt influence it possesses. Without a doubt, this isn't the real deal, but it's either influenced by one or some kind of hybrid. Why show this to me? You realize I'll go after the source now. As I said, I almost died. I am not ready for this kind of task. You're aiming for the Dark Continent, aren't you? I might need years to get strong enough, but I'll train every day, dedicating myself to Nen. When you go, take me with you. My Hatsu is something you won't want to be without. It will be vital to surviving that journey. I swear this on everything I hold dear. Jing studies him carefully, then finally smiles. A genuine one. You've got a deal, my young colleague. Let's aim for the outside together, he says, extending his hand. Oren grins and shakes it. Jing grabs a random book, rips out a page, and scribbles a number on it. Call me in a few months. For now, keep training like your life depends on it. I'll look into some weapon experts for you. I've got a few connections. Oren nods and stands to leave. Just as he reaches the door, Jing speaks again. If you're ever without a clear goal, try a certain game. Ever heard of Greed Island? Give it a go when you're bored. Never heard of it, but sure, Oren says. If you manage to clear it, I'd say you're ready for the trip. Don't rush. Take your time. You've got more pressing matters for now, but if you're aimless, it's a good challenge. That went better than I expected. 30. License. As Oren exits the room, he notices a small figure standing beside Gorinu and candidate number 175. Beans. I don't remember much, but I can't forget that name. Is he a magical beast? A Nen user who made himself look like a bean? Either way, I shouldn't dismiss him as a joke. He's Netero's secretary, one of the most influential hunters in the association. The small man, almost comically round, green, and bean-like, with stubby limbs, begins to speak. Welcome back, candidate number 123. Congratulations on making it this far. I'm Beans, secretary to Chairman Isaac Netero of the Hunter Association. We're just waiting for the last examiner to deliver the results. NTH. Suddenly, the door swings open, and a small piece of paper flies out, flying towards a bookshelf, the paper making a hard impact, getting stuck in the wood. Bean sighs but hops over awkwardly and plucks the paper out in one motion. Let me now announce the results of the final exam, he says. Candidate number 95 and candidate number 123, you pass. I'm sorry, candidate number 175 you VE failed this time. However, you'll be allowed to participate again next year without going through any prelims or trials. You'll immediately get notified about the exam location. Why? The angry veteran shouts. He just asked me some stupid questions. I told him I wanted to be a blacklist hunter. Should I have lied? I'm sorry, Beans says with a sympathetic tone. Each examiner has their own standards. We do consider physical and mental strength, along with knowledge and decision-making. I don't think you were especially weak in any category, it simply seems the examiner didn't believe you were suited to be a hunter. Tightening his fists, the man sighs heavily, then storms out of the library, visibly frustrated. I can feel his frustration. What a stupid exam. He just didn't like him and failed him because of that. Well, that's always unpleasant. Let me congratulate you two again. Oren and Gorinu, right? I think you'll both make wonderful hunters. Please follow me. They follow Beans down to a small office on the ground floor and take their seats. It looks like both of you are NEN users, Beans notes. Usually, we assign a hunter to help new licensees learn the basics. If either of you still needs help with NEN, I can request someone to teach you, even if you're already familiar with it. No need, Oren replies immediately. I think we're well past the basics by now, Gorinu adds, looking slightly smug. Perfect. Beans says cheerfully. Your licenses are being printed as we speak. It might take a bit of time, so I'll walk you through what you need to know to be a successful hunter. This might be fun, I'll let him talk. I might even learn something useful. Beans spends the next 2 hours explaining the rights and privileges now available to them. He covers travel benefits, visa waivers, and how their license grants them free access to most paid services among many other things. What interests me most is our license to kill. As hunters, we're legally allowed to kill. I'll refrain from asking, no need to put him on guard. He might share something with someone else. Looks like we still have some time. Do either of you have questions? Beans asks, visibly pleased with his explanation so far. Tell us more about the special site for hunters, Oren asks without hesitation. I need the URL. I've got the license, but without that address, I'd have to rely on others. I could ask Buno and Bunu, but they'd likely have to cash in a favor just to get it. You've heard about it. I suppose I can tell you. Beans scribbles the URL on a small piece of paper. It's long and nonsensical, a mess of random letters and numbers. He hands one copy each to Oren and Gorinu. Thank you, Oren says with a smile. Gorinu also looks quite satisfied. Now, since we've still got time, how about we go over the hunter bylaws? Just then, the receptionist enters, holding 2 small boxes. Excuse me, Secretary Beans. The licenses are ready, she says, handing them over. Thank you, dear, that'll be all, Beans replies kindly. Now, let's go over the bylaws before. We already know them, right, Oren? Gorinu says, his face twitching slightly. Oren shrugs. Yes, indeed. I see, well then congratulations on officially becoming hunters. Beans says, opening the boxes and handing the licenses over first to Oren, then to Gorinu. Oren stares at his new hunter license. He notices the final 3 digits 283 signifying the year of the exam. Follow me. You can either leave now, or maybe stay a little longer and spend some time with a special group of people, he says, opening the door. As they exit the room and follow Beans toward the lobby, they see Myzystem, Cluck, Kanze, and Pariston waiting for them. They all clap and smile except for Cluck and Kanze, who look bored out of their minds. Congratulations. Pariston says with a grin. Beans then turns around and adds, if you're interested, please have dinner with us. We'd love to get to know our new colleagues. Only one person passed on the offer and left immediately. Everyone else involved in the exam wants to congratulate you. I guess I'd better go. I'd love to, Oren says, while Gorinu gets a bit nervous and simply responds, yes. They leave the association branch and walk toward a restaurant directly across the street. After quickly stepping inside, they're led to a private room. A waitress swiftly brings the menus and takes down their orders. Within minutes, their drinks are served. A toast to our 2 new hunters. Cheers. Pariston says with a kind smile. Cheers, everyone echoes. Aside from Kanze, who orders a beer, nobody else is drinking alcohol. So, you're really aiming to become a treasure hunter like me, Oren? Good choice. Knives, right? Kanze asks, chugging down his beer. I'm not limiting myself to knives. Let's just say my former master sparked my interest in weapons. As long as it's a true masterpiece and not just some overpriced collectible junk, I'm curious about all kinds of weapons and rare items, Oren explains. Boring. Stupid. Useless. Cluck blurts, clearly not impressed with Oren's answer. What about you, eyebrow dude? She asks, turning to Gorinu. Not so sure, maybe a jackpot hunter. He replies vaguely. That's rather vague, money is not a worthy goal in my opinion, Myzystem says, clearly unimpressed. I'd love to cooperate with Pariston and show him what I can really do, but right now, it's too risky. I need a bit longer. Only once I've reached the necessary strength can I go into business with Azure Restoration. It's not like I don't have other ways to get rich in the meantime. Revealing that ability out of greed would be the dumbest mistake ever. I can show off limitless waters all I want, but Azure Restoration has to stay a secret. So, what are your next steps, you two? Pariston asks with a smile. Gorinu shrugs. No idea. I'll head home for a while. Everyone turns to Oren. I had a rather restrictive upbringing. Now that I have my freedom, my license, and plenty of time, I want to gain some experience. For that reason, I plan to head to Heaven's Arena, Oren explains. Are you sure? Revealing your ability like that? My Zystem questions. My ability is so versatile that even if someone knows it, nothing really changes. It's low risk, reliable, and depends entirely on training. There's nothing to hide. I don't expect I'll have to rely on it, but even if I must, I'll be fine, Oren adds with a grin. If you're looking for experience. I have a few pending requests that need attention, Pariston offers with another grin. Excuse me, Pariston, but please don't recruit the rookies. The chairman wouldn't approve, Beans interjects. I'm merely offering them safe options for a successful career, Pariston replies with a shrug. Stupid rat. Liar. Cluck snaps. Only losers become temp hunters, Kanze chimes in. A clear goal is required, as per the hunter bylaws. Temp hunters shouldn't be a career. It should be, as the name implies, temporary. The discussion continues endlessly, and after a few hours, everyone parts ways. Gorinu, if you ever need help, just contact me, Oren says, shaking his hand. Same goes for you, Gorinu replies. Finally, Oren contacts Conrad, and they meet at the airport. Congratulations, Conrad says, shaking Oren's hand. Thank you. You'll get it next year, Oren replies. So what are your plans now, Oren? I've arranged secure transportation for the Copper Leaves. My father and his associates will handle everything. I'm thinking of visiting Heaven's Arena. I need the experience, and a bit of cash never hurts. After that, I have a certain plan that should make me rich. But I want to be more prepared before starting it. What kind of plan? It involves a certain billionaire. If everything works out, I can expect a reward of 50 billion jenny, Oren says with a grin. Are you serious? Conrad asks, surprised. Oren just nods mysteriously. Can I come with you to Heaven's Arena? A bit of training would be good for me, too. I'd also like to request that training we talked about. I'll repay you for it, Oren, Conrad says. Sure, let's go then. The two book the next flight to Heaven's Arena. 31, Heaven's Arena. 31, Heaven's Arena. As soon as Oren and Conrad board the airship, Oren explains briefly, anyone with Nen can forcefully awaken someone else. It is, however, quite dangerous. One wrong move and the person being awakened could die. I have confidence in doing it, however, so don't be scared. Besides, I don't have the luxury of spending months to awaken your aura the slow way. Close your eyes and concentrate. Oren then orders. Much like Aaron in Yorknew, Oren uses Azure Restoration to awaken Conrad's aura. It's simply a gentler method compared to forcefully injecting aura into someone. Azure Restoration carries no risk of harming the target. Just like Aaron, Conrad initially struggles to master 10. It takes him quite some time to gain proper control of his aura, and once he finally manages it, he ends up exhausted for days, spending most of the time asleep. They quickly resume their training afterwards. I need to focus on my own goals. I'll check in from time to time, but I don't have the time to babysit you, Oren warns him. It's fine. Now that I've opened my aura pores and learned 10 and how to close the mile manage, Conrad assures him. After Conrad recovers, Oren begins teaching him the basics during the journey, which spans a total of 10 days. He briefly explains the Nen system and also teaches him Zetsu, along with the basics of Ren. Along the way, Oren receives a call from Buno. Congratulations on passing the exam. We'll be wiring your first payment soon. Bunu insisted we keep most of the content under wraps, so the earnings aren't quite as high as expected. Still, every high-ranking member of Hollow Blade will pay to read what you gave us. Don't worry, we won't cheat you. It's fine, thank you. I plan to visit you guys eventually. Do you have anyone skilled with knives who could teach me a bit? Yes. I'd better start paying you now, because that person's greed is legendary. You will need every jenny you can get your hands on. However, if you've got the money, you'll get the best training possible. Sounds promising. Please prepare everything. Also don't forget, I am interested in weapons and other items, with trace amounts of aura. I also want a copy of Lider's material. I might as well study a little as well, Oren replies confidently. Have fun, kid. Call if you need help, Buno says, ending the call. A minute later, Oren receives a message on his phone. 500 million jenny has been deposited into your account. Not bad. Though considering Master's knowledge and hidden secrets about Nen, this isn't that much. Still, I expect these payments to keep coming. It'll do for now. If my plans work out, money will never be a problem. Also, considering you can buy a Ben's knife for 5 to 10 million, at least the unpopular ones, this is a crazy sum. 500 million jenny can buy up to 100 Ben's knives. These knives really are crazy undervalued. Good for me. I know this is silly, but I've got an urge to collect them. This greed, it's weird. However, it's not a waste of money as these knives are worth every Jenny, and may actually rise in value if I clear the market. They are an investment. With his bank account continuing to grow, Oren is more financially secure than ever. He also receives a few more messages. Aaron sends him pictures of various art pieces and collectibles, mostly paintings, and handcrafted items, containing traces of aura, but Oren replies immediately, not interested. Sell them. I have no use for trash like that. The days pass, and finally, Oren and Conrad arrive at Heaven's Arena. From their airship room, Oren gazes up at the towering structure in the distance. With a slightly smug grin, Conrad begins, Heaven's Arena. The fourth tallest building in the world. It's almost 1,000 meters high, exactly 991. It has 251 floors. Thousands of martial artists compete there every single day. You sure know your details, Conrad. Do you plan on fighting too? Oren asks. No, I don't think so. I'll use this time to train. I still need to get a handle on the basics. But Oren, are you sure about fighting in that arena? I might not know much, but I've heard that people on the higher floors use special abilities. Before meeting you, I had no idea what exactly they were doing and how they were accomplishing such miraculous feats, but now I know. They're using Nen. You'll be revealing your techniques if you participate. My ability is extremely basic. I just mimic water, using aura, and then shape it in different ways. Even if someone knows what I do, I can use it in 1,000 different forms. It really doesn't matter if it gets exposed. What I need most is experience. I'm willing to reveal that much, Oren explains. It serves as a perfect red herring to hide my real, unique ability. He then shapes his aura into several forms, a small demonstration. See, what do you even do with that knowledge? It changes nothing, Oren adds. Now, let's go. Conrad stares at Oren, clearly impressed, and nods, agreeing with him. Quickly exiting the airship, Oren and Conrad head toward Heaven's Arena, jumping into the next available taxi. The colossal tower looms in the distance, impossible to miss. Yeah, hard to miss that one. They enter and walk toward the registration area, where hundreds are already in line. Oren casually ignores the queue. With a brief burst of Ren, he flashes his aura at the people in front. Everyone suddenly begins to shudder, and most people fall onto the floor, every single upcoming participant staring at Oren as if they've seen the Reaper himself. You don't mind if I go first, right? Thanks. He says, stepping confidently to the registration window. The female attendant on the other side looks only mildly surprised. Sign me up. Oren says, presenting a normal-eyed choosing not to use his hunter license, as it offers no benefits and only makes him a target. I can't risk that license getting stolen. It's worth a fortune. I heard 1 in 5 hunters loses theirs within a year. This thing is worth billions. Registered, Oren receives number 2223 and proceeds into the massive fighting hall on the ground floor. The vast space contains numerous combat stages and is surrounded by tiered seating. I don't want to waste time, and I want a room inside the tower, so I might as well get serious for a moment. Oren watches the ongoing fights with a bored expression, completely disinterested in the low-level bouts taking place. Finally, after an hour of waiting, his number is called. Number 2222 and number 2223, please proceed to ring 11, a voice announces. He moves swiftly toward ring 11, casting a single glance at his opponent, tall, extremely overweight, and looking every bit the stereotypical brute. Oren steps into the ring and walks up to the referee. He speaks in a calm, quiet tone. This is the only fight I'll fight without Nen if you treat me like this. If anyone messes around and slows me down, I'll kill all my future opponents. The referee's expression darkens, visibly shocked by the remark. Oren then strolls to his side of the ring, while his opponent takes position on the opposite end. Regaining composure, the referee asks, candidates, do you know the rules? Both Oren and his opponent nod. Begin. Oren advances steadily, while his massive opponent rushes him, throwing a heavily telegraphed right straight. Grinning, Oren allows him to commit. As the fist nears, he casually catches it with his left hand, then grabs one of his opponent's fingers. With a firm grip, he starts spinning in place. He completes 3 full rotations before letting go, flinging his opponent into the audience seats, where he crashes down, heavily injured and unconscious. So long. Oren walks back to the referee and flashes a brief wave of aura, displaying a glimpse of Ren. Number 2223. Proceed to floor 150, the referee announces, handing Oren a small slip of paper. Oren nods. Acceptable. I'll refrain from using my aura in this case. Thank you, referee. Leaving the large hall, Oren trailing ahead of Conrad enters the elevator. Inside, a female attendant stands ready, managing the controls. Floor 150, Oren announces. Certainly, the attendant responds, eyeing Oren curiously. Why do they hire people just to press buttons? This is silly. I guess this place really takes its prestige seriously. They head toward the fighter's reception on floor 150. There, Oren receives his first payment, a mere 100-something Jenny, barely enough for a drink. This doesn't matter. Once I reach floor 200, I'll have earned around 200 million Jenny. I want to fight again right away. I'm aiming for the 200th class. These worthless matches bore me, Oren tells the receptionist. I can schedule your earliest available match. It'll be in 2 days, is that alright? She says with a polite smile. Would it help if I bribed you? Oren asks flatly. Sadly, no. I'm heavily monitored to prevent that. You should have approached me privately, she jokes. I've already given you the earliest slot. We need time for promotion, organizing the matches, and selling tickets. The higher up you go, the longer everything takes. Honestly, I don't know what miracle got you straight to floor 150. That's extremely rare. I usually don't have to explain this to fighters, since most of them already know. Even talented ones start at floor 50. Everyone else begins at floor 10 if they win on the ground floor. Fine. I get a room, right? Oren asks. It's on floor 159, the receptionist replies, handing him a key with the number 159 to 20 on it. Fine. Oren mutters. Since you gave us your number when you registered, we'll notify you of the exact time and location for your next fight. Please enjoy your stay until then. Without sparing her another word, Oren walks off, Conrad following with a look of amazement. You really don't hesitate, Oren. I'm impressed. You make it look so easy, Conrad says. Anyway, I'll catch you before your next match. I've got some things to handle, training, checking in with my father about the copper leaves, and asking around about those knives. I still owe you for teaching me none, right? Sure, Oren replies. See you later. They part ways, and Oren enters his room. It's spacious and luxurious, more than enough for comfortable training and living. He conjures eternity and begins his regular training routine. That last fight was nothing more than a formality. I'll make it to the very top. I won't leave until I've become a floor master. These buffoons are so weak, if I can't even reach that modest goal, I seriously need to retrain myself. 32. Ascension Greedy Schemer Oren Wake Up Call. 32. Ascension Greedy Schemer Oren Wake Up Call. Oren wakes up after a night of training, and now has a full day off with free time before his big fight tomorrow. I need to obtain more money. I have a plan that will make me rich forever, but I'm not confident in it yet. Until then, I need to find other ways to earn. He texts Conrad, don't forget to bet the max on me for my next fights. They'll probably do a background check and realize I'm a new hunter, but even if the odds are terrible, we will still earn some money by betting huge amounts. Shortly after, Conrad replies, Heaven's Arena is smart. They only allow bets up to a certain amount, and the odds are adjusted in real time. However, I've already hired an agency that uses multiple proxy bettors. We'll have to share some profits, but there's no other way. I'll transfer your cut after the fight. Not bad. He's reliable and useful. Oren decides to use his time to visit the official Hunter website, also known as the Hunter's Tavern. Before he can access it, he buys a brand new laptop and connects from his room. Using it in Heaven's Arena should be safe enough. This place is huge, and it's common knowledge that many hunters are around. No one will suspect anything. First, he creates 2 separate requests. One specifically asks for original and authentic Ben's knives, offering to buy them at a premium. The other is a broader request for any weapons, clothing items, or tools useful in combat. Money is for spending. He then spends a few 100,000 jenny on detailed information about Heaven's Arena's 200th class and floor masters. Despite the level of detail often including video footage, Oren pays only 215,000 jenny for information on over 100 fighters. It's public info. Probably several people record and sell this stuff, which keeps the price low. Still, fighting here means exposing yourself. I know I said my ability can be exposed, but do I want it to be this visible? As Oren watches more information, he manages to spot a specific pattern among the fighters. One group is composed of fighters initiated into Nen through forced trauma. They're often crippled or severely wounded, with permanent injuries that shape their abilities. Many base their skills on whatever they lost. How simple-minded: lose an arm, then come up with an ability that basically replaces or mimics an arm. They use Nen to regain or compensate for their disability. That's a weak mindset. Those abilities are all pathetic. Many of the stronger fighters don't even have a proper Hatsu, and those that do, their abilities are predictable and dull. Even some of the floor masters. One emits exploding bubbles, another conjures spikes, and one enhances his fist enough to shatter the ground. These are floor masters, and that's all they can do. I see at least 10 I could beat easily. This is good. Alright, new goal. I'll become a floor master without even using my Hatsu. I don't need to reveal limitless waters. Basic and advanced applications of Nen should be enough. The day of the fight arrives. Standing opposite Oren is an elderly martial artist in his 60s. Oren gives him a quick look but senses nothing unusual. Let's see how my technique compares. Welcome, everyone. Hope you're ready for a fight like no other. Tonight, we bring you something special. Our newest fighter, straight from floor 1 to floor 150. Welcome, Oren. A female announcer shouts, her voice echoing through the arena. The crowd bursts into applause as a short clip plays, showing Oren's previous victory, how he tossed his opponent aside with ease, throwing him into the audience seats, winning in a single move. He's up against a fighting veteran. Please welcome Dillara. Oren looks up at the screen. It shows Dillara using a martial style that reminds him of Chinese Kenpo. He's not weak. He fights decently strong opponents, but he's not using aura. I should be fine. This is a good way to compare only my bodily strength and unarmed technique. The referee calls both fighters forward and reviews the rules. Same point system as always. Ignore my calls and you're disqualified. Get in position. Meanwhile, the betting odds are displayed. To Oren's surprise, they show him behind his opponent. What? Conrad's got millions riding on this fight. How are the odds even? Does Dillera have some kind of support? I can't believe this, we are in luck tonight. Begin. The referee shouts. The match starts, and Dillera dashes forward. Oren grins and transforms both his hands into claws. Dillera jabs rapidly, but Oren slips through them with ease. Suddenly, Dillera launches a heavy low kick. Oren leaps over it, then counters with a slash of his claws. Dillera blocks as best as he can, but Oren's sharp claws tear into his hands, drawing blood, deep cuts appearing on Dillera's arms and hands. Critical hit. 2-0 Oren, the referee calls. Dillera screams in pain, then retaliates with a desperate punch. Oren smiles, reading it clearly, and raises both hands to block it effortlessly. Before the punch connects, Oren suddenly senses a surge of aura from Dillera. Instinctively, he shifts his own aura, generated just from his 10, to focus on his arms. But even with the quick reaction, the hit lands hard. Oren is blasted backwards, sent flying out of the ring. Clean hit and down. 2-2. The referee calls out. Wow, everyone. This fight is so fast and intense I can barely keep up. Fighter Oren landed a brilliant combination of strikes that drew blood, seriously injuring Dillera, but in a shocking turn, Dillera delivered a massive counter, launching Oren out of the ring like a broken puppet. He's taken serious damage. Can he recover in time? The announcer yells, her voice laced with tension. Oren lies there, nose bleeding, eyes fixed on the lights above the arena. A vicious grin spreads across his face. You are dead. Oren, you have 10 seconds to return to the ring. 1, 2, 3, 4. The referee begins the count. Slowly, Oren pulls himself up and steps back into the ring at the count of 8, wiping the blood from his face. Incredible. Oren is back in the ring. The score is tied, 2-2. Where will this battle go next? The announcer cries, the crowd roaring behind her. If that bastard had used Ko, I'd be dead or in pieces. Lesson learned, Oren. Arrogance nearly got you killed. Resume. The referee shouts. Dillera, eager to finish it, charges in. His aura is now fully flaring, unrestrained. With a smile, Oren lets his own aura flood out and meets him head-on. The moment Dillera senses it, his expression changes. She throws up a guard, surprised, focusing solely on defense. Ko. Oren ignores the guard completely, swinging his claw hand with precision. It's a vertical sword-like movement borrowed from a technique his master had once taught him for use with a katana. In one clean arc, both of Dillera's arms used for blocking are severed. Blood sprays into the air. Critical hit. The match is. The referee begins, but before he can finish, Oren is already moving again. He launches forward and slams his foot into Dillera's chest, using Ko with full force. The blow sends Dillera crashing into the arena wall, the impact deep enough to embed his limp body into the stone. I felt his chest cave in. He's done. That's what you get for trying to murder me with a surprise and an attack. Stop. This fight is over. The referee yells, frantically waving his arms. Dozens of Heaven's Arena staff rush toward Dillera, who remains completely motionless. Unbelievable. I don't even know how to describe what we just witnessed. Oren cut off Dillera's arms and then kicked him across the arena with brutal force, just like how he was thrown out earlier. A twisted and cruel revenge. The match was short, but every Jenny spent on a ticket was worth it. Good riddance. As Oren leaves the arena, he's met by Conrad. So, how much did we earn? Oren, are you alright? Your nose. It's broken. I'll be fine in a day or two. Just tell me how much we made. Not sure yet, but after expenses, at least 200 million, Conrad says. Good. Cover the costs and wire me the money. I'm going to my room, Oren replies. That's the last time I hold back. I don't care if my opponents suffer. I can't afford dumb risks anymore. Arrogance almost cost me everything. Back in his room, Oren uses Azure Restoration to heal his broken nose, returning his body to peak condition within minutes. Weeks pass, and Oren finally reaches the 200th floor. In every fight since Dillera, he's used Ren, but always with calculated restraint, just enough to avoid crippling or awakening his opponents. Using Ryu, he precisely manages his aura output, deliberately weakening his attacks compared to a balanced use of Ren. Altogether, Oren earns around 200 million directly from Heaven's Arena. Combined with betting profits, his total earnings reach 500 million. After his first explosive win, the odds on him tanked, and despite heavy bets, only modest profits followed. Still, to Oren's surprise, two individuals respond to his request about Ben's knives. Trusting the hunter's website, he transfers 20 million and 30 million Jenny respectively to each seller. They promise to deliver the weapons to a local bank within a few weeks. Meanwhile, Conrad invests a staggering 5 billion Jenny, almost all his savings, into a new pharmaceutical company. He transfers Oren a 51% ownership, keeping 49% for himself. We're going for a quick and dirty use of the copper leaves, Conrad explains. Cluck is doing research, too, but we can't match her in quality. So instead, we'll focus on basic anti-inflammatory medication. It should outclass what's currently on the market. Our scientists are studying the 4 herbs to figure out how they work and trying to either find cheap alternatives or synthesize what we need. I think we'll have something ready in a few months. My father promised to fast-track approval. Sounds great, Conrad, Oren replies. This guy, he scraped together 5 billion. He's richer than I thought. At last, Oren decides it's time. He steps forward and registers himself as a new fighter on the 200th floor. 33, the 200th class handy fighter. 33, the 200th class handy fighter. Oren confidently approaches the single counter for the 200th class on the 200th floor of Heaven's Arena and is greeted by a cheery girl, dressed in the typical Heaven's Arena uniform. She beams at him, her voice sharp and bubbly. Welcome to the 200th class. Please fill out the forms here. Oren murmurs, grabbing the pen and scribbling on the paper she hands over. He schemes through the contents briefly. Waiver against death, waiver against injuries. Nothing surprising here. Let's just sign it. Thank you. Do you want to sign up for a fight right away? In this class, we use a self-service system. I can explain the rules, if you're interested. She says, still smiling. No need. I want to sign up immediately. It doesn't matter who the opponent is. How many people are currently in the 200th class? Oren asks, not in the mood for small talk. 189 fighters. We're seeing a slight upward trend in membership, so you shouldn't have to wait too long for your match, she explains. Fine. I'll be contacted once my fight is confirmed, right? If possible, make it quick, Oren says, already losing interest. Of course, the girl replies, smile still fixed in place, though it's clearly starting to strain. She then hands Oren a key to a new room with the number 2224. Just off by 1. The number 23 keeps haunting me, but this time it's a miss. As Oren turns around, a few fighters who weren't present earlier glance at him with mild curiosity. No sooner has he stepped back from the counter than a man steps up beside him and declares, sign me up for the next fight, right now. Of course, give me a few seconds. There you go, the receptionist responds. Oren studies the man. He's relatively short and looks almost unremarkable except for his left arm. Though it appears normal at first glance, Oren instantly notices it lacks any aura. A quick check using Gyo confirms it's a prosthetic arm. Not even bothering to use shoe to mask it. He should be able to easily use it with his 10. Amateur. Oren's phone vibrates. He checks the message. His fight is scheduled for tomorrow night. Thanks for the win. I'll see you tomorrow. Oren taunts his opponent with a wide grin. You newbie. I'll make you eat those words. The man responds, looking angry. 2 women and 2 men nearby chuckle. One of the women, cloaked in a long robe, speaks up. Reza, you're so foolish. Didn't you do any research? Enjoy your fight tomorrow. I'll be sure to watch how you get humiliated again. What do you mean, Vinny? Oren's opponent, Reza, snaps back at her, visibly irritated. No wonder you're still the weakest here with 0 wins and 2 losses. You really should have done some homework before accepting fights. That's Demon Claw Oren. Clearly, you missed his previous matches. I'll enjoy watching you squirm. His Nen ability is strong. She thinks my claw is a Nen ability. Do you want to challenge me as well? Oren asks, keeping his tone as calm as possible. The 4 shake their heads. One of the guys laughs, avoiding Oren's eyes. Too risky. It's much easier to aim for the uninitiated. Oren shrugs and heads back to his room. He contacts Conrad to inform him about the match, expecting him to keep the betting going, even if the profit to be made is not that much. He trains for the rest of the day before turning in early. The next morning, he wakes up to a surprise: an incoming call from an unknown number. I told everyone I gave my number to not to share it. Who could this be? Heaven's Arena staff. Oren speaking, he says confidently into the phone. You're that brat recruited by the 2 fatties. This is your sect elder Grunna. I have a task for you. Who is this, and why does she think she can boss me around like a lackey? First of all, I don't know who you are. Secondly, no one orders me around. I am not part of your sect, and frankly, I'm not sure if I want to be. You'd better watch your tone. If you're proposing a deal, I'm open to it, but talk to me like that again and we're done. Brat, why are you so arrogant? You're just a 12-year-old kid. You should show some respect to your elders. I treated the last elder who talked down to me with kindness, then killed him when he least expected it. Me being honest with you is a gift. So again, what is it? Oren asks, voice growing a bit sharper. I don't like you or your attitude, brat. But I don't have much of a choice right now. I need you, or, more accurately, your license. One of my dumb apprentices disappeared. She left our headquarters and vanished. I took her in when she was just a child. Apparently, she was hiding her desire for revenge all this time. She tracked down and killed the people who slaughtered her family. Got wounded in the process and caught immediately. Now she's in for life. Mass murder. How about you get a lawyer instead of wasting my time? Why should I care? Also, great job getting deceived by your own apprentice. Why do you even care anymore? Oren replies, already irritated. I don't see how this benefits me. The trial's already over. She's convicted. A lawyer can't help her now. Her sentence is something like 500 years she's not getting out. You should care because if you do this favor for me, I'll train you for free. Your master begged me to teach you knife techniques, and I was gonna charge you a few billion, so this is your chance to save a lot of Jenny. I raised that girl carefully for 8 years, and I won't abandon her. She's only 14, and her talent is exceptional. I'm busy, I'm in heaven's arena. I don't have time to visit your sect or city or whatever it's called. Also, if she got caught, her talent can't be that amazing, Oren replies bluntly. Brat. I implore you to rescue her. That girl is talented and despite her betrayal, I still love her like a daughter. I'll teach you whenever you have time. Not that I think you're worthy of learning from me yet anyway. My student can teach you the basics first. Just rescue her, Grunna says. What do you mean by rescue? I'm not interested in busting her out of prison. Do it yourself. As a hunter, you can legally hire her for various tasks and have her sentence reduced over time. I'll send you the details and the prison address. Please just rescue her, Grunna replies, sounding noticeably more desperate. I refuse. I'm not babysitting some brat. Goodbye, Oren says, ending the call. 30 minutes later, his phone rings again. This time, it's Banu. Hello, instructor, Oren answers. Hee, hey Oren. You won't believe this, Grunna showed up at my place. Fell to her knees and begged me to convince you. Okay, she didn't do that, but she sounded desperate. That hag, begging. It's unheard of, Banu says, clearly amused. Sorry, instructor. I'm not interested. I've got enough things I want to do. I don't want baggage dragging me down, Oren replies. I understand. But you should know Grunna is the most skilled knife and dagger user I've ever met. And I don't say that lightly. Also, she'll own you. There are millions of qualified instructors out there. I don't like her attitude, and I'm not taking on her ticking time bomb of a disciple. Our leader also asked me to convince you. If you accept, she'll owe you a favor. You can still refuse, of course, but I'm telling you this will benefit you more than you realize. Plus, it'll secure your position in the Hollow Blade if that's your goal. Buno and Bunna haven't lied to me so far. If her disciple messes around, I'm holding Grunna responsible. If the girl annoys me, it's straight back to prison. If she refuses, I'll end her on the spot, Oren says bluntly. You won't regret it, hee. You might even enjoy it. What does he mean? Which prison is she in? I have to pick her up in person, right? Are they really just going to release her? Don't I need some official reason? Oren inquires. Don't worry about that. Grunna will take care of everything. As long as you show up, there won't be any issues. Jenny can handle something like that easily, Banu explains. You owe me for this too, instructor. It smells like trouble, Oren grumbles. Banu laughs. Kid, enjoy your life a little. What's the rush? Anyway, what else is going on? Oren gives a short rundown of his time in Heaven's Arena, wrapping up with, overall, the fighters are shockingly weak, mostly Nen novices. It's a good place to gain experience, though. Hee, then enjoy your match later. I might watch it online, Banu says before hanging up. That night, back at the arena, a different yet equally cheery announcer hypes up the crowd. He's been storming the tower like a mad bull. Undefeated, brutal, and highly skilled, the mysterious Demon Claw Oren. This is his debut in the 200 class. The crowd erupts with cheers as Oren steps into the ring. His opponents had a rough start, 0 wins and 2 losses. It's Reza, and he desperately needs a victory. The audience glances at Reza. Some pity him, others laugh. Oren sizes up his opponent. I don't sense anything special, but I won't hold back. We're using the standard point system. Weapons are allowed. Are both fighters ready? The referee asks. Oren gives a single nod. Reza glares at him with seething hatred. Both retreat to the edge of the ring, and the referee shouts, begin. Reza's aura flares instantly. His left arm detaches and hurtles toward Oren at high speed. Oren's hands morph into claws. He slashes at the flying arm first with his left claw, then his right, sending out 2 ranged strikes with a basic use of emission. Both attacks hit the arm, and Reza cries out in pain. The arm spirals out of control and crashes into the ring. How? It's fake, but is it somehow linked to his nervous system? Unwilling to give him room to recover, Oren charges forward. He enhances his claws, mixing enhancement to strengthen them and transmutation to extend their range. His claws are now enveloped by larger, translucent aura extensions, basic transmutation at work. As he closes in, Reza, still reeling, leaps backward in panic, about to land outside the ring. Oren plants his feet firmly on the edge of the ring, channels his aura into his right claw, and pushes the extended aura as far as it can go, landing a clean, horizontal slash across Reza's abdomen, cutting a few inches deep. Seconds later, Reza crashes to the floor, clutching his stomach. Shoulders trembling, he shrieks in panic. Arg! I surrender! I surrender! What is this? Reza has surrendered. One attack and it's over. Demon Claw Oren finishes it in just 10 seconds. An incredible show of skill. Pathetic, Oren mutters, leaving the arena without acknowledging the reporters or the roaring audience. If I had used limitless waters, my attacks would have been twice as powerful, and he would now be dead. Even with basic aura use, this feels like a joke to me. The next day, after teaching Conrad a bit more focusing on the basics of Renoran books, a ticket and boards an airship headed for the Kyukinu Kingdom. Luckily, it's not far from Heaven's Arena, definitely closer than the Federation. I scheduled my next fight so it can't happen for at least 2 weeks. I booked my ticket using my license, so I should be able to stay as long as I need. Kyukinu Kingdom, the prison's called Trick Tower. If all goes well, I'll be back in a week. I really hope this is worth it. 34. Crime and Punishment. A few days of traveling later, Oren arrives at the Kyukinu Kingdom. At this rate, I should just buy my own airship. I'm flying around the world like a lunatic. And of course, there aren't any public transport options for this next step. In the capital of the kingdom, Oren visits the best private airship company he can find on short notice and hires a small, speedy model along with an elderly pilot who's familiar with flying it. Deciding not to cut corners, he spends over 3 million jenny to rent it for a week, the company's minimum contract duration. If things go smoothly, I can use this to return to Heaven's Arena. The trip to Trick Tower takes another 8 hours. Shortly before arrival, Oren contacts Bunu and Grunna, asking for further instructions. Bunu replies with a single sentence. Ask that hag. Grunna simply replies, everything has been prepared. Just present your license, sign the documents, and take possession of her. She'll need to stay with you for a while until I figure out a legal way for her to move independently. Also, please be kind. I just learned she's in terrible condition. I know I forced you into this, but I'll make it up to you, I promise. This idiot should have thought about that earlier, she's just now figuring things out. Well, too late to back out now. Finally, Oren's small airship touches down on the flat summit of the mountain where Trick Tower is located, landing directly in front of the main entrance. Trick Tower is massive and cylindrical, sitting atop a wide, sheer mountain. Escape is thus made almost impossible, even if inmates manage to break out of their cells. I'll be back shortly. Get ready to leave, Oren tells the pilot, suppressing his doubts. Yes, sir, the pilot responds with a warm smile. Standing before the colossal structure, Oren hesitates for a moment. How did I even end up in this situation? What am I doing here? Then he steps inside. The interior is a wide, open hall with numerous mysterious doors, not at all what one would expect from a prison. This is as much a labyrinth and trial ground as it is a prison. This is so strange. As Oren enters, a man with a wide grin welcomes him. Oren eyes him with a skeptical look. The man is shorter than Oren, even with a violet mohawk, red eyes, and ridiculously large, round glasses. Welcome, Hunter Oren. I'm Lippo, a blacklist hunter. I'm currently in charge of Trick Tower. The association usually uses it for the hunter exam. Unfortunately, this year they didn't. What a shame, really. You missed out, he says. Can't say I'm sad about it, Oren replies honestly. I've no desire to spend even a minute longer than necessary in this damp, dilapidated tower. However, thank you for welcoming me on such short notice. Heh, you get used to it. The offices are comfortable enough and I've got mountains of sweets, Lippo chuckles. Come along, let's get your prisoner. Sure, thank you. I'm in a bit of a rush, so I appreciate how smooth this is going, Oren replies, falling into step behind him. It takes them 10 minutes, winding through dark, worn corridors and climbing multiple staircases, before they reach their destination. A narrow hallway filled with cells. As they walk past the cells, Oren sees a variety of prisoners. Every one of them glares at him and Lippo with burning hatred, yet not a single one dares to speak. Guess they get punished if they talk. Discipline here is higher than I expected. Finally, Lippo stops in front of one of the cells. Inside, a young woman lies silently on a bed, wearing a plain brown prison uniform. She appears to be asleep. Prisoner 1625, Nefi Karas. You're getting released under the supervision of a hunter, Lippo announces. The woman turns her head slightly, showing no real reaction. Her eyes flicker for a second, then lose interest. Oren stares at her, stunned. She's slightly taller than him, with brown skin, golden brown eyes, long black hair, and a slim, fragile-looking frame. Nothing remarkable at first glance except for the fact that her entire body, including her face, is covered in wounds and fresh scars. Some areas are still bandaged. She looks utterly destroyed and lifeless, as if her very soul is missing. Hasn't it been quite a while since the incident? What the hell happened to her? Lippo, what happened to her? Did you do this? Oren asks, visibly unsettled. Lingering injuries, Lippo replies casually. She's receiving medical care. We're doing more than the law requires. You do know what she did, right? She murdered an entire family. A high-ranking politician's family, no less. The kingdom reacted fast. The only reason she's alive is her age. She's just 14. The kingdom wanted to handle this quietly to avoid scandal, so she didn't receive the death penalty. I know, Oren says. I'm asking about these injuries. Look, she was obviously tortured. Don't think I'm an idiot. Can't say much. Officially, they happened during the incident. But I think I know what you're really asking. Most of that damage came after her arrest. Not on my watch, though. She's been serving her sentence here quietly and without trouble. 500 years. If you weren't taking her, she might have gotten a reduced sentence when the next hunter exam incorporates Trick Tower. Looks like she really pissed off the kingdom. She looks completely broken. I could, but that would expose. I'm assuming this deal about me being in charge of her stays confidential. Oren asks. Of course, Lippo replies. Let's get going then. Are her injuries too severe for transport? No, she'll be in pain either way. The worst is already behind her. She should be able to walk on her own by now, Lippo explains before adding, her wounds are mostly psychological, in my lay opinion. Oren steps into her cell, gazing at the girl. Her frail form stays limp on the bed, eyes flickering to glance at him briefly before returning to the ceiling. Are you ready to go? Go where? She asks, her voice calm and barely audible. Outside. We're flying directly out of the kingdom. We're heading towards Heaven's Arena. Not another prison. She asks, her eyes growing watery. No, please get up, Oren tells her. She rises slowly, attempting to take a step but falters. Oren reacts quickly, catching her with ease. He sighs. I guess there's no other way. He gently lifts her into his arms and turns to Lippo. Let's get the paperwork done. Sure. Let's head to my office, Lippo replies with a mysterious grin. As they walk through the corridor, leaving the dim hallway behind, Lippo explains, your license grants you the right to employ any prisoner. Since prisoner Karas is not on death row, you're only allowed to use lethal force if she attempts to escape or if you catch her committing a crime that carries a mandatory sentence of at least 3 years. They descend several floors. Lippo continues, you are expected to supervise her at all times. If she disappears, it's your responsibility to track her down. You are permitted to reduce her sentence within reason. I'll give you a list of acceptable reasons and corresponding sentence reductions. Don't think you can fabricate excuses and just set her free. As Oren walks alongside Lippo, he glances down. The girl stares silently up at him. Eventually, they arrive at Lippo's office. Multiple people are inside, focused on rows of monitors that display feeds from throughout the tower. Lippo places a thick stack of papers on the desk and hands Oren a single official-looking document. Still holding Nefi, Oren takes the paper with one hand and scans through it. In short, I officially acknowledge that the girl was handed over to me, and that I am now responsible for her. If I screw this up, my rights to hire prisoners will be permanently revoked, and I may be forced to pay restitution for any damages caused by her escape. This is more than I wanted. Whatever. If Grunna can't come up with a solution, I'll just return her. Oren signs the document and hands it back to Lippo, then grabs the stack of documents prepared for him. Is there anything else? Oren asks. No, you're good to go. A pleasure, Lippo says with a suspicious grin. You, Lippo calls out to a nearby warden, pointing. Escort him outside. Yes, sir, the man responds. Before leaving, Oren turns back toward Lippo. You probably won't answer this, but why did you allow this charade? I'm just a rookie hunter. Obviously, I am neither qualified nor really motivated for any of this. Lippo smiles. If you don't know yet, you'll find out. If that person wants something, no one denies her without a good reason. That mysterious leader again? I need to get some real answers from Buno and Bunu soon. The warden leads Oren out of Trick Tower, bows politely, and then returns inside. Still carrying Nefi, Oren heads toward the airship. On deck, he finds the pilot lounging in the sun. We're leaving immediately. We're flying straight to Heaven's Arena, he orders, before stepping inside the small cabin. He gently places Nefi onto a soft, padded chair and stands in front of her. Do you know what's going on? He asks. She shakes her head. I'm Oren. I passed this year's hunter exam. Your master, Grunna, asked me to get you out. In return, I was promised that both she and you would train me, but you don't look like you're in any condition for that, so let's forget about it for now. You don't seem particularly motivated, either. If you were using Zetsu properly, your condition should be better. You need to get a grip. Master didn't abandon me. Why? Nefi asks, her voice cracking. How should I know? She's furious, that's for sure, but she still loves you. Called you her daughter or something, Oren says, remembering his first call with Grunna. Do you need medical attention? No, but I don't know how to face Master after everything, she stammers. You suck at revenge. Try not to get caught next time, Oren remarks, noticing a faint look of anger in her eyes. He tries to continue the conversation, but her replies are always brief single words, if that. Finally, as they near their destination, Oren decides to address it directly. Look, I don't want to bother you. I got you out because your master asked me to. I don't know you, your story, or your goals. You can stay silent or talk, that's up to you. But I'm responsible for you now. I won't limit you, but I do need to trust you. That means no running off, and no murdering anyone. If possible, I'd like us to get along. Do you understand? Understood, she says, clearly aware of her position. There's one more thing you should do, Oren says, pulling out his phone. He dials Grunna's number and hands the device to Nefi. He watches her expression shift immediately as she hears her master's voice. Within moments, she breaks down, sobbing uncontrollably. Oren exhales and steps outside the cabin, giving her space. Over the next few days, Nefi gradually regains a hint of motivation. She begins using Zetsu, doing her best to slowly recover. Even so, Oren can tell a part of her remains shattered. Despite her improving physical state, the scars across her body and deeper ones are unlikely to ever fade. A slight improvement is all she can hope for. The airship finally lands near Heaven's Arena. Oren and Nefa now able to walk on her own, albeit slowly step off together. Let's focus on the important things. I have plans. 35, what am I doing? How about a bet? Back at Heaven's Arena, Oren says his goodbye to his trusty pilot. Deciding to take his card, he aggressively offers it to him. If you ever need a pilot, call me. I hate that agency. He pleads. Checking out the card, he notices his name, Jolt Adari's pilot. Jolt, right? Eventually, I might need a pilot. I might give you a call, but whoever I hire needs to be flexible, Oren explains. No problem. Give me a call at any time, you won't regret it. He says, looking pleased. As they leave the airport, they quickly make their way towards Heaven's Arena, using a cab. They enter it and ride the elevator up to Oren's room. The first thing he does is call reception, asking for an additional room or at least a larger one, suitable for more than one person. Maybe due to his growing reputation, reception complies without issue, granting him a new room on the 225th floor. The new space is at least twice the size of his previous one and comes with 2 bedrooms. Oren instructs Nefi to take a bath while he transfers his few belongings from the old room, with a few staff members helping him out, looking humble and helpful. After tipping them and unpacking his items, he takes Nefi outside, prompting a disapproving look from her. Where are we going? She asks quietly. To get you some clothes. You can't exactly run around dressed in dirty brown prison gear, Oren replies. I guess, she mutters. They stay within Heaven's Arena. Oren figures it's faster and more convenient to visit one of the shops inside. The huge tower offers all kinds of bars, restaurants, and boutiques catering to tourists and fighting fans alike. Despite the expensive prices, Oren doesn't hesitate. He calls over a staff member and has her take Nefi's measurements. Then he instructs her to bring 20 sets of clothes in various styles, all slightly oversized to accommodate Nefi's eventual recovery and weight gain. The employee returns with 2 co-workers, each one carrying heaps of clothing, pants, skirts, dresses, along with matching underwear, shoes, jackets, coats, and even accessories. Oren doesn't stop there. He also buys toiletries, hygiene products, a brand new phone, a laptop, and even withdraws some cash, which he hands over to Nefi. Throughout the entire shopping spree, Nefi barely reacts. Her expression remains blank, and she doesn't show any sign of emotion. Almost a million Jenny later, Oren and Nefi return to their new, upgraded room. Once back, Oren steps outside and calls Grunna. Nefi, is that you? Are you all right? Grunna's voice is full of panic. No, it's me, Oren answers. Ah, Oren. Thank you for helping. It seems things are worse than I imagined, she replies with a sigh. Yes, they are. She barely talks to me. I just bought her everything she needs and now she has her own phone and laptop. I'll send you the number later. She also has her own room. Physically, she should be fine. Mentally, I think she's checked out. Looks like they roughed her up pretty badly after her arrest. I see, thank you brat, Grunna says quietly. Anyway, I don't think training is going to be high on our list anytime soon. You OWE me. Don't forget it, Oren states firmly, ending the call. Over the next few days, Oren mostly leaves Nefi alone. He speaks to her only a few times a day, casually asking if she needs anything, which she always refuses with swift, short answers. Eventually, Conrad contacts Oren with good news. He managed to find 2 more Ben's knives. Both came from an acquaintance who had lost interest in them. Adding those to the 2 Oren already acquired through the Hunter's Tavern, he now owns 6 knives, though 4 are still awaiting collection. Deciding it's time to collect them and meet with Conrad, Oren walks up to Nefi's room. Nefi, we need to leave. I have business to take care of, he says. Wearing a long dress that covers most of her scars, Nefi steps out silently, following Oren without a word. They stop by the local bank, which has now confirmed receipt of 2 of Oren's knives. Upon entering, Oren provides his ID and is quickly escorted to a private backroom filled with security lockers. The attending employee slots a key into the locker and turns to Oren. Please confirm your items, sir. I'll wait outside, the man says with a composed tone. Oren opens the now unlocked locker and finds 2 knives wrapped in cloth. One resembles a small sickle, its curve mimicking a crescent moon, its sharpness visibly dangerous. The other is thick and solid, lacking a pointed tip. Its blade features dual edges along with hooks in the middle of the blade, clearly designed to cause significant injury and bleeding. Using Gyo, Oren confirms their authenticity. The first knife is numbered 99. The second is marked 100. Nice. I like them. Oren exclaims, a genuine smile breaking across his face as his body trembles with excitement. Mildly intrigued, Nefi approaches. What did you buy? She asks. He shows her the knives, and for the first time, something in her expression changes. Ben's knives. I always wanted to have one. They're beautiful. I love the craftsmanship and the sinister aura around them, she says, her voice almost reverent. Haven't heard you talk that much before. I guess there are more surprises waiting for you, Oren says with a grin. Satisfied, he exits the bank, followed by Nefi, and makes his way to the high-class hotel where Conrad is staying. Once inside, Conrad greets him cheerfully and then eagerly presents the two bends knives he acquired. Both blades are unique. One of them is adorned with long grooves along its center and boasts two incredibly sharp, long edges. It almost resembles a short sword, as both sides of the blade are sharpened and the length is almost twice that of other bends knives. The other looks like a saw. Its front bears the jagged edge of a serrated knife, while the back is heavily reinforced. With just a glance, using Gyo, Oren confirms their authenticity. Number 50 and number 90. Not only is aura present, but Oren can now identify Benny Delon's specific aura signature. There's no way I'll ever be deceived by someone. With 6 samples to compare, I know exactly what an authentic Ben's knife feels like. This sinister aura. I like it. Oren takes out his own 2 Ben's knives, the 2 knives he picked up earlier, and lays all 6 knives neatly in front of him. Looks like your collection's really starting to come together, Conrad remarks. Anyway, these 2 are my gift. I promised you I'd reward you for teaching me. I might be able to send more your way eventually, but these things take time. Finding them depends a lot on luck and connections. Even if you are willing to overpay, these things don't magically appear. Only fakers and scammers react if you show how desperate you are in wanting to acquire them. I see, thanks, Conrad. Please keep searching, Oren responds. Meanwhile, Neffy stares intently at the 6 blades. She gently tugs on Oren's sleeve to get his attention. May I inspect them? She asks softly. Go ahead, Oren replies. Now Oren, Conrad says, eyeing her, I didn't ask before, but this girl. I messaged you, didn't I? I got her out of prison as a favor for an acquaintance. She'll be with me for a while, Oren explains. I see. Now let's get some training in, Oren says. I'll demonstrate Ren a couple of times. You aren't that far off, but you should keep focusing on Ten and Zetsu for now. Still, it doesn't hurt to try Ren early. Once you've got it down, you'll have all the basics you need. Alongside Gyo and water divination, you'll be ready to move quickly. For you to learn these 2 things, however, you require Ren. I can explain advanced Nen techniques once you're ready. Let's do it. Conrad says, eager to learn. A few hours later, Oren stretches his hands, glancing at Neffy as she reluctantly hands the knives back to him. Back in Oren's room, he watches Neffy. Her earlier spark is gone, replaced by the same quiet emptiness. May I ask you something? I know something terrible happened, and you probably feel hollow after getting your revenge. But your master cares about you, and your whole life is still ahead of you. You've regained most of your freedom. And with your master's insane connections, I don't see why you're so lost. What happened after your revenge? She starts speaking slowly, her voice barely audible. They beat me. They broke my bones over and over. They used knives, whips for days. It's not just what happened, it's what's left. I'm crippled. My legs, my hands, my shoulders, my skin, even my face. Scars aside, I can feel it. I'll never recover. And beyond that, I'm hideous. Broken. I'm sorry. I'll still teach you. That's what you're after, right? Her voice grows louder with each word until she's practically shouting. I could heal her with a snap of my fingers. Change her entire life in just a few sessions. She'd be back to full strength. So why am I not doing it? Have I become this cold calculated? Or was I always like this? Who cares? Sure. How about we start today? Oren says, pulling a few ordinary knives from the kitchen. She hesitates. Now. Why not? I still have time. My next fight hasn't been scheduled, Oren replies. Okay, let's begin with the standard grip, and then move on to the reverse grip. Carefully and slowly, she starts lecturing Oren, sharing the techniques passed down from her master. Despite her visible pain, she demonstrates each grip and movement dozens of times. She quickly moves on to movement and basic combat techniques. Oren listens closely, mimicking every technique she shows. Even in her current state, she is ruthless in correcting him the moment he slips up. A few hours later, Oren nods. That should be enough for now. I'll keep training, just need a few hours of guidance each day. You shouldn't waste your time, though. How about a little gamble to pass the time? What gamble? She asks, caught off guard. If you make it to the 200th floor within a month, I'll grant you a wish. If you fail, you owe me, Oren suggests. Why am I doing this? If you want something from me, I can't disobey you anyway. I won't tell master. You can go ahead, she says, her eyes wide with shock, quickly turning away, beginning to shiver. I'm not even 13 yet. Where are your thoughts going, you nasty girl? Oren replies, visibly disgusted. Just accept the challenge or don't. I don't want any, she starts, then pauses, thinking. I might give it a try. Good. Also no using Nen. I'll allow 10, but that's it, Oren adds. Why? She asks, baffled. Because it wouldn't be a challenge otherwise, Oren answers. Now shut up and go down to register. If anything comes up, call me. I need to train, so don't bother me. 36. Glimpses of the past and a late-night intruder. Following Oren's sudden decision to make a little gamble, he and Neffy fall into a rhythm. They spend most of their time training. After just a few days, Neffy decides to register as a fighter. Perhaps due to her injuries, she is only allowed to start on the 30th floor, skipping just a single step in the process, barely receiving better treatment than the average fighter at Heaven's Arena. Oren finally receives his second fight notification, informing him that his next match is scheduled for the very next day against a fighter named Aten. Deciding not to risk anything, Oren dives into research on his opponent's previous fights. Aten appears to be an archer with a decent 4-1 record. He carries a special-looking black bow, along with a quiver full of arrows. However, more notably, he can fire a white arrow made of pure nen. He's tall, seemingly around 30 years old, and has an athletic build. Oddly enough, he wears a dark suit and a cap, which obscure most of his appearance. The bow is either real or conjured, but those white arrows they're emitted. Interesting. But what's more important, this guy isn't crippled. He's a real nen user. He came here to win. Not like my last opponent, who just stumbled into this place and got initiated. What makes it dangerous is the behavior of the white arrows. They home in on his target, bending mid-air, stopping only once they hit. Curiously, he never fires more than one white arrow at a time, only creating a new one after the previous vanishes upon impact. Alongside these, he still shoots regular arrows drawn from his quiver. The white arrow follows its target. He's either a manipulator or an emitter, combining both affinities. But this ability looks a little too strong. There must be a condition involved. Just shooting homing arrows is not fair at all. They don't look like you can shake them off either. They either hit you or get blocked by aura. There has to be a trick. I need to be cautious. If it comes down to it, I'll have to destroy the arrow by force. Maybe I should use Eternity for this fight. The normal arrows are shrouded in aura, so he can at least use Shu. This guy isn't weak. Let's look at his one loss. He watches Aten's fourth fight, his only recorded defeat. The opponent uses throwing knives and moves quickly. For some reason, Aten doesn't use the white homing arrow and ends up losing, albeit only by points, after getting a couple of times by his opponent's knives. Why? He didn't use his technique, but he has already revealed it before. Why does he hold back? I need to compare. Hours pass, and Oren's face tightens in frustration. He looks visibly frustrated. I couldn't find a thing. I'll just have to do my best tomorrow. Not exactly the best condition to walk into a fight. While he's still studying, a voice interrupts him. What are you doing? Nephi asks, standing in front of him, her tone curious. My enemy. I can't figure out his nen ability, Oren answers briefly. Nephi silently sits beside him and begins rewatching the same videos he's been analyzing for days. Eventually, she speaks. Don't you think it's strange where the white arrows are aiming? Oren replays the footage, focusing more carefully. Left shoulder, chest, head, and here, it goes for the right hand? I don't get it, he admits. Look at this video. Before the fight they shook hands, Nephi points out, her eyes sharp and focused. Then, with a slightly smug expression, she explains, he probably needs to touch his target. That's the condition. He didn't shake hands with everyone, but the ones he used his white arrow against must have touched them beforehand. Look here. During his low she tries to make contact just before the fight, but the opponent steps back and refuses. Two thinks she's smart and her whole demeanor is different now. Good job. Thanks for helping me out. You're probably right. I'll stay in my room all day today, and tomorrow I'll only leave minutes before the fight. That way, he won't get the chance to touch me. You're pretty smart. Keep helping me, alright. Okay. She replies, brightening, before her expression dims again and she retreats into silence. Oren continues training, receiving more instruction from Nephi, and then moves on to practicing his dagger skills. Many hours later, just before midnight, someone knocks on the door. Nephi is already asleep. Conrad? He peers through the spy hole and sees a large food cart in front of the door but no one in sight. On top of the cart sits a huge bouquet, a large cake, and various expensive electronics. With a quick use of N, Oren steps back immediately. Someone's hiding right next to the door. This motherfucker. He decides to ignore it completely. Switching to Zetsu, he chooses not to sleep, settling into quiet meditation instead. 30 minutes later, there's a sound at the door. Oren's eyes darken. He conjures Eternity, holding his deadly-looking, black katana in a tight grip, standing directly in front of the door, ready to strike. A few seconds later, the door slowly creaks open. The lock isn't broken, just expertly picked. Oren reacts instantly, activating Ren and channeling limitless waters to envelop Eternity in as much aura as he can using Shu. Then, he strikes mercilessly. It's a move he's practiced 1,000 times. The entire sequence takes less than a second. The man behind the door has no time to react. Oren feels his blade, its range now twice as long, thanks to limitless waters surrounding it, slicing cleanly not only through the door, but also through the man opening it. As the remnants of the door collapse, Oren looks down at the result of his attack. His opponent is now in 2 pieces. Dead. The door is destroyed, more than half of it gone. Oren sighs. He calmly steps back inside and calls reception. My enemy in the 200th class tried to trick me into opening my door, and then forcefully broke in. I killed him in self-defense. Send someone to fix this fucking door right now. Also, pick up his body and clean the floor. Room number 2253. Of course, I am sorry for the disturbance. The man on the phone replies, sounding baffled, like someone just woken up from a nightmare. A few minutes later, multiple staff members arrive along with a man in an expensive-looking suit. "Sorry to disturb you this late, Mr. Oren," the suited man says. "I am one of the managers of Heaven's Arena. I've reviewed the security footage and confirmed your account of the events. We will report his crime to the authorities, and, with your permission, we will collect the corpse. As the one who stopped him, you are entitled to compensation. If you have a lawyer, he can contact us, and we'll aid you in suing your assailant's estate." "That's fine, no need for that," Oren replies. "If you permit, we'll install a new door immediately. It will only take a few minutes," the manager adds, nodding to two workers rushing down the hall with a new door in hand. "Sure, thank you for cleaning this up so quickly." The manager bows politely. "No problem at all. Thank you for your understanding." 10 minutes later, Oren sits on the floor, using 10 to calm down, like nothing happened. The next day, Oren enters the arena and is instantly declared the winner. The moderator acts like nothing unusual has happened and wonders about his opponent's mysterious absence. A message from Conrad arrives, informing him of another 30 million jenny earned through betting. The news makes Oren smile. He wastes no time and signs up for more fights. Time passes in Heaven's Arena. Oren makes steady, visible progress. He trains his body at Heaven's Arena's gym, continues receiving knife instruction from Nephi, and gradually improves his aura control and nen skills. His N now reaches as far as 19.5 meters. Nephi also improves. Her body is seemingly recovered, though she still walks with a limp, her left foot unable to function properly. Scars still cover her entire body, including her face. During knife training, Oren notices that her right hand moves awkwardly, her fingers unable to fully grip the knife she's holding. Despite that handicap, they've moved past basic form drills and now spar using cheap knives and wooden daggers Oren ordered specifically for practice. Exactly 28 days pass since the bet. Nephi is standing on the arena of the 190th floor, just one victory away from reaching her goal. She is wearing a set of black clothing that she bought with her earnings from reaching this floor. She has fought nearly every day and shown remarkable growth, only losing 3 times. Oren, meanwhile, has won 3 more matches, but none of his opponents actually showed up, something he finds mildly disappointing. His record now stands at an impeccable 5-0. Finally, he attends Nephi's climactic fight in person. He sees her in the brightly lit arena, facing a towering, monstrously muscular opponent easily over 2.5 meters tall. As the referee outlines the rules, the giant activates Ren. His already massive muscles swell further, looking absurdly inhuman. Even professional bodybuilders would look like children in comparison. Oren narrows his focus, channeling aura into his throat and shouting, "You can use it." Nephi glances up in surprise, sees him, and nods. "Get ready, fight," the referee announces. Nephi smiles and activates Ren. Oren is surprised. Using Gyo, he carefully inspects Nephi. Her aura is smooth, powerful, almost matching his own in raw output, as far as he can tell. Her opponent, on the other hand, has an unstable, weak aura. His muscle growth is intense, but the surrounding aura is pitiful. It barely has the thickness of 10, not even close to a real use of Ren. She should win this. Hee, I'll crush you, little girl. The giant bellows, charging forward, arms outstretched. Nephi smiles, and Oren watches with interest. She's going to do something very DEA. Before Oren can finish his thought, Nephi launches herself forward with a powerful leap, relying solely on her right foot. She instantly focuses her entire aura into her left hand using Ko, drives it straight into the giant's throat, fully piercing through it. The force is brutal. The giant is blown backwards. Nephi retracts her hand cleanly and lands carefully on her right foot. Blood sprays out of the giant's neck the moment Nephi removes her hand, and before he can scream, his eyes spin and he loses consciousness. The body is now lying lifelessly on the ground, a puddle of blood forming around it. Incredible. Participant Nephi has killed her opponent in a single attack. This match is over. Participant Nephi has made it to the 200th floor. Congratulations, girl. The moderator cries out excitedly. She may hide her body under all black clothing, but her skill shines through like a bright light. I'm excited to see how she'll fare in the 200th class. She did it. I can see glimpses of her real personality. That weak, shy, sad demeanor, that's not her true self. It's just her current shell. I can almost picture who she used to be, before it all happened. What do I do now? 37 Small steps making progress. 37 Small steps making progress. Announcement: this story, along with Fantasy Realm, will switch from daily releases to around 5 releases per week. I could lower word count, but I'd rather deliver you fun-to-read chapters instead of endless cliffhangers. Releasing 2 chapters daily costs me 5+ hours of time. Add to that a full-time job and household duties, and I do nothing else the entire day. I hope you understand. Chapter start. Seeing the crowd cheer, and Nephi for a brief moment looking incredibly confident and heroic despite her still obvious injuries, Oren can't help but smile as he walks back to his room. Around 30 minutes later, the door to Oren's room opens, and Nephi slowly walks in. Oren, holding eternity in his hand, gestures to the ground and speaks up. "Sit down." Surprised, she asks, "Why?" but then complies and sits down. "Remember the bet?" Fine. You win. I'll fulfill your wish. I haven't even told you what I want, she starts in a quiet voice, but Oren ignores her completely. His voice shifts into something serious, darker. If you reveal my secret you will die. Not only you, but your master, and anyone you love will suffer a terrible fate. If you don't want to take that risk, say so now. If you stay silent I'll proceed. He says this while pressing eternity right against her neck. Nephi trembles slightly. Her lips part, then close again without a word. I hope I won't regret this, but I don't want to keep living like before. I want to meet this girl, really meet her. Not this half-recovered, half-destroyed version, but the real Nephi. Oren then takes one of his shirts from the wardrobe and ties it around her head, using it as a makeshift blindfold. His aura shifts into an azure hue, glowing softly. He takes her right hand in his. Immediately, he notices her body's true condition. The bones are shattered in countless places. The damage is so extensive, that the hand can be considered as permanently crippled, without any real hope for a natural recovery. Focusing his hatsu, he gently pours his aura into her hand. Nephi lets out a soft moan, unable to stop herself. This feels really good, she says, her voice almost euphoric. Oren sighs but doesn't stop. He keeps focusing. As azure restoration flows through her, he can feel the bones, the joints, the ligaments, even her skin visibly shifting, warping, healing, and even regrowing. What have I created? This ability really is logic-defying. Where is the limit? It takes him just 10 minutes to drain every last bit of his aura reserves. By the end, he's breathing heavily, completely drained. I guess this is the limit. I myself am the limit. For permanent injuries like this, the cost is too high. I only managed to restore her right hand. There's still her left foot, her other wounds, all those scars. It'll take me at least a week. During battle, I can only use it for smaller injuries. His head spinning, he mutters, "That's all for today," before stumbling toward the bedroom, shutting the door behind him, and collapsing onto his bed. Sleep takes him almost immediately, his aura gone, exhaustion sinking deep into his bones. Oren slowly wakes up. Sunlight streams through the window. As he rolls over, his arm brushes against something soft, silky. Then he sees her. Nephi, who is lying next to him, his arm resting on her hair. What is she doing? Before Oren can even form a coherent thought, her eyes open, locking with his. "Good morning," she says softly. She stretches her arms and lifts her hands into the light. One is covered in scars. The other looks pristine, so flawless it almost seems fake, like it's not real. Damn, I overdid it. At the end, I just wanted to finish and was too tired to pay attention, Oren mutters. Nephi's expression shifts, her tone serious. I am very grateful. You won't regret this. When I first started fighting here, I visited countless hospitals. I even met with some of the famous experts my master secretly arranged for me. Every single one of them gave up on my right hand and left foot. The rest of the injuries were judged as barely treatable only through multiple, high-risk surgeries. She flexes her fingers slowly. But this, it's never felt better. It feels reborn. I know you're taking a big risk. I won't waste your time thanking you. I'll show you how grateful I am with actions. Fine, Oren replies, sitting up. Can I ask you something? She whispers, her voice as refreshing as a fresh breeze. Sure. What is it? He responds. Why? Good question, Oren says after a pause. Let's just say I have regrets. And I'm tired of watching people I care about suffer just because I stood by and did nothing. You care about me. I liked how hard you tried, and I certainly sympathize with your situation. I really think it's impressive how you didn't give up, even with everything stacked against you. Anyway, get out already. I need to get dressed, Oren says, his tone turning slightly irritated by her persistence. She rises without complaint, then turns at the door and flashes him a genuine, quiet smile before closing it behind her. Over the next few days, Oren continues treating Nephi, but when all her injuries are finally addressed, he hesitates before proceeding further. It should be fine. Now intending to focus on the scars, Nephi stands up and turns around. No need for the rest. I'm back in top shape. She says with a big smile. Thank you so much. You won't regret this, I promise. What about the scars? I focused on your internal injuries first. Aside from those that were on your right hand, the rest of your scars are still there, Oren replies. It's fine. How about you heal them in a few years? Wouldn't want to risk exposing your hatsu, right? She says calmly, as if it doesn't bother her. Are you sure? Oren asks, genuinely surprised by her attitude. Yes, don't worry about it. I was depressed because my body was falling apart, and I felt like I couldn't live up to my master's expectations. The scars? I don't care about those, she says with a grin. Liar, but if that's your wish, how about we revisit this in a few years? By then, fewer eyes will be on you. Maybe I can heal you slowly, it'll seem more natural and believable. Anyway, in a few years, I won't need to hide anymore. I'll be one of the strongest Nen users in the world, Oren says. Hee, sure, wait, you're serious? She asks, still smiling. Then you better train hard. From now on, I'll teach you properly like I promised. That's what was promised to me from the start. What about you? Do you want to keep going in the 200th class? Oren asks. No need. That would be too risky, it could expose your ability if I suddenly fight seriously. I'll focus on training and teaching you, she answers. She is surprisingly docile and understanding. Good. Maybe you should still sign up. That way, you'll get your own room. Even if you lose from not showing up for your matches, you only need to fight once every 3 months. That's nearly a year you can stay here if you just don't show up to fights. Not that I'm planning to stay that long, Oren suggests. Our current arrangement works just fine, she says with a smirk. Remember, I'm your prisoner. You have to supervise me properly. Not like you cared before, when you just left and did your own thing. Changing topics, Nephi suddenly asks Oren a question. How about a spar? If I win, you give me a Ben's knife. Nephi says, acting all innocent. No way in hell. Fuck off. Thief. But you've got 6 of them. I want all of them. Weren't you grateful? Go gather a few for me, that could be your thanks. Nephi sulks for a moment, then quickly smiles. I'll see what I can do, she says. Oren pulls out his Ben's knives except for number 223, the first one he ever bought. Pick a few, but I'm not giving them to you. I'm loaning them to you, they remain mine. Oren says. I'd love to try them out during training, but I'll pass. These are too valuable to get scratched up. Still, despite acting all strict, you're pretty nice, aren't you? You would have really just given them to me. I'd be interested in hearing your story, she says casually. My story? Oren echoes. Surely, you've got an interesting tale to tell, Nephi replies with a knowing smile. Oren pauses. Maybe someday. But if you want to hear mine, tell me yours first. Maybe someday, she says, her expression a quiet mix of sadness and acceptance. Oren and Nephi, now on genuinely good terms, continue their training. Every now and then, Conrad stops by giving updates on their company and asking questions about Nen and Oren, giving him some pointers, as he hasn't mastered Ren yet. Finally, Oren's 6th fight is scheduled, and this time, his opponent actually shows up. Oren walks into the arena, holding Eternity. His opponent, also wielding a katana, looks visibly surprised when he sees Oren carrying a weapon so similar to his own. Are you mocking me, kid? The man says. He's tall, likely in his early 20s, with long black hair tied in a messy ponytail. Shut up, amateur. Oren snaps back. The man freezes for a moment, then glares at Oren, his eyes full of hatred and renewed determination. Finally, a real match. This guy's probably Enhancer. He hasn't shown any Nen ability yet, but this is his first fight in this class. This is perfect. I'm going to crush him. Oh, everyone, do you see what I see? The female announcer calls out with a cheerful tone. Participant Oren has brought a similarly thin, single-edged sword. Is this a challenge to participant Keita? Keita is new to the 200 class. Today is his first fight, let's see what he's capable of. The referee calls both Oren and Keita forward, goes over the usual rules, then signals them to return to their positions. Oren stands still, Eternity resting in its white sheath at his left side. He places his right hand on the handle, ready to react. His opponent approaches, and both fighters activate Ren at the same moment. Oren then steps forward, preparing to use an IAI technique. Both fighters draw their blades and strike forward, metal slicing air as a loud clash echoes through the arena. 38. Haunted Clothing. As Eternity clashes against his opponent's blade, Oren can't help but smile in excitement. The impact rings out in a sharp, metallic echo that reverberates through the arena. The audience is utterly silent, every pair of eyes locked on the stage, every spectator holding their breath. Oren doesn't hesitate. He immediately follows up with a flurry of precise strikes. His opponent manages to parry with skill, using his katana to deflect each blow, but the strain is already beginning to show on his face. Eventually, the man counterattacks, forcing Oren into a defensive stance. Oren blocks every strike but doesn't retreat an inch. His technique is more than sufficient to neutralize the incoming attacks. Then, with perfect timing, Oren lets his aura flare up slightly. Using Ryu, he shifts most of his aura into Eternity. His opponent, realizing the incoming strike, notices this and looks slightly panicked, not expecting such a large amount of aura. Unable to confront his attack directly, he leaps back, avoiding the attack, but Oren doesn't slash normally. He uses emission, and the moment his sword moves, a wave of energy cuts forward. A long, clean gash appears across his opponent's chest, despite the distance. His white-blue clothes, now ripped and torn, quickly turn bloody from the injury. Critical hit. 2-0 for Oren. The referee announces loudly. Incredible. How is this possible? Oren somehow managed to extend the range of his sword. No, it's more like his slash flew toward his opponent. The referee declares it a critical hit. An invisible blade cutting into his foe. What kind of mysterious technique is that? The female announcer shouts in excitement, igniting a wild reaction from the crowd. Oren raises Eternity vertically, letting the arena's lights reflect off its immaculate surface. With a grin, he inspects the blade. Not a chip, not even the faintest mark. Then he looks at his opponent's weapon. It's heavily damaged, several small chips along the edge, and one massive one nearly a fifth of the blade's depth. The referee waves his hand. Continue. Smirking, Oren unleashes more ranged slashes, hiding them within. His opponent, now on high alert, tries his best to block, but still takes several hits in the process, more bloody cuts appearing on his body. 3 clean hits. 5-0 Oren. Participant Keita, I can't let you keep taking damage like this. The referee says with visible concern, his eyes scanning the numerous cuts across Keita's body. The crowd buzzes with energy, but boos ripple through the audience at the referee's call, unhappy with what they perceive as interference. Oh, it looks like the referee isn't pleased with Keita's performance. He's giving away points like candy. 3 clean hits. The crowd's not liking this judgment one bit. Participant Keita better rethink his strategy, or this match won't last much longer. The moderator shouts, matching the energy of the frustrated fans. This guy can't activate Gyo fast enough to catch my in-slashes. They're too fast. He can't see them coming and react in time. If he can't keep up, he has to guess that's the problem. He's never faced someone who uses rapid attacks combined with in before. Oren starts mixing in feint stri for every genuine strike. His opponent dashes toward the ring's edge, his body now covered in fresh wounds. Despite landing more hits, the referee awards only 2 additional points, likely hesitant to end the match too soon, worried about seeming biased and upsetting the already emotional crowd. Oren slowly closes the distance, now just 2 points away from victory. But then he halts. His opponent suddenly spikes his aura, concentrating it all into his blade. Oren, not wanting to take chances with his opponent's desperate gamble, fires more slashes from range and avoids closing the gap. Keita, running on pure instinct, his body losing more and more blood, finally snaps. He lets out a scream and rushes forward in a wild charge, raising his katana for a desperate overhead strike. Oren doesn't have time to dodge. He channels most of his aura into eternity and braces himself. Their swords clash with a powerful crash. Oren is forced to maintain his full aura flow into his weapon. Any diversion would mean losing the clash immediately. Then, with cold precision, Oren slips his left hand off the hilt, giving his opponent a brief advantage. Keita's grin widens as he senses victory, pushing down harder, trying to force Oren to give in. Oren, looking unbothered, swiftly reaches into his pocket with his now free hand. With practiced ease, he pulls out his favorite Ben's knife No. 223. In a fluid motion, he drives it into Keita's chest. The other fighter's expression twists from triumph into sheer horror and agony. His aura flickers out, his Ren, no longer active. Oren calmly shoves eternity forward, gently shoving Keita backward. As the man falls, Oren keeps hold of number 223, letting the blade slide cleanly from the wound. Keita slowly falls onto his back, unable to even move. The ground under him is immediately covered in blood. That's enough. No reason to go further. Critical hit and down. Get him out of here now. The referee yells, waving both arms. This match is over. Unbelievable. Oren lured his opponent in, only to shatter his momentum in one brutal, precise counter. And look at that vicious-looking knife he's holding. What a dramatic finish. The announcer roars, as the arena explodes into applause and excited shouting. Immediately, a couple of employees arrive with a stretcher, quickly administering first aid to Keita before carrying him out of the arena. While the announcer continues to ramble excitedly, Oren calmly resheathes eternity and slides his Ben's knife back into his pocket. Without a word, he walks off stage, once again ignoring the woman rushing toward him with a microphone by glaring at her until she stops in her tracks. Suddenly, the referee shouts, her voice echoing through the arena, "Participant Oren, you can't keep avoiding these interviews. Don't disappoint your fans, please answer a few questions." Fans. Oren mutters, the mic close enough to catch his voice. The crowd bursts into cheers and applause. I probably shouldn't be this antisocial. Just a few. Make it quick, Oren says, glancing at the girl still holding the microphone. Thank you. So how are you feeling? She asks, clearly nervous and unprepared. The audience immediately erupts into boos, unimpressed by the generic question. The moderator who narrated the fight yells in frustration, "Give me 1 minute." She rushes out of her commentator's cabin, running down the audience stand, then sprinting toward the stage, hopping over the barrier with such ease that it reveals her own remarkable physical conditioning. As she reaches Oren, she snatches the microphone from the younger girl's hands. "Not bad. Are you a fighter yourself?" Oren asks, a little bit curious. "Of course. Everyone working here is passionate about martial arts and has at least some training background. But Oren, I am the one asking questions here," she replies. "Fine," Oren says with a shrug. "Everyone's watching you. In such a short time, you've entered the 200 class and dominated every fight. You're sitting at a 6-0 record. Tell yous, who is Oren?" "This girl. What do you want to know?" Oren asks, arms crossed. "You're so young, yet clearly accomplished in martial arts. How did you train? Are you part of some elite fighting school?" "I'm a hunter. This is just training for me. I was taught by a great swordsmaster. He passed away recently due to his age," Oren replies plainly. The audience claps, clearly impressed. "A pro hunter at your age? You're only 12, according to our records. And your master's sole successor? That's like something straight out of a movie. Is that all?" Oren asks, already turning away. "No, wait, just one more." She calls after him, seeing the look in his eyes. "Okay, one last question." "Fine. What is your goal here in Heaven's Arena?" "I already said I am here to train myself." "No, I mean specific goals." "Obviously, I'm aiming to become a floor master. That's the goal, isn't it? The moderator spins back toward the crowd, voice raised in excitement. Oh, you heard that, folks. Oren has set his sights on the Tofis, aiming to take down one of our floor masters. The only question is, who will it be? Let's talk about that more in a moment. She turns around, but Oren is already gone. Oren heads straight to the 200th class reception desk and signs up for his next fight. He then walks back to his room. As he opens the door, Nefi greets him with a smirk. Nice job. Once again, you didn't reveal a thing. People might think you're an emitter now. Who says I'm not? Oren replies coolly. I would have guessed you were a specialist, but seeing your physical feats, you're probably an enhancer, maybe one leaning toward transmutation. Oren just shrugs. I'm a manipulator, by the way, Nefi says casually. What's she up to now? Oren eyes her with clear skepticism. You don't believe me? Watch this. Suddenly, Nefi's thin jacket lifts off her shoulders and floats through the air like a ghost. It glides toward Oren, flying around his head, and then abruptly flies against his face. Remove it, Oren says in a cold voice, his tone calm but unmistakably irritated. Fine, fine. Your reaction was a little underwhelming, Nefi says, slightly pouting. So you can control your jacket. That's strange, Oren remarks. Not just my jacket. I can control any piece of clothing I wear. I can also do more than simply control it. There are conditions, of course, but the applications are vast. It also incorporates emission and enhancement. Why would you show me your ability? Oren asks, clearly puzzled. It felt unfair. I know the kind of risk your Hatsu carries. If it ever gets exposed, you'd become the most wanted person on the planet. I just felt like sharing mine, too, she explains. That's completely unnecessary, Oren says, but as he sees her smile, he can't help but add, still I appreciate the sentiment. How about dinner? Let's eat out tonight. We can go to an expensive place, my treat, Oren suggests. Just the usual place is fine. I hate those fancy places for rich people, Nefi replies, though she still looks genuinely pleased. So, what's the occasion? Is this just to celebrate your win? Oren shakes his head. To be honest, that fight wasn't much of a challenge. I just thought it was time to talk about the future. Since you're stuck with me for now, I figure you deserve to know what's coming. 13 plus early chapters available. 39, Surprise the Ultimate Challenge. 39, Surprise the Ultimate Challenge. Oren and Nefi sit inside the back room of their favorite restaurant. By now, they're well known to the owners as they always leave generous tips. They order their food and drinks and begin eating the moment their meals are served. So what is your goal? Nefi asks, her expression full of curiosity as she stuffs her mouth. So tasty. She adds with a big smile. I've got quite a few goals. Short term, medium term, and long term, Oren replies. I guess I want to become a floor master for now. It's not particularly difficult, but it's a great starting point to get my name out there. I also just reached an N range of over 20 meters, so that's one short-term goal I've knocked out, he says with a grin. 20 meters is incredible. I've never focused on it. I can use it, but my range is only a few meters. Anyway, why do you want that useless title? I guess part of it is just training, right? I like how you train Yuri, kind of like me, Nefi says. Training, yes, but I want accomplishments too. My medium-term goal is to build a strong reputation and backing. For that, I want to improve my standing within the association and the Hollow Blade. So, after Heaven's Arena, I'll head there. I might as well send you home while I'm at it. I see, she says. So why do you want that backing in the first place? She asks. I want to use my Hatsu to get rich. For example, I know about a guy named Battera who would pay me 50 billion jenny to cure a certain someone. The only reason I haven't already paid him a visit is because I'm afraid of the consequences. You said it yourself, if people find out about my Hatsu, I'll be in danger. I need the strength to protect myself so that people pay me for my services instead of trying to exploit me. I also want to travel the world, learn from others, and honestly have fun. As for my long-term goals, I like collecting weapons and armor. It's childish, maybe, but I'm hooked. For now, I've got my 6 Ben's knives, but that's hardly a collection. I want to keep training hard as well. That's something I can never neglect. I want to become the strongest nin user. It's unrealistic, sure, silly even, but I mean it. He pauses, then asks, say, Nefi, has your master ever told you about the outside world? The outside world? She repeats, her eyes lighting up with curiosity. Hee, well, let me tell you a story. It's connected to the last hunter exam, too. You see, every nation in the V5 has launched a very special expedition. Oren begins explaining what he knows about the 5 expeditions to the Dark Continent. The Bijirasi Union went after a rare ore that generates absurd amounts of electricity when submerged in water. It's located in a steep mountain range. The United States of Suharto was after a special herb that supposedly cures all known illnesses. Apparently, it grows within ruins hidden in an ancient forest. Nefi chuckles. Hee, why go on such a dangerous expedition for an herb when people like you exist? Another reason you need to be careful, Oren, I don't want to lose my new little brother. Younger brother? When you join Hollow Blade, you'll be my junior brother. She adds with a grin. I guess anyway, the Federation of Okima went looking for nitro rice, which grows in the swamps over there. Honestly, that's one of the main reasons I'm interested in the Dark Continent. It can increase your lifespan. Nephi looks visibly impressed. I'm interested too. Then there's the Trinity Elixir, the so-called mother solution for all liquids, which the Mimbo Republic was after. And finally, the Kukinu Kingdom was searching for Medelyana special alchemy plant. They all encountered the so-called 5 threats or 5 calamities. I'll tell you about them later. The survival rate is under 1%, if I remember right, Oren says, finishing his explanation. Nephi still looks intrigued, but her eyes grow darker at the mention of that survival rate. It takes a lifetime of training to make it. If you go in unprepared, you're as good as dead. That's why I want to build up my reputation. When I finally reveal my Hatsu, I want to be indispensable. I'll go to the Dark Continent with the strongest team possible. It might take years, but that's the goal. I told you about that special snake, right? I'm also curious how much of the Dark Continent is already seeping into our world, into our little lake. This is wow. You've really opened my eyes. I want to join you. At least for a while, she says, smiling. We're stuck with each other anyway, Oren replies with a smile. I'll gladly take you along. Finishing their meal, they return to their room. Before Oren can enter his, Nephi suddenly hugs him from behind. Thank you, she says softly. It takes her half a minute before she finally lets go, rushing into her own room without saying anything else. Oren quickly goes to his own bed, only for his door to open. Nephi, wearing a set of pajamas, jumping in his bed. What are you doing? Oren asks. I'm having nightmares. Surely you will help out your cute, big sister just a little. Can I stay please? She says, seemingly hiding her fear. No problem, Oren says. Say I talked about my goals. What is your goal? Did you already fulfill it when you took revenge? Oren asks. I guess so, but that was more of an oath. I had to do it. I didn't want to do it, I just had to. For now, I guess my goal is to thank my master for everything she did for me. I also want to see more of the world, which is why I'll gladly join you for a while. I'm having fun, and we're only hanging out in this stupid tower. Still, every day is so refreshing. Once we leave, things will get even more exciting. She says, her mood brightening a little. She then cuddles up to Oren, stretches out her tongue, and closes her eyes, not letting go of his arm. This girl. Oren and Nephi continue training hard in Heaven's Arena and nearby abandoned warehouses, serving as a suitable sparring place. They've begun daily sparring sessions both with and without knives. This gives Oren the perfect opportunity to use limitless waters freely during combat, allowing him to experiment to his heart's content. From water bullets and slicing arcs, to large defensive shields or enhancing his claws, daggers, and sword, Oren doesn't just experiment, he significantly improves his effective techniques. Nephi holds nothing back either. Her Hatsu allows her supernatural mobility, changing direction mid-air by manipulating her clothes. She wears a long scarf that she can control like a flexible blade, capable of cutting steel when infused with enough aura. She's also mastered a gliding technique, using clothes like jackets and dresses to launch herself into the air and form them into makeshift wings, or using her dress to glide through the air. Sometimes, they simply spar without using Hatsu at all, focusing purely on technique and Ryu to sharpen their fundamentals. Nephi isn't inferior to Oren when it comes to aura capacity or output, which, according to her, greatly frustrates her since she's 2 years older than him. Oren also continues his climb through the 200th class. His 7th opponent is a young martial artist, fresh to the floor. Oren has researched him but has found out that he doesn't know Nen, yet. Uncertain how best to approach him, Oren simply activates Ken and allows the opponent to strike him freely, absorbing all the attacks without flinching or getting hurt. Eventually, the martial artist injures his own fist from repeated strikes and, in a fit of frustration and humiliation, simply surrenders and leaves the arena. Before he does so, Oren said one word to him, Nen. That should at least give him a clue what he's missing. I hope he can avoid getting crippled. His 8th opponent doesn't show up. Neither does his 9th. By now, Oren's reputation has grown wildly exaggerated. Finally, he stands in the arena for his 10th and, if successful, final fight before earning the right to challenge a floor master. With eternity already conjured, Oren steps into the arena, full of anticipation. I didn't get any information about the enemy. That's a first. Usually, I'm given at least some intel. There must be something unusual going on. I only received the match date, not even a name. Could this be a floor master pulling strings to sabotage me? The moderator announces loudly, everyone, he's back. Formerly known as Demon Claw, but we all know he's got more to offer than just that. With an astounding record of 9 wins and 0 losses, please welcome, Oren. The crowd erupts into cheers as Oren calmly walks into the ring. His opponent is a new face, someone who just registered yesterday. He has no record here, but made it to the 200th floor without a single loss in just a few days. How is that even possible? That smells like connections. Everyone, please welcome the mysterious Kite. What? No, it couldn't be. Oren's eyes widen in disbelief as he sees a man with long silver hair, wearing a blue cap. In his hand, he carries a long, curved tachi. As Kite enters the arena, Oren keeps staring, speechless. I don't want to reveal my ability in front of this many spectators. I'd rather just surrender. A few losses won't hurt me. The referee calls both fighters forward and begins explaining the rules. Just as they're about to return to their positions, Kite speaks. My master sent me to check you out. I finally met him just a week ago and before I start working on my dream, he told me to pay you a visit. Damn, so this is Jing's fault. 13 plus early chapters available. 40. Oren vs. Kite. Oren stares at Kite, unsure what to think. This guy, I can see it beneath that friendly smile. This arrogant bastard thinks I'm a joke. I remember his hat suit creates a random weapon, but this is just a spar, and considering one of his weapons, the scythe, causes a huge circle of destruction, I doubt he'll use it. Has he ever even revealed his sword skills? I've trained like hell, I've been taught by one of the best swordsmen in the world. I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye if you think you can beat me in a sword fight. Fight. The referee shouts, but neither of them moves. So this is a joke to you? Oren asks coldly. No. If my master asks me to do something, I trust there's a reason for it. I just don't see what I'm supposed to learn from fighting a kid like you. A pro hunter at your age, a 9-0 record, show me what made my master interested in you, Kite responds, his face turning serious. Why am I so angry? I want to cut him down, at least take off an arm. I need to calm down. Then show me your technique. Oren growls, drawing and gripping Eternity and rushing forward, activating Ren. Kite also activates Ren and draws his Taki a bit longer than Eternity and blocks Oren's opening strike. His aura's strong, but I'll give it everything I've got. Oren doesn't let up. He attacks with a flurry of techniques, mixing in slashes, stabs, and surprise kicks. Kite easily dodges the kick and continues to block with composed precision. Oren chains combo after combo, pressing forward, but none of his attacks land. Kite effortlessly parries or dodges them all. Then Oren shifts his strategy and executes one of his master's secret sword techniques, a vicious 11-strike sequence ending with a brutal finisher aimed at the wrist. He activates Rhythm Echo, creating multiple illusions that look like they're attacking from all sides. With each swing and movement, new illusions shimmer into view, confusing Kite. For the first time, Kite is caught off guard. He strikes at Ornumly to slice through an illusion that quickly disappears. Oren's 11th slash low and diagonal from below finally lands. Kite's eyes narrow as he tries to avoid it, but the blade grazes his left wrist, leaving a deep cut. Seeing blood, Oren presses his advantage. Again, he uses Rhythm Echo once more and repeats a modified version of the technique. But to his shock, Kite rushes forward without hesitation. Ignoring the illusions, Kite charges, gripping his Tachi in his right hand and slashing straight at Oren. Oren parries the blow, but the sheer force sends him flying backward across the floor, stopping just short of the arena's edge. Oren, however, still remains standing on his feet. He's only physically stronger than me. His enhancement isn't anything exceptional. His swordsmanship is good, but it feels more suited for dealing with beasts than humans. Incredible. That exchange was so fast, I couldn't even narrate it. Candidate Kite just knocked Oren back with that strike, but wait, candidate Oren landed a blow. Kite's arm is bleeding. Can he continue? The moderator calls out excitedly. Critical hit. 2-0 Oren. Resume fighting. How do you like that? Oren slashes 5 times, sending sharp aura projectiles toward Kite. He hides the direction of his 5th slash with his left arm and cloaks it in for a surprise. Kite dodges the first 3 and blocks the 4th. He barely manages to dive onto the ground to avoid the last one, his shirt receiving a cut. Oren watches in disbelief as Kite manages to dodge even this lethal and vicious surprise attack. Down. 3-0 Oren. Oi, referee. That wasn't a down, Kite mutters, voice somewhere between amused and annoyed. The referee shakes his head. Continue. What was that? It looked like Kite dove to avoid Oren's slashes, but was he hit? The referee called it a down. Oren takes the lead. The announcer shouts. Kite quickly tears his damaged shirt and wraps it tightly around his wounded wrist. Well then, time to get a little serious, he says. His aura surges, his Ren now seemingly twice as strong. He's going all out. Before he matched his aura output to mine, now he's serious. He knows he can't beat me in an even fight with swords, now he's trying to overpower me. He dashes toward Oren, who continues using Rhythm Echo, but Kite now ignores the illusions completely and charges straight at him. Oren tries to dodge, but the pressure forces him to block. The next strike nearly unbalances Oren, and the follow-up comes immediately. He narrowly avoids the second blow, sweat starting to bead on his forehead and drip to the floor. Oren feels like the air next to him has disappeared. His body trembles just a little. 1 split second later and I'd be dead. Motherfucker. Kite steps forward and slashes again. This time, Oren meets it head-on and the two swords clash against each other. With a fierce expression, Oren activates Limitless Waters, and spits out a small, dense water bullet aimed directly at Kite's face. Through sheer instinct, Kite senses something is wrong and twists his head to the side. Oren's bullet grazes his cheek, narrowly missing, drawing blood nonetheless. I got you now. With Kite off balance, Oren ducks beneath his opponent's blade and slashes at his feet. Kite jumps and spins mid-air to dodge, but Oren follows through with a swift second strike. Desperate now, Kite raises his Tachi to block, but the impact is brutal. The blade shatters under the force, and Kite is sent flying, crashing down on his feet but outside the ring. His tachi is now broken in half, and a fresh, long cut is visible across his chest. Despite everything, he laughs. Indeed, master, you didn't lie, he says, and then looks at Oren. I shouldn't have tested you like some idiot. He says, laughing like nothing happened. Critical hit. 5-0 Oren. The referee calls out. Candidate Oren has candidate Kite on the ropes. His weapon is destroyed, his left arm is injured, he's 5 points behind. Is this fight already over? The moderator yells excitedly. Still smiling, Kite re-enters the arena. Suddenly, Kite seems to tower. Oren feels like he's looking at someone twice his size. What is happening? Kite, now gripping the remains of his broken tachi, approaches again. Oren attacks with a flurry of sword combinations, horizontal, vertical, and diagonal strikes from all angles. But Kite blocks every single one with his half-sword, almost casually. Then his aura surges again. He lunges forward, stabbing at Oren. Oren dodges behind him, but Kite twists and charges. Caught off guard, Oren's left hand is grabbed by Kite's despite his injury. In an instant, Kite slams him to the ground and jumps on top of him, driving a knee into his stomach and pressing his foot against Oren's mouth. Fuck. It's over. Finally landed a clean one. What a hassle, Kite mutters, then casually steps off and begins walking away, almost reaching the edge of the ring. Critical hit and down. 5-3 Oren. Candidate Kite, why are you walking away? The referee calls. Oren struggles to his feet, blood dripping from his mouth, arms, and torso. His stomach aches with every breath. It was a good fight, kid. You impressed me more than enough, Kite says. He jumps down from the ring and tosses a card toward Oren, who catches it effortlessly. Oren sees a name, number, and email address printed on it. I'd love to meet again. If you ever get bored or want to discover more animal species, call me. A hand, thanks for the hint you gave my master. We followed up and made some interesting discoveries. Message me if you're interested. Candidate Kite. Return to the ring or this will be counted as a forfeiture. The referee shouts. Kite ignores him and walks away, exiting the arena. The referee raises his hands and signals to the officials. What just happened? Despite having the upper hand, candidate Kite has surrendered. In any case, candidate Oren has won. He's now achieved 10 victories and is officially qualified to challenge a floor master of his choosing. The audience erupts into applause, though many eyes follow the exit where Kite disappeared. Not sticking around for another interview by the moderator or one of the girls in charge of interviewing fighters, Oren immediately leaves the arena. Back in his room, he sits on the floor and activates Azure Restoration to heal his injuries. Nefi, sitting behind him, places her hands on his shoulders. Are you okay? You haven't said a word, she asks softly. I fucked up, Oren mutters. I got taunted, nearly died from his slash. I lost my cool and used my hatsu. Sure, it was only a water bullet, but still this is bad. I guess you've never been in a fight like that before, huh? Where your life is actually on the line, and one wrong move could kill you. It's not surprising this happened. Next time, you'll be better prepared and can handle the pressure. Also, I was in the audience. I saw the attack, but to most people, it could have just been raw emission. I don't think you revealed anything critical. I don't even know much about the second ability in the first place. I'll tell you later, and it looks like I'm lucky then if even you couldn't see through it. Still, it was a dumb mistake. I should have surrendered at that point. I got pissed that he was just there to test me. I won't make that mistake again, Oren says firmly. Once he finishes healing, Nefi leans in, hugging his back from behind, her tone shifting. So, regardless of how you won your 10th fight, which floor master are you going to challenge? I thought about going against another swordsman to gain experience, but I'm done taking unnecessary risks for now. I'll be challenging a pathetic bug. The guy's won all his matches either because his opponents didn't show up or by picking on newbies who don't know anything about Nen. I'll show you his data later, Oren says with a smirk. Nefi smiles. Well, smart choice, floor master Oren. She breaks into laughter. Oren, this time, finally lets himself laugh, too, happy that he somehow managed to get through the fight without heavy injuries. 15+ early chapters available. 41 Declaration of War. A few days after his fight with Kite, Oren sits in front of his laptop. He's researching on the Hunter site, having just spent a few 100,000 Jenny for detailed information and resources on his potential future opponents. Nefi sits beside him, a small pile of papers with scribbled notes spread out in front of her. You know, you could have gotten that info way cheaper. The Hunter site's really expensive, Nefi says. I know, but I'm lazy and more importantly, I trust the information here. I'd rather not risk relying on cheap or fake intel and then get surprised by a secret hatsu, Oren replies. My life is on the line. I would even pay hundreds of millions to make sure the information I have is accurate. He glances at her. By the way, do you need money? You should still have plenty left from making it to the 200th class, right? That's not why I said anything. I've got enough money. My master even bought me 2 companies in York New. Honestly, I almost feel guilty for being this rich, she says with a slight shrug. What kind of companies are we talking about here? Oren asks, slightly curious. One is focused on nanofiber research. There's also a smaller company that produces high-end, military-grade clothing, she explains. You know, for my Hatsu my master can be very doting. Your master bought you all that, just for your Hatsu? Oren asks, raising a brow. I guess it makes sense. You are rather lucky to have someone like her as your master. Yeah. I only learned my Hatsu shortly before I took my, so I haven't actually had the chance to check out those businesses yet, she replies, then turns her attention to Oren's monitor. Anyway, that's the guy we're aiming for, right? He had a record of 3 losses and 10 wins when he was in the 200th class, so he barely qualified to challenge a floor master. He was initiated by a Nen user and survived without any visible injuries, but there might be internal damage. Looks like he was hit in the chest. He lost his next 2 fights after that and then shifted strategy. Ashe either challenged uninitiated fighters or found ways to force his opponents to surrender. She points at Oren's target, a small man with black hair and yellow, snake-like eyes. Alright, show me his fight against the former floor master. Even with all that cheating, he had to be decently strong to win that match, Nefi says. Nope, that was a temporary floor master as well. The guy Flame challenged a previous floor master who used a similar strategy to secure his spot. That fight was just a few months ago, and no one's challenged him since, Oren explains. So, how was the fight? Nefi asks. Oren opens a video and pushes the laptop toward her. See for yourself. Nefi hits play and watches with interest. Flame stands with a spear in hand, facing an extremely overweight man whose barely dressed resembles a sumo wrestler, right down to his traditional garb. The most striking thing about him, though, is his face twisted into a hateful, almost murderous expression. The man activates Ren, and part of his body becomes covered in what looks like thick, reptilian scales. Enhancement? Transmutation? Nefi muses, a little intrigued. His technique looks decent. His defense must be tough, but not everything is covered. Just his arms, feet, and front. His face and back are not protected. Flame activates Ren as well. Nefi doesn't need Gyo to see it's clearly a transmuter. His spear is surrounded by a dense aura. Flame steps in, stabbing from range, his Nen extending the reach of his spear. But he can't land a solid hit, as his enemy's defense is capable of withstanding his attacks and is forced to dodge constant charges and wild melee swings. A few times, it looks like Flame is about to lose, barely escaping the man's grasp. He slips away each time, though, narrowly avoiding defeat. Several exchanges later, with the score sitting at 64, Flame reveals his ace. His aura-extended spear suddenly shifts mid-stab, changing trajectory from a low attack to a direct strike at his opponent's face. It hits. The spear pierces the man's eye. Blood gushes out as he screams, rolling on the ground in pain. The referee ends the fight right there. Yeah, that was kinda lame. Flame's definitely a transmuter. And his eye snake-like, just like his Hatsu. He can extend his spear with aura, then suddenly shift its movement unnaturally at the last second. It's like the spear's possessed by a snake, Nefi says. I don't see any problem taking him down. I'll challenge him now. Both their aura quantity and quality are pathetic. We are already far beyond what they could ever hope to achieve. Hopefully, I won't have to wait long, Oren says. A few minutes later, Oren, with Nefi in tow, walks toward the 200th class reception. As they approach, the receptionist, clearly recognizing him, greets them with a smile. But before he can say anything, a man steps up and interrupts. Excuse me. Oren, right? Before you sign up, who are you planning to challenge? As he finishes speaking, a few others gather around. What is this? Oren mutters, annoyed. What is it now? They were obviously waiting for me. Nefi smiles as she responds, they're probably the goons and henchmen of a few weaker floor masters. Now that you've got 10 wins, they're obviously getting nervous. I bet they're here to either bribe you or threaten you into sparing their respective masters. Not bad. Sounds plausible. You're actually pretty smart, Nefi, Oren says. What did you expect, huh? You should listen to your big sister more often. She shoots back with a grin. Oren chuckles and steps forward. Guess I am open for business. Give me your best offers. You've got 30 seconds, then I'll declare my challenge. 1 million if you don't challenge Floor Master Lyra. 1.5 million to leave the esteemed Floor Master Raihi alone. These guys would have been next on my list anyway, but I have a feeling they're slightly stronger, or at least hiding some cards they haven't shown yet, which is why I went for Flame. Might as well earn some money. Not bad, Oren says. Make it 2 million and I'll skip over your boss. Wire me the money, and I swear on my honor I won't issue a challenge against your employer. 3 of them agree and quickly pay Oren. The last one, the man who first approached Oren, adds, here, please give me your account number and I'll wire you 2 million. Please don't challenge Floor Master Flame. Oren raises his hand, stopping him. Ah, sorry. Flame's the only one left. You were just a little too slow. I'll be seeing your master very soon. The other 3 laugh and walk away, clearly relieved. You'll regret this. The man snaps, now seething with anger. How? Oren replies, voice calm as ever. The man then turns his eyes on Nefi and grins maliciously. You and your little friend here will pay for this. Your scarred little bitch may already be looking used, but once I'm done with her, she'll be unrecognizable. Better think carefully about what you are. Before he can finish, Oren's left hand shifts, transforming into a deadly claw, and he drives it into the man's throat. The man's eyes bulge in shock as blood gurgles from his mouth. He stumbles backwards, choking, and collapses to the ground, dead. Clean, Nephi says. Was that a warning to your enemies, or a love confession to your big sister? Oren doesn't reply, brushing her off and walking straight to the reception desk. The receptionist, wide-eyed, tries her best to remain composed despite what she's just seen. Clean up the trash. He threatened both me and my friend, then attacked me. Anyway, back to business. I hereby challenge Floor Master Flame. Make it the earliest spot available. Of course I'll schedule it right away. You'll be informed via text. Expect the fight within a week, she replies, still a bit shaken. Later, in their room, Oren suggests, let's visit Conrad for a few days. Maybe rent a room next to his. I'm not scared or anything, but I can guess what's coming. Loud music, noise all day, distractions. These floor masters are like flies, harmless but annoying. I just made 6 million, so everything's on me. Sure, Nephi says, not needing much convincing. At Conrad's suite, Oren is teaching him while Nephi trains, keeping up and even while lying casually on the couch and scrolling through her phone. Is that training actually effective? Conrad asks, a bit skeptical. No, it's not, Conrad. But it's better than doing nothing, I guess. Now concentrate. You should be able to use Ren by now. Conrad gets to his feet and focuses. His aura flares just slightly. After some effort, he manages to activate a shaky, but valid, Ren. Not bad, Oren says, grabbing a glass and filling it with water. He plucks a leaf from a random plant in the suite and places it on top. I already explained how this works, right? You don't have to do it in front of us if you'd rather not, Oren adds, placing the glass in front of Conrad, who nods at him. Straining to keep his Ren active, Conrad hovers his hands over the glass. A few seconds pass, and tiny grains materialize in the water, drifting toward the bottom. Conjurer, huh, that's a great affinity, Oren says. Conrad drops his Ren, collapsing onto the floor, drenched in sweat. Damn, I was hoping for manipulation. Conjuration's insanely versatile. You can create things that don't even exist in the real world. And you can't lose something you've conjured, either. I don't get why you're disappointed, Oren replies. You are right, I guess. I just need to come up with something fitting, Conrad mutters, falling into deep thought. Just a few hours later, Oren's phone buzzes. He reads the message aloud. Your challenge to Floor Master Flame has been accepted. Further down the message, he sees the scheduled time. Fight is tomorrow evening. That's unexpected, Oren says. No, Oren, think back to your last match. It's only been a few days. I bet your opponent thinks you're still injured. Come to think of it, you're looking totally fine, Conrad says, eyeing him. Kite held back. And I've taught you the effects of Zetsu, haven't I? Oren replies. I guess you're just on another level, Conrad says. I'll watch your fight, then I'll head home. Tomorrow, huh? 15 plus early chapters available. 42 Hostile Takeover. After a relaxing night in a high-end hotel, Oren finds himself walking into the grand, prestigious arena located on the upper floors of Heaven's Arena. This place is reserved exclusively for Floor Master challenges and is way larger and more impressive than the standard arenas. He grips Eternity's sheath tightly as he steps onto the stage. Welcome to tonight's big fight. This is one you definitely don't want to miss. After more than 3 months, we finally have another challenger for one of our Floor Masters. The moderator announces. This time, it's someone at least a decade older than the usual hosts and far more seasoned in tone. Oren faintly recognizes her voice from a few other Floor Master fights he watched during his research. There he is. The challenger, and honestly, the favorite to win tonight's battle. He's a master swordsman, wielding his deadly black katana. Please welcome, Oren. The crowd roars. The arena is massive, packed with thousands of spectators, cameras on him from every angle. And now, our defending Floor Master makes his entrance. After a grueling match around 3 months ago, he claimed floor 239 for himself. Armed with his weapon of choice, his deadly spear, can he defend his title? Please welcome, Floor Master Flame. Both Oren and Flame step into the ring. As Oren locks eyes with his opponent, he ignores the snake-like appearance and instead focuses on the spear Flame is carrying. Could it be? Oren activates Gyo. Sure enough, the spear carries a lingering aura, small, but noticeable. It reminds him of Ben's knives. You surprise me, you actually showed up. Are you just stupid, or straight up suicidal? Nice spear, by the way. I'll be taking that as compensation, Oren says with a grin. Flame doesn't react to the taunt. He just glares at Oren, hatred simmering in his eyes. Challenger Oren, Floor Master Flame, allow me to explain the rules. The referee says, his voice slightly nervous. He runs through the standard rules quickly, then steps back to give the fighters space. It's about to start. Don't blink or you'll miss it. The moderator shouts, hyping up the crowd. Oren faces his opponent, Eternity still sheathed at his side. Flame grips his spear and lowers into a stance, ready to strike. I've got a plan. Let's see if I can hit you where it really hurts. Are you ready, Challenger Oren? The referee asks, a little stumped about Oren's behavior. Yes, go ahead, Oren replies politely. Fight. The referee shouts, throwing his arms wide. Flame doesn't hesitate. He steps forward, activating his Hatsu. His spear glows with a dense aura, its length extending by at least 30%. Oren simply smiles. Flame lunges, thrusting the spear forward. Oren barely dodges the attack with a step to the side. Unfazed, Flame attacks again. Oren continues to dodge his attack. The pattern continues. After a few exchanges, Oren is not just dodging, he's now doing it with complete ease, barely moving. Yet he's not terrible. But he's just weak. I can see he's sweating already and he's scared of taking one more step forward. Growing frustrated, Flame snarls and unleashes his Hatsui's spear shifts mid-attack, its form warping as a small snake head materializes, redirecting the strike toward Oren's right. But Oren's already seen it coming. Instead of sidestepping again, he charges straight at Flame in one explosive burst, channeling aura into his legs. With a single, lightning-fast step, he closes the gap. His hands transform into claws, and he grabs Flame's arm with his left claw, his fingers slicing into the flesh. Flame screams, his arm now firmly seized by Oren and dripping blood onto the floor. Without hesitation, Oren lifts the arm still clutching the spear and drives his right claw into Flame's chest, piercing his body. The referee rushes over. Stop, that's enough. Oren lets go and lets Flame collapse. Smirking, he forcefully pries the spear from Flame's hand, still tightly clenched. I'll take it. Unbelievable. It looked like challenger Oren couldn't overcome Flame's range advantage. But just when Flame used his signature trick, Oren read it perfectly and closed the gap in a single step. Up close, he used his terrifying ability. Those devilish claws to finish the fight instantly. A flawless victory. Congratulations to Oren for becoming the new floor master of floor 239. At just 12 years old, this is nearly unprecedented as the third youngest floor master in the entire history of Heaven's Arena. The arena erupts in applause. But Oren pays no attention. His eyes are fixed on the spear in his hands. It's a heavy broad spear with a deadly, razor-sharp tip. The shaft isn't made of wood, but some sort of flexible metal. Strange, it's metal, but not stiff. What kind of material is this? He grips it with both hands and thrusts it high into the air. This is nice. Now that I think about it, I could try something similar to what he did with Limitless Waters. Jing mentioned experts. Maybe I'll ask him about this spear down the line. Just then, the moderator steps down into the arena, microphone in hand. Congratulations, Floor Master Oren. A perfect run, 10 wins, 0 losses, and now a clean victory to top it off. What's your next goal? She asks, beaming with excitement. Well, I'd say I'm done here. Might be interested in checking out the next Battle Olympia, come to think of it, Oren says, before turning to the moderator. When is it exactly? Oh, it looks like our new floor master is already eyeing the greatest honor in Heaven's Arena. The next Battle Olympia will take place in exactly 16 months. I'll see you then, Oren says quietly, leaving the arena without another word. Just minutes after stepping out, his phone buzzes. A polite voice on the other end asks him to come to the ground floor for an important meeting. I hope this is not an endless parade of formalities. I fear the worst. As a new floor master, Oren doesn't hesitate. He heads straight for the elevator. The girl operating it gives him a respectful bow as he enters. Still unsure where exactly to go, Oren heads toward the reception. Dozens of people are queued up, but before he can say anything, a man in a suit approaches him with a friendly smile. Oren immediately recognizes him. It's the same man who handled his mess and repaired his door when someone tried to sneak into his room that night. Congratulations, Floor Master Oren. Please follow me into the meeting room, the man says cheerfully, even clapping. This guy feels fake. Whatever. Thanks, Oren replies simply, following him without a fuss. He's led into an office where a small group of suited individuals are already waiting. The man steps into the center, clearly the one in charge. As soon as Oren enters, everyone claps. Oren nearly scoffs. The lead man offers him a card. Oren glances at it. Hort Nikra, Heaven's Arena 200th class manager. Accepting it without a word, Hort gestures toward a chair. Oren takes a seat, setting his new spear beside the table. Hort sits with the others on the opposite side. Now, Oren, Hort begins smoothly, we won't keep you long or bother you with formalities. We know how fighters like you despise these things. We're just here to explain a few essential things. Battle Olympia is a tournament-style event held every 2 years. The rules change a little each time to keep things fresh, but essentially, it's a grand battle between all floor masters. Participation is optional, of course. He leans forward slightly. But more importantly, you now own floor 239, or rather, you're authorized to manage it. Oren sighs. Look, I really like Heaven's Arena, and I'll definitely honor any challenger. But I don't have any plans to spend time managing that floor. Hort nods understandingly. Most floor masters feel the same. Actually, very few of them reside here full-time. You can manage it yourself if you want. Utilities are fully covered, and we'll support you however we can. Or, if you'd rather leave it to us, we'll handle the floor's rentals and send you 50% of the revenue. We are very experienced and can guarantee a stable source of income. In the long run, it probably makes more sense to let someone else handle it, preferably someone hired by me. 50% isn't amazing, I could earn more, but I really don't want more on my table. I just leave it to them. No stress, no hassle. Fine, you people obviously know what you're doing. Go ahead and manage it, Oren agrees. Hort smiles and reaches into a folder, pulling out a few papers. I've already prepared the contract. You're welcome to sign it now or later, no pressure. It's our standard contract. No tricks, I assure you. Oren takes the document and starts reading. Cancelable every 3 months, 50% income, no management required. Just 1 page, clean and clear. Looks like a genuinely open deal. To Hort's mild surprise, Oren signs it on the spot and hands it back. Thank you. Hort beams. Would you like to check out your floor? While we'll rent out most of it, you can reserve it anytime you like, especially if you're scheduled for a fight. In those cases, it's automatically yours. Honestly, no, Oren says bluntly. I'm busy. I had a great time here, and I'll probably join Battle Olympia. But for now, I'm done. No problem at all. I appreciate the honesty and I'm glad you enjoyed your stay. If you ever get challenged, you have up to 90 days to respond, so there's no need to rush back, Hort explains. Oren stands, grabs his spear with his left hand, and stretches out his right toward Hort. The two shake hands firmly. He returns to his room. As he opens the door, he sees Conrad and Neffy sitting on the floor with a cake in front of them, Neffy already eating a slice. Silly guys. So this is my celebration. I guess it's also a goodbye party, huh? Oren says. Yes, Conrad replies, but I'll stay in touch. I'll probably have more questions later. And I'll keep you updated about our company. I'll also help you look for more knives. I'll deduct the cost from your income from the company if you are okay with it. Oren nods before Conrad continues. Neffy here also gets to benefit from my corporate expertise. I'll be handling her 2 companies for her. He shoots her a look. Though, I already regret it. Her custom order is insane. She basically bought 2 whole companies just to have them make clothes for her. That's ridiculously luxurious even for me. Neffy silently kicks Conrad in the side, sending him rolling across the floor. Let's eat. Oren says with a grin, watching Conrad struggle. 15+ early chapters available. 43 A unique opportunity. Oren wakes up to the sound of his phone ringing. He groggily reaches for it on his bedside table, squinting at the caller ID before answering. Morning, Bruno. Why are you calling so early? Why not? Anyway, congrats on your win. We watched it. Looked like you didn't find much of a challenge, huh? You also didn't use your hatsu at all while you were there except against that guy with the tai chi. Lost your cool a little, didn't you? Bruno says, voice dripping with amusement. I know. I'll do better next time. So, what is it? I was planning to charter a flight to York New and then visit your little towner sect, or whatever it is. I also want that reward promised to me, Oren replies, sounding mildly annoyed. That hag better teach me her skills. Hee, I figured. But I'm actually calling to ask if you're interested in a job, Bruno says, clearly amused. Not really. But if you're calling me, I guess it's not just a normal job. Oren says, suspicious. Also, don't try roping me into more tedious stuff. Things turned out okay with Neffy, but that was pure luck. Well, this is completely voluntary, and I lose nothing if you decline. Remember during training, I kept mentioning a certain name, Zaldik. I don't have close ties with them or anything, I only know Zeno in passing, since we're in the same trade and crossed paths a few times. I already told you how he looks down on everyone else. Honestly, I didn't expect it, but he actually contacted me. Sounds like they're planning something big, and they're asking for outside help. I can't say I'm thrilled. Why would the mighty Zaldik family ask for help? Don't they have an army of butlers? The only reason I can think of is they need scapegoats, sacrifices, or people for the grunt work. Harsh. But your suspicion is not entirely unfounded. Still, this mission's scope is too large even for them. And to be clear, they only contacted me and my brother, as well as a few other top-ranked assassins. We've already declined. Too much going on here. But I did ask, and since I vouched for you, you're now on the list if you want in. I only want you to go to show off in front of that arrogant Zeno. He is so cheap and vengeful. Then tell me what the mission is about, Oren says. Also, what's the reward? Hee, this one's special. What lies east of your lovely home country? East from the Republic of Hass. That'd be West Gorto, right? Further east. East Gorto. I think I need to brush up on geography. Hold on, Keking, okay, it's more northeast of the Republic of Hass. I'm honestly not too sure either. I know the island with the Mytene Union on it is the biggest island in the area, but there are a few other large ones around. Don't know all their names though. Looks like I need to study geography too. You're educated enough already, Bruno chuckles. Yeah, it's the island northeast of the Republic, and both West and East Gorto. It used to be the Republic of Tracha. Used to be. Yes. Former Republic. The country that spans the entire island is in the middle of a long, complicated civil war. There are now 3 self-declared, independent nations, rebel factions that control their own territories. What's left of the Republic is basically a monarchy, led by a crazed tyrant, the self-proclaimed King Kalmata. Oren's eyes narrow. Let me guess. The Zaldiks were hired to take him out. Bingo. Kalmata's pushing 70. He's old, but not old enough to die of natural causes. Everyone wants him gone, as with him in charge, the chance of peace is almost non-existent. The contract covers him and his entire family. They've also got a highly trained private army that needs to be handled. There are just too many targets. That's why the Zaldiks are looking for backup. I'm not interested in killing children and innocent servants, Oren says, voice suddenly cold. I figured you'd say that. I'll send you the full info. It's your call, brat. If you're interested, head to Kukuro Mountain within a week. They'll arrange private air travel. The whole operation might take a few weeks. Trika's not exactly close. Either way, visit us now or afterward, alright. Fine. I'll take a look, but I can't go anywhere right now because of Nefi. Send her home, idiot. She can take care of herself. Don't overcomplicate things. I'll see you soon. Buno says, then abruptly hangs up. Zaldiks, this could be interesting. Still deep in thought, Oren gets up, showers, and begins packing his things. He decides to leave most of his belongings behind. He won't be needing them for the road ahead. Nefi, who seems to be doing the same, looks over at him curiously. Is everything okay? If something's troubling you, your big sister is here to help. I'm considering a job offer and it would mean my big sister has to travel on her own for a while, Oren replies. Oren quickly explains the offer, laying out the details without sugarcoating anything. He then pulls up the message Buno sent him. Payment varies depending on performance. Minimum of 200 million, Oren reads aloud. You don't need the money, do you? Nefi asks. Also, won't you get in trouble for openly assassinating someone? Oren shakes his head. Buno addressed that. Apparently, Kalmata isn't even recognized as a legitimate ruler. On paper, he's a war criminal and a dictator. If I kill him, his family, or his guard, I won't get into any trouble. There might even be an official bounty on his head, and people will cheer for us. I see. Well, if you're interested, go ahead. I'll wait for you back home, Nefi says, though her expression looks slightly troubled. This way, I can finally spend some time with my master. I'll probably get the scolding of a lifetime, but I guess I deserve it. Let's head to the airport, then. I don't expect to be gone too long. Probably 2 or 3 weeks max. I'll meet you back at your little hideout, Oren estimates. It's not a hideout. It's our home and country. Nefi snaps, clearly offended. Silly girl. Standing in front of his airship bound for the Dentora region of the Republic of Padokia, Oren turns to wave goodbye. Nefi stands nearby, still waiting for her own flight. As he turns to board, she suddenly runs up and hugs him from behind. I really am grateful. You'd better make sure to come back soon, or else I'll be the one hunting you down. You better take good care of that spear and my 4 Ben's knives. I can't take all 6 with me, Oren says calmly. Idiot, she mutters, hugging him even tighter. Finally, Oren turns and returns the hug. I'll see you soon. As he wraps his arms around her, he feels something strange, something he hasn't felt in a long time. Is this what family feels like? Nefi smiles, shy and slightly embarrassed, as Oren steps aboard the airship. The trip isn't long, just 2 days. Oren uses the time wisely. He trains each day, focusing on improving his aura, though he doesn't neglect his knife technique and keeps up the daily training. Inspired by the Zaldik connection to the assassin techniques he has learned, he also trains his rhythm echo and claw technique. 2 days later, he arrives in the capital of the Dentora region. Despite how much time has passed since his initial arrival in Meteor City, Oren has reviewed his foreign memories countless times, even jotting down notes to avoid forgetting important details. He distinctly remembers that Kukuro Mountain is a known tourist spot, with several guided bus tours available to those willing to pay. I'll just take the bus. Easiest and fastest way there. Arriving in the local capital of the Dentora region, Oren can't help but feel let down. The city is rural, bland, and lacking anything remotely interesting. He starts asking around at the airport, trying to find out how to book a tour to Kukuro Mountain. Eventually, he approaches an older woman cleaning the terminal. She looks up at him with a mildly annoyed expression. Another tourist, huh? Can't help but look down on you lot. Still, the money you all bring to our town is useful, so I'll tell you. Take the northern exit and walk across the big main street. You'll see the signs, can't miss them. Thank you, Oren replies curtly, following her directions and not engaging with her ramble. Just a few minutes later, he spots the signs. Going with the most popular option, he sees the next bus tour starts in 20 minutes at 1 p.m. Oren immediately books a ticket. Thankfully, the line isn't long and everything goes smoothly. As he boards the bus, he scans the passengers. It's mostly elderly folks and a few families. Really? These people are going to check out the Zaldik estate? It really is just a tourist attraction. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for joining today's tour. I'm your beautiful guide, begins an elderly woman, clearly warming up for her rehearsed routine. Oren tunes her out and leans back in his seat, gazing out the window. Vast mountains and dense forests stretch out as sunlight pours into the bus. The warmth and calmness lull him into a light nap. Eventually, the bus pulls to a stop right in front of an enormous, towering main gate. Oren immediately spots the 7-layered testing gates. Starting at 4 tons, every pair of doors doubles in weight. Oren immediately stands up and walks to the front of the bus. No need to wait for me. Bye, he says to the guide, who looks momentarily surprised. Outside, he activates his aura and pushes against the massive doors with all his strength. Only 4 of the gates open, meaning Oren is able to open a 32-ton door. I really need to focus more on physical strength. I noticed this weakness back at Heaven's Arena. I've been too caught up in combat technique and then I can't keep neglecting the basics. Without aura, I could maybe open the second door. Behind him, the busload of tourists watches in stunned silence. As Oren walks forward, the huge doors slam shut behind him with a deep, echoing boom. Almost immediately, he feels eyes on him, cold, calculating eyes. I like dogs, but this damn monster. Let's see what's waiting for me inside. 15+ early chapters available. 44 Unexpected Welcome. As Oren stares at the massive, monstrous Doga creature that looks more like a beast from a nightmare than a canine, he feels a flicker of fear and disgust rise within him. The thing is easily twice the height of a tall man and towers over the path. Its cold, lifeless eyes are watching Oren, scanning him from top to bottom. Annoyed by his own reaction, he activates Ren, releasing his aura in the dog's direction. Just to be cautious, he also conjures Eternity. Since Eternity isn't his own Nen ability, it doesn't require his aura to remain summoned. What was that monster dog's name again? Mike, right? How do you like my aura? Surprised, the dog abruptly halts. Its posture changes, and after a moment of hesitation, it retreats into the forest, disappearing slowly between the trees, as if confused. These things are absurdly large. They could be used as mounts. What now? I'll just head straight to the mansion. No need to mess around with the butlers or the lowly caretakers. Let's stick to the road. Following the long path, slightly winding up toward the mountain, Oren eventually spots the mansion distant and slightly elevated, still far off. Annoyed by the distance, he picks up his pace and starts jogging. After 5 minutes or so, he reaches an old-looking fence. Standing nearby is a young, dark-skinned girl with gray eyes and thick bunches of dark purple hair. She's dressed in a sharp, expensive-looking suit and holds a staff topped with a yellow orb. It's that girl. The Zaldiks really are pro-child labor, huh? I guess it's just the norm in this world. As Oren approaches, she calls out coldly, "Stop right there. You are trespassing on private property. Leave." Is she dumb? I'm a guest. Invited by Bruno. Name's Oren, he replies, trying to keep his voice polite. I have no information about such a visitor. Leave immediately, she answers, her tone still flat and unbothered. Look girl, I'm giving you a chance to check with your employer. Do it now, Oren says, keeping his patience. No need. Leave, she repeats, unmoved. There's no point arguing. Either she's being stubborn, or this is some kind of test. Doesn't matter, she's in my way. Oren stops trying to talk her down and walks forward. I said leave. If you cross this line, I'll remove you by force. She warns, now raising her voice slightly. She marks a line in the dirt with her staff. Oren steps across without hesitation. The girl immediately swings her staff at him. Prepared for the strike, Oren catches it in his right hand, now a claw. He grips it tightly, cracking the orb, and she struggles to pull it back, but it doesn't budge. Frustrated, she kicks at him. Oren easily dodges, then slaps her across the face with his left hand, sending her flying backward into a nearby tree. Weak, he mutters as he walks past her. He senses someone nearby. Turning his head, he spots a silver-haired boy lounging in a tree not far from the gate, watching him curiously. Hey, can you help me out? I'm a guest, but this butler here stopped me. Mind leading me to the mansion? The boy jumps down with casual grace. I remember him, of course I do. He's going to be strong eventually, but right now, he's not a threat. I remember a lot about people in this world, but almost nothing about my previous life. It's complicated either way. Killua isn't someone I need to fight. Honestly, I can't afford to. Sure. But if you're lying about being a guest, you might never leave again, Killua says, completely unbothered. No problem, Oren replies, walking alongside him as they head deeper into the estate. So, you look pretty strong. Are you here for the bounty on our heads? Killua asks, not even looking at him. Kid, I already told you I was invited. I'm a hunter, I guess I'm also kind of an assassin. No, wait, I was trained by one. Not whoa. A hunter? You don't look that old, Killua says, giving Oren a more curious look now. I'm 12. That's the minimum age for the exam, Oren explains. Well, maybe I'll try it myself someday if I get bored, Killua says, sounding genuinely intrigued. Why not? It's useful. I never have to worry about visas or permits or any of that annoying stuff. The license takes care of everything, which will be useful for the upcoming job. Killua raises an eyebrow. Now that you mention it, Dad did talk about an annoying mission. Even Grandpa seemed a little bothered. Are you here for that? Yeah, I guess I am, Oren says, then raises his voice suddenly. Also hey. That damn butler girl's been stalking us for a while now. If you try to attack me again, I won't be as forgiving. The girl approaches quietly, without a word. Killua chuckles, you got beaten up pretty bad, Canary. But don't feel too bad, your opponent's a hunter. I am sorry, Master Killua, Canary says, clearly frustrated by her decisive loss. The group finally arrives at the mansion, where a man in a black suit stands waiting near the entrance. He has neatly combed back black hair and wears thin glasses. That's Gota. Always looks serious and perpetually annoyed. Weird guy. Welcome back, Master Killua. And welcome, visitor. May I ask the reason for your visit? The man says in a measured tone. Oren. Recommended by Buno. I believe I'm expected, Oren replies. Of course, Sir Oren. Welcome to Kukura Mountain, Gota says with a slight bow. Oh, so you weren't lying. Your name is Oren. We'll have to talk later, I want to know more, Killua says, clearly intrigued by Gota's recognition. I'll lead you straight to the masters. They're in the back, training. Young master, please remain here, this conversation will be private, Gota instructs. The Zaldiks are training. Rather than entering the mansion, Gota leads Oren around it, towards a large, serene garden. The garden looks well kept with hundreds of different bushes, trees, and plants. In the distance, Oren spots a tall, muscular man with long silver blonde hair sparring against a smaller, elderly man with gray hair. Despite the stark difference in size, the larger man is clearly at a disadvantage. The older man is relentless, delivering swift, surgical strikes and stabs. His smaller hands are precise and quick, drawing blood as they pierce through his opponent's defenses. Zeno and Silva Killua's grandfather is still as sharp as ever. As Oren and Gota get close, the sparring pauses. Both men turn and approach them. Apologies for the interruption, Gota says with a slight bow. This is Sir Oren, here for the upcoming contract. Oh, you're the one referred by the Marshmallow Brothers. Marshmallow Brothers. Oren bursts out, unable to hold back his amusement. I mean, that's kind of a fitting nickname. I'd better not tell them what you called them. I'm Orenique to meet you, he says, still smiling. Silva stares at him, his cat-like eyes sharp and probing. Oren meets his gaze silently, refusing to flinch. Not bad, Silva says. However, are you sure he's qualified for what we're planning, Dad? More than sure, Zeno replies. Pro hunter. Floor master. Supposedly a nen genius, and a survivor, I'm told. His instructor couldn't stop bragging. You'll be fine, right? You know what kind of risks are involved. No problem, Oren says calmly. Zeno continues, we don't know how many others are joining. We're waiting another 5 days, then we move. Alongside me, my son Silva, and my eldest grandson Illumi, will also have support from several butlers. It's still stretching things thin, that's the only reason I considered outside help. This hasn't happened in decades. Well, some jobs just need more manpower. Sometimes quantity matters more than quality, Oren replies. You can treat the mansion and the mountain like home while you're here, Zeno says. You'll stay in a guest room, as you're our guest. One of the butlers will take care of your needs. Thank you, sir, Oren replies. I guess I'll just train until we're ready to leave. We were just sparring, Zeno says, eyes glinting with interest. How about a friendly match, my young friend? This is my chance. Just sparring, right? Oren asks seriously. Of course. Don't worry. You can go all out, I'll hold back for you, Zeno says with a smile. Oren sets his backpack and jacket on the ground, then stretches briefly before walking toward Zeno, who returns to the position he'd been in while sparring with Silva. Ready when you are, Zeno says with a light grin. Time to go all out. Oren activates Ren, unleashing his full aura without restraint. The energy surges around him thick, heavy, and incredibly dense. It's powerful enough to kick up a cloud of dust and debris around his feet. Mud, grass, and small stones scatter in every direction. Zeno calmly responds in kind, matching Oren's output with his own controlled, refined Ren. Then Oren transforms both hands into his demonic claws. He charges, using rhythm echo to generate numerous afterimages of himself as he sprints forward. Zeno remains unshaken. As Oren closes in, Zeno simply turns with a relaxed motion, instantly facing the real one. Didn't think that would work, but worth a shot. Oren strikes with his claws, Zeno dodges. Oren follows up with a fluid combo, seamlessly shifting aura to each limb as he adds in kicks and more slashes and stabs. Zeno continues smiling, easily dodging and blocking every move. Then, Zeno counters. He lashes out with a palm strike. Oren dodges and counters back, stabbing once more, but Zeno is one step ahead. He grabs Oren's left hand mid-motion. Reacting instantly, Oren brings his right claw down like an axe, aiming for Zeno's grip. The attack forces Zeno to release him, but the follow-up chop misses. Zeno counters again, this time with a well-placed kick. Oren doesn't dodge. Instead, he shifts his aura defensively toward his abdomen. The kick lands clean, hitting his stomach. Oren flies backward, skidding a few meters across the ground. It hurts but nothing serious. He rises to his feet, wiping dirt from his face. That hurt. Still, Zeno and Silva are both honorable men. This is probably the chance I've been waiting for. I can go all out. Time to get serious. 15+ early chapters available. 45, Facing a Dragon. Oren vs. Zeno. 45, Facing a Dragon. Oren vs. Zeno. Oren activates Limitless Waters, his aura now flowing more smoothly, wave-like, steady, yet powerful, like a deep-running river. With one look, Zeno notices the difference and analyzes his opponent with interest. Oren draws Eternity and applies Shu, then slowly begins to walk toward Zeno. Time for my combination. Oren steps forward until he's just 4 meters away. Without warning, he slashes with eternity the blade coated in his aura, which suddenly expands and extends mid-strike. Zeno reacts instantly, dodging backward, only for Oren to step in again and unleash another slash. Now, like before, Oren's katana extends its reach unnaturally. Zeno manages to retreat once more, but just as the slash finishes, the aura detaches from the blade and shoots forward. When the slash is about to cut into Zeno, he quickly stretches out both hands and unleashes one of his Nen technique's aura blast. The wave of energy erupts from his palms with such intensity that Oren is knocked back several meters, despite the distance between them. As he steadies himself, Oren notices a small cut on Zeno's hands, a trace of blood and his clothing slightly torn. "Ho, you're craftier than I thought," Zeno says, clearly pleased. "Let me show you my Hatsu as well. Most people who see it can't tell another soul about it. Because they died. Don't disappoint me, kid." Zeno calls out, his tone growing more lively. "Dragon head, dragon lance." Zeno roars. A large purple dragon materializes in the air, formed of unstable, dangerous-looking aura. It surges toward Oren, still connected to Zeno, loaded with explosive force. This technique doesn't have great range. It's connected to Zeno. He's an emitter, but this is transmutation. It shouldn't be too strong. Oren channels more aura into his katana. Limitless Waters is still active, the water around the blade now spinning rapidly. Not holding back, he slashes directly at the dragon. To his surprise, the dragon's head shatters, split in two by his strike. The aura still remains, however. Only a moment later, Zeno's hands move in a complex pattern and the dragon reforms instantly. "I can't destroy it, but I can collapse it briefly." He will also have to use some aura to reform the head. "I'll need to remember that." Oren begins circling Zeno at high speed. Zeno turns to follow, the dragon not moving in sync with him, despite always facing Oren head-on. "There's a delay. That dragon can't keep up with my movements." Oren continues to dart around, launching water slash after water slash. Each one collides with the dragon's aura, but Zeno defends effortlessly. The dragon coils around him, acting as both weapon and shield. The attacks manage to cause small fractures in the aura form, but Zeno keeps reforming it with minimal effort. "I'm spending more aura than he is. This isn't sustainable. Slashes are inefficient against this thing. Maybe I should try piercing instead." Oren dashes in closer. With eternity now conserving aura, not using any more emission, he strikes rapidly from close range. Each slash deals minor damage, chipping away at the dragon without risking everything. Whenever the dragon's head lashes out, Oren spins around Zeno and continues attacking from another angle. Suddenly Zeno changes tactics. He smiles as, instead of attacking with the dragon, he suddenly charges forward, striking with his own hands. Shit. Caught off guard, Oren attempts a slash, aiming for Zeno's chest, but Zeno evades. With no time to reposition, Oren creates a fast, spinning water shield using limitless waters, a violent torrent encasing him in high-speed rotation. Zeno's strikes hit the barrier but fails to break through. Then, with a surge of force, Zeno slams the entire dragon lance down onto the shield. The impact collapses it instantly, sending Oren flying backward. Still in the fight, Oren lands hard but already has something prepared. While defending with the shield, he's been forming 3 water bullets in his mouth. As he rises, he spits them out cloaked in, invisible to the naked eye. Zeno, however, grins, easily seeing through Oren's tactic. He smoothly dodges the first 2 and leaps over the third one, with a small, controlled jump. Then, raising one hand, he commands the dragon's head, which begins to glow. Aura gathers rapidly in its jaws. "What is this? Don't tell me, do I dodge or do I block? Shit, if I dodge and still get hit, I'm done, and he's an emitter's blast will be insanely fast. He might even aim with the head directly. Do I attack? I need to do both. I need to attack now, or he'll keep charging. This is my strongest technique, pressure bullet." Oren focuses all of his aura into his hands. They begin to tremble under the weight of condensed energy. As the pressure builds, he braces himself, holding it for as long as he can, then suddenly releases it all in one explosive burst. The blast launches a massive water bullet, forged with immense pressure and force. Nearly a third of Oren's total aura is behind it. The bullet tears through the air like a cannonball, fast, deadly, unstoppable. It's directly aimed at Zeno. Zeno, a hint of alarm flickering in his eyes, positions the dragon in front of himself and twists his body to dodge. But the pressure bullet pierces through the aura dragon and slams into his shoulder. It doesn't go all the way through, but it buries itself deep enough to leave a serious wound. Oren sees blood on Zeno. His attack worked. Oren, however, has no time to feel triumphant or celebrate, as the dragon's mouth begins to swell, overflowing with a sinister blend of yellow and purple aura. Oren stares at it and immediately senses danger. He dashes backward at full speed, but Zeno leaps into the air, propelled by aura, laughing with genuine excitement. "Dragon breath!" he shouts, his voice booming through the air. The dragon's mouth bursts open, not with fire, but with concentrated an explosive surge of pure energy, ripping toward Oren like a natural disaster. Water shield. Still on the move, Oren summons a violent rotating shield of water. He breathes a sigh of relief as the first part of the beam misses him entirely, his shield remaining untouched. But Zeno only smirks. She carefully shifts his hands, causing the dragon to adjust its head mid-air. Just 0.2 of a second later, the beam redirects and crashes into Oren. The force nearly knocks him out on impact. His shield is spinning wildly, barely holding up. It begins to destabilize, the smooth, round shield barely maintaining its form. In a final gamble, Oren channels every last bit of his remaining aura into his legs, his ren about to break down. Just as the shield dissipates, the beam catches his chest, a moment of blinding pain, like being punched and burned all at once. Every nerve of his body screams in pain. Barely conscious, he launches himself upward. The aura in his legs propels him high over 10 meters into the air, away from the blast and out of the dragon's path. As he flies, he catches sight of Zeno lowering his arms and ceasing the attack. The dragon fades. Zeno doesn't attempt to adjust his aim again. I guess that's the sign it's over. I used everything. 10 minutes and I'm out of aura. I lost hard. And I think he was still holding back, but I learned a lot. That was fun. Despite the throbbing pain in his body, Oren walks toward Zeno and gives a respectful bow. Thank you for going easy on me. Not bad at all. Zeno says, genuinely pleased. You really are a little monster. I had fun. And, he rubs his injured shoulder with a lopsided smile, you even managed to land a good one. Silva approaches, arms crossed. You held back, Pops. Why? I just matched his aura. Of course, I wasn't going all out, Zeno says with a smirk. But with what I've seen, he's already way beyond his flabby instructors. For your age, you're more than impressive, Silva adds. But you've got a glaring weakness. Oren frowns. May I ask what you are referring to? I think I'm fairly balanced. Maybe too balanced, Silva replies. Your real weakness is your body. You've clearly spent an endless amount of time perfecting your nen. For someone your age, your control and skill are abnormal. Your swordsmanship, movement, and even your battle instincts are refined. But physically you're underdeveloped. You've neglected basic training. I guess he's not wrong. How many gates did you open? Silva asks with interest. 4, Oren answers. Silva nods, as if expecting it. Not bad. But you used aura, didn't you? Based on your dense aura output and how well you use both emission and transmutation, I can say with certainty you're an incredibly gifted enhancer. But that's the problem. He continues, your enhancement is being held back by your physical limits. Enhancement doesn't just multiply power. Without a strong body as a base, you can't harness that potential. You're only using a fraction of what you could. I see. I guess I got too caught up in techniques and weapons. I honed my fists but neglected the rest. Your claw technique is exceptional, Zeno cuts in. It's already at a level that impresses even me. Once you fix your physical limitations, you're already strong enough that you'll have to start searching for worthy enemies. I would charge at least 5 billion to assassinate someone of your skill. No wonder you're a floor master at 12. The title is worthless, Oren mutters. I only beat a coward who targeted rookies and threatened his challengers. Well, while we wait, you might want to train. I'll have one of the butlers show you to our training rooms. It's only 5 days, but we can bring some equipment aboard the airship, too. That gives you another week. Anyway, you'll be very useful in the mission. I'll factor that in, Zeno says. Thank you, Oren replies. I'll start tomorrow. My chest is killing me. Do as you please, Zeno says, walking off. Silva stares a moment longer, then silently turns and follows. As the two vanish into the mansion, a girl cautiously approaches. Canary. She stops a few steps away from him, clearly nervous. Master Oren, I've been assigned to take care of you. If you need anything please tell me. Can I change butlers? 15 plus early chapters available. 46, cheat-like training and unexpected gift. 46, cheat-like training and unexpected gift. Oren spends the rest of the day recovering in his guest room. The sparring match with Zeno had been unlike anything he'd ever experienced. Not only was he mentally drained, but his body was seriously injured, and his aura completely exhausted. After 5 hours, he uses Azure Restoration to heal his wounds, which once again drains his aura. Finally, he drifts into a deep sleep and doesn't wake until morning. When he does, he feels well rested and in good condition, ready to make the most of the day. Okay, I don't have much time, but I'll use what I've got to train. As he steps out of his room, Canary is already there, rushing toward him. Gee, good morning, Master Oren, she says, clearly still flustered and a little embarrassed. Morning, you can relax. I'm not that hard to get along with. I don't know why you blocked my path yesterday, but as long as you don't try attacking me again, I won't get angry, Oren says, still sounding slightly annoyed. I understand. I was never told we'd be having a visitor. Maybe that bitch. She tricked me. She set me up. I covered a shift for a colleague. She grumbles, suddenly realizing what might have happened. Well, make sure to pay her back when you get the chance, Oren says, smirking slightly. Anyway, is there any breakfast available? I've got a few energy bars with me, but I'd really prefer something better. Of course. I was actually planning to wake you in 10 minutes. You're invited to dine with the masters, Canary replies. Really? Not sure how I feel about that. It could become awkward. Still, I suppose I should accept. Wouldn't want to seem rude, Oren responds, resigned. Please follow me, she says, leading him down the hall. As they enter the dining room, Oren sees Zeno, Silva's wife Kikyo, and an ancient, tiny-looking man whom Oren assumes is none other than Maha Zaldi seated. Standing beside Kikyo is a small child holding her hand. Kalito, as long as that one sibling isn't here, I'll be fine with everyone else. Good morning, Oren says, unsure of how formally he should act. Good morning, Oren, right? I've heard about your stay. Please, sit down, Kikyo says with an eerie calm. Oren glances at her, striking in appearance, with long black hair tied up in an elaborate bun, draped in a black, elegant kimono. The most unusual part of her appearance is her visor, revealing only a single glowing red dot. Thank you, ma'am, Oren replies, taking a seat beside Zeno. Moments later, Killua enters, followed by a large, overweight boy, his older brother Milukion, then the eldest, Illumi. As everyone settles into place, Oren keeps a calm exterior, though he's far from relaxed, seated as he is among the full Zaldik family. Illumi, who's been staring at him in silence, finally speaks. You're Oren, correct? I heard you sparred with Grandpa and not only managed to survive, but actually wounded him. That's impressive. Thank you, Illumi. Though I think your grandfather was holding back. I'm not sure how long I would have lasted otherwise, Oren replies. You know who I am? Illumi asks, slightly surprised. It's a bit embarrassing, but one of my instructors, let's just say he's an observer. He's a little jealous, and years ago, he made sure I knew everything about your family. It made me curious, Oren answers calmly. Heh, these silly marshmallow brothers. I guess I've impressed them, Zeno comments. We are famous, after all. Surely you know about me too, right? Miluki says, puffing his chest slightly. Yes, Miluki. I've heard rumors about your collection, Oren replies with a cheeky grin. Miluki blushes, then grumbles, when's the damn food coming? Just a moment, Master Miluki, one of the butlers responds nervously. Anyway, I don't collect these things, are going to be worth a fortune. It's an investment. You invest too, right? Miluki continues, trying to save face. Yes. I recently started a company with a friend focused on anti-inflammation medicine, but I don't care much for investing. I'm more of a collector like yourself, and honestly, I don't think there's anything wrong with collecting things you're passionate about, Oren says. Everyone around the table gives him a strange look except for Miluki, whose eyes light up with joy. No way. You also collect those garbage figurines? Killua asks, looking disgusted. No, I collect special knives. I've only got 2 with me, the rest are hidden. Anyway, I only recently started and didn't collect too many yet, only 6, Oren clarifies. Knives, huh? Silva says, speaking for the first time something rare from the stoic patriarch. What kind of knives? Oren stands and pulls out his 2 Ben's knives, laying them on the table for Silva to examine. The older man picks them up, his expression shifting to one of genuine curiosity. Ben's knives, I like your taste. These are nice ones. Both are late-era ones, however, Silva murmurs. Not really a fan of the later models myself, but even so every one is a masterpiece. That's a worthy thing to collect. Then he glances at Miluki with thinly veiled disappointment. As your father, I'm ashamed. Why can't you collect useful, tasteful things like Oren? I don't like creepy-looking knives, Miluki mutters. What a disappointment, Silva sighs, still inspecting the blades. At last, a group of servants clearly ranked below even the butlers enter the room with platters of food. Silva returns the knives politely, and Oren sits back down. Breakfast is served. It's nothing fancy, but it's rich in sugar and protein, clearly designed for the high-energy lifestyle of professional killers. Oren eats a lot, fueling up for the intense training ahead. With his stomach full, he thanks the Zaldiks and politely excuses himself. Outside the dining room, Canary is already waiting and promptly leads him toward the gym. The Zaldik mansion is old in style, but tastefully decorated, more refined than he expected. Their gym, however, is pure function over form. It's filled with reinforced equipment, all customized to handle insane amounts of weight, enough that even the Zaldiks can still get a proper workout. Alright, time to train. Oren throws himself into it. He goes all out, doing just a few repetitions per set but with the heaviest weights he can manage. After an hour, he switches to dumbbells, pushing his limits even harder. Then he pauses, realization dawning. If I tear down my muscles, my body's forced to rebuild stronger ones. Normally, this takes a long time, but with Azure Restoration, it shouldn't. I've already used it to heal damage from claw training. Torn muscle is just another kind of injury. Every body part can be restored. So why didn't I think of this sooner? I was too focused on Nen itself. It should work, it has to work. Renewed with excitement, Oren throws himself back into training, pushing past every limit. For 3 hours straight, he doesn't stop. High intensity, heavy weights, full effort. By the end, his entire body is screaming. He barely manages to drag himself back to his room. Once there, he showers and, still under the water, activates Azure Restoration. His aura turns a soft, glowing blue. As it courses through his body, healing his muscle fibers and exhaustion, euphoria rushes through him. His pain slowly vanishes, along with his fatigue. He nearly groans from the sensation, as he is experiencing this kind of recovery for the first time. Gone all the pain, all the exhaustion. In minutes. But damn, this cost over half of my aura. Still I can train again now. And in 3 hours, my aura will be nearly recovered. If I use Zetsu during training, it'll even recover faster. Did I just discover a cheat code for training? This is insane. If I keep this up for a few years, my weakness will become my greatest strength. Combined with my Nen mastery. A twisted grin spreads across Oren's face, his eyes glinting with ambition. Coming here was worth it just for this. I'm becoming addicted again. Let's do this. Time passes in the Zaldik mansion. Oren doesn't spar again, but he interacts briefly with nearly every member of the household. Kalito keeps to his mother, neither showing much interest in Oren. Killua speaks with him daily but is clearly being kept from training with him, his father's silent stares always close by. Miluki stays locked in his room, and Illumi appears constantly preoccupied with other tasks. Maha is like a ghost, and Oren only sees him during meals. One day, Silva invites Oren to his personal quarters. Inside, he opens a drawer in his massive desk and carefully retrieves a knife in a fitted case. He holds it out for Oren to see. Ben's knife number 3. A small, sturdy blade with a slight curve more like a miniature machete. Its craftsmanship is flawless. Incredible, the third one ever made, Oren breathes. If you ever want to sell it, call me. I can pay any price. Not that you need the money, so I guess that's a silly offer. Silva smiles faintly, then holds the knife out. Oren takes it reverently, his expression turning serious. This one's something else. Small, but I could probably cut through a tree with it if I used enough aura. I took it off a victim more than a decade ago, Silva remarks casually. Never used it. Doesn't suit my fighting style, it's simply too small for me. Take it, he adds. Add it to your collection. If you gather a large number, I'd like to see them. Is he just being nice? Or is this a long con? Wait until I gather more, then kill me and take the full set. Maybe I'm overthinking. Still, I should keep them well hidden. Thanks. You've got a deal, Oren says. That makes 7. I'll call you in a few years, hopefully when I've got over 20. Ambitious. Surprise me, Silva says with a nod. The days pass like a blur. Oren trains relentlessly, and the progress is staggering. Each day is easily 10 times more productive than any normal training schedule. Usually, people need to recover for at least a few days after such high-intensity training, but this doesn't apply to me. In fact, I can fit 5 3-hour sessions into a single day. That's around half a month of training. This is incredible. I can feel my body growing stronger and stronger after every session. I have to talk to Zeno. I need permission to take some weights with me. I can use the airship ride to keep growing stronger. Finally, the day of the mission arrives. Oren joins Zeno, Silva, and Illumi on their way to the private airship. To his surprise, a small army of butlers is already assembled along with 3 unknown older individuals, who seem out of place. These aren't staff, they're assassins. The others they mentioned. That's it, then. We're heading to the Republic of Tracha. Time to take down Kalmata and his supporters. 15 plus early chapters available. 47, 3 assassins. Everyone boards the Zaldik's private airship, almost as large as the one used by the Hunter Association. However, unlike that one, this vessel is painted white and looks inconspicuous, blending easily into the clouds. It's clearly built to avoid attention and not to announce who owns it to the entire world. Now gathered on the main deck, Zeno nods at the 3 unknown assassins. Illumi speaks up. Grandpa, who are our guests? Could you introduce us? Who do you think I am? They can introduce themselves, Zeno replies, unmoved. Griafon, from the Nummer Kingdom, says the first assassin, a middle-aged man who appears ordinary, but wears an oversized coat that hides his figure and possibly more. Is he carrying weapons with him? Maybe poison? Must be, something like that. Nummer Kingdom? Never heard of it, another assassin comments. Me neither. Good question. Northwest of Kaken, Griafon says, not missing a beat. The island is shaped like an open circle, with another island in the center. Seriously, educate yourself. You look even older than me. The man who'd questioned him gives a sharp smile. Dantu. From York New. I'm a hunter and part-time assassin. I hate uncivilized countries. I like big cities. So this mission is absolute torture. This backwater land of barbarians disgusts me, but I need the cash. Come to think of it, I haven't asked about the payment yet. Well, I got training, a spar, and the knife. That alone is almost enough for me. This guy, however, is clearly interested in money. Seems like a crazed killer. Oren eyes Dantu. He's openly armed with several firearms, a sniper rifle slung across his back and pistols on both sides of his waist. Clearly not trying to hide anything. Finally, the tallest among them steps forward. He's very tall, close to Silva in size, but leaner, and carries something long and wrapped in cloth on his back. Lar Azul, from the Kaken Empire, he says. Though I operate globally, so my home country is irrelevant. All eyes now turn to Oren. I'm Oren from Meteor City, he says simply. Then he looks at Lar Azul. Are you a spear user? Indeed, Lar Azul replies, studying him in return. Interested in spears? I am, Oren says with a calm smile. After this mission, I might want to hire you for a bit of teaching if you're interested. I'll pay well. Maybe. Let's finish this mission first. Larazul turns toward Zeno. So, what's the plan? No plan needed, Zeno says casually. We and our butlers will handle the majority of the assault. I hired you all for one specific role. He gestures between them. Larazul, you're the strongest in direct combat among the three of you, Zeno says. Oren here is about as strong, maybe stronger. You'll team up with him. The three assassins blink, startled. They stare at Oren with barely disguised disbelief. However, they quickly accept that Zeno's reputation isn't one you question lightly, and he is not the type who lies while on a job, as assassination is his entire life and something he takes very seriously. Zeno continues, your job is to block the backdoor entrance. Our main target, Kalmata, and any secondary targets his officials, guards, family members are located in a large mountain castle. It used to be the regional seat of governance. Now, it's his personal fortress. There are only two paths up that mountain. Silva, Illumi, and I will take the front entrance and do most of the work. I'll tell you the details when we are there. You two will take the back route reinforced by my best butlers. If someone tries to flee or reinforcements arrive, your job is to get rid of them. Griafon, Dantayu too, aided by the rest of the butlers, will infiltrate the catacombs. The castle has a network of hidden tunnels leading outside. We've already mapped them, and the butlers will guide you. Your job is to wait at those exits and kill anyone trying to flee. So there's no way out. It's a tight, confident strategy. Brutal, but effective. It all depends on how well we fight. That's all. Please enjoy the flight. If you need anything, speak to any butler, Zeno says, disappearing into the airship's interior just as it begins to lift off. Oren sighs and follows. Two butlers, own male, one female, escort him. Both tall, both strong-looking, both dressed in sharp black suits. Looks like Canary didn't come with us. Well, she's still too young for something like this. For now, back to training. I hope Zeno followed through on my request. He turns to the butlers. Can you show me to my cabin? I also requested a few things. Of course, Master Oren, the woman replies with a bow. They lead him towards the main corridor where the cabins are located and into a medium-sized cabin. The cabin consists of just one large room with a small bathroom tucked to the side. Inside is everything he asked for and more. Weight machines, dumbbells, heavy bars, resistance gear, supplements, protein powder, a stockpile of energy drinks, and piles of calorie-dense food. Perfect. I owe Zeno for this. With this much gear and supplies, I can train almost as effectively as I did in the mansion. Even better, I don't have to leave my room. Alright, first, let's check for cameras. This could take a while. After a thorough inspection, Oren finally gets to work, slipping back into his self-designed training loop. He keeps to himself. Aside from meals and a few brief walks across the ship, he barely leaves the room. He doesn't even see the other assassins. They all hold up too, which suits him just fine as he is not in the mood to socialize and wants to focus on his training. 5 days pass, and Oren spends his entire day focused on improving his physique, desperately making up for his weakness. He trains with Zetsu, pushes his body to its limit, then heals it using Azure Restoration concealed within, just in case. He eats over 15,000 calories a day, focusing mostly on protein and sugary snacks, for a quick energy boost. His body is already showing signs of improvement as he is visibly building up muscles. On the 6th day after dinner, Illumi approaches Oren, which shocks and surprises him. Oren, do you want to chat for a while? He asks. Sure, Illumi, Oren responds. Oren follows Illumi into a bar, where he leads him towards a couch in the back, where they promptly sit down. A butler immediately approaches them to take their order. Illumi requests a whiskey on the rocks. Oren, after briefly glancing at the menu, orders the most complicated cocktail available without alcohol, of course. Interesting choice. Well, I guess you shouldn't drink alcohol yet, Illumi comments, as if suddenly realizing the fact that Oren isn't even 13 years old. As the drinks arrive, they both take a sip. Oren enjoys his drink immensely, as it's essentially just a fancy mix of fruit juices with ice, syrup, and decorative garnishes. What do you do all day, Oren? I'd like to get to know you a little better, Illumi says calmly. I think I know what this is about. He probably wants to befriend me because I'm relatively strong, in case he ever has a mission that requires backup. If that's really his goal, I have no reason to refuse. But it could also be that either Zeno or Silva told him to get close to me. Either way, I need to be careful. He could easily kill me in an instant. For now, I should be safe, since he knows my relationship with Buno and Banu, and he wouldn't want to cross his grandfather. I need to watch my step carefully. And most importantly, I have to avoid even mentioning Killua. I just became a hunter. After that, I challenged Heaven's Arena and became a floor master. I guess for now I'm just training and collecting knives. Honestly, I can't say I'm a very interesting person, Oren explains. Don't sell yourself short, however, I expected you to be an assassin. Grandpa praised your skills. He told me that talent-wise, you're not behind us Saldiks. That's a nice compliment, Oren says, taking another sip before continuing. I've learned assassination techniques, but for now, I don't think assassination is my main interest. I want to focus more on direct and open fights. That doesn't mean I'm uninterested or that I look down on it. I mean, I accepted this mission, after all. It's just that assassination isn't my current focus. Still, I'm always open to interesting and worthwhile endeavors. I might need some help from time to time, Illumi says, taking out a card. Would you be interested in exchanging contacts? Oren nods and hands him one of his own cards. Finally, Oren asks him, any input about the mission? I haven't heard much about the former Republic of Tracha or that clown of a King Kalmata. If Grandpa praised your skills, you don't need to worry, Illumi assures him. That king probably has his military and a lot of strong bodyguards under his control, but they're all amateurs. The real problem is that he's paranoid and stressed out, and the former Republic is on the brink of collapse. He's very cautious. We know he has at least 24 Nen users working for him. He spent half of his country's fortune just to hire them. That's the only reason why we needed additional people. We're assassins, not fighters. Nen is deep and complicated. A battle can end with just one successful activation of a Hatsu. Sometimes, raw strength isn't even relevant, Illumi explains calmly. I know, Oren replies. I wish it were different, but that's just reality. Depending on circumstances, even the strongest Nen user can be killed by a group of weaklings if caught by the wrong Hatsu. With strict enough conditions, any Hatsu can become incredibly powerful. That's exactly it, Illumi agrees. A professional assassin never even gives his enemy a chance to use their Hatsu. They'll die without knowing what hit them. He snaps his fingers. They just die, completely clueless. That's why this mission is different. Our target is a paranoid madman who believes everyone is out to get him. But the pay is worth it and there is more. It's been quite a while since we've been hired by a prestigious client like this. Ah, but maybe I shouldn't mention that to you. Probably a member of the V5 or maybe they all put in the request together. Let's talk more once the mission is over, Oren suggests, emptying his cocktail. Nice talking to you, Oren says to Illumi, who, for the first time, smiles a little and responds, likewise. Still unsure about Illumi's true intentions behind befriending him, Oren continues focusing on his training. Finally, on the last day, he stops his training a little early and goes to bed, knowing tomorrow will be the day of the assassination. On the 8th day, the butlers, on behalf of Zeno, gather everyone in the large lounge. It's time. 15 plus early chapters available. 48 Mission Start Majestic Death. 48 Mission Start Majestic Death. As all the butlers, the Zaldiks, and the outside help which includes Oren gather, Zeno doesn't speak. Instead, he looks at Illumi, slightly nodding his head. I'll briefly explain our plan. We Zaldiks will charge through the front entrance and lead the main assault on our target. There's no need for you to do anything until you see the sign. I'll not reveal the sign, but you'll know when to act. In fact, you better not approach the castle at all before then, or you might die, Illumi says in a lifeless, cold voice. We will die. What is he talking about? Illumi then turns to Oren and Larazul. His voice still holds no emotion. He continues coldly, without even a hint of feeling. The airship will land soon. When it does, you need to disembark quickly. Our butlers have maps and will guide you. Just get into position, guard the road leading to the back of the castle, and when the sign appears, you'll know what to do. Oren and Larazul too are the only ones allowed to flee under certain conditions, and only if you judge it necessary. If Kalmata escapes through the back and tries to descend the mountain, and he's accompanied by more than 10 Nen users, you are to back off. We'll be notified and will chase them down. If no one is heading in your direction, then you may enter the castle at your own discretion. However, you are expected to wait at least a while. Understood, Oren says, feeling quite satisfied with this plan, as it lets him avoid taking unnecessary risks. Finally, Illumi speaks to the other two assassins, Griafon and Dantu. You two can just do your thing. Block the exits of the catacombs, use the butlers as you see fit, and kill anyone trying to escape. You're also allowed to leave the catacombs after a while. That way we'll be closing in from all directions. Silva nods at Illumi, seemingly satisfied with his son, while Zeno stays calm and composed. Any questions? Illumi asks. This might be stupid, but do we just kill everyone we come across? Are there any civilians still around? Oren asks, as he does not want to harm innocent servants. Anyone left is highly loyal and trusted by our target. There are no innocents remaining. Only those who've either spilled their own blood or someone else's for Kalmata are still here, Zeno chimes in. In my entire career, I have never accidentally killed a bystander, and I intend to keep it that way. Anyone left is a valid target. Good. I guess I can take Zeno at his word. He does not seem like a hypocritical liar. Everyone stays silent. Good. We're landing in 30 minutes. You might want to get ready. Oh, before I forget, we'll also distribute earpieces with integrated microphones. If you want to speak, press the button on the outer side of the device. It's the newest technology, specially developed for special ops. The butlers will handle the connection. If you have something valuable to say, speak. Otherwise, remain silent, Illumi says, his tone still eerily calm. Oren turns to Larazul. Since you're my senior, I'll follow your plan. I prefer working alone, but I'm not arrogant enough to ignore the advice of a veteran like you. Lara Azul responds, seemingly pleased. Humph. You're a smart kid. Look, this'll be easy. We'll just kill anyone in our way. My style is swift, direct, and without setups. You back me up. The only decision we need to make is when to flee and when to enter the castle. Like that smug ghost kid said, if we see more than a couple men users, we back off. Sounds decent enough. If possible, I want to avoid risks. The airship lands far away in a clearing within the forest that surrounds the castle, which is visible in the distance atop the mountain. Everyone disembarks except for a few butlers, along with Zeno, Silva, and Illumi. Oren and Lara Azul follow a larger group of butlers, who gesture silently at them to come along. Oren quickly counts 12 people. 14 total, including himself and Lara Azul. This is not bad at all. With so many butlers, we are a force to be reckoned with. One of the butlers hands Oren and Lara Azul the communication gear they prepared. As soon as they put the earpieces in, the group rushes through the forest, quickly making their way toward the castle. These guys are serious. I wonder why Gota and Tsubone, the two strongest butlers, didn't join us. Anyway, even the average butlers seem fairly capable as well. They sprint up the mountain path and then hide behind scattered rocks. The castle now looms in front of them. It's a rather antique-looking building, made of weathered stone, but Oren spots several modern upgrades: guard towers, surveillance cameras, floodlights, and more importantly, hundreds of armed guards, all carrying assault rifles. This is a little more than I bargained for. Maybe they've already spotted us. Oren then asks a butler standing next to him, they never told us what the sign would be. I assume it's really something obvious that we won't miss, right? Of course, Master Oren. I believe it will be fairly obvious. The butler replies politely. Let me think. Zeno, Silva, and Illumi stayed on the airship. Even if they wanted to reach the front entrance, there was no need to find a different landing zone. That clearing was good enough. They could have reached the main path in under 5 minutes if they rushed. Or do they approach from the air? Zeno, will he use Dragon's Head to descend? Maybe even could it be? Time passes. It's night now, and Oren can't help but marvel at the brilliant castle in the distance. Bathed in thousands of lights, along with a few large floodlights, it resembles a glowing fortress. Oren checks his phone for the time: 11:58, just a few minutes before midnight. Feeling a little tired and bored, Oren rubs his eyes only to suddenly spot a small light in the sky, hovering above the castle. He narrows his eyes and focuses. A yellow aura appears, coiling and twisting like a long serpent. That's Dragon's Head. Suddenly, Illumi's cold voice rings through the earpiece. Mission start. In an instant, the glowing dragon expands and morphs into hundreds of massive, golden projectiles like huge arrows, or more accurately, like massive ballista bolts. Yes, he really used it. Dragon Dive. This will throw them into chaos and completely wreck the castle. These things can pierce through concrete. The sky, more radiant and magnificent than any fireworks display, bursts into light. The arrows descend like divine judgment, and Oren can't take his eyes off them as they begin to rain down on the castle. Like hundreds of bombs falling from the sky, the explosion erupts with deafening force. Oren hears a cascade of blasts, echoing like a sequence of carpet bombs, as the castle is mercilessly struck by the mighty barrage. In a matter of seconds, the once pristine fortress is riddled with holes. Oren hears floors collapsing, towers vanishing, and even a few guards screaming as they're thrown from their posts, some falling to their deaths. Panic erupts. The once quiet and lifeless castle now blazes with fear and confusion, engulfed in chaos. It's starting now. It doesn't take long. Only 5 minutes later, the first soldiers and cabinet members begin fleeing the wreckage. As Oren predicted, no one uses a vehicle. They're all escaping on foot. Thanks to the hundreds of arrows, the road is completely shredded. The whole castle looks like a battlefield now. Of course, they'll have to run. I guess it's time to do my job. As the soldiers near their position, Oren notices Lara Azul vanish from his hiding spot. He reappears before the oncoming soldiers, uncovers his broad spear, and mercilessly drives it into the first soldier. He pulls it out, then jumps towards another person and stabs his new target. In less than 2 seconds, a person dies, and Lara Azul is already moving on to the next target. He's ruthless. Every 2 seconds, another one falls. I better move, or people will think I'm slacking off. Oren draws Eternity, which he now keeps conjured by default to avoid suspicion. Using Ren, he sprints toward a group of people attempting to escape Larajal's path. Without hesitation, Oren swings his blade through one soldier, cutting him into 2 halves, dashes to the next, and cuts him down just as cleanly. Matching Larajal's speed and style, Oren mirrors his cold efficiency, executing every soldier and corrupt official within reach. The soldiers are too terrified to react, most can't even track their movements, and a few are even collapsing on the spot, screaming in terror. In under a minute, the path is littered with bodies. The few people still standing at the castle gates turn back, clearly giving up on escaping past Oren and Lara Azul. Oren sheaths Eternity and surveys the trail of corpses behind him. This, I did that. I feel incredibly powerful. All that physical training was worth it. My speed is on a whole new level. I really kept up with Lara Azul. What will my body be like if I keep this up for a year or 2? Lara Azul walks over to him and comments, "Impressive technique." Zeno wasn't lying. "I take it you noticed the bad news. What's wrong? We're doing our job just fine, aren't we?" Oren replies, unsure what Lara Azul is getting at. "I suppose I should relay this to our employers," Lara Azul mutters before pressing his communicator. Lara Azul speaking. "Oren and I have cleared out a wave of soldiers and officials, but a significant number have stopped fleeing. We've yet to encounter a single NEN user. They're likely grouping up, close to our target." "Understood," Zeno says in a calm voice over the channel. "I see," Oren says, turning to Lara Azul. "So what do we do? Do we head inside?" "We have our orders. We were told to wait for a while before we head inside. For now, we hold our position. If nothing changes in 10 minutes, we can consider entering. But that's your call, it's a big risk," Lara Azul replies. "What do I do?" 15 plus early chapters available. 49, invading the castle, looting the place. 49, invading the castle, looting the place. With a hellish sight of the ruined castle in front of them, Oren stares into the distance. 10 more minutes pass without any unexpected events happening. Oren, Lara Azul, and the butlers manage to catch a few more stragglers, but overall, things remain quiet on their side. They're still blocking the path leading down the mountain without any trouble. Finally, Lara Azul says, "I'm going in. Will you butlers be fine without us?" "Us? Of course. Please help the masters," one of the butlers replies without hesitation. "You coming along, kid?" Lara Azul asks Oren, his eyes calculating. "Fine, let's go." Oren answers, "Let's see if I can find the king's office and steal his valuables." Lara Azul dashes toward the broken castle. Oren, hesitating only slightly, follows him. They quickly reach the castle walls. The large doors are shattered and wide open, giving them easy access. As the two assassins enter the courtyard, Lara Azul announces, "I'm going this way," before rushing toward a side building that looks relatively intact, only hit by a few dozen of Zeno's aura projectiles. Oren, however, chooses to head toward the main building. Approaching the heart of the castle, he can't help but stare at the destruction surrounding him. Collapsed structures lie everywhere, and the ground is riddled with massive holes. Dragon Dive is truly one of the most devastating hatsus. Its only goal is to cause maximum destruction over a massive area. This is the silliest skill for an assassin, but I can't help but be jealous. Oren finds an entrance on the side of the main building and silently slips inside. He activates Zetsu and makes sure to move silently through the corridor. The interior, particularly on the lower floors, is in better shape than the walls and small buildings outside. Dragon Dive is a devastating ability, but its projectiles can only pierce a few levels and can't really breach the heavily fortified roof. As he advances, Oren sets his course for the entrance hall, hoping it'll lead him to Kalmata's private quarters. Suddenly, he spots a few soldiers up ahead. Oren ducks behind a piece of rubble. He waits, patient and calm, until they pass and then ambushes them from behind. He swiftly drives Eternity into one soldier's heart, pulls it free, and immediately does the same to another. Only after 3 of them collapse do the last 2 react. Oren beheads them one after the other, killing them before they can even raise their rifles. My speed really has improved. I need to get more used to this. Deciding to move faster, Oren pushes forward. Gunfire echoes throughout the halls, though he can't pinpoint its exact origin. Following the hallway, he reaches the main foyer. Despite the damage, it still holds an air of grandeur, adorned with staircases, portraits, and even a few ornate statues of nobility. As he ascends the stairs, Oren finds a woman sitting on them, her leg bleeding heavily. Looks like she's injured. He approaches, drawing Eternity, and holds it close to her face. "Tell me where Kalmata's office and private quarters are, and I'll spare you," Oren says, letting a bit of aura leak out. The woman begins trembling violently. Her voice cracks as she answers, "Please, I'm just a maid, I'm innocent." "I asked a question," Oren replies calmly. "Go up 2 floors, then it's the central office. His private quarters are right next to it," she stammers. "Thank you," Oren says, picking her up and briefly checking her for weapons. Finding none, he carries her with him. He follows her directions and soon spots a large central office door. He tries to kick it open but it's locked. Not unexpected. Oren doesn't waste time. He turns to the right and kicks open the door to the private quarters instead. "Okay, I'd suggest locking yourself in the bathroom. There should be some medical supplies there too," he says, dropping the woman onto the floor. Despite her injuries, her face shows a hint of happiness, and she quickly crawls into the bathroom, doing as instructed. Oren activates N and scans the room. He quickly notices an odd empty space behind a painting. Slashing it apart with Eternity, the canvas tears easily, revealing a large, deep safe embedded into the wall. "How do I open this? I suck at looting. I should have come better prepared." Oren activates Limitless Waters, his katana, Eternity, now surrounded by spinning water. He channels all his aura into the blade, using a variation of Ko, but keeping up Limitless Waters, and slashes at the safe with full force. To his surprise, the safe visibly dents. His strike almost cut through it entirely. 2 more powerful slashes and the safe is completely destroyed. Oren pries the wrecked safe open and looks inside in anticipation. To his slight disappointment, he finds a large row of gold bars stacked neatly inside. Gold, huh? Nothing too exciting, but let's see. Looking around, he grabs a large duffel bag from one of the wardrobes and begins stuffing the bars inside. As he fills it, his expression changes. These are 1 kilo bars. At least 100 of them. That's insane. This has to be worth over 1 billion jenny. I'm rich. With the bag full, Oren slips out of the room and makes his way back to the main entrance. On the way back, Oren encounters a few more soldiers. Without slowing down, he silently and swiftly eliminates them by spitting 2 water bullets from his mouth. Their heads explode in a grotesque, bloody mess. Once back on the first floor, Oren finds a quiet corner next to the main door. He places the duffel bag on the ground, grabs a medium-sized piece of rubble, his arms bulging, and carefully places it on top. Then he sprinkles smaller debris over it. Good. Let's head into the office. Oren returns to the locked central office. Using N, he immediately senses a few people inside. No time to hesitate. I better do my job. He draws eternity and slashes down in a single decisive movement. The door, though made of high-quality, reinforced wood, can't stand up to Oren's aura-enhanced strikes. After 3 powerful slashes, he kicks through the mangled entrance and steps into the office through the large hole he just created. Inside, he sees that 2 soldiers are crouched behind the massive central desk. They open fire, but Oren reacts instantly, jumping off one wall and then another. He lands silently and performs rhythm echo. The soldiers panic, firing wildly at his illusions. Without mercy, Oren activates limitless waters and releases a wide aura slash and combines it with emission slicing through the soldiers with deadly precision. Both of them collapse. One more man remains cowering on the floor. Oren recognizes him instantly. Among the materials handed out during the mission briefing, this man was listed a particularly cruel general. Without a shred of sympathy, Oren draws his blade again. The general tries to plead, "Please, I can give you money, power, spar." Oren silences him with a clean beheading. He quickly searches the body and takes the man's wallet for identification, slipping it into a small pouch attached to his waist. He moves on to ransack the desk, finding expensive antique pens, fancy ink bottles, and a few books. Nothing of value. However, opening another drawer, he spots something far more intriguing: a warped, twisted knife. Its blade is curved on one side and jagged like a saw on the other. This design, I can feel the aura, I know it by now. Oren activates Gyo and sees the number, 267. Unbelievable. My luck is incredible. Could it be that twisted dictators also appreciate these knives? I might want to keep my collection a secret in the future, as I don't want to be associated with these lowlifes. He takes the knife and moves on. Gunfire still echoes in the distance. Walking through the corridors, Oren encounters more soldiers and dispatches them with ease. But suddenly, something feels off, like he's being targeted. He stops moving and activates an. Mayan now covers a radius of 22 meters. I should be able to detect threats like this. As he approaches a corner, he spots someone around it clutching a large piece of debris, ready to strike. Oren walks forward as if nothing is wrong. Just as he's about to turn the corner, he veers sideways and suddenly leaps to the side, executing a powerful overhead slash at the man. Caught off guard, the man desperately raises the stone to shield himself. To Oren's surprise, his blade doesn't cut through the stone. A non-user. Oren quickly jumps back and fires 2 water bullets at the man's unprotected legs. Both projectiles pierce through, making him scream and fall to his knees. Oren seizes the chance and goes in for another strike with eternity. But the man touches the wall, and suddenly, a massive stone hand stretches out, blocking the slash once more. Moments later, a vaguely humanoid figure made entirely of rock forms in front of the man. He can create rock golems? That's incredible. However, the golem punches at Oren, but its attack is slow and easy to predict. Oren dodges, activates limitless waters again, and leaps off the wall, bypassing the golem entirely. The enemy's eyes widen in horror. He forms a fist and swings desperately. Oren ducks under the punch and drives eternity straight into his heart. The man collapses instantly, and the golem behind him crumbles into a heap of shattered stone. Oren checks his pockets and finds another wallet, which he quickly stores in his pouch. He continues down the hallway until suddenly, loud noises erupt. These aren't gunshots, they sound more like explosions and massive impacts. Sprinting ahead, Oren arrives at a vast indoor garden. There, he spots Silva and Zeno engaged in a fierce battle against multiple enemies, clearly Nen users. After a quick count, Oren counts 9 of them, alongside 4 dead people, lying next to Zeno. In the center of their defensive formation, surrounded by loyal guards, stands the dictator and self-proclaimed King Kalmata. Despite facing Zeno and Silva directly, Kalmata appears calm, smug, even, as if this is nothing to be afraid of. However, the same can't be said for his defenders. The Nen users in front are sweating and visibly exhausted. In contrast, Zeno and Silva still look composed, barely affected. Several soldiers are firing at them from afar, but none of the bullets land. They're being blocked by some kind of invisible barrier. Oren frowns. What? They're shooting non-stop and still haven't hit once. Activating Gyo, Oren's eyes widen in realization as he spots the truth of what is happening. There are 2 Nen barriers. 15 plus early chapters available. 50. The end of the night. Oren carefully analyzes the situation. There's 1 Nen barrier surrounding the entire group and another one specifically around Kalmata and his allies. I see. So Silva and Zeno probably can't leave, nor can they break through to their targets. This is an incredibly powerful Hatsu. From what I can tell, multiple users are needed to maintain it. Some of them already look exhausted. Sooner or later, their aura will run out. That's when the barriers will collapse. They're just stalling for time. They need to defeat Zeno and Silva, which seems impossible. More importantly, 4 of them are already dead, and their corpses aren't inside the smaller barrier. That either means they were allowed to enter and leave freely, or they simply didn't fit, or couldn't reach it in time. So what do? I don't need to save Silva and Zeno. The best move is to go for the real target. These guys can't beat the Zaldiks anyway, so they'll likely try to flee. Oren activates Zetsu and silently begins circling along the outer edge of the garden. He positions himself directly behind Kalmata, hiding in a thick bush. He's close enough to overhear some of the conversation. I'm getting pissed off. Kalmata shouts. You're the strongest Nen user in the entire Republic. I paid you a fortune. Look at them. It's just 2 men. It's 8 against 2. Stop stalling and finish these invaders. Idiot. One of Kalmata's men mutters, we can't beat those Zaldiks. You can control the barriers, right? Why don't we just sacrifice this stupid idiot and run? This country is finished either way. That's our only shot at staying Ali. Before he finishes, a woman standing next to Kalmata drives a rapier through his back, killing him almost instantly. You bit. The man gasps, only for the woman to draw her pistol and shoot him twice in the head. Treason will be punished, she declares coldly. However wrong this scumbag was, what he said is true, my king. We can't defeat them. You need to flee. I'll buy you time. You fine. How long can you hold them off? Kalmata snaps. The barrier will collapse in 3 minutes. Another man calls out, already kneeling, his aura nearly drained. I can buy you 1 more minute. Please, run, my king. The woman shouts. Then I order you to stop them with your bodies if you must. Kalmata yells before rushing toward the barrier. One of the men forms a hand sign, and Kalmata passes through, now on the outside, right next to Oren. Too bad for you. At that moment, Oren springs from the bush, landing squarely in front of him. Hee hee, I win. Oren grins, drawing eternity and slicing cleanly through Kalmata, cutting his body in half, from his skull all the way to the ground. No. The woman screams, charging forward but slams into the barrier, bouncing off and crashing to the ground. She collapses to her knees and sobs uncontrollably. Oren kneels down next to him and grabs the jewelry Kalmata is carrying, multiple breathtaking rings, an expensive watch, and even a diamond necklace. In fact, he also carries more on his body. Did he want to flee the country? Thanks for gifting your state treasures to me. Suddenly, another figure drops down from a tree beside Oren. It's Illumi. So you were here too. I didn't even notice you, he says casually, a hint of surprise in his eyes. I didn't see you either, Oren replies, only now realizing it made perfect sense for Illumi to stay back and guard against an escape attempt. He wasn't meant to engage directly, after all. Illumi is not someone who engages in an open battle with his enemy. It should have been obvious that he would be around. Well, it doesn't matter. Suddenly, the barrier begins to glow, slightly vibrating, growing fainter. It's going to collapse any second now. A few seconds later, it indeed does collapse, and the woman with the rapier rushes at Oren, bloodlust in her eyes. Oren braces himself and prepares to slash, but with a flick of his wrist, 3 needles shoot from Illumi's hand, piercing the woman's skull. She drops to the ground instantly and dies without being able to even react to her attacker. Oren ignores the woman and dashes forward towards the other targets and holds eternity. He slashes through one man's torso, then uses limitless waters to release a wide aura slash, catching 2 more as they try to run, cutting them down instantly. The rest are kneeling, completely drained of aura. Zeno and Silva calmly walk forward. Your technique wasn't bad, Zeno says, looking toward the exhausted Nen users, who created the barrier. It's a shame you used it for someone this worthless. His body suddenly blurs, disappearing for a split second, then reappears in his original spot. Damn, he's fast. He kicked them. That speed, I need to reach that level someday. The necks of the 4 collapsed men snap simultaneously, their bodies going limp as they fall to the ground, dead. Good job, kid. Though your interference wasn't really necessary, Zeno chuckles. Sorry I didn't see Illumi. I guess I should have assumed something like this, Oren replies. Anyway, we secured the path. I also took out that general, and a strong Nen user who could create golems from the castle walls. He pulls out 2 wallets and shows them to Illumi. Illumi takes them, pulls a few cards from each, and crosses 2 names off a small list. Good job. The core targets appear to be dead. The rest might be hiding or could have fled through the catacombs or down the mountain. I'd say we're done here, Illumi says flatly. This was easier than I thought. I guess that's what happens when you're working with the Zaldiks. Success is basically guaranteed. Silva is even capable of killing someone from the troop, so what's a small-time dictator like this supposed to do? Illumi speaks calmly through the comms, land the airship at the same spot we landed earlier. I have something to pick up. I'll see you later, Oren replies before vanishing into the shadows. He quickly retraces his steps to the main entrance, removes the rubble he'd piled on top of the hidden bag, and grabs it. Thankfully, carrying around 100 kilos of gold bars isn't much of an issue for Oren, especially not with his improved physique. Not wanting to be left behind, he exits the castle the same way he entered. Along the way, he notices the butlers have already left their posts. Sprinting through the forest, he soon spots the airship waiting in the clearing, having already landed. Oren steps inside, a satisfied smile on his face. Lar Azul eyes him and the bag with a mix of amusement and pity. Kid, did you join us just to become a cheap looter? No, I did my part. I just stumbled across this. It would have been stupid to leave it behind. Surely, you agree? Lar Azul shakes his head. You care about money that much? Yes, I do, don't you? Oren replies, visibly confused. As Oren argues with Lar Azul, the other butlers and assassins begin arriving one by one. Everyone is accounted for. Nobody's missing, Illumi confirms. Let's get out of here, then. This place is hardly pleasing to the eye, Zeno mutters. Yeah, because you wrecked it. This old guy sure loves to joke. The airship quickly lifts off, the cold night breeze drifting through the cabin windows, strangely refreshing. Good job, Illumi says to Oren and the other 3 assassins. As promised, we'll transfer you 200 million Jenny. It was a pleasure working with you, Lar Azul says, nodding towards Zeno before entering the ship. Griafon doesn't say a word, simply walks off to his cabin. Dantu, on the other hand, laughs heartily. That job was easy. Just drop me off somewhere near Yorknu. I'm not going all the way back to the Republic of Padokia. Good idea. We're already nearby. Oren adds, if that's possible, I'd appreciate it too. Somewhere in Yorbia would be fine. Doesn't have to be Yorknu. Just as long as there's an airport nearby. I could fly directly from here, but with all the chaos I'd rather leave this broken country behind. No problem. We'll land in Yorbia, probably that famous gambling city in Adavan. It'll still take 2 days to get there, Illumi responds. Thank you, Illumi, Oren says, genuinely grateful. They're treating us better than I expected. Oren carries his duffel bag of gold into his cabin. He puts the jewelry from Kalmata on top of it. He carries the bag with him into the bathroom as he showers, washing away all the dirt, blood, and grime from his body. After tossing out his old clothes, he changes into a fresh outfit. Feeling more relaxed, he lies down on his bed and contacts Bunu, and Nefi, explaining his situation to them. Bunu replies quickly, promising to arrange a small private airship for him. By the time the sun rises, Oren is already up again, training. I guess I'm addicted. I can't slack off. He spends the next 2 days aboard the airship like before, training, healing, and eating. The only thing he actively does outside of that is exchange contact info with Lar Azul. He might want to learn the spear sometime in the future. Finally, the airship lands in a large Yorbian city famous for its gambling, located in the United States of Suherta. Oren steps off with his things. Silva, Zeno, and Illumi are there to see him off. Thank you again for trusting me. I really appreciate the training and the gift, Oren says, looking at Zeno and Silva. You're a talented kid, Zeno responds. If you ever decide to become a full-time assassin, you're welcome to visit me. Oren hands 2 more cards to Silva and Zeno, receiving theirs in return. If you ever need help, don't hesitate to contact me, he says before stepping off the ship with Dantu. Dantu grins and offers him his card. If you're ever in Yorknu and need help, I'll give you a discount. Oren hands him one of his own and waves goodbye. As soon as he steps away from the airship, a girl sprints toward him with unnatural speed. Oren immediately tenses up, preparing for a confrontation, only to see that it's Nefi, who throws her arms around him in a tight hug. 15+ early chapters available.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.